his fears, insecurities, self-loathing coalesce around that dad hole. And over these 68 years of Joe's life, this swirling concoction of negativity has formed around the hole. And that's stressful, man. It's a real bind. And it's actually a big reason why Joe became a comedian in the first place.
Why else did you get into being a comedian?
I don't know. I got talked into doing it. No, I wasn't really very funny. I got talked into doing stand-up by my friends from martial arts. Stop laughing. It's not funny. I was very insecure. And I got bullied. See, it's a sad thing. I wasn't big. I was a small better musician. And I was really nervous. And I did not like that feeling at all. Yeah, I went to an open mic night. I watched amateurs try it. Like, most of them don't know what they're doing. They're terrible. Like, people who really suck inspire you to do it because they lower the bar of expectation.
And do you still do your stand-up?
Yeah. Oh, come on. That is the emperor of comedy you're talking to. See, there are two main strains of comedian. The first kind are the people that are creative artists that have weird brains, maybe even have a triple-digit IQ, and they're driven to create. They're compelled by the muses or whatever, and it makes sense that they're comedians.
I like an escalator, man, because an escalator can never break. It can only become stairs.
Oh, jokes. I remember those. The other kind of strain of comic, and this is almost all of them these days, are sad people with black holes inside their soul who get into comedy to try and get external validation from audiences, and to indulge in the delusion of power that they feel when standing alone on stage with an amplified microphone where nobody else is allowed to speak. Probably they should lock their phones in a bag too. And I'm trying to think about who else stood on stage with a microphone trying to fill a hole, vying for attention and power. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, for this type of guy, stand-up comedy is a dream. They're sad little guys who seek power and external validation. It's classic Hitler stuff, and it's scary, psychotic stuff.
Free speech. That's all we're fighting. That's all I'm fighting.
Fuck, it's Dave.
When I'm on that stage, I'm there to dictate your emotions. Dictator at that point.
He admits it.
That's all we're fighting for, is free speech.
It's this weird power fantasy where, if they're lucky, they can find enough other dumb, sad guys in an audience who will give them the laughter and applause they need so badly.
Would you rather be happy and a lot of people not see your art, or would you be sad?
I wouldn't be happy. I can already answer that before you even finish that question. I couldn't be happy if people aren't absorbing art but mine.
That sounds familiar.
Why do you think that is?
Because I'm addicted to it now. I'm addicted to that feeling of
Validation.
Gratification, instant gratification, validation, all of it.
And this shit era of comedy is all built around guys like this, whose entire scheme is simply pandering to the most easily entertained brain-dead audience imaginable to get that quick, self-soothing dopamine hit. And at no point are they funny. And that's the real issue. And they're just too lazy and stupid and driven by urges other than the pursuit of...
Jeremy did it.
Wait, what's this?
1,000 years
What
ago,
is this?
I did a show called Entourage. Can you imagine if we tried to reboot that today in this climate?
Yeah.
We used to have billboards everywhere. Just
Yeah.
those billboards today. 5 straight, white, focused men
Oh, wow.
coming straight at
Take me back.
people. Would be like, "Is that a documentary about January 6th?"
That is really good stuff. It actually changed my mind. This era of comedy rules. This era of comedy rules. So yeah, comedy copers. That's the kind of comedian Joe is. And it's sad. He'd love to shrink the size of that dark amalgam that haunts him, but he can't because he doesn't seem to realize, or maybe it's too painful to think about, that he's only chained to that swirling mass of negativity because of the emotional gravity of that dad hole. Address the trauma of that dad hole and the rest floats away into the void. But he can't, and he won't. And because of that, he's stuck with that black hole inside and the dark amalgam that surrounds it, which in 2020 was about to grow to terrifying and unimaginable proportions.
Hello, everybody. I have an announcement. The podcast is moving to Spotify. Thanks.
Joe made a big boy business deal with the partly Chinese Communist Party-owned Spotify Corporation. And after that, he started getting in a lot more trouble for making up stuff on his show and like ruining society and things like that. And at first he had to keep apologizing when he got caught lying, which is crazy to think about now, but it was a different era back then.
Historic fires are ripping through 3 western states.
Hello, everybody. I need to make an apology and a retraction. I said something on the podcast about people getting arrested for lighting fires, and I got duped. It's wrong. I said it without looking into it. It's very irresponsible, and I'm sorry if I duped you as well. I know it feels very irresponsible of me. I don't take it lightly. I'm very upset with myself, and I apologize to you as well. Sorry.
The guy was in his head. His inability to distinguish reality from fiction was starting to stress him out. Knowing how much he was bound to keep screwing up and how much trouble he'd keep getting in. And if that wasn't bad enough, his best friend humiliated him for apologizing.
He's one way to about how funny put an apology for that.
Sorry.
Oh, see, Trevor.
Yeah, but he got it back wrong.
Yeah.
Poor Joe Rogan. He put the apology up. Sorry. They were telling him, go court. He was, that's hard for my dog. My heart goes out. He had to put an apology up. Sorry. I guess he things look good when he was, things look good in the basement, dog. Once you think that Spotify, you gotta start apologizing. Make him believe you can't, poor guy. That's what happens when you get that money. You guys, that big check, you gotta watch. Just saying.
This marked the start of the apology era, which would end up being way too much adversity for Joe to handle. And to get out of this bind, Joe was about to embark on a transformation that will surely be studied by psychologists for the rest of time.
How serious is this? Is this something that we need to be terrified of?
So, long story short, a pandemic started. Joe couldn't handle it, and he went and had a panic attack in the sauna.
Well, I was scared out of my mind at the beginning, but everybody's shutting down at the beginning and people are stockpiling food. I was worried about people I knew getting really sick and dying. And then I was convinced that I had it. At one point in time, I was like, God, I feel like I'm breathing heavy. I felt like my breath is coming short. I did. I had psychosomatic issues. Thanks, John.
I had a panic attack sitting on fucking 12 elk. You had a panic attack.
Yeah,
and you felt bad about yourself, and then you attack people with masks. That's how it works. That's how the hatred started.
And that really was when the hatred was unleashed. Soon after, Joe kept talking about homeless guys.
I mean, nobody does anything about violent crime in LA anymore. Maybe we should just go shoot homeless people. I like your ideas.
Yeah. This pandemic stuff was way too stressful. Then he started frantically scrolling Twitter, found a new group of guys to hang out with, and these guys allowed him to believe that everything was actually okay. And so Joe felt relieved and safe with them, and transformed his inner anxiety into outward rage, an emotion he was more accustomed to dealing with on account of that bad dad. But unfortunately, this new group of guys and all the stuff they and Joe were talking about was getting Joe a lot of negative attention, and that made even more anxiety bubble up. And again, Joe transformed that anxiety into an even bigger rage. And I mean, this guy was getting pissed.
Oh my goodness, this evening, Joe Rogan, an extremely popular podcaster, announced on social media today that he has
Anyone got a lighter?
ivermectin, something more often used to deworm horses.
I can afford people medicine.
This is ivermectin. You got it right here.
Somebody give me.
Oh, this is amazing.
They put a yellow filter on me too. I'm all good. I look like shit. Jim there. See, do you know that?
I think you look good.
His mind just completely shattered.
I don't really know, Jim.
He had to defend this new guy he'd started becoming, and all his beliefs, which were the only thing evading his rampant anxiety. And now he was way too invested in this stuff to ever turn back.
I think this is really important. One of the problems that I've had, me personally, that I've had with any idea, is that once I have an original idea, or once I start looking at something a certain way, I become married to it. And I've had real problems with that. And the problem with saying this happened and that happened, which I used to do all the time, is that you don't fucking know. You don't know. You don't know. But until you do know, when you say you know and you might be wrong, it becomes an ego thing. If I wasn't doing this fucking podcast, okay, if I was just a regular comedian and that's what I did for a living and I didn't pay much attention to alternative media and podcasts, I would be just like people I know who I used to be friends with who now hate me and are angry at me and talk shit about me online.
Now, you might have noticed that Joe is on the verge of tears there, struggling very hard not to break down and cry. And that's because the real Joe is inside there somewhere dying, desperately trying to be heard. But Joe won't allow it. He's committed to being the new guy, and he puts in major effort in order to keep the old guy beneath the surface, basically torturing him into submission.
And I'm taking the lid off that cold plunge. As I'm taking it off, Don't do it, don't do it. I'm like, shut the fuck up. And I climb right in and because I get through it every day, I start the day off with a win. I won. I beat the inner bitch.
Yeah.
I conquered the inner bitch. I got in there.
If I start my day with a win, then how can I be a loser? Well, despite winning so hard at life from sitting in that tub, he was still pretty messed up from all the backlash he was getting from all his major whoopsies.
I would have been like them if I didn't have the access to the kind of conversations that I've had, if I didn't have the kind of mindset that I have,
The mindset.
My personality is just bullshit.
Got it all.
When bullshit hits me, I go, oh, I know what this is. I grew up without a dad. Daddy, I don't trust people. And the people that haven't experienced that, I can understand why they formed the conclusions that they did. Because I could have been them. I 100% could have been them.
Well, thank God Joe's mommy bought hamburger that fateful night. Or Joe could have ended up a guy with the biggest mainstream media platform on earth, being easily used and exploited by weird billionaires and grifters, and allowing it to happen because he's just so desperate for love and validation on account of that dad hole. It's crazy to think there's a multiverse thing out there where #1 comedy podcast doesn't have guests like some comic book villain evil rich guy, all these nutjob billionaire dweebs, and like, I don't know, a guy literally from the CIA that's on like once a month for some reason, and also like the entire government basically. Could any of these people have tried to influence the way he thinks? Nah, man, he grew up without a dad, so you don't even have to take that question into consideration. And say sorry. Like, would it kill you to just apologize for no reason? Anyway, yeah, the manipulation of Joe. I thank the Lord each day of my life that didn't happen. Right, Duncan? Remember you warned Joe about that happening? Thank you so much for saving our dad. I mean, Joe. Thank God he's got friends that still tell him the truth and don't tell him part of the truth and then walk it back a little bit out of fear of disrupting his delusions, stressing him out, and then being cut out of his inner circle. That would be spineless and, would make it obvious that all your peace and love and honesty stuff was just a load of crap all along.
If you're not careful, folks from deep, dark wells of perspective are going to infiltrate your shit.
Listen. All those people that are organized, they come hang out. Give me a hug.
You don't want to give them a hug.
Relax.
Why?
Just relax. Now, all those people are just people, man.
Like a white supremacist.
They're a loss.
Yeah, but you have to watch out because people are gonna try to exploit you. That's the main thing. Is like people recognizing what you are, who have political agendas, will infiltrate your shit and then start blowing out their radioactivity into the world. Right? That's a fear. But dude, I do worry about you sometimes, man, because it's like you now have a platform that is unlike any platform that's happened, because you're doing like a comedy podcast, radio show style thing. But you're also interviewing people about really heavy duty shit. Then you start thinking man, I've got this podcast that lots of people listen to. Has it ever happened where maybe some really intelligent person has manipulated me in an attempt to get me to disseminate some kind of information out into the world?
Good luck manipulating. It'd be like me, Duncan Trussell. I'm an American.
Yeah, but you wouldn't even know. That's the thing. You wouldn't even know.
I wouldn't know. How would I not know? These people are people. Why would it be like if someone is so good at manipulating people, they can manipulate me and change the way I think about them.
Yeah.
Well then, good luck.
So Joe got attached to all this COVID stuff, and everyone was either yelling at him and calling him a dangerous idiot, or they were showering him with praise for widely broadcasting all their favorite ideas about what reality might be and making them feel validated. So, if you're a fearful, self-loathing, and external validation-seeking guy like Joe, which side would you embrace? Well, instead of posting more apology videos, he opted to fully dive into a wonderful new safe space. He tapped into something he'd been searching for all his life, a source of constant praise and affirmation. And the guys doing all the praising were happy to have found a powerful ally in the new mainstream media. And as if that wasn't enough, Joe also found an endless parade of charlatans willing to juice his rod like he's some kind of god king for access to his wonderful platform and a chance to milk him for their own fame and fortune.
Well, I want to give you the gifts I got you, bro. You got 5 of them. Okay, the letter to the right is the Warren Commission. Then you got the autograph of Lee Harvey Oswald, and you got the autograph of John F. Kennedy.
Wow, 5th place golf tournament prize.
I hope you like it.
It's wonderful.
Welcome.
So, this one was work, bro. Like it. Okay. This is with the what do you call it? What you're doing?
Whoa. Yeah, it's called a BPSRJ, a blatant public sycophantic rod juicing. And Joe just laps it all up, swallowing the praise and plugging it into that hole his bad dad left in his soul.
You're a very important guy.
Here we go. Finish him
I have a
off.
lot of respect for you.
Talk to me, baby.
Admiration for you.
Don't stop.
There's true love for you.
Harder.
True protection for you.
Too hard.
protection when it comes up to a street fight.
Perfect.
How to fight and take care of yourself.
Feels good.
By the way, my book is coming out in December.
And these raw juicings just felt so good. And they relieved Joe of the anxiety he was feeling from all that criticism he was getting. And on top of that, all those instances of Joe transforming his fear into rage compounded on each other. And through neuronic muscle memory, his brain began to default to the fear-rage switch innately. And whether Joe meant to do this or not, I don't know, no free will, he actually became a whole new guy.
I've never voted right into my life. I'm very pro-choice. I'm very women's rights, civil rights, gay rights, trans rights, even universal health care. See this thing that Trump's doing with children that were born in other countries and they're brought over here as children and then they're talking about deporting them. That drives me crazy. The hard right version of that is despicable. January 6th thing is important. And one of the reasons why I think it's important because it highlights the reasons why a guy like Donald Trump is so dangerous.
Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump.
Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that
There we go. Becoming a new guy is a very effective way of slipping out of the shackles of judgment anxiety. Simply identify a crowd that you want to belong with, and then reconfigure your entire personality in order to fit in with that group.
It's like, you remember when Madonna had a fake English accent? Everybody's like, bitch, you're from Brooklyn. Where the fuck are you from? You're not from England. You can't do that.
They were like,
Yes, they all jumped in the back of the U-Haul truck together. There has never been a thing that I've ever seen where almost immediately I was like, those are feds. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing that I've ever seen. A thing that I've ever seen. I mean, look, some people are barely holding on to reality.
You're right.
Barely.
You're right.
All they need is one smack, one.
if you adopt all their beliefs and then convince yourself that they're the only group whose opinion matters, then you never have to worry about being judged and criticized ever again. What a relief. This rap guy, Machine Gun Boy, he too became a new guy recently by employing the new body, new guy technique himself.
I'm in a new body. I'm in a new body. Like, I've covered everything on my arms and my body. I left windows to it, but just like there's windows to my own work, but I'm a new person. So the evolution has like led me from a caterpillar to a butterfly.
Oh, that was kind of deep.
Transition into a new guy is very difficult, and it takes many years to become fully immersed in the self-delusion. But upon reaching the maximal delusion saturation point, your simulated self becomes more real than your original classical self. And the transition into a new guy is completed. And after years of waffling on the fence, as we enter the year 2025, Joe's transition into this new guy appears to finally be complete. Well done.
You gotta remember that they were probably messed up. The reason they're doing what they're doing is because something happened to them earlier on. There was an aggressive, teacher, uncle.
Coffee sucks. I don't know what happened, but you made it like almost. It's literally almost like water. Can we get some more? So we're going to talk about this. This is the worst coffee I've ever had.
Sorry, the exponential here, by the way, is OpenAI or whoever makes the next model.
Jamie, this is still super watered down.
I just put the water.
I'm telling you, dog.
There's a ton of coffee. Get me a content of stable materials.
Coffee's terrible. I'll just tell you right now, Jamie, this is terrible.
Hey, look who it is. What's going on, girl?
It's terrible.
And it really makes you wonder, how many times
Yo,
has Joe
living
done
the
this?
dream, girl. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods? You're at school? Is that cool? Is that true? You're at school? I understand if you're in class. Boy, you're you're you got courage to be on Discord in school. Very cool. Well, shout out to you. Shout out to your school. Shout out to you doing big things. I saw you were in here earlier, but I was asleep because that's what I do. I'm up late and I sleep late. I'm like a rock star. I hope you're doing well, though. You're an amazing person, and you've got a really big future. You may not realize it. I know you're in class. I know. So you can't talk, is what you're saying. I get it. All right. Well, that's cool. All right. Well, you're in algebra. All right. Do you use ChatGPT? How much longer? Your time? Well, just a little bit of time. And you can go home and sleep.
New guys has he transformed into over the years in order to avoid actually facing the dad hole head on? And who is the real Joe Rogan underneath all of those guys? And do the old guys still exist somewhere? Or do they float away to die in some astral plane? Oh, or maybe one of those other branches of the multiverse. I don't know, but it's all very friggin' cerebral. So just a quick recap, we're exploring how did comedy get so shit? And surely you know the end of this shit cycle is coming any day now. You're all aware of the ever-growing industry of guys pointing out how shit the shit era is. People are catching on, guys. Don't wait for the rest of the rats to start jumping off the Rogan shit ship. Be that rat yourself and fucking jump already. It's time to leave Daddy's house. I mean, would you rather be at the forefront of the great post-Rogan comedy rebuild? Or would you prefer to face a jury of your peers at Comedy Nuremberg? Sorry. Anyway, so King Joe became a new guy. It's fucking insane, but he did it. He's the mainstream king. And this new guy he's become has allowed him to make a massive power grab within the U.S. government, cementing his position within the establishment. He's the comedy czar, and I honestly can't even tell if he's aware of the fact that he's become the unofficial podcast of the U.S. government. He's got a direct line to the president.
Well, Jeff hated in Canada right now.
Oh, yeah.
Kick Canada's ass for Canada. Made in Canada.
Excuse me.
Not good, because that's their fucking sport.
Oh, really, dude?
Shit. Alright, sorry, what were we talking about?
Talk about turning Canada into a 51st.
Oh, yeah.
He's serious. He told me on the phone he was serious. Yeah. First I was joking around, but I was thinking maybe it's not a bad idea. It's so funny.
He's become comedy goebbels. Jobles. Just kidding. But if you think that's slanderous, you must have missed Joe's best friend's announcement that comedy is legal now.
So the left wanted to make comedy illegal, you know? Like, you can't make fun of anything. So then it's like, comedy sucks. It's like, nothing's funny. You can't make fun of anything. It's like, legalize comedy.
Yeah.
Legalize comedy.
But now it's 2025, and Joe's the only guy on Earth still ranting and raving about the pandemic. Wants his bread and butter. And,
why are you just accepting this? It's a noble thing.
Addicted to something that pissed him off like 4 years ago. Addicted to the whining. He looks for stuff to whine about, like a pathetic cigarette junkie scouring the sidewalk for butt remnant. And it's to smoke, because that's all that's available. And you gotta take what you can get.
That Tim Walz sucker, if that guy got into power, that weirdo puts tampons in the boys' room. And
so this new guy experiment is fucking insane, but it actually kind of worked out for Joe. But Joe wasn't gonna stop there. I mean, say what you want about Joe, but this guy can overcommit to stuff at a pathological level. Becoming a new guy was not enough. Though more secure in his delusion than ever before, the flimsy tentpoles holding up the belief in this new guy were always threatened by critics, and like just regular normal people calling him stupid and stuff. So it was still kind of stressful. Now Joe is putting in efforts to normalize the whole concept of becoming a new guy in order to legitimize his transition. And now Joe has gifted the world a brand new blueprint to copy. It's It's the new guy blueprint, and guys are already getting into it. We just saw Mark Zuckerberg show up to the shitcast to unveil his new guy.
You're also lucky that you got into jiu-jitsu. Like, you look different. When you walked in here today, you look thicker. You look like a different guy.
It just turned on like a part of my brain that I was like this was a piece of the puzzle that should have been there, and I'm glad now it is.
Now, Mark maybe wasn't quite ready to unveil the new guy, but sometimes we get a little bit too excited about our new guy, and we unveil them before they're really ready.
I like racing. And I feel like all these activities, grilling meats, racing cars, are probably two of the most fun things that you can do.
Oh yeah, hunting too. Yeah, same guy. So you've done a lot of that as well.
Yeah, well, my favorite is buck.
Okay.
Joe's already dubious. He's worried that Mark is going to bungle the new guy unveiling here and undo all the hard work Joe's put into normalizing new guy transitioning. But at the same time, Joe the gatekeeper can't help but become activated to defend the holy hobby of hunting.
And that's, I think, like the most, that feels like the most kind of sporting.
What kind of bow do you have?
Gosh.
Whoopsie. Do you know the company that makes it?
No, off the top of my head.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, no, this is embarrassing.
Yeah.
This is embarrassing.
Joe was enthused to see someone else try and follow his path.
I saw your neck. I'm like, his neck's bigger. Your neck is bigger.
Good.
Are you using iron neck?
Sorry, I got to cut it off before he goes into infomercial mode again. So Mark got Joe's support for his new guy, but missed a shove. Yeah, he wasn't buying it. Brendan saw right through Mark's new guy transition and refused to recognize it.
You had Zuckerberg on, and he goes, I hunt. Oh no, I went like this. Yes.
Joe's not having it and jumps in to defend Mark and his new guy.
Do you? No, I had a bow. Do you? I think he did. He just forgot his bow. Oh, he forgot the name.
Zuckerberg 2.0, and I love it. And of course, Brian defends the new guy transition as well to appease his lord. It's all kind of coming together for Joe, I guess. All these guys are becoming new guys all over the place, using Joe's blueprint as a guide. Back before he completed his transition, Joe was dreaming about all of this happening. Since he knows how difficult it can be navigating society as a new guy and all the criticism you get for transitioning, he started envisioning a new world for all the new guys to go. And he checked his bank account, and there was like $1 billion in there from his work with Big Pharma. And so Joe thought, well, what if I create a special place for anyone that wants to be a new guy? And we'll all be new guys. We'll support each other's guys. And if we come together and bind all of our new guy copes together, we'll be stronger in our belief. And if a guy can become any kind of guy he wants anytime, then maybe reality itself can be changed just the same. And then nobody can break the delusion, and we'll finally be able to relax forever. And reality can be whatever we want it to be. And there's only one place where we can do it.
Mean that anytime you are joyful and happy, on the other hand, you should have that fear. The Gemara tells us, the Rabbi asked Abaya, why are you so joyful? It says in the pasuk, Gidu Bira'ada, you have to be fearful. He said, don't worry about it. I'm wearing tefillin. If I'm wearing tefillin, that will keep me in check. Similar story. Rabbi said to Rabbi Yirmiyah, B'chol etzev yeh moiser. I'm a Litvak, so I could allow myself to say this. This is probably the Litvak's most favorite pasuk. To be sad, you get sachar for being sad. At least that's what the Hasidim would say about the Litvaks. Upon him, you see from the pasuk, you should be fearful of Hashem. Don't run around laughing and being joyful. Says Reb Zera, I'm wearing tefillin. It's okay. That's a sign for me. Keep me in check. Have a wonderful day.
Connect with a financial advisor in person or online at private.com. The Joe Rogan.
Bracha is Daf Lamed Aleph. The Gemara tells us we have to have a balance between Gila and Ra'ada, between being joyful and being feared of the Baruch Hu. And the Gemara tells us two stories that are identical. Mar Berei, Ravina, and Rav Ashi were both at weddings at different times, and they saw that the crowd was very joyful. They took extremely expensive glass dishes and they broke them. This is the minute to break the glass by a chuppah, but they put everybody in their plates. Gemara says Rabbi Yochanan holds. It says only then when Mashiach comes can you have a full smile and be completely happy. Rish Lakish was his comment at the time. He heard this, and from that day on, he never smiled completely. The halacha is that when you daven Shemona Esrei, you shouldn't daven right after you have a din or after you learn a real halacha. That will take away from your concentration. It has to be a halacha psuka, halacha that there's no argument on. For instance, the Gemara said, the Beis Yisrael, they accept upon themselves that even if they see dam the size of a mustard seed, they have to wait 7 clean days. Because in the rice, you don't have to wait 7 clean days. You can have dam all throughout the 7 days and go to the mikvah on the 7th day. Another halacha. With the rice, if you bring food into your house, you take wheat into the house through the back door with the chaff on, you cut it from Meiser. Because the halacha says you have to be through the front door and you have to do miruach, it has to be smooth to pile. So if you do that, you bring it with your shaft, with the shaft of the wheat in, you give it to your animal, because that's achilas aray and not achilas kara. Another halacha. If you let blood out of an animal, you draw blood, you're not allowed to use it if that animal was a carbon. If you shaft an animal that's a carbon, you use that blood, there's no me'ilah. If you didn't shaft it, you are chayiv b'milah and you'd have to bring a carbon to be mechaper. Rabbanan said the halacha is that when you daven Shemona Esrei has to be with chayv roish, with sincerity. Rabbi says halacha is that right before you say Shemona Esrei, you should say halacha psuka. You don't daven Shemona Esrei when you're sad, when you're extremely happy and joyful, when you just finish a great conversation. It has to be within simcha of a mitzvah. Same halacha applies when you say goodbye to your friend. It shouldn't be the kalas roish and bar b'teilim. The best thing is to give him a great fart that he can think about and remember you after he leaves. Rabbi Tanina says that the only places that are inhabited today on earth are places that other Mauritians said at the time this should be inhabited. Therefore, if you see a tree growing, that means that back then other Mauritians said there should be trees in that place. An amazing concept. The Gemara says that Rabbi Kiva, when he davened to himself, you start out in one corner of the house, you end up in another corner, you do all these kriyos and shtachavos, you bow. Yet when he davened with tzibur, he was mindful of the other people around him, and he davened a really quick Shemona Esrei, so you don't have to wait for him. From Daniel, they wanted to kill Daniel, they threw him into the lions, and as we know, and he said, look, he doesn't listen to Dayash, he says, from the riot is because he had windows in his house, he used to daven towards Yerushalayim. So you see that when you daven, you have to have windows, and you have to daven towards Yerushalayim, you daven 3 times every day. Maybe perhaps you take all those 3 tefillos, you can daven in one shot. That you learn from David HaMelech, it has to be Erev, Oigev, Tzarayim. The way we daven Shemona Esrei, it's set up. We say 3 brachas in the beginning that are Shvat HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Then 13 brachas that we ask for our needs. Why? Because David HaMelech says, Shelo Rina, first comes Rina, then Tefillah. One should ask his needs in the bracha of Shemona Esrei. If he really wants to ask for a lot and talk a lot about his Baruch Hu, he should do that all the way at the end of Shemona Esrei. We know the famous story of Chana, and the Gemara says amazing concepts in Tefillah. Chana was an Aviyah. She was married to Elkanah the Navi, and she didn't have children. She went to the Beis Hamikdash to Shiloh to daven, and Eli HaKayin, when God was there, and he thought that she was drunk. In fact, she ended up having Shmuel Hanav. So from the words in the Psukim, many drushim from the Psukim. It says, Midaber Saliba. You see from here that one should be mechaber when he davens. Raksik or say noise for lips are moving, meaning that when you daven, you must move your lips. You can't just stare at the page. Even if the sound is not coming out, you must move your lips. It says, you didn't hear her voice, you didn't hear her sound, because it's also for a person to daven out loud. It disturbs people next to you. Because Baruch Hu thinks it's kaiva. The Shipara, 80 cultures drunk, meaning that a drunk is also from Kedavan. A person that's drunk Kedavan says it, she was Oivet Avidazara. And this brings us to Talmud days. It says, when are you going to be drunk? In other words, you must rebuke your friend even if it's a derabana. And she said, I thought you are I thought you were Navi, I thought you would be down with me with Tasvis. I am not drunk. In other words, if somebody accuses you of something, you must tell them that they are wrong. Don't let them think that you are really doing something wrong. So he had to give her a bracha. He said, because if you're Chesed B'Ksherim, like B'Kufa, you must give that person a bracha. Hannah was the first person to ever call HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the name Tzva'is. And she used different tricks in Tefillah. She thought HaKadosh Baruch Hu, if you don't give me a son, I'll pretend I'm a Soita. And a Soita, you have to give her my Mama Mara. Give her the drink the water. And it says in the pasuk, "V'niksa v'nizra azera." According to one man, it means that if she's proven not guilty, she'll have a child. She'll force HaKadosh Baruch Hu to give her a child. According to the other man, v'niksa zara means if she's proven not guilty, then she'll have easy birth if she's already pregnant. According to that man, Roy Reisa, Roy Tira is not a drush. The pasuk says, "Amosecha," I'm your servant 3 times. The Gemara, why? We can learn the word Amosecha from Lashon Misa. Why don't you check me in 3 different ways that you check other women and give them Misa? If they weren't makbid in Midah, Challah, and Adlakas Haner, I am makbid. Why do I deserve what you're giving me? She says, "HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Zera Anoshim, give me Zera Anoshim." What does that mean? A man that's above other men. So the Gemara darshans either that he, Shmuel, anointed David and Shlomo, or it means that he was as great as Moshe and Aaron together, which is amazing. Or the pshat is that she asked that he should fit in to society. He shouldn't be greater than anybody. He should be a mediocre person, not taller, not smarter, not better looking, not whiter. It says in the pasuk, Isha Hanit Seves. I'm standing here. So you learn from here. I was standing there because Eli. In other words, you learn from here. I love that somebody's down in Shemon Esrei next to you. In Dalet Amos, you are not permitted to sit down next to them. The Gemara tells us that Eli told his people, "We have to shech this bull. Go get a kain." Shmuel said, "You don't need a kain for shechita. You only need a kain for the other 3 avodas, Kabbalah, Elocha, and Jerika." In fact, Eli said, "You're right, but you shouldn't have said that. Now you are Moira Allah as a rabbi, you are Chayiv Nisan, he wanted to kill him." Comes Khan and says, "Don't kill him." So he tells her, "Let me kill him because he's Chayiv Nisan, and I'll die, you'll have another kid." She told him, "Nar Hazeh, we're davening for this child, spirit." He medaberes alibo. Aliski libo, says the Gemara. She told that she born from an amazing kind of. She said, "You gave me everything you created in a human is for a purpose. The eyes, the ears, the nose, the mouth. Why did you give me the ability to nurse if I don't have a child?" And finally, the Gemara says, another halacha that's not connected to Chana, that if a person sits and makes a kindness on Shabbos, Rashi explains, everybody's eating so much food and he restrains himself, that will break a Gzardin of 70 years. The problem is that he fasted on Shabbos, and that's us. He needs to prepare for that, so therefore he should fast 2 days in a row. He should fast on Sunday. Have fast on Sunday, he should fast on a different day, have a wonderful day.
I don't know, arm workout. And she's like, "Oh," and I can see their face turn, like, "What's it doing?" But I was kind of, pretty then. It's like, the younger, a lot of hair, makeup, so. And then that same gym one day, I'm working out. This guy said, I told him, I said, "Thanks." He's like, who did the work, right? And I thought he's making it. I said, "I didn't. I put in the fucking work."
Rocha is Daflamid Beis. Want to extend the heartfelt mazel tov to my daughter and son-in-law, Meir and Elisa Jacob, the bris of their son, Naftali Moshe. It's very apropos. Today's daf discusses the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu, and Rashi explains that Naftali means tefillah. It's the tefillah of Moshe Rabbeinu. The Gemara tells us that Klal Yisrael always has a good answer why they sin, because it says in the pasuk, "Asher Hari Oisi," I'm the one that causes you to sin. Like clay in the hand of an artisan. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is the one that molds us. It's his fault that we sin. Hakadosh Baruch Hu should remove the heart of stone that he put in us. It's his fault. I'm the one that inserts the ruach. And then finally, Moshe El Hashem. Moshe David Hashem, the Gemara Darshans El is Al Hashem, which is a strong lashon, a lashon of Atacha, throwing a tefillah Hashem like Hannah did, which is not the best thing in the world. The Dizov. What's this place? Dizov? It's the lashon of the Dizov. Enough of this gold. It's your fault, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, that you gave us so much gold and silver that we sinned with the ego. Without that, we wouldn't be able to sin. The mashal is that a person had a very weak cow, a bony cow, and he fed him a lot, and then the cow turns around and kicks him. Whose fault is it? It's the owner who fed him, therefore he got kicked. Like a father, another mashal that gives his son everything, he feeds him and he feeds him, and then he gives him a lot of money, and he puts him by the door of the house of the Zaynos. It's the father's fault that they sin. The Gemara says when you spoil somebody, spoil a kid, you fill his stomach, that causes sin. Finally, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, Rabbi says, "You're right. The chesed you're basing, I gave them a lot of money, a lot of silver, the zav, and a lot of gold, and what do you do? And you made David Zark called Baal. It's my fault. Shmuel tells Moshe Rabbeinu, late rate, go down. What's this double lashon? Shmuel tells Moshe Rabbeinu, I only gave you your godless, your greatness to use for Klal Yisrael. Once I don't have Klal Yisrael, give it back to me. And therefore Moshe Rabbeinu became extremely weak. Until Moshe Rabbeinu realized that since hand, when his Baruch said, Herav Mimeni v'ashmidem, leave me alone so I can go destroy them. Meaning, if you don't leave me alone, I can't destroy them. So Moshe Rabbeinu was mischazik with tefillah. It's like a mashal where a king is beating up his son, and the king's best friend is watching in the corner, and he's scared to say something. But when the king tells his son, "You're lucky that my friend is here; otherwise I would have killed you," the friend realizes that he has power, and he steps in and he breaks up the fight. If the Torah wouldn't have said it before, it would be usher to say. But the Torah says that Moshe Rabbeinu held on to his Baruch and wouldn't let him go until he forgave Klal Yisrael. We say the famous pasuk on the kindness by Yichal Moshe. What does it mean by Yichal Moshe? It should say Moshe David by Yispal Moshe. The Gemara gives us 6 options how to learn the word by Yichal. One is Hechilo. It's a lashon of to be maftir, to be persistent in tefillah, or Yachel, which is a lashon of a neder. A person makes a neder, he needs somebody else to annul it. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I need Moshe Rabbeinu to annul my neder that I'm going to destroy Klal Yisrael. Or Melashon Chalal. Chalal is a body, a dead person. Moshe Rabbeinu said, Mecheni no mesifrecha, I'm willing to give up my life for Klal Yisrael. Or it's a lashon of Chal, to rest. The Midas HaRachamim should rest on Klal Yisrael. Or it's a lashon of Chulin, sacrilegious. Moshe Rabbeinu is telling HaKadosh Baruch Hu, it doesn't make sense that you should act in such a way. And finally, a lashon of Eichilu, it's a disease that heats up the bones. Moshe Rabbeinu said he davened so much that he got sick. It says in the pasuk, HaKadosh Baruch Hu swore bach in yourself. What does that mean? Had HaKadosh Baruch Hu sworn in the heaven and the earth, just like the heaven and the earth, he could destroy that shvuah. But since he swore in himself, just like he himself, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to last forever, so too is shvuah to Klal Yisrael, that they're going to beat the Koich VaShomayim, is going to last forever. But the Ber Alem, an interesting pasuk. It starts off Moshe Rabbeinu speaking, and then all of a sudden it switches up to HaKadosh Baruch Hu speaking. Which one is it? It says, that's Moshe Rabbeinu. And then it says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is the one that swore, not Moshe Rabbeinu. So either you can learn that the pasuk in blue is Moshe Rabbeinu and the red is HaKadosh Baruch Hu, or you learn that the entire pasuk is Moshe Rabbeinu. Moshe Rabbeinu said, I repeated over to Klal Yisrael what you told me to say, that you're going to give them the land, so you have to keep your word. It says in the pasuk, Hashem. It's a lashon nekeva, says the Gemara, that Moshe Rabbeinu said, the nations are going to say they became weak like a woman. You were able to protect Klal Yisrael against one nation, the Mitzrayim, one king, and you did Moisim, Krisyamsov, etc. But against 32 nations, you can't protect them. It says, Rabbi Shalom, at the end of the day, you're right. That's what the Umas Ha'olam are going to say. Salachti kidvarecha, that's what they're going to say. And why is the Talmud, who his Rebbe agrees with him? When a person davens first, he should give a shvach to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and then ask for what you need. Tefillah is more important, more powerful than good deeds, because no one is greater than Moshe Rabbeinu when it comes to good deeds. But HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him, Alei L'Reisha Pisgah, go see Eretz Yisrael because of his tefillah. Kindness is more powerful than tzedakah, because the kindness you do with your own body, and tzedakah is with your money. And tefillah, although it comes to replace karbanos, has more power than a karban. A kohen who killed somebody, that's the continuation of that pasuk, a kohen who killed another individual can no longer can't do Nesis Kapayim for the rest of his life, even if he did tshuva. Once there was Churban Abayis, the gates of tefillah were locked. They could be opened, but it's difficult. Baruch Hu put a mechitza of barzel, an iron wall between us and himself. However, the gates of tears are never locked. As Rashi points out, Hashem always sees the tears. He doesn't hear tefillah. He sees tears. You just have to be able to that. He should be mekabel those tears. Rava never made a tainus on a day that was cloudy. He said, cloud, stop the tefillah. If a person lengthens his tefillah, as long as he does not ma'ayin in it, as long as he doesn't believe that Hashem owes him something and has to give him what he asked, then his tefillah will be in a skabel. But if he believes that his tefillah is so powerful that Hashem must answer him, he's ma'ayin in his tefillah, then he's going to end up with a heartache. And what does he have to do if he has a heartache? He has to learn Torah. If a person's tefillah wasn't answered, he should repeat his tefillah, as it says twice. There are 4 things that a person has to strengthen himself in. Torah, Tefillah, Masim Tovim. This one is interesting. In your job, in your profession, you have to strengthen yourself. It says in the pasuk, Hashem shchichani. Hashem forgot about us. Yisrael tells Hashem, even if a person adds another wife, he'll never forget his original wife. So we rebelled against you, HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do you forget about us? As HaKadosh Baruch Hu, are you crazy? I never forgot about you. There are 3.6 billion times 300 million stars in the sky. I don't know, 16 zeros, quadrillions of stars. And they're all for your sake. And you think I forgot about you? It says in the pasuk, Tishkach Isha Ula. Well, can a woman forget about her own child? The Bible says, I'll never forget about your oilais, Ula, oilai. I'll never forget about your korbanos. However, I do sometimes lose my memory when it comes to Averis like the Egel. I'll forget that, but I won't forget your good deeds by Sinai. The Hasidim Arishonim, the Mishnah says, would prepare themselves an hour before davening, but the Gemara tells us that they also prepare themselves an hour after davening, and davening took them an hour. So that's 3 hours for each tefillah. There's 3 tefillahs a day, that's 9 hours. When did they have time to chazer? They had a siyat shmaya that they didn't forget to learning that they learned before they became Hasidim Arishonim. They had a siyat shmaya that their parnasa came with just doing very minimal. And finally for today, if you're a Middle Shemon Esrei and you see a king says something to you, you don't answer him. That's the Jewish king. The Goyish king, you do answer him. But if you see a king coming, the Goyish king, and you're able to finish Shemon Esrei quick, say it quickly and run. Have a wonderful day. Brachas Daf Lamed Gimel, the Gemara tells us a story. There was a chassid davening Shemon Esrei, and a non-Jewish officer walked by and said hello to him, and he refused to answer him because he was in the middle of Shemon Esrei. Says the officer, Reika, you're a boor. In your own Torah it says, you have to watch your soul. I can take my knife and cut your head off. What are you doing? She said, give me a moment to explain it to you. If you yourself were talking to a king and somebody said hello to you, would you stop? No. And if you did stop, what would the king do to you? The guy says, he'd cut my head off. Okay, Kavol Chaimer. I'm talking to Melech Malchei Amlachim HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How could I stop? We learned in the Mishnah, if a snake wraps himself around somebody's leg while he's down Shemon Esrei, you don't stop Shemon Esrei. Yet, if it's a scorpion, says the Gemara, scorpions are unpredictable, they'll attack for no reason, you must stop Shemon Esrei. In fact, if a person is thrown into a pit of snakes, we testify that that person is dead. Why? Because once you go into their domain and you cause them to be uncomfortable, they will attack you. However, if you're thrown into a pit of lions, you can't testify that the person is dead, because lions don't always attack unless they're very hungry, etc. If you see a bull coming towards you and you're down in Shemon Esrei, you must stop immediately. If it's a bull that never attacked humans, doesn't have 3 attacks against humans, then if it's within 100 feet, 50 amma, you run. And if it's a bull that attacked humans, as long as you can see it, you have to get out of there. Because there's a saying in Aramaic, if you see a bull, run to the roof and take the ladder with you. Because a bull will attack, he's unpredictable. Shmuel says that's only a bull in Nisan time and a black bull because there's so much food around that he goes crazy. The famous story with Reb Chanina ben Doisa and the Aroid, some call it Arvad, there's a very special animal that's the product of a snake mating with a toad. And if it bites a human being, there's a race who can get to the water first. If the human gets first, then the Aroid dies. If the Aroid gets to the water first, then the human dies. And there was a Aroid causing a lot of trouble. They went to Reb Chanina ben Doisa. He said, show me where he lives. He put his foot on his hole, and the Aroid bit him. And a nace happened that there was a ma'ayan that opened up right below his feet, and there was water, and he got to the water first, and he killed Aroid. He took the Aroid, put him on his shoulders, and brought him to the base of Measure, and he said, Ein Aroid Mamus. The Aroid doesn't kill. It's our sins that cause us to die. And then the people said, wow, we feel bad for this Aroid that bumped into Reb Chanina ben Doisa. It says in the Mishnah, we sing Mashav Ruach where? In the bracha of Mechaya Mesim, because rain is the same thing as Tchias HaMesim, it's the same power, it's the same nace. And we say the same Talmud Matal Bracha in the Birkas Hashanim, that's the bracha of Parnasa, because having our fields with rain and food, that's our Parnasa. Havdalah comes in the bracha of Choinen Adas. You need das, you need seichel to differentiate between kodesh and chol, tamei and tar. And Chacham say it's because it's the first bracha that you say in the weekdays. Every Shemona Esrei you say 3 brachas in the beginning, 3 brachas in the end, but the first bracha of weekday is at the chayne. Says the Gemara, there are 3 things, 3 words that are surrounded by the name of Hashem. One of them is deya, seichel. So it's a great thing to have seichel and to use seichel. And in fact, if you don't, person that doesn't use seichel, we don't have rachmanas on him. The Beis Hamikdash is wrapped around with Hashem's name, also great. Person that uses seichel, it's as if he built the Beis Hamikdash. Nekama, revenge, we need to explain, because revenge seems like a bad thing. The Gemara says no. In fact, revenge can be a good thing. Depends how it's used. If it's used against our enemies, then it's a really good thing. Rabbi Kiva and Rabbi Lezer say that the bracha of Havdalah is not inserted into Atuchaynim. Rabbi Kiva says it's its own bracha by itself. It's the 4th bracha Shemona Esrei. Rabbi Lezer says you insert it in Maidim. The question is, where does this machlokes come from? If Klal Yisrael had a tradition to make Havdalah every single Motzei Shabbos, then where can you have machlokes? We just look at what Anshe Knesset Gdola said to do, and that's it. The answer is because there were 3 takanas from Anshe Knesset Gdola and Chachamim, and therefore there's a lot of confusion. The first takana was to say Havdalah in Shul in Shemona Esrei, because Klal Yisrael didn't have money then to buy wine and say it over wine. Later on, when they became wealthier, they changed Havdalah. They said no more Shul, let's do it on a cup of wine. But then Klal Yisrael became poor, so they had to change it. And they said, let's, instead of changing it every other generation, let's just make one takana. We'll say it in Shul and we'll say it on wine. Whoever can't afford it will be Yotza with Shul. And that's where the confusion came from. If a person only made Havdalah on the cup of wine, he has to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, because the first takana was to say it on Shemona Esrei. But what if the reverse? A person said Havdalah in Shemona Esrei. Does he repeat it at home? And we know the answer. We repeat it at home. But there's a brisa that says you don't repeat it because it's shame l'shav. It's a bracha l'vatala. You don't say Hashem's names for no reason. It says l'sisa. It's Issa d'Oraisa. But according to Rabbi Yochanan, you do repeat it at home, and that's the halacha. And this brings us to Amud Beis. You could ask a riddle. How is it if a person eats 1 kazayis of bread, it will be mechayev him in 24 brachas? And the answer is, if a person forgets to say Havdalah in Shemona Esrei, then he goes home and makes Havdalah on a cup of wine. But what if he ate a kazayis of bread before he made the Havdalah on the cup of wine? Then we penalize him and we make him say Shemona Esrei again with Havdalah, and that's Shemona Esrei, plus he has to make Birkas Hamazon, that's 24 brachas. A Motzei Shabbos that falls out on Yantiv, there's no Atachaynin, so where do we insert the Havdalah? According to Rabbi Kiva, it's not a problem. According to Rabbi Lezer, it's not a problem. They insert it in their own brachas, or in Maidim. The answer is that Rabbi Yochanan says, and there's 3 lashonos of Rabbi Yochanan, either the lashon of Maidim, which means that everybody agrees to Rabbi Eliezer, or the lashon of Matim, that we lean towards Rabbi Eliezer. We don't tell people in public that Allah is like Rabbi Eliezer, that you insert Havdalah in Maidim. And the final lashon is Nirin. We conceive Rabbi Eliezer's words. In other words, we don't tell, not in public, we don't pass him like that to an individual, but if an individual said Havdalah by himself in Maidim, we don't make him repeat Shemona Esrei. According to Rabbi Yosef, we say, and that's how we pass him today, we say Batvediyenu. In the middle, Ata B'chartanu, we stop, we say Batvediyenu, which describes the Yom Tovim, and we are grateful that Hakadosh Baruch Hu for giving us all the chukim, and differentiating between Shabbos and Yantiv, because the kedusha of Shabbos is greater than Yantiv. Says the Mishnah, if somebody tries to give a shvat to Hakadosh Baruch Hu and says, look, Hakadosh Baruch Hu, you even have rachmanas on birds, you made us do shiluch hakan, we come to be quiet. Either because that's going to create a jealousy between other animals and the birds, or because you think you understand Hashem's ways. When you do a mitzvah, you have to do the mitzvah because Hashem said to do the mitzvah, not because we understand the logic behind the mitzvah. If a person says Maidim, and he says it, repeats it again, Maidim, it looks as if he's talking to 2 different entities, and we tell him to be quiet. If a person says, I recall Hashem's great chesed, all the good that He does to me, we tell him to be quiet, because you have to thank Hashem even for the bad. Just like you thank Hashem for the good, you thank Hashem for the bad, you say Baruch Thine Emes. was a person that was sitting in front of Rabbi Hanina, and he started saying, okay, Hagadol, Hagibur, V'Hanoira, those are what we say, but he added, Ha'izus, Ha'oyam, Hanoira, V'Hayoru, etc., etc. And when he finished, Rabbi Hanina said, that's all you have, that's all you got. In other words, in the Torah it says only 3 Shvachim, and Ezra only said 3. And Ashkenaz said, we're talking 3, so say 3. Otherwise, it's as if you are belittling HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He has that much more. It's like saying on a person that has that much gold, and you say, oh, he has a lot of silver. We know that everything is in the hands of heaven besides Yirah Shamayim. And Moshe Rabbeinu says, what does Hashem want from you? Only to do a little bit of Yirah Shamayim. It seems like it's very easy. It's very difficult. And you see that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, all he has in his Eitzar, all he has is Yirah Shamayim. In other words, he covets Yirah Shamayim. The answer is, Moshe Rabbeinu was so good at Yirah Shamayim, he didn't realize how difficult it is for everybody else. So he considered it a small thing. Have a wonderful day.
Pluses and minuses of it. It's fun. You're a rock. You're a rock band. There's pluses and minuses, but for me, it is the first time in my life where I haven't toured. The last 4 years, last 3, 4 years. It's nice. I guess 3 years ago I was touring still. Like 2 years, last 2 years. I'm just, since the club opened, I just stopped. And it's been amazing.
Bracha is Dav Lamed Daled. If a person repeats words during Shema, he says Shema Shema, V'ahavto V'ahavto. It's really not nice. It's Meguna. But if a person repeats the entire pasuk twice, then we tell him to be quiet. That seems like he's davening to 2 different entities. We teach a person to have kavanah, and if he doesn't, says the Gemara, we take a metal hammer and give him a nice whack. Says the Mishnah, if a Shliach Tzibur, a Chazan, makes a mistake, he can't continue further. In Mil Shemon Esrei, we need to replace him immediately with another chazan. Now, typically, when somebody's asked to be a chazan, it's a 3-step process. The first time you're asked, you refuse. The second time, you start getting geared up to go, and the third time, you go. However, in this emergency, there's no time for refusing, not refusing. When they ask you to get up to be the replacement, you jump and you go. A person who doesn't refuse to be a chazan when it's not an emergency, it's similar to a person who eats meat without salt. You can fix it. If a person refuses too much, it's as if he's eating food with too much salt, and that's not fixable. The replacement chazan, where does he begin? He begins from the place that the original chazan made his mistake. A typical chazan, when we get to Birkus Kahanim, he doesn't answer Amen because that will confuse him. However, in our days, when we have Sidurim and we're not confused, the chazan should say Amen by the psukim of the Yevrei, but not by the bracha of Birkus Kahanim. A chazan who's a kohen should typically not do Birkus Kahanim because that will confuse him, unless he's sure of himself that he won't be confused, and that's what they do in our days. The Gemara says that there are 3 things that too much of it is no good: salt, yeast, and refusing to daven for the Amen too much, declining, sarvanos. Ravuna holds that if a person makes a mistake in the first 3 brachas of Shemon Esrei, he starts from the beginning of Shemon Esrei. The last 3 brachas of Shemon Esrei, he starts from the beginning of the last 3 brachas of Shemon Esrei. It's it. If a person makes a mistake in the 13 middle brachas, and he begins from the beginning of the 13 middle brachas, which is at the time that he holds, Ravuna, that all 13 brachas are considered one. Ravasi holds that the middle brachas don't have an order. According to Rashi, you can say any one in any order you want. If you make a mistake, just continue from the end. According to Taisus, you have to go back to the place that he made the mistake in its original place. Gemara describes the way Shemon Esrei works. The first 3 brachas is like a servant setting up praise for his master. Once he praises him, then he goes in the 13 middle brachas and asks for his needs, and finally the 3 last brachas are thanks to his master. Talmid came to Rabbi and said, this chazan is no good. Prolongs his davening. So Rabbi told him, what's the big deal? Moshe Rabbeinu davened for 40 days. He said about another chazan. The chazan was way too quick. So what's the big deal? Moshe Rabbeinu was also very quick. Kilma, Rifon Allah. He davened for Miriam in a very short tefillah. In this passage we learned that if a person davens for a friend, it's not necessary to mention their name. Because Moshe Rabbeinu didn't mention Miriam's name. We know when we daven Shemon Esrei, we bend our knees and we bow forward. We shofar. We do this 3 times actually 4 times in Shemon Esrei. 2 in the first bracha. Right when we start Shemona Esrei, and Magen Avram is the end of the first bracha. And then we do it once by Magen, and the end of Magen, which is Chatok Shem Kol Chana Loida. If one wants to add extra shchiyos, he cannot do so. A couple of reasons. It looks like haughtiness, etc. Now, if you're a Kohen Gadol, you bow at every single bracha at the end of the bracha. If you're a king, you bow at every single bracha at the beginning of the bracha and at the end of the bracha. According to B'Shuv ben Levi, if you're a king, you bow once at the beginning of Shemona Esrei, and you remain in that position for the entire Shemona Esrei. There's 3 types of bowing. There's one called Pida. Pida means you put your head forwards until it reaches the ground. You do that by the Mesilas Apayim, by Tachlis. Not an hour. Kriya is where you get on your knees and you put your head forward. The Shtachava is to lay flat out on the ground, hands and feet. Abaye and Rava would only do the Mesilas Apayim to do Tachlis. You'll lay on the ground, but you'll be on your side, not to have your face towards the stone. And nowadays, we just put our hand and we put our head on top of our hand like that. So, as the Mishnah, if a person makes a mistake in Shemona Esrei, that's a really bad sign for him. If he's the chazan and he makes a mistake, that's a bad sign for the whole congregation because it's the concept of shliach shalodim chamosim. Rava saw that Rav Nachman and Rav Sheshes bowed twice by Maidim, one at the beginning of Maidim, one at the end of Maidim. The Bryce that says you should not bow by Maidim is referring to the Maidim in Birkas HaMazon. You don't bow there, you don't bow during Hallel. But people would come to ask for Tanina ben Vaisa for a bracha for Shemona Esrei. He would tell them whether he would live or die based on the flow of his words. If it came out nicely and smoothly, he knew that they would live. We say that if a person makes a mistake, it's a bad sign for him. Some say that means in the first bracha. Some say that the first bracha is referring to you can't have kavanah. You should have kavanah at least in the first bracha. There is a machlokes what Rabbi Yochanan said in regard to nevuah. Nevuah, which is a nevuah of good things that are going to happen in Chumim, says Rabbi Yochanan is referring to a person who marries off his daughter to a Talmid Chacham, or does business for a Talmid Chacham instead of the Talmid Chacham, gives him the prophet, or somebody who gives the Talmid Chacham from his own. But the Talmid Chacham himself, he can't comprehend what lays in store for him. Another member named Rabbi Yochanan is that the nevuah is for the time of Mashiach. But for the Mabah, which is different than the time of Mashiach, nobody can comprehend. According to Shmuel, the time of Mashiach and our days is identical. We're going to have the same homes, the same cars. We're not going to have Shibim Alfiyos. We won't be in Golos. We'll have a Beis HaMikdash. It will be the same. And another pshat is that the nevuah was given to the Bali Tshuva, the tzaddikim who are greater than Bali Tshuva. We can't comprehend what their sechar will be. According to Rabbi, it's the opposite. Bali Tshuva are greater than tzaddikim, but not Bali Tshuva. Only ain't tzaddikim who are in Chayil Lamoy. The Pasuk says, "Ayin lo yirah asra," and eye has never seen. What is it referring to? The wine that's there from the 6 days of creation, or it's referring to Eden, which no one has ever seen. Adam Arishan has seen Gan, the garden, but he's never seen Eden. When Rabbi Gamliel's son was ill, he went to Rav Chanina ben Dosa and said, "Please daven for him." He put his head between his knees and he davened, and he said he's okay. And in fact, he was. And when he told Rabbi Gamliel says, "Even if I daven all day long, nobody will answer me." And his wife said, "But aren't you greater than him?" Yes, I'm greater than him. But I'm like the general. I'm not like the slave, the servant that walks around in the king's house and who has bigger pull than I do. The Gemara says that a person is considered a chatzos, 2 things. A person down is an open field, and a person enumerates his sins and he talks about his sins in the open and tells people that that's considered chutzpah. Have a wonderful day.
The satellites that they had hovering the moon took appropriately blurry, ambiguous photos of what they claim was the landing site. Where the module was. We're just still there in some sound stage in LA. I think the sound stage is probably in Vegas. I think it was out in
Bracha is Daf Lamed Hey. Read in Perek Ketan Mevarchim, which discusses the brachas that we make on food. We all know that the fruit of a tree you make Bayer Priyates. Besides, on wine, which is Bayer Priyagafen. The fruit of the ground, the vegetables, you make Bayer Priyadama. Besides on bread, which you make on Maisalach Menara. What Yehuda says that if they are greens, the Yerakos, like cabbage, lettuce. You make very minei dishon. Where do we know the concept of brachos? How do you know that you have to make a bracha? The end of the Gemara, the Maskana is that it's a svara, it's logic. It's impossible to benefit from this world without making a bracha. You might think that you learn it out from the same pasuk that Rabbi learns it out. We know there's a concept called arla. The first 3 years of fruit, you cannot benefit from the fruit. On the 4th year, it's called netter Rabbi. We treat it exactly like we treat meiser sheni. That is, you want to eat your fruit, you must bring it up to Yerushalayim. If you don't want to bring it up to Yerushalayim, you must follow the fruit on money. Be consecrated on money. Says the Gemara, Rabbi Kiva holds, it says in the pasuk, Kodesh Hibulim LaHashem. You make 2 hallows, 2 praises to Hashem. One before you eat the fruit, and one after you eat the fruit. Yet, we know that according to everybody, you need one of those hibulim to teach us the concept that you machalo the fruit on money. Now we're left with one. Now, the second hilul, you might need it to teach us that the pasuk is talking about grapes. Even if you say that the pasuk is talking about all fruit, not pyramid, or even if you have another limud of a zera shava, so that leaves us just with one bracha. I would use that for bigger samazim. Bigger samazim is the right. So I say, the Torah is telling us you have to make bigger samazim. And how do I know you have to make a bracha before you eat? It will be kavah chaimer. If I make a bracha after I'm satiated, so certainly when I'm hungry I should make a bracha. The problem is, where do I learn brachas for all other food? And if I say, let's learn from grapes, grapes have something special. They have something called oilolais. Oilolais, I'm mechuyev to give it to the poor person, and therefore I have to make a bracha. Perhaps I should learn it from bread. Bread has a concept of chalas. Maybe that's why I make a bracha. Maybe combine the two, learn from both of them together. Well, the two of them are special, bread and wine, because they go on this bath. Learn it out from the Shiva Minum. Shiva Minum, you have to make a bracha. No, Shiva Minum have bikurim where other food doesn't. And besides, according to the Manor that says, Netter Rabbi, how does he know foods that don't grow in the ground, such as meat, eggs, and fish? Therefore, we have to come on to the logic. Svara tells me that it's usher to benefit from this world without making a bracha, and whoever benefits from this world without making a bracha, it's as if he didn't eat Elah. He's stealing from his baruch, he's stealing from GUINNESS Yisrael. And he's in this company of Yerabim ben Avad, which is the symbol of riches. Not only does he sin, Yerabim ben Avad is a king, plus Klal Yisrael will sin as well. And therefore, one should go to a chacham before he eats, and he should learn the brachas of food. It says in the pasuk, "Hashem haaretz malaya." The entire land belongs to Hashem. On the other hand, it says, "Haaretz nasal bnei adam." Hashem gave us the land. So which one is it? Well, before you make a bracha, Hashem owns it. Once you make a bracha, you buy it off Hashem. You have permission to use it. And this brings us to the days. It says in the pasuk, "Vasafta the gunfa," and then it says, "V'lokachta the guni." On the one hand, it's the gunfa, it's our grain. On the other hand, it's Hashem's grain. Which one is it? When we do Hashem's will, it's our grain. When we don't do Hashem's will, it remains Hashem's grain. And famous machlokes, whether a person should spend his days learning Torah or combine learning Torah with earning a living. It says in the pasuk, "Vasafta the guni," you should go out and gather your grain. In other words, you're a farmer. On the other hand, it says that you have to learn, to learn day and night. Which one is it? It says in Rabbi Shmuel you have to combine it. You have to learn Torah, but combine it with derech eretz, with earning a living. Shimon Bar Yochai says it doesn't make sense to me that a person should waste his life plowing and working on the field, gathering the grain. Therefore, if you do Hashem's will, then his parnasa will be done through other people. If you don't do Hashem's will, not only will you actually earn a living, but you will earn a living for other people as well. It says Abaya, many people did what Rabbi Shmuel said, which is to combine earning a living with Torah, and it worked for them, and many people tried to be killed by a fake way, and it did not work for them. You have to be Zoicha to be on that Madrega, just learn Torah all day. The first generation, players like the Moynim, they made their Torah the main part of the day, and their earning the livelihood was only a temporary part of the day, a small part of the day. They didn't try to come up with tricks to outdo the Torah and their mitzvahs. They would bring their grain right through the front door, right through the front gate, which would create a chiyuv of meiser. And therefore, says the Gemara, their Torah stayed and their livelihood. They made a good living. But the later generations, where they made their livelihood the main part of the day, and the Torah was just a little small part of the day, and they came up with a trick, how to prevent themselves from having to give meiser by bringing the food through the skylight. They didn't learn Torah, and they didn't earn a good living. On olive oil, you don't make the bracha boirei pri eight zayis because you don't become satiated from olive oil. Wine which satiates you and also makes you happy. You make boirei pri agafen. You don't make krikas hamazon because no one is a purveyor, a suuda on wine. And if you do, you're different. Unless Eliyahu Hanavi will come and tell us that that's how you make a suuda. You don't make the bracha on oil because it damages the body, but if you put oil with your bread, you dip your bread in oil, like in those Israeli restaurants, the oil becomes a puff of the bread, and it makes it the bread, so you don't make a bracha on the oil. If you put shemen, oil, in ani garoi, which is a certain mixture with beet soup, you put oil, olive oil into beet soup, over there, the oil is a kafel, and you don't make a bracha on the oil. However, if your throat hurts and you're eating the olive oil in the garoi because you want the olive oil to stay smooth out the clothes, then you do make a bracha boirei pri eight on the olive oil. The chiddush is that even though you're doing it for medicine, you still have to make a bracha. Have a wonderful day.
And it was great because I'm watching the whole show. He's like one of my mentor heroes. I'm like, he's sitting there watching the show, but then he's gone for like, I don't know, his bed's coming up. And you've been smoking out the whole thing. And I'm like, oh fuck, I hope it's, Ron, you can't like smoke weed here.
Bracha is not flamet kavod. We're continuing with different foods and what's the proper bracha to make on them. People plant olive trees for the olive oil, the final product, and therefore, if you were to drink olive oil as is, in a way where it doesn't harm your body, the bracha would be boirei pri eight. When it comes to flour, if you take grain itself is a hadama. But once you grind it and you make flour out of it, according to Shmuel or Rabbi Yochanan, you continue to make a hadama. According to Rabbi Nachman, since it's not its final stage, you make a shahakol. Flour from barley is different. Since it causes harm to the body, these worms, yet on the other hand, it does give the body some sustenance, it's carbs, therefore you make a shahakol on it. Salt or salt water, you also make a shahakol, because there are people that sometimes taste it and they eat it, and therefore it's a shahakol. The Gemara discusses kaira. Kaira is something that comes out of a palm tree. Some say it's some shoot that comes out. Eventually, it becomes part of the tree, becomes hard and part of the tree. The question is, right now that it's edible, what bracha do you make? Rabbi Yehuda says you make boirei pri ha'adama because it's a fruit. And according to Shmuel, you make a shahakol because eventually it hardens up. Shmuel tells his student, Rabbi Yehuda, Shinana, you're the sharp one. You know, I can prove it to you. From a turnip. Turnips, even though they become hard, right now they are adama. The Gemara says it's not a good raya because turnips, people plant it for eating it now when it's moist, and therefore it's a adama. But nevertheless, the halacha is like Shmuel, that the halacha is you make a shahakol. The Gemara discusses at great length slav, which are caper berries. Caper berries have 4 parts to them. They have the actual berry, and you have the husk that is around the berry, falls off before you have a chance to take the berry. In addition to that, you have the leaf, and you have dates, which seem like to be small seeds that grow on the leaf. The halacha is, says the Gemara, that since you plant a caper berry for all 4 of these, therefore you have to make a bracha on everything, and you make a 8 on the berry itself and on the husk that surrounds the berry. And on the leaf and on the date, you make a ha'adama. We know that Arla, the first 3 years of a tree, are midaraisa. You can't have any benefit from it, midaraisa. In Chutz La'aretz, it's the Rabbanon. And we have a concept that we go in Chutz La'aretz like the most lenient position in Eretz Yisrael. Who's the most lenient in Eretz Yisrael? That would be Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva holds by Meiser, when it comes to a caper berry, you only take Meiser from 1 out of 4 things. You take Meiser from the berry itself, and not from the husk, not from the leaf, and not from the date. Therefore, when it comes to Arla in Chutz La'aretz, you only are chayiv on Arla on the berry itself. Now, there's a shita that's even more makel than than Rabbi Kiva, but we ignore that shita. That's that of Beis Shammai. Beis Shammai hold that a caperberry is a suffix tree and suffix vegetable. Therefore, it's an issue to do klei akarim with caperberries. Since Beis Shammai think that perhaps a caperberry is a vegetable, they say it's also. If there's a suffix, now it's a suffix arla. And a suffix arla, you can go to someone who is not makbid on arla and buy caperberries from them as long as you don't look. Maybe he's taking from a caperberry tree that's 5 years old, maybe he's taking from a 2-year-old. You ignore it, you just don't look. So that's even more lenient than Rabbi Kiva, and the reason why we don't go on the Shammai shita is because when the Shammai argue with Beis Hillel, it's as if they don't exist. We ignore their shita completely. Now, the question is, why isn't the husk of the caperberry a shomer, a protector to the berry? And if it's a shomer, protector to the berry, it should be chayiv barley, it should be over and isra if you eat the husk. And the answer is, the Maskanos of Gemara, that a protector is only considered something that actually protects the fruit. If you were to remove the protector, the peel, and the fruit remains to exist and it doesn't spoil, then it's not a protector. The caperberry, if you remove this husk, it remains a caperberry, it doesn't go to waste, and therefore the husk is not a true protector in a chayiv and arla. When it comes to a pomegranate, it has a crown, and inside the crown you have something that's called a nates, according to one shot. These small flowers that grow out of it. Underneath that is a pittum. Inside, right there, is a pittum. That, the Gemara says, is considered a shomer. It's protected to the fruit. And it's also included in the shear of tumah. Because in order for a fruit to be tameh, you have to have a kabetza. And if you can only have a kabetza with the pittum, it's considered tumah. The nate, on the other hand, is not mitzvah to the fruit for tumah, because it's a shomer to a shomer. It's a protector to protect the second layer. Yet, when it comes to arla, the nate is also usher in arla, and the reason is because it's still considered a shomer, it's a protector, even though it falls off early on in its growth. There's an isser to cut trees in Shemitah if they have fruit on them. You have to eat fruit on Shemitah and not destroy them. And what's the shear? The Gemara goes through a shear according to Beis Shammai. Since once the fruit starts growing, according to Beis Hillel, depends what the fruit is. If it's carobs, when it becomes like chain, small pieces of fruit. But geffen, as you grow, according to Rabbi, that's boiser, it's the same shear as kula love and a type of bean. Olive is once it grows nates, flowers, and all the other trees according to Beis Hillel are once they start growing. What about black pepper? Peppercorn. The halacha is that you are chayiv in arla. In other words, it would seem like they are fruit, because the Torah says, eitz machol, that if you have a tree that its fruit has the same flavor, like a black pepper, it's chayiv in arla. And you also learn from that pasuk that Eretz Yisrael is not missing any fruits that even have pepper. However, if you eat them on Yom Kippur, zimachloikis. According to Rav Sheshes, you're chayiv kares if they are moist, and the bracha on it would be machlokes rishonim if it's eitz or adama. But if it's dry, like we have today, dry black pepper is a shahaka. According to Rabbi, if it's moist, you're chayiv kares. But if it's dry, you're not chayiv kares. You don't make a bracha at all. Ginger, which is dry, says Rabbi, on Yom Kippur, you potter if you eat it. However, if it's part of a particular food that comes from Kush, Rashi says it's Ethiopia. Others say it's India. The point is, it's very heavy on ginger. So first of all, we're not makbid on Yishul Akum because it's mostly fresh ginger. Yet the bracha would be ha'adama. And the Gemara finally talks about daisa, some sort of oatmeal. If you eat it as is, just the oatmeal or the oats or one of the Chamish Taminim, the bracha would be mezainis. But if you add a lot of honey to it, it's not like it. According to Rabbi Yehuda, the main part is the honey, and therefore you make a shahako. And according to Rav Kahana, since it has one of the 5 minim, one of the 5 grains, the bracha is mezainis. This points out that even if you have the 5 grains, if the 5 grains are in there to bind the item, such as, let's say, licorice, you say that there's a lot of flour in it just to keep it together, but acts as glue, then the bracha would be shahakol, a wonderful day.
DraftKings Sportsbook is in your corner. From the opening bell to the final blow. From the opening bell to the judge's final call, DraftKings has you covered with odds on knockouts, total rounds, method of victory, and more. Ever been in a fight before? Easy. Open the app, look for something simple like who will win, and make your pick. And it's not just fight night. Football is on tap this Sunday too.
If a person eats a mixture that includes one of the 5 grains, you have to make a very name is unless, like we said the other day, Tracy brings down that if the 5 grains act as a binder, then it's a shahakal. Now we're going to be discussing the sugya of pas oirez and pas doifan, bread of oirez and doifan. What is oirez? Rashi says oirez is millet and doifan is panic grass. But many other Rishonim on Mechloga Rashi has brought down la halacha that oirez is what we call today rice, and in Israel oirez is rice. So what bracha do you make if you eat rice bread, and what bracha do you make? It's a 4-way machlokes. Rav and Shmuel hold that you make a shahakol, and afterwards you make a boyer nefashos. And this will come as a very big surprise to a lot of people. Rabbi Yochanan ben Nuri holds on the other end that you make a moitzi and a birkas hamazon on rice bread. Rabbanan, and this is how we pass it today, you make a mezainos and a boyer nefashos. In the real holes you make a mezainos and ala mifle. But once we mention boyer nefashos, we have to mention Taisus. Taisus explains what the words of boyer nefashos means. It's beautiful Taisus. Taisus says, boyer nefashos rabbis b'chesroino. What does b'chesroino mean? It means what's essential to life. Bread and water. So we thank Hashem for bread and water. Al kol ma shebarasa lahachayos b'hem nefesh v'choy. Says Taisus, it means all the luxuries that are not essential to life. Imagine if HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave us just bread and water. All we eat all day long is bread and water. How boring. But Hashem gave us steaks and chocolate and candy and pizza. All the great stuff. What about oatmeal? What bracha do you make on oatmeal porridge? According to Rabbanon, you make a mezainos. That's what we do today. And we make a al-michya. But according to Rabbi Gamliel, and this is a huge chiddush, you make a birkas hamazon when you're done eating oatmeal. If somebody chews grain, you make a very pri adama. But if you ground it and baked it and cooked it, it depends. If it remains as a bread, it looks like a bread, you make a moitzi, and if it doesn't look like bread, you make a mezainos. According to Yehuda, who says you have to be more specific when it comes to very pri adama. So in the Mishnah he says that if you're eating cabbage or lettuce, you have to make boyer minei b'shayim. Over here he holds that if you chew grain, you have to make boyer minei zirayim. What if you chew rice? You make also boyer pri adama. And if you ground it, baked it, and cooked it, and it remains looking like rice bread, you make a mezainos. According to Rabbi Gamliel, all shivas haminim, pomegranates, dates, etc., you would have to make a birkas hamazon when you're done eating it. It's unbelievable. The Gemara tells us a story that Rabbi Gamliel and Rabbi Kiva, they were eating dates. And Rabbi Gamliel told Rabbi Kiva, you say the bracha achrayna. Rabbi Kiva jumped ahead and made a halamichya. Rabbi Gamliel was upset. I'm the Rebbe, you know I hold that it's birkas hamazon. Rabbi Kiva told Rabbi Gamliel, but you yourself paskin that you should go by the Rav, and Rav holds you make on dates, which is you make alamichya. The Gemara brings different types of food. One of them is a chavitza, which is almost like a challah kugel, let's say. It's a kavshel that has bread in it. Says the Gemara, if the size of the bread is a kazayis, then we would have to make a moitzi. If it's less than a kazayis, it's a mezainos. And we learned this from when a Yisrael brings his mincha, and he hasn't brought one in a very long time, according to Rashi, he makes a shechiyah. If the kohen eats from the mincha, he makes a moitzi, provided that the pieces are kazayis. So you see that you need a kazayis in order to make a moitzi. There's a brayz that says that if somebody gathered crumbs from the mincha and he eats the crumbs in a chatzi pras, in a shiur of a chatzi pras, meaning he ate 4 kibbeitzim in 3 to 9 minutes,
Listen to this.
So he could be yaitza the matzah. His matzah is lachmaini, and this is really poor bread. But he's also chayiv on chametz, because it's chametz. We must say that it's talking about a situation where these crumbs come from a larger bread that's still in existence, and therefore these crumbs have chashivas. La'alacha, chavitza that has crumbs that are less than a kazayis, you make a hamoitzi if you could see that these crumbs come from bread, they are bread. It has a surah than a hama. Now, if the crumbs are larger than a kazayis, even if you can't tell that they are from a bread, you still make hamoitzi. Places holds, and this is how we paskin, that we're not talking about cooked chavitza, it's actually just bound together through some other thing, like with eggs or something. And only in that situation do you need a kazayis. But the halacha, if you eat crumbs of bread, then even without binding them together, it's definitely hamoitzi. There's something called truknin, the Gemara says, which is also known as kuba da'ara. It's a very liquidy dough, maybe perhaps something like pancake dough, and you put it in the oven. Says the Gemara that according to Rabbi, it's chayiv and challah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, it's positive and challah. Teresa. What is Teresa? There are three explanations. One is that it's a very, very thin batter, maybe something like a blintz batter. Another pshat is it's Indian bread, it's dough that's on a spit, and you turn it around and you put some oil on it and eggs. Or it's what's known as putach. Putach is bread that's made in the sun. All these three things, whatever the pshat is, are potter from challah. Now we know that putach is chayiv on challah. So we must say that putach, that a person decided to make it as bread. You see, he went through the effort, he made a nice design, a nice shape. That's chayiv on challah. But if you just threw it down, and it looks like just a plain board, that would be potter from challah. Have a wonderful day.
They tried to make it seem like 50 Cent covered this song from some guy named Shifty Brand.
Oh, yeah, but they do that stuff. They did that with the Chris Rock thing. When Chris Rock got slapped by Will Smith, they tried to pretend that it was an old television show. No, they did an AI version of his old television show where he goes on stage and slaps the comedian. It's really funny. AI is so squirrely. They're probably just trying to make money. That's why they did it. But god damn, it's good.
Bracha is daf lamed ches. We're continuing with kuba da'ara. You take flour, you mix it with water, and it's a liquidy dough, and you put it in the bottom of the oven. According to the Tanakh, it's considered bread, and therefore you make hamoitzi and chicken samazim. According to Rabbi Yosef, it's considered dough that has a little crust to it, and it's in the zaynos and alamichya. Mar Zutra says that this is considered regular bread, and you make a whole meal out of it, and therefore you made hamoitzi and bikkur samazim. Mar Baravash, on the other hand, says that this is considered a poor man's bread, and you can make matzah out of this. We have a machlokes, fundamental machlokes about juices that come out of fruit. Is it only grapes and olives that if you squeeze them and you take out juice, that the juice has the same halacha as the fruit itself, will make a special bracha on it? What about apple vinegar? What about honey that comes out of a date? What bracha do you make on that? One man that says that all juices are considered like the fruits, and therefore, when it comes to truma, for instance, if somebody drinks truma juice, any juice, apple juice, whatever it is, to be chayiv to pay hegdish back or carry the chayiv, because it's as if he took from truma, and therefore the bracha would be where he pre-aids on the juice. According to the other man, if you took truma juice by mistake, you don't pay carry the chayiv because it's not considered free, and therefore you make a shahako on the juice. There's a concept called truma. You take fruit and you mash it slightly. The halacha is that by truma, you're not allowed to destroy the fruit. You can't even make beer out of truma fruit because it's considered destroying the fruit. Yet, you're allowed to mash the fruit, and therefore, it's considered truma, and it retains its original bracha that you made originally, and that would be oyer priyayit. Shasisa is when you take grain kernels and you dry them out in the oven. They're sweet, you add some oil to it, so it depends. If they're thick, then you make a mazonos on them, and if they're very thin, that would be medicine purposes and you make a shahako. Yet on Shabbos, you're allowed to mix it. And you're not allowed to mix medicine on Shabbos. The answer is because you're eating it for food. It just so happens to be there's a side benefit that it acts as a medicine as well. There's a chiddush here that even if you have kavanah to eat it as medicine, since it gives sustenance to the body, you're mechuyev to make a bracha on it, like we mentioned the other day, that any medicine that's medicine plus it gives you sustenance, you're mechuyev to make a bracha on it. The bracha of Amaitzi, you have to make a bracha about the past. That Hakadosh Baruch Hu took out the wheat from the ground. So what lashon do we make? We make Maitzi. Does that mean in the past or Hamaitzi? Well, we know la halacha. We say Hamaitzi means in the past. But the Gemara goes through a whole discussion whether Maitzi, different psukim, mean in the past or perhaps Hamaitzi means in the past. There's one place that says that Hamaitzi means in the future. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi was known as a great person and a big baki in the halachas of brachas, and they were telling Reb Zera how great he was. And Reb Zera said, "Bring him over, I want to test him." He came over and he gave him bread, and Rabbi said, "Hamaitzi." And Reb Zera was upset. Why did he say "maitzi" and take us out of our sveikas and explain to us the pshat and the pasuk? But like we said, the halacha is that we say today "hamaitzi," which means in the past. Before we took out the wheat in the past. The Gemara goes into a whole discussion about cooked vegetables. What's the halacha? The Gemara brings different amoraim that say that it's hadama or shahak. Rav Chisda says that there are fruit. There are vegetables that are great when they're raw and great when they're cooked, such as carrots, etc. But there are vegetables that start out not that good, like cabbage, pumpkin, beets. The bracha would be, if they are raw, they would be a shahako. Only after you cook them and you take out the flavor from them, they become flavorful, then they are very priyadama. On the other hand, you have vegetables like garlic and meat that as is, they have flavor. But once you cook them, they lose their flavor. Place says, you know that if you put garlic in the food, it tastes great. As it says, it only tastes great because it absorbs salt and chicken and different things from whatever food you put into it. But if you just take garlic and put it into water, you destroy its flavor. And therefore, it starts out as a very priyadama, but once you put it in the water and you cook it, it turns into a shahak. Gemara says, do not compare this to the machlokes we have by matzah. Everybody agrees that your yaitza in a matzah that was soaked in water, the fact that it becomes a lechem oivet for poor man's bread. The machlokes whether you cook it, it could be yaitza matzah. Gemara says, over there the machlokes would be whether the flavor of the matzah remains in the matzah, and that's the machlokes. But it could be that in our sugya, cooked vegetables, everybody might agree that the bracha would be ha'adam. Gemara brings that Rabbi Yamin Bar Yefes said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan that cooked vegetables are shahako. On the other hand, the Gemara brings Rabbi Chia Bar Abba, who says that Rabbi Yochanan says that vegetables are ha'adam. The Gemara says there's no comparison between Rabbi Yamin Bar Yefes to Rabbi Chia Bar Abba. Rabbi Yefes wasn't the dike as much as Rabbi Chia Bar Abba. Rabbi Chia Bar Abba was very exact in the way he repeated over the Rabbi Yochanan. In fact, the Gemara says he would say over everything he learned from Rabbi Yochanan in the past 30 days. Every 30 days he would repeat everything. Another third writing Gemara brings that this turmus, type of a bean that you cook 7 times, and Rabbi Yochanan said a hadam on it. You see that even after you cook it, the original bracha remains. This is Rabbi Chia Bar Abba's Torah. Rabbi Yochanan say a bracha on a salted olive. And a salted olive has halacha as a cooked olive. Salt is like cooking. He said a bracha before and a bracha after. There's no rice in the market. Perhaps he made a shahaka before and a buried in the fushes at the end. And finally, marar, your yaitza with the stalk of the marar. But if you cook the marar or you pickle the marar, you're not yaitza with the marar. Why? Because the marar loses its marar flavor. Having a wonderful day.
Oh, okay. Is this the theme song? I want it. Yeah. That's great. That's so funny. Look at even the amazing. You know, it's people just kind of accept it. I love the fact of how you put it.
Racha is the Aflamites continuing with the story that Rabbi Yochanan ate a very salty olive. The question is, how did we make a bracha farina? In order to make a bracha farina, you have to eat a shear of an olive size. But every olive has a pit, and therefore that olive that he ate was less than a shear. So the Gemara, you must be talking about a very large olive. The shear of its size is a medium olive. So even without the pit, it still had the shear of a medium olive. If you have two foods in front of you, one is a ha'adama and one is a shahaka, you make the bracha of ha'adama first. Let's say they're both ha'adama in front of you. Just you like one of them more than the other, you must make the bracha on the one you like more. Says the Gemara's story, the two Tanoim, two Talmidim that were sitting in front of the Baksapar in the middle of the meal, and he brought out in front of them cooked cabbage. And now we had the whole discussion yesterday, what's the bracha on cooked cabbage? Is it a shahaka or ha'adama? He brought in front of them hargiot, which is heart-rich bird, the meat of a bird, and also durmaskin, which is mountain spinach. And Bakapara told one of the Talmidim, go ahead and be mighty us with the bracha. So he went ahead, he jumped ahead without asking questions, and he made the bracha on the meat. So his friend laughed at him. Bakapara was very upset about it. He said, I'm upset at you for laughing at your friend. Your friend did it because he likes meat more than anything else. And I'm upset at you for making the bracha on the meat. You should have asked him. I'm older than you. Gemara says, in fact, both of these Tanoim were nifter that year. Gemara says, but don't prove from this story that there's a machlokes what the halacha is in regard to cooked cabbage, which is cooked vegetable. But it's possible to say that everybody holds that cooked cabbage is a shahaka. There's another question here. The machlokes between these two Tanoim was, when you have a situation, you have two foods in front of you. One, they both have the same bracha. The cabbage and the meat have the same bracha. But one you like more, you like the meat more, and one is more filling, the cabbage is more filling. Which one should you make the bracha on? The one to make the bracha on the meat, he held that you make a bracha on the one you love more, and the other one held that you should make the bracha on the one that fills you up more. One talks about garbidei lifta. These are turnip heads that are uncooked. When Buddha says it makes a difference how thin you cut it. If they're very large pieces, it remains the original form, and therefore you make ha'adama. If you cut them very thinly, then it loses its form and it's a shahaka. Rabbi says not true. When you cut them very thin, you're doing so because you want to take out the sweetness, you want to make it sweeter and better, and therefore, in both cases, it's ha'adama. Rav says if you have a dish made out of beets, and it doesn't have that much flour in it, you make a ha'adama. What about a turnip dish that you do put a lot of flour in it? Says the Gemara, you don't make a mezainis on it because the flour is there only to bind the ingredients together. The Gemara tells us that beet dish is really good for your heart, it's good for your eyesight, and it's good for your intestines. Says the Rabbi, provided that you put it on the stovetop and you cook it until you hear the sound of tuk tuk. You want to sound really smart, you ask your family a trick question. They're going to know it's a trick question. What bracha do you make on vegetable soup? Just the liquid that comes out of vegetable soup. No chicken, no other ingredients, just vegetable. And the halacha is that it's ha'adama. Exactly like the vegetable that it comes from. Not only that, the Gemara says, even dill, don't think that dill is there to remove foul odor, it's there to impart good flavor, as the Gemara brings, that once you put dill into liquid and it imparts its flavor, you're no longer over on eating truma if the dill is truma, and no longer is mekabel truma. We view the dill itself as just a piece of wood because it already imparted its flavor. So you see that it has flavor to impart. The Gemara brings a three-way machlokes. When do you cut bread? At what point of the bracha do you cut the bread? Rav Chia Barashi says that if you have a very tough piece of bread, you want to be able to eat it, so you soak it in water. By soaking it in water, you create a situation that it's as if it's cut, and you make the bracha afterwards. That means that Rav Chia Barashi holds that to make a bracha after the bread is completely cut. Rav Chia himself holds you should make the bracha, you should cut the bread at the end of the bracha. It's as if you made the bracha on a whole bread. Rabbi says that's not true. Since you cut it right before you finish the bracha, it says if you made the bracha on broken bread. Therefore, says Rabbi, and that's how we pass the halacha. You make the bracha, you cut the bread after you make the bracha. And that brings us to the base. What happens if you have in front of you a choice of two breads? One is a small, whole roll, let's say, and the other one is a large piece, but it's broken. The Tuna says, you make the bracha on the broken bread. It's more important, it's more fashion, and therefore, even though the other one is broken. The other one says, you make the bracha on the whole one. The Gemara brings that the Tana came and said, what you should do is, and the Gemara said, take both of them together. Take the broken one and put it under the whole one, and like this, the Yitzhak both Shitas, and Rabbi Yitzhak said, that's amazing. He asked the guy, what's your name? He said, my name is Shalom. He said, your Torah is whole Shalom, and you make Shalom between Rav Huna and Rabbi Yochanan. The Gemara says, this case of a broken bread and a whole bread is not similar to the case that we have in Truma, where the halacha is that if you have a large half an onion, which tastes better than a small whole onion, you should give the half onion as Truma. Everybody holds that. The machlokes is in a case where there's no tainer. If you designate, you put aside the half an onion, it's going to go to waste. So one man don't hold, set aside the whole smaller onion, and you says no, you always separate and designate the better one, the more kosher one, even if it will go to waste. If you have a broken piece of bread that's made out of wheat flour, and a whole bread that's made out of barley flour, the halacha is you make the bracha on the broken wheat, because wheat is more kosher than barley, and it says in the pasuk, Eretz Pito Sa'ira. Pito comes before barley. My Bereder Ravina is the one that said before, we mentioned before, that you can do both of them together, and therefore, on Pesach, Rav Papa says on Pesach, everybody holds that you take the broken matzah and you put it underneath the whole matzah, and that's how you make hamaitzi, because in Pesach, there's the concept of lechem poor man's bread. And when you do so, it shows as if you are breaking off from the broken piece of matzah, which poor people usually have broken bread. Rabbi Abba says that on Shabbos you need to have two chalas, lechem, and mishnah, and Rav Ashi saw that Rav Kahana cut only one out of the two bread. Rav Zera says, according to Rashi, Rav Zera would cut a very large piece of challah, and he said it doesn't look like a rapton, like a chazer, like a fresher, because everybody knows that during the weekday he would have a smaller piece. It was only the Kavod Shabbos that he made a large piece. Other Rishonim learned that Rav Zera cut both pieces, both challahs. Rabbi and Rav Asi, and this is the last halacha for today, when they would get challah for an eruv, they would make hamaitzi. If they had a choice of different challahs, they would use the eruv challah, because the eruv challah already had one mitzvah in it. It had the eruv in it. It's better to do two mitzvahs out of one challah than to use a challah that was never had a mitzvah done with it. Have a wonderful day.
I want to say I was 15, maybe. Clear at 86. I want to say I was like 15 or 16. I couldn't believe how funny it was. I was like, this is insane. He's talking about the Highlanders fucking each other in the ass. Jackie Gleason is fucking in the ass. I've been looking at him. Like, this is insane. How is this on TV?
Rocha is daf mem. If a person talks right after he says hamaitzi before he eats his bread, he must repeat the bracha again, unless he's saying things that are important to the bracha. Like he tells someone in his family, here, take a piece of challah from the bracha. What if he says, pass me the salt? That's machlokes. Where everyone says, that's not a hefsek. There's a shita that says, even if you say, we must make the food for our animal, that's also not a hefsek, because it's part of the bracha. It's also to eat food before you feed your own animal. You need to prepare yourself before you make hamaitzi. In other words, make sure that everybody has their salt and whatever they smear onto the bread. Otherwise, it can be a hefsek. Unless you're doing hamaitzi on a very good piece of bread that doesn't need salt, doesn't need any smear. After every meal, you should eat some salt. And after drinking beverages, you should have a little bit of water that prevents the bad breath and aspero, which is the worst disease in the time of the Gemara, at night. You drink a lot of water, a whole flask of water for every bread. In other words, your food floats in your stomach, so to speak. That prevents diseases of the intestine. If you eat lentils once every 30 days, that's really good to prevent aspero. And if you eat it every day, that prevents bad breath. If you eat mustard once every 30 days, that prevents diseases in general. And if you eat it every day, it's not very good. It weakens the heart. If you eat small fish like sardines, that prevents diseases of the intestines, and it causes the zera to be marba, and it heals the entire body. If one eats pizza, now one pshat in Rashi is fennel, but if he likes this pshat more, what we call in Hebrew pizza, it's this black seed. If you eat a lot of that, it prevents heartache. However, its smell is really bad. It's considered one of the 60 Samin Mavis, one of the 60 poisons. As you sleep next to it, the wind could push it into you and it could cause death. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yirmiyah's mother used to bake bread with ketzach, but she would remove it because of the bad odor. The Mishnah says, and we learned that previously, that Yehuda holds that when it comes to vegetables, you have to narrow it down a little bit more. So if you're eating greens, you have to say Baruch Mina B'Shai. Where did you get this concept from? Because the pasuk says Baruch Hashem Yom Yom. You don't have to bless Hashem at night. The answer is that every day, depending on the day, you have to give a Baruch bracha. So if it's Shabbos, you give a special Shabbos bracha or Yom Tov, special Yom Tov bracha. So too, when you eat fruits, different fruits require different brachas within the same category. You have to narrow it down. In vegetables, there's 3 categories. There's ha'adama, there's shayim for greens, and zerayim for seeds. Gemara says that His Baruch doesn't act like humans. Humans, when their vessel is full, they can't fill it up anymore. But His Baruch gave us a bracha that if we learn Torah, the more we learn, the more we retain. It says in the pasuk about Yomer in Shemaya Tishma. So another pshat is, if you chazer and you do chazara on learning, you will be able to retain more. It says in the Mishnah, if you say ha'adama, Baruch Adama on fruit, you are yotzeh. But if you say the opposite, you say Baruch on a vegetable, you're not yotzeh. Shahakol is a mighty everything. It's machlokes. When you bring Bikurim to Hashem, to this Hamikdash, you're supposed to say Ala Aretz Hashem Osatali, on the ground, on the land that you gave me. What happens if you had a disaster on your land? Your tree was chopped down, your stream disappeared. Do you still say it? The Rebbe says yes, you still say it, because the main part is the actual land, not so much the tree. The Rebbe holds is the land that we give the bracha, not the tree. It's a machlokes, a three machlokes. What exactly, from what tree did Adam HaRishon eat when he sinned? According to Rameir, it was the grapes, because all sins, humans sin because of wine. Ibn Nechemi says it's the fig, because the fig is what he dressed himself with afterwards. Other trees didn't want to give him any of these. It was the fig that tried to compensate on the averas that he did. And finally, Rabbi Yehuda holds it's wheat. It's the tree of wheat. In other words, wheat is a tree. He ate from the Eitz Hadas. It gave him seichel. A child only has seichel, can differentiate and call his mother, mother, father, father, after he has wheat. In other words, that's how he had das. And I would think that if you say ba'et on wheat, you are yotzeh. The answer is that wheat, although it might be a tree, but since it doesn't grow from you, once you pick it, that's it. So you don't say ba'et on wheat. Rav Huna says, if you say shahakol, you are yotzeh on everything besides wine and bread. And Rabbi Yochanan says shahakol will be mitzvah, even wine and bread. This is machlokes. Rabbi Yosi says if you change the words of the brachas of what Chachamim and Anshe Knesset Gdolim were misaken, you're not yotzeh. Or Rameir says if a person uses his own language and he says, "How beautiful is this fig?" Baruch Hamakon, blessed is HaKadosh Baruch Hu, says Rameir, he's yotzeh. But it's possible that if a person mentions fig, it's better than saying shahakol, because in shahakol is just a general bracha. On the other hand, it could be that shahakol is better than saying your own language, because shahakol is a bracha that chachamim were misaken. The Gemara tells us that there was a shepherd, his name was Binyamin, and by benching, instead of benching, he said, Baruch Rachmanim Moreh, the high rifta. Blessed is Hashem, the master of this bread. And Rab said he's yotzeh, the first part of Birkas Hamazon, the first bracha of Birkas Hamazon. Now we know that Birkas Hamazon is one of 5 things that you can say in any language. The Parsha of Saita, Vidui HaMaiser, Kriya Shema, Shema Nesri, and Birkas Hamazon are things you can say in any language. But I would think you could say it in any language when you translate it word for word. But in this case, he said his own words. Mashmalan did 2 things. Number 1 was in a different language, and number 2, it didn't even mimic the language that Chachamim instituted. Nevertheless, it's a good bracha.
Fuck that dude. Look at his face.
Rav says the most important thing in the bracha is mentioning Hashem's name. The Rebbe says you must mention Hashem's name, but you must mention the fact that he's a king.
If I was friends with that dude, I'd be like,
The Mishnah says anything that doesn't grow from the ground, the bracha is shahaka. Yehuda says something that is from a curse. We're going to describe what that is. You don't bench at all. You don't take any bracha. He also says in Yehuda that if there's different foods, and one of them is from the Shittas Aminim, you must make the bracha on the Shittas Aminim first, and according to Chachamim, it doesn't matter. So here's a list. You have meat, fish, chicken, eggs, cheese, and foods that got ruined, like bread that's moldy, wine that's no good anymore, or any hafshel that's no good, salt and salt water, and noidlis. What is noidlis? So we must say in our Mishnah that noidlis means dates that were sunburned. They were burned in the sun, and according to Yehuda, that's considered a curse. It was cursed, and therefore there's no bracha at all on it. There's a concept called noidlis tamara, and that is when it comes to the halachas of the Mai. Yavin Amaretz, we're not sure whether or not they took mice or not. You don't have to be maked and take mice again on something that's really cheap, like these dates that were burnt. So the machlek is whether it means dates that are burnt or dates that fell off the tree. Dates that fell off the tree should be hefker, and they are hefker. But over here, we're talking about we made a pile of them. They are goyred, and therefore they are banan. They are higher than meiser. Have a wonderful day.
And the way he talks about it is so entertaining. Yeah, no, because that's really what he wants to do.
And he's also crazy, right? Because he's unstoppable. So he fell off the cliff or whatever the fuck it was. I just talked to him in Vegas and he went through the song. And I said, how you doing? I said, you can still see like a little bit of
Bracha is daf mem aleph. We have in the Mishnah machlokes review the chachamim. If you have fruit in front of you, which one do you make a bracha on first? Is it the shivas haminim first, or is it chaviv first? The one you like more. Says what machlokes Amoraim. How to explain this machlokes? The machlokes says only when the brachas are the same. Both of them are right. So you have an apple and an olive. The olive is shivas haminim. The apple is what I like more. Which one do you make first? But if the brachas are different, you have ha'adoma and ha'etz. You have a carrot and an olive. You can make a bracha on the carrot if you like, according to anybody. Now, there is a brayso that says that if you eat a turnip and then you eat an olive, the turnip, the ha'adoma on the turnip is might see the olive that's ha'etz. And we must explain that the shot is because the turnip is very sharp. And the only reason you're eating the olive is to diffuse the very sharp taste. In other words, the olive is a tuffle to the turnip. And here's a big chiddush. Even though you're eating the tuffle not together with the turnip, nevertheless, since it comes because of the turnip, it's still considered a tuffle to the turnip. You don't make a bracha on it. Now there's a shita that says that the machlokes of Yehuda and Chachamim is even in the case when the brachas are not equal. Because we have a Rabbi Yosef who says that the pasuk that discusses the shivas haminim, Eretz, Chita, V'soira, V'gefen, V'kaina, V'rima. Eretz, Zeis, Shem, and Mifas, goes in a very specific order. Chita, wheat, the bracha comes before Sa'ira, barley. And you just go down the pasuk, whatever is first in the pasuk, the bracha comes before that thing. And therefore, that will tell us that anything that's in this pasuk comes before other vegetables as well. Hanan says that this pasuk is coming to tell us that these fruit of Eretz Yisrael all correspond to shiurim in the Torah. So, for instance, we start from the beginning. Chita, wheat. That is, if a person goes into a house of the Torah, holding his clothing and his shoes and his ring, they become tamei immediately. He becomes tamei immediately, and all his clothing comes from. But if he's wearing his clothing, he has to wait anywhere from 3 to 9 minutes. That's the shear of today achilas pras. A half a loaf of bread. A loaf of bread is 2 sudas. Half of bread is 4 beitzim, 1 suda. But the Gemara says it has to be in a special shear that's easy to eat. It has to be made out of wheat. So here you have the shear of wheat. You have to be leaning, and you have to have a dip. The next shear is soira. A bone the size of a barley is metama. That's from that person. You touch it, and if you lift it, but it's not metama the whole room, but oil. Geffen, wine, is a shear for Nazir. Another Nazir eats tarzanim, he eats the peel or the seeds of the grape, he eats a shear of a revis. How do you measure revis? With wine, wine is thicker than water, therefore more of it fits into the cup. Tehina is a fig, that's how much you have to take out into a different rishus and Shabbos, the size of a fig for food, that is the size of a fig. Remind a pomegranate, if you own a kli, you're not selling a kli because a kli wouldn't become tummy, would lose its susceptibility to tumah even if it has a small hole in it. But if you own a kli, you don't want to get rid of it until it has a giant hole the size of a pomegranate. And then it's no longer helpful. An olive, that's all, most of the shiurim of the Torah, such as Caleb, Dam, Pigel, and Neisar. And finally, Dvash, which is a date. That's the amount you have to eat on your kippur in order to be oil. And Rabbi Yosef was Mekulik. He says all these shiurim are just going to smash in the Torah. It's not a real meaning of the Torah. Question: you have in front of you a date and a pomegranate. Which one do you make a bracha on first? Now, if you go in the list of the Torah, the date is the last one in the 7 meaning. A pomegranate is number 5. So the Torah, a pomegranate should come before a date. Says the Gemara, Rav Hamnuna said no. A date comes before a pomegranate. Why? Because the pasuk is divided into 2 pieces. First eretz and second eretz. The date is the second one to the second eretz. The second one comes before the 5th one on the first eretz. And if Kissa heard this, he was extremely excited. He said, Rabbi should have metal feet so that I could serve you forever. A person made amaitzi, and then they brought him fruit. They brought him dates, figs, and grapes. According to the Rav Nachman, since it's not part of the Suda, you have to make a separate bracha on it. And Rav Samazon works to be mitzi those fruit. According to Rav Shimon, you need to make a new bracha afreina. Birkas Hamazon doesn't work. Why? Because Birkas Hamazon is only for something that satiated you. These fruits are just for sweetness, and therefore you have to make another bracha. And he adds, this is one of the scariest words in Shabbos. He says, the only thing that I could think of that doesn't require a bracha afreina is pas habab hisnim sanim. Rashi explains. Hisnim is toasted grain. Bread that comes at the end of the meal, toasted grain. Says Rashi, it's talking about after Birkas Hamazon, they bring toasted grain. In addition to they bring bread. And since that bread has so little flour, less than the kazai's flour, it has a lot of nuts and other stuff in it. Therefore, you don't have to make a bracha afreina. Taisvis argues with Rashi very strongly. Rabbi Chia says, bread patters all foods, and wine patters all vegetables. It says Rav Papa, halach l'mais, and he says 3 halachas. And I'm going to say how Rashi learns, but also how Taisvis learns, because we go by Taisvis, and that's what's brought down in Shulchan Aruch and in the things that come because of the Suda, in the middle of the Suda, don't need a bracha not beforehand and not after. It says Rashi, that's talking about anything that you dip your bread in. It says Taisvis, no, it's talking about meat and fish, and that's what we do today. We don't make a bracha on meat and fish because of this halacha. It comes agav the bread. You don't eat it with the bread, but because you have a suda with bread, you bring to the table fish and meat, and you don't have to make a bracha. Second halacha, if it doesn't come because of the suda, then you have to make a bracha beforehand, but not after. What does that mean? Says Rashi, it's not for a dip, it's to satiate yourself, such as eating cabbage or turnips. Taisvis says, no, it's talking about fruit, sweets, and Rashi would use this as the third element. Sweets, in other words, fruit, you don't come because of the bread, and therefore, you have to make a bracha before, but you yotze the Birkas Hamazon. And finally, the third element, anything that comes after suda, you have to make a bracha before and after. According to Rashi, it's fruit. And according to Taisvis, it means even meat and fish that come after you're done. You say, I'm finished eating. You didn't make Birkas Hamazon when you're done. You have to make another bracha, Rishayna, and that's right. And finally, last halacha for today. Ben Zoma says that when you make hamaitzi on bread, it's not maitzi the wine. Why is that? Because wine is special. Wine is goyim a bracha for itself, meaning There are times that you make a bracha on wine, you don't even want to drink the wine, but you have to make it on wine, such as Kiddush and Havdalah. Therefore, it's a very special bracha, and if you're not yotza through the bread,
That's how you got it.
wonderful.
You heard it on the radio. You went out and bought an album. And he sat there and looked at it. And the needle goes over the thing.
Yeah, weird. But the entertainment room was interesting because the record label had asked him to come up with a hit.
That's weird.
No, I don't know. I just watched. I remember exactly how it went down, but he said, yeah, they were saying they're gonna.
Bracha is Daf Mem Beis, continuing with the sugya of Pasa Baba Kisnim. Bread that comes together with kisnim, which is toasted grain. In other words, it's different type of bread. Rashi describes it as very heavy on the sweets, on nuts, very low on flour. That's why there's a manora that says you don't even make a birkas hamazon on it.
They don't care about you.
What bracha rishayna do you make on it? According to Rabbi Yehuda, you make hamaitzi. According to Shmuel, depends. If one is kivei suda on it, in other words, he eats 4 kibbetzim of it, then he would have to make hamaitzi. In fact, nowadays, if you eat any cake or whatever cookies and you eat 4 kibbetzim of it, you would also have to make hamaitzi on that cake and cookies. If you're not kivei suda, says Shmuel, then it's just in the zaynis. Rabbi Yehuda was at a chatzana that he made for his son, and they brought out kisnim. And he said, what's this tzitzi noise that I hear? In other words, he heard people say hamoitzi, and he wasn't happy with that. Shmuel said you could use lachmaniyot, which are isanim, for eruv kasher, and the question is why? It's not real bread, and the answer is if you convey a sud on it, then it's real bread. Now, what bracha do you make on it? According to Rav Huna, you do not make a birkas hamazon. So what do you make according to Rashi? It's a burn of koshes. According to Tosfos, it's salamichya. According to Rav Nachman, if other people establish a meal on it, then you make a birkas hamazon. The concept of Pesach Hadas, one decides he's no longer in a meal, even if he didn't make birkas hamazon, and they bring more food out, he has to make a new bracha. What's Pesach Hadas? There are 4 opinions. One opinion is once he decides the meal is over. The Papa says no. You have to remove all the food from the table, or actually move the table out of the way, according to another opinion. Rabbi was once at the Reish Golos, even though the meal was over, in his mind, he understood that the Reish Golos might bring out more food, and therefore there's no Pesach Hadas, and he didn't make a bracha on the additional food that came out afterwards. A third opinion is that if you wash your hands with oil, like you sanitize your hands, that signifies that it's the end of the meal for you. Anything that comes after that point, you have to make a new bracha. And finally, the fourth opinion, and that's the halacha, is that it's Maimach Kroinim that establishes the end of the meal. So once you wash your hands from Maimach Kroinim, then the meal is over. Even though you didn't bench, if you brought food after that point, you have to make a new bracha. The Gemara says that there are 4 kifos. There are 4 things that must happen immediately after you do the first thing. The first one is, if you lean your hands on the animal's head to do smicha, you must do the shechita that comes right after smicha immediately. Ula l'tfila, you say Gal Yisrael, you must have Shemon Esrei immediately. When you wash your hands, you make a bracha immediately. And finally, Abaye says, if you invite a Talmid Chacham to your house as a guest, you will immediately have a bracha. Says the Mishnah, there are 3 times during a meal that one will drink wine in the time of the Gemara. One was before the meal started, during the appetizer. One during the meal, and that was in order to soak the food in the stomach. And the third one was after the meal before Hamazon. Says the Mishnah, that if you make a bracha on the wine that comes during the appetizer before the meal, that's enough to pater the wine that comes after the meal before Birkas Hamazon. The same thing if you make a bracha on some sort of appetizer, that's enough for the appetizer during the meal as well. And this brings us Talmud Beis. The Gemara says that 1 cup of wine, a bracha on a cup of wine, is mighty the second cup of wine, provided that there's a kviyah suda there. In other words, it's Shabbos, it's Yontif, it's after bloodletting or after coming out of a bath. But if it's during the week, 1 cup of wine has nothing to do with the other cup of wine. You have to make a bracha on each and every cup of wine. In fact, if you're the type of person that doesn't really, should have to make a bracha on Shabbos also on the second cup of wine, he's nimlach. He didn't have in mind when he's drinking the first cup, he's actually going to have a second cup, and therefore you have to make a bracha on the second cup as well. The concept of making a bracha on what's the ikar and your mighty the tafel. So if you make a bracha on bread, you're mitzi to the parteres, which is like cake or snack, but not the opposite. If you make the bracha on the parteres, you're not mitzi the bread. By bread, in the time of the Gemara, when they ate the meal, like we know on the little Seder, they used to lay down on their beds, on their couches. If they were in a leaning position, then one person could be mitzi to everybody else. But if they're not leaning, they weren't kaveh suda, then one person cannot be mitzi to other people. And nowadays, as it says, it's different because we sit as if we're kaveh suda by sitting, not by leaning. During the suda, when you drink wine, it's the soap, the food, that has less of a chashivas than drinking wine for enjoyment. And therefore, there's a machlokes whether making a bracha on the wine that's there to soak food is the the more important one of after the meal when you're drinking for enough. When wine comes in the middle of the meal, everyone should make their own bracha. One should not be mitzi other people because they're busy swallowing and they're concerned that they might choke and they want to have kavanah to your bracha. If it comes after the meal, then one person makes a bracha for everybody else. The Mishnah says that only when they're all leaning, one could be mitzi everybody else, unless they planned initially to sit down and have the meal, and that is considered as they were keveya, they decided to do so. The Gemara says a story that after Rav was nifter, the Talmidim went to Rabbi, and they all decided, they got together and they said they're going to eat on the banks of Nahar Dagda. And when they got there, they weren't sure if that's considered to establish a suida. And they were very sad because they had nobody to ask. They felt like the Rebbe wasn't there anymore. Rabbi Adav Rahava got up and he turned his shirt around. The shirt that already had kriya on it, he flipped it around so he could perform another kriya because he was so sad that he had nobody to ask. The Gemara tells us that Eliyahu Navi came and he said, no, because there was a contradiction between the Mishnah and the Brisa, and we have to answer and say. The difference is, when people get together and they come up with an eitzah, and they decide they're going to sit down and establish a meal, that's enough because they're Suda and one can be mitzi everybody else. Have a wonderful day.
South Park's been around longer than anything ever that's still good. Like, how do they do it? I don't know. Brilliant. It's just weird that they're still so on top of it. They're so driven to like still push the boundaries and make it really funny. You know? And it's been going on since shit, how many years? Like the first video.
Bracha is Daf Mem Gimel. We learned in the Mishnah that everybody's gathered around and they're all leaning on the couches. One person can make the bracha for everybody else. Says the Gemara, that's talking about bread. But when it comes to wine, there's a machlokes. And there's two opinions what Rav said. The first lashon says, the Rav said, that when it comes to wine, if everybody's leaning, then one person can be mitzi everybody else. The second lashon in Rav is, it doesn't matter. Everybody could be leaning, it won't help. Everybody must make their own bracha. Everybody knows, as long as everybody's leaning, one person can be mitzi everybody else. How do we explain the Brisa? There's a wealthy person that invites many poor people as guests. And the guests start coming in and they sit down in the front room. And they're waiting for the rest of the guests to come in. And as they're waiting, he serves them wine and he tells them, wash one hand. Rashi says because of Tumah, as he says because of the covenant of bracha. And each one makes an individual bracha on the wine. The question is, according to the first opinion in Rav, why can't one person make a bracha for everybody? The answer is because they're all transitioning to the second room. And therefore, in this room, they're not considered kavua, they're not considered muzuman together, and each one should make their own bracha. So now, all the guests show up, and they transition into the second room, where they have beds, and everybody lays down, they do a seva, and they all wash both of their hands, because they're going to be eating bread. And now, one person makes bracha on the wine for everybody. The question is, according to the second opinion around, how could one person make a bracha for everybody? The answer is, since one person is making a bracha on bread for everybody, so Migui, that he's doing it for bread, will be mitzi other people for wine as well. It says in the Mishnah that the person who is honored in Zimun, he's the same person who's going to make the bracha on the summon and be mitzi everybody else. And it seems like there's another greater person than him in the room. Why is it that he's doing all these brachas? It's because he washed his hands first for my machrayim, so he gets to do zimun. And once he gets to do zimun, We say, finish the mitzvah, make the bracha on the son Mizrah. More tells the story that Rab was eating by Rebbe's house together with Rav Chisda, and Rebbe looked at Rab and said, go wash your hands. Rab started shaking, thought maybe he did something wrong. And Rav Chisda explained to no. Rebbe wants you to go wash your hands first. For my Machronim, like I said before, the one that washes first, he's the one that's honored in Zivit. Why do we make a bracha on smell? It's not a physical thing. Because the Gemara says the person calling a neshama to halal cup. What is it that a neshama benefits from that the rest of the body doesn't? The only thing is the good smell, and the pasuk says make a bracha. Rabbi Bar Yirmiyah says that just like when you're eating food, you eat bread, you say "Amaitzi" and then you put it in your mouth. Even before you eat and benefit, you say the bracha. So too when it comes to smell, you make the bracha before you actually smell. As long as it's going up in smoke, you can make that bracha. It says Rab, mugma, which is incense that you put on coals and it creates a nice fragrance in the smoke. The bracha is atzi b'samim. Besides mush, which in English is mus, which comes from animals, the bracha would be very related. The Brisa says differently. The Brisa says that the only thing they say atzi b'samim is a fire simon of Rabbi and Hadassah. Now, what bracha do you make on a fire simon? The oil of a fire simon? Don't bring a rag from Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda loved Eretz Yisrael, and therefore inserted in the bracha, Boirei Shemen Artzeinu, our land. Bracha is like Rabbi Yehuda who says, Boirei Shemen Artzeinu. The Gemara brings a list of things they say, Boirei Atze B'Samim. The Sharta, which is pastas, also known as Koish, which is one of the Samamonim of the Koish. Simlak is jasmine, Kufe Duma is spikenard, also one of the Koish, which is Chipoilis next. And Narkoi, which is garden roses, is all Atze B'Samim. What do you say? This Beit B'Samim, the Gemara brings an example of Sigle, which is violets. If you have a fruit that's edible but also has a very good smell, such as an esrog or a chavusha, which is a quince, and you make a special bracha, Nosan Reach Toiv Ba'Peretz. In Nisan, when trees start blooming and you see a blooming tree, what you say is, nothing is missing in this world. We don't need these beautiful trees. We can live without them. Why did he create these beautiful trees? It's nice by him and Adam to give us pleasure. Says Gemara, in the future when Chef comes, Achu Yisrael, young men will have the smell of Levana. Gemara says an amazing thing, that the Lord created the world in a way where everybody enjoys their job. Even a tanner enjoys the smell, gets used to the smell, even though it's a really bad smell. It says Gemara, similar to a mushel where a person puts a palm tree on the back of a pig and it's clean. The pig will find his way and roll into the mud. Even if this person, this tanner, finds another job, eventually will end up back tanning. If a person walks by himself at night, he might encounter a shade, and the shade could damage him, could harm him, and he won't see the shade. But if he holds a lamp in his hand, then it's as if he's walking with another person, it's as if there's two people. He might see the shade, but the shade won't harm him. If he's walking to the light of the moon, then it's as if there are three people there, and he won't even see the shade. The Bertman says it's better for a person to throw himself into a fire than to embarrass someone in public. We learn that from Palmer and Yehuda. The person is holding in his hand oil, it smells good, and hadas. According to Bishil, you make the bracha on hadas. According to Bisham, you make the bracha on shemen. When we know Bisham is right, because shemen accomplishes two things. You can smear it on your skin, and it also smells good. And Ramil says that Bisham is right. But what happened was, the Gemara says, Rav Papa passed him like Basil, and he said, but Rabbi Will said that looks like Bishama. Says Rav Papa, yeah, but I heard that from Rava that looks like Basil. Says Gemara, a very interesting thing. Rav Papa was embarrassed, so he made up a story that Rava passed him like Basil. A person has two things, oil and wine. Which one does he make a bracha on first? Bishama says you hold the oil in your hand, you make a bracha on oil, and Basil says you hold the wine in your right hand, you make a bracha on the wine. What do you do with the oil? You anoint your servant. But if your servant is a Talmid Chacham, don't put this good smelling oil on him, because Talmid Chacham should be careful not to go out with good smelling perfume. Gemara brings a list of things that Talmid Chacham should be careful. First of all, a Talmid Chacham should not go out into the marketplace smelling good, especially in a place where there's a shot of Mishra Zafar. And the Gemara says he shouldn't put on his clothing, he should put on his body to act as a deodorant. Whereas a Shaila Machlekes, what happens if you put it on his gear? Is it like clothing or putting on his body? Well, Talmid Chacham should not go out by himself at night because people will make rumors about it. Unless he has a chavrusa learning, people know that he's going there, and that's why he's out by himself. But Talmid Chacham should not have shoes that have 2 patches on them. It's not nice. And it's only if it's in a place that it's seen, and only if it's in the summer days, there's no mud outside, and only outside. Talmid Chacham should not be talking to a woman in the marketplace, even if that woman happens to be his wife, daughter, sister, and people don't know that they are related to him. And Talmid Chacham should not be in the company of an Amaretz, because that Amaretz might bring him down. And he should never be the last one in the Medrash, because people say that he's negligent, and he shouldn't walk very wide steps, because where it says every wide step takes 1/500th away from his eyesight, and if he does do so, he should make kiddush, and that will restore his eyesight. And finally, Talmid Chacham should not walk upright, because that's Gaiva, Korzak, and Baruch Hu have a wonderful
the crowd remembers him from the old show. Also, they have like 25,000 Instagram followers. That's 100. That's 150. Like these things start rolling. It's like, oh, you have a real pathway if you work hard. If you really fucking focus, really dial it in, really work on your material, really work on as many sets around town as you can. You might be able to do this for a living, and if you can, it's the greatest.
Bracha is Daf Mem Dalet. The Mishnah tells us that when you eat a main food and the secondary food as well, you make one bracha on the main food, and the secondary food is part from a bracha. 99% of the time when you eat bread, bread is the main food. The Mishnah tells us that there's an exception to the rule. These are extremely sweet fruit that are found in Eretz Yisrael. So when you eat them, they're so sweet you have to add salt to diminish the taste, and you eat a little bread with it. That bread is a tuffle, and you don't make a bracha on that bread. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Yochanan loved these fruit very much. And his Talmidim would bring him 1,000 of these fruits at a time. And he would eat them all, and he would swear that he's not even satiated. Rabbi, he would eat them until a fly that would land on his forehead would slide right off from the oil. Rabbi and Rabbi would eat so many of these that they would have hair loss. Their hair would simply fall out of their head. Rish Lakish would eat so many of them that he would become delirious, he would become shikker. Rabbi Yochanan had to call in the authorities to have them drive him home. The Gemara tells us about Eretz Yisrael. Yana had a city that had so many figs that he needed that many employees to pick the figs that they needed 600,000 bowls of tuna per week. Yana had a tree that had so many birds in it that he would take 3 times a month 40 saw of chicklings out of the tree. There was a city called GUINNESS that had 80 pairs of kohanim that married 80 twin kohanim girls. And the Gemara says it's so rare that it only happened once. The Rav Chizda's twin daughters, and he was a kohen, married 2 brothers who were Yisraelim, which were Rami Bar Chama and Ukva Bar Chama. A meal without salt is not considered a meal. A meal without soup is not considered a meal. Says the Mishnah. Gamliel holds that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you have to make a Birkas Hamazon. You have to bench. Why? Because the pasuk of Shivas Haminim comes 2 psukim before V'chalta v'savato v'irach, the pasuk about Birkas Hamazon. Chacham say yes, but there's a pasuk in between, and that separates them. And that says that when you eat Shivas Haminim, you only have to make Ala Michya. Gamliel says the pasuk in between comes to tell us that if you eat wheat, you don't bench on that. If you drink water because you're thirsty, Tarvin says you make a shahakal and you make a boirei nefashit. So we're going to see soon, there's a machlekes whether you make a bracha at all, bracha chreina on water. The ala michya on fruit is very similar to how we do it today. There are a few variations, very minor variations. We say shuratzis over here. The Gemara doesn't. And on the 5 minim of grain, we know there is Chodesh, finish of the bracha, Mekadesh Yisrael, there Rosh Kodashim. That's 2 things that we say. We say the same 2 things. We say 2 things in Al Michya. For instance, according to Rav Chizda, in Chutz La'aretz we say Ala Oretz Val Perisel, according to one letter. In other words, you're benching the fruit of Eretz Yisrael. And the Rebbe and the Eretz Yisrael would say ala peros in general. Rabbi Nachman said we flip that around. That in Chutz La'aretz you say ala peros, our food. We're not going to bench. You ate food here. We're not benching about the food in Eretz Yisrael. And Eretz Yisrael you say ala peros. Yehuda Rav Dima says that when it comes to vegetables and water, there's no bracha chorena. You don't make a burn of fashions. Rabbi Yitzchak says there is vegetables, but you don't make a bracha chorena on water. Or Rabbi says you do make a bracha chorena, a burn of fashions on water and on vegetables. The Mishnah Nida says there is a bracha. There are things that need a bracha beforehand, but not afterwards. According to Rav Papa, everything needs a bracha afterwards, even water. He must say that's referring to mitzvahs. You do mitzvah, you don't make a bracha when you're done. Although in Eretz Yisrael, they would make brachas when one would remove his tefillin and his tzitzis, they would say bracha. So we must say that according to the Man Omar, is referring to smell. When you smell something, you make a bracha beforehand, you don't make a bracha afterwards. Mar tells us that an egg is healthier than any other food. If it's lightly roasted, it's better than 3 dozen egg worth of flour. And if it's completely cooked, it's the best food in the world besides meat. Meat the same size of an egg would have the same nutrient value. Spleen, says the Gemara, is good for your teeth, but very bad for your intestines. What happens when you eat it? You should chew it and spit it out. Leek is bad for your teeth and bad for your intestines. What happens if you ate from it? You should swallow it. After bloodletting, you shouldn't eat raw vegetables. It causes the face to lose color. According to one lashon, raw vegetables, causes the person that eats them a lot of damage if you eat them within the first 4 hours of the day. Another lashon says that it causes damage to the person speaking to that person that ate it because of the foul odor. If you eat very small animals, in other words, animals that are supposed to grow a large size, and you eat an animal that's only 25% of its potential growth, it prevents a person from growing. Animals, live animals, bring life. So even if you eat a small fish, that brings life. If you eat from the throat area, which is where the life goes in when you breathe from, that brings life, that revitalizes the body. And Rabbi was makbid to eat from the place of the shvita. The Gemara tells us there are 6 things that are medicinal. And that is cabbage. And the Gemara says not only is cabbage good, is a good medicine, but it also satiates a person, beets, pennyroyal water, maw, a womb, and the diaphragm. Turnip is really bad for your health unless you eat it together with meat, according to one shita, according to another shita, unless you cook it really good. The one calls it eitzim, and another shita, which is rava. If you eat it together with wine, then it's actually good for you. And that's why Rabbi would tell his servants, you see turnips, don't ever ask me, just buy it, I would like to eat it. Have a wonderful day.
But he makes it so that even if someone is terrible for the first time, it's only a minute, and then you have Shane Gillis and whoever else next to him making fun of it for the next 15, 20 minutes. It's going to be fucking hilarious. And it's also, you get to see, like, oh, this is a crazy thing to do. Like, this idea, you're just going to stand up in front of people and talk.
Rocha is dafim hey, Ranu Peret. Moshe is talking about discussing when 3 people get together to eat bread, one of them leads the other in Zima. How do we know this from the pasuk? The person says, Gadlu Hashem iti. You two, my friends, should bless Hashem, iti together with me. That's a total of 3. Or, Kishem Hashem Ekra, I will call out Hashem's name. You guys, Havu Gadlu Lekenu. So together we have 3. The Mishnah says that there are some people that cannot be part of the Zima. These are people that are eating food that Shumas and Meisters weren't taken from them, or you weren't paid the Meister Sheni, or the waiter, he ate less than Kazayis, or a guy, but a Kusi is mitzvah. Women, halachically, can make their own zimun. Tanim, avodim can make their own zimun, but they're not mitzvah together with men. How much does a person have to eat in order to have a chiyuv to do zimun and have enough of a chiyuv to lead the 3 with zimun? Tanakama says Kizayis, and Yehuda says you must eat a kibetza. We live in the same pasuk, Gadol Hashem iti. that the person that answers Amen shouldn't answer louder than the Chazan himself. The pasuk says, "Moshe yidaber v'alikim yaneru b'kol." That the Baruch Hu said over that Aseret Hadinus to Moshe Rabbeinu, and Moshe Rabbeinu repeated over to Klal Yisrael. From here we learn, in the time of the Gemara, there's a Bal Kairei and a Metargimon, a person who repeated the words and translated them to the local language. The two, the Bal Kairei and the Metargimon, have to be on the same noise level. One should not be louder than the other. There's a fundamental machlokes in the Gemara. The Mishnah says that Zimun is with 3 people. How about 2 people? Can they elect to do Zimun? Rabbi Yochanan says no, and Rav says yes, they could do Zimun. Abaye says the minhag though today is when people know how to read, and you have 2 people, each one benches individually themselves. If there's a poor somebody that doesn't know how to read, then one could bench for the other. He could be mitzvah the second one because of the halacha of Shemaya Kaina. When you hear a bracha, it's as if you said that bracha. And the Gemara goes through a series of questions, asking questions on Rabbi Yochanan and Rav. In our mission, it says that 3 people get together to do Zimun, and not 2. That would be a question on Rav who says that 2 could do Zimun, and no answer. Our mission is talking about a chiyuv, and I was talking about a reshus. If you elect to do so, you can. And the Rabbi says that if 3 people get together to eat, one of them cannot run away and leave his 2 friends behind. It seems like if 2 people are eating, one could run away, and the answer is yes. When you have 3 people eating, then one can't run away because he created a chiyuv. By him running away, he's destroying that chiyuv. Very interesting halacha. You have 2 people, imagine, 2 people eating together, having a conversation, and there's a waiter. And the waiter plops down next to them and he sits down and eats. And it's not considered gaiva, and it's okay. Because we assume that those 2 people wanted to sit there so that they have a chiyuv for Zimun. The question is, according to Rav, 2 is enough. You don't need a 3rd one. And the answer is, 3 is better than 2 because 3 creates a real chiyuv, whereas 2 is just a lot. When you have a real chiyuv, when you're mechuyev to do the mitzvah is greater. As we said, women can do Zimun by themselves, but they should not use an eved to be mitzaref an eved, and Ktanim can do Zimun by themselves. They can't use an eved because of promiscuity. It seems like that even 100 women have the same halachic chiyuv as 2 men, and it says the women are mechuyev. So you see that 2 men are chayiv. So the Gemara is not true. Women have a greater chiyuv. 3 women have a greater chiyuv than 2 men because of the pasuk of God Hashem eat. When you have 3, that creates a chiyuv. They are considered deyas. The Gemara calls it. And now the Gemara says that if you have 3 people that were eating and one ran away, you're allowed to scream out to him so that he turns around and he answers you from a distance. However, when you have 10 people and one ran away, you cannot scream out to him so that he turns around and answers from a distance. Rather, you have to call him back because you're saying Hashem's name. And therefore, it's not proper for him to answer from a distance. Rabbi says that if 3 people are eating together, it's not polite, it's not their cheret. So if one of them finishes eating and says, "Hey, I'm done, can you please answer me?" Because it's 1 against 2. But if 2 finish eating, then it's okay for them to ask the 3rd one to stop and answer them. But not only does he have to stop and answer, he has to stop and wait until they are finished with the first bracha of Birkas Hamazon, Hazar Sakol. The Lord tells us that there were 3 Amorai, Yehuda bar Meremar, Mar bar Ravashi, and Rav Achim Edifni. And they all sitting together and eating, and they said, we're all on the same level in learning and in Galus, so who's going to lead us in Zimun? There's no one greater than the other. Therefore, they decided just to bench on their own and not to do Zimun. Meremar heard about this and he wasn't happy. He said, "You weren't yotzei to the mitzvah of Zimun. You yotzei to the mitzvah of Birkas Hamazon. And to go back and do Zimun retroactive doesn't work." Here's the halacha l'maisa. You walk into a meal on Shabbos and people are about to start benching. What do you say? You can't say Baruch Shachal because you didn't eat with them. So what do you say? The Gemara says you answer Baruch U'Mevarach. And Tosfos brings the Bahag, and it's brought down in Shulchan Aruch, the halacha, minus the word who, that you answer Baruch U'Mevarach Shemai Hamid Lo'elam Baruch. And if there's 10 people, you walk into a Shever Brachos, and there's 10 people about to start Zimun, you say Baruch Eloheinu U'Mevarach Shemai Hamid Lo'elam Baruch. What if you walk in when they're already at the end of Zimun? So there you just say the word Amen. The Gemara says that only the bracha of Bnei Yerushalayim you say Amen on your own bracha. Bnei Beracham of Yerushalayim Amen, or according to the Goyim you say Bnei Yerushalayim Amen. But other brachas, that's ignite. Rashi points out, and that's how the Sfardim do, in the series of brachas, the last bracha you could answer Amen for yourself. So the last bracha, Halo, so you'd say Amen, or after you can say Amen, places are using Rashi.
Well, I know it's different if I
Like this Amen in Bnei Yerushalayim, you say it out loud or you say it quiet.
it's a great laugh. Somebody next I
Abaya would be might see his employees with drinks on mouth, and when he got to Bnei Yerushalayim, he would scream out Amen to indicate to them that their time is up and they must go back to work and they shouldn't bench the fourth bracha, which is only the Rabbanan. Rav Ashi, on the other hand, held that the fourth bracha is the Rabbanan, and if you say it aloud, it will come to a zilzul. People won't treat it respectfully, and therefore he said the Amen wisely. Have a wonderful day.
This has got this beautiful woman on it. This big, beautiful hot chick, and it says, "Meet me at the pool." So I put it up on the big screen. I said, "This is my favorite billboard. Look at this. Meet me at the pool." This hot girl. And I said, "When you get there," and it changes to a gay billboard. There's like 75,000 dudes in it. And it's a great picture. So I did it last night. Got a laugh, but not like.
Bracha is that memvav. Who is Moitzi everybody with Hamaitzi and Chas T'chala to host the Baal Bayis? The Gemara tells us that Reb Zera was very sick, and Ravo accepted upon himself that if Reb Zera has refuah shleima, will be healed, he'll throw him a huge party. The Gemara says that he used to call Reb Zera the short, burnt one. His legs were burnt. Reb Zera would test himself out once a month, put himself in an oven, and see if he would be burnt, like he would be burning ahead of him. 1 month, there was an ayin hara, and in fact, his feet got burnt. Reb Zera had a full recovery. They threw him a big party. Ravo says, "I want you to cut the bread." And you might say, everybody, Reb Zera says, "No, the Baal Bayis has to do it." So he said, "Okay, but I want you to do the zamen, Yudas with Zimun." So Reb Zera, "No, I hold that the person that cuts the bread, he's the person who does Zimun." The Rebbe holds that the Baal Bayis cuts the bread. That's true. But Zimun, the guest should do Zimun. Why? Because the guest will give a bracha to the host and will say Yiratz. The famous Yiratz in Shelo Yevash Baal Bayis has the owner shouldn't have any embarrassment, not in this world and not in the world of the Merv Yosef has. Yisach Moed L'chol Chassid. You L'chasim Utzlachim Kroivim Le'ir. You L'chasim L'chasein was all Kroivim. Vayish L'tzach L'lev Masi Yodav L'lev Masi Yodenu Vayizdaka L'lev Tzanuk L'lefanenu Shum Vayiru Chet V'Aver V'Avayin Me'atav Yavim. According to Rav Nachman, Zimun is like what we do today. You see Rabbi Simon Berei, and when you finish, you start Baruch Atah Hashem, Hazanis Olam Kulev Tuvay. According to Rav Sheshes, and this is only according to Rashi, it's incredible. Sheshes holds that Hazanis Olam Kulev Tuvay is part of Zimun. That is, if you're not benching with 3 people, you're just benching by yourself, you don't say Hazanis Olam Kulev Tuvay. You just start. That's where benching starts. It's unbelievable. Places in Rashi.
God, it's so cold in here.
Same thing would be, let's say 3 people are benching together, and they asked one of them to stop eating because 2 have to go. The one that stopped eating and he continues eating later on by himself is a machlokes. Where does he start from? According to Chachamim, that's the halacha. According to Rashi, he will start from Neidet because he's all by himself. According to Abaya, he goes back. He says, 2 brises that seem to contradict each other. How do we explain these brises according to Rav Nachman and according to Rav Sheshes? One brise says that sometimes benching is only 2 brachas and sometimes it's 3. The second brise says sometimes benching is 3 brachas and sometimes it's 4. According to Rav Nachman, we can explain that the first brise is referring to workers. The workers, they say Bnei Yerushalayim as part of Al Ha'aretz V'Al Mizrach. So that's 2 brachas are actually 1. So if it's only 2 people, they only have 2 brachas. They have Hazanis Olam and they have Ha'aretz. If they're benching the Zimun, you add 1 more because the Zimun is considered a bracha. The second brayso Rav Nachman would say is talking about regular people. And regular people say Bnei Yerushalayim, that's a bracha. So either you have 3 brachas when you're benching just by yourself, or 4 brachas if you add Zimun to it. According to Rav Sheshes, Zimun goes all the way through Hazanis Olam Kulev Tuvay, all the way to Neidet. Therefore, the machlokes between the brises is whether or not the final bracha of Atayva Meitiv is the Rabbanon D'Oraisa. We took it for granted up until this point that it's the Rabbanon. There's a Madama that says the D'Oraisa. And therefore, the first brisa holds that it's the Rabbanon. So if 2 people are benching, you have only 2 brachas. Because you only start by Neidet. And if it's 3 people benching, you add to that the Zimun, that's the third bracha. And if you hold, like the second brisa, that Atayva Meitiv is the D'Oraisa, so now you add to everything a 4th bracha of Atayva Meitiv. More proofs, 3 proofs that Atayva Meitiv is the Rabbanon. One proof is from the fact
best way
that workers could skip Atay V'Ameitiv. They have to skip Atay V'Ameitiv. In other words, it's the Rabbi. Another proof is that Atay V'Ameitiv starts with Baruch Hashem, but doesn't end with a bracha. And if it was part of benching, it was part of the Eraisa, it's called a bracha. It's a bracha that's next to its friends, and it should not start with Baruch. Because the rule is, only brachas that start with Baruch are short brachas like brachas haperis on food, or brachas on mitzvahs. A few exceptions to the rule. Bracha of Kriya Shema, for instance, Emes V'Yatziv starts without a Baruch, but ends with a Baruch.
How do you even come up with ideas? Like, what do you do? Do you like sit down with like a
Now,
whiteboard?
another idea is that in the Abel's house, you don't say Atay V'Ameitiv according to Rabbi. And that will prove that it's not a Doiraisa. The Gemara says in Marzutra went to the Beis Abel, he went to be Menachem Abel, and this is La'alach, that in benching, you say, okay, Lavin Makino Adirin Barim Galin Yishenu, etc., until you get to Gemalam. You say Atay V'Ameitiv, and then you say, Kail Emes, Dayan Emes, Shofet B'Tzedek. He judges with truth and with tzedek. He rules the world. Last as he wishes. He says, we always have to bend for everything. He knows how to mend the holes in Israel when we have a loss. You should mend this spirit to be Israel. Mor tells us an interesting conversation that the Rishgolos had with Rav Sheshes. He tells them the Rishgolos, the Parsi, the Persians, they know how to have dinner etiquette. In fact, when a very important person comes in, he would sit down first. He would lean, lay down and lean, and the second to him would lean right above his head. In other words, there was an issue here. The important person, if he wanted to converse with the second in command, he would have to sit up and turn his body. And that's not proper for an important person. But the Parsi, they knew sign language. They would go like this with their hands, and the person behind them would understand them. My Rishonim, they would start from the most important person, and they would bring the small little table immediately, so you didn't have to worry about keeping his hands clean. My Machronim would start from the least important person, but they would keep the table in front of the important person, so we'd have what to do. Rav Sheshes says, I don't know anything about Persians. I know about Brises. And in the Brisa, it says, yes, that the most important person sits down first. However, the second to him sits below him, so that the important person can converse with him without straining his neck. The third important person sits, well, if there's three people, so now you reverse. Now you put the second person above him and the third person below him. Because Rashi explains it's better and it looks more chashuv when the important person has to strain his neck for somebody more important. Therefore, let him strain his neck for the second in command rather than the third. How do you do? My Rishonim, yes, we start with the most important person. But my Machronim is different. My Machronim, you start, if there's 5 people left, and the fifth one, he's the most important person. He's the one that starts with my Machronim, and he's the one that does Zima. However, if there's a lot of people, 100 people, you start from the least important person until you work your way up to 95 people later, until you have 5 people left. And if 5 people left, then the most important person washes his hands by Machronim, and he does Zimon. Have a wonderful day.
In the 90s, you'll remember some of these. Then I do like the ice tray that has a level, and it's great. The biggest laugh comes when I go, Africa doesn't know what a fucking ice tray is. That gets the biggest laugh. This woman is an ice tray. But the thing's so funny. They're like, I get this clever. And people still have ice trays. Well, if you live in like a trailer. No, regular house, like an ice tray.
Rabbi Diamond is saying, we all know that you're supposed to honor and give covet to Talmud Chacham. The Gemara says a few exceptions to the rule. When you're on the highway traveling, you don't have to let Talmud Chacham go in front of you, nor do you have to let him go in front of you when you get to a bridge. Or if you're in line for my Machronim, you don't have to let Talmud Chacham go in front of you. The Gemara tells you a story. Rabbi's donkey was overtaking Abayi's donkey on the way, and Abayi's thinking to himself, look at this. He comes from Eretz Yisrael, he's driving like an Israeli. What kind of chutzpah doesn't give me cover? Yet when he got to the shul, Rabbi tells Abayi here, Mar, go in front of me. Abayi tells him, now all of a sudden you give me cover? Says Rabbi, I hold like Rabbi Yochanan, you only give honor when you get to a doorway that typically has a mezuzah. Yes, if it doesn't, but typically it would have a mezuzah. But Yehuda said in the name of a Rav, that when people are sitting around and eating, you don't eat until the person that cuts the bread eats. Rav Safar screamed out, that's not what he said. He said until the person that cuts the bread tastes. Now, tasting and eating are the same thing. The Gemara teaches us that when you repeat something in the name of your Rebbe, you should say it exactly the same words that your Rebbe used. The Gemara teaches us proper dinner etiquette. If two people are sitting around the table and eating and one of them gets up to get a drink, the second person should wait patiently until the first person gets back from his drink. But if you have three people and one gets up to get a drink, the two don't have to wait for the one. The person that cuts the bread, he should start the meal, he should dip into the dips first, unless he wants to honor somebody that's greater than him. Halacha l'maisa, when you cut your chal on Shabbos, do not start cutting until everybody says Amen. Now you don't have to wait for somebody who's saying an exceptionally long Amen, but it's not proper to say an exceptionally long Amen. The Gemara teaches us there's Amen Yisayma, Amen Chatufa, and Amen Kitufa. Amen Yisayma is where somebody says Amen without even hearing the bracha of the source. He says Amen because the people around him are saying Amen. Chatufa is that you don't say a chametz under the aleph, you say a shva under the aleph. So you don't say Amen, you say Imei. Ketufa is you don't pronounce the nun at the end of the word, you say Amei instead of Amen. All these three things can cause a person to lose life. Yet if a person prolongs his Amen, says it properly, that will actually give him additional days. Arichas Namen. A person should not say a bracha as if it's a burden he's trying to get over with. He should say the word nicely and slowly. Rav holds that two people are eating and they're basically done eating, and a third person comes along and joins them. He cannot join for Zimot. Shmuel holds that as long as the dessert would come out, he's eating the dessert meal is still going on, and that third person is inspired for Zimot. Rabbi says, who's Nizamen, the Ikir should have seen the main person of the meal, meaning the person who's there from the beginning. La'alav Baskin, that it's the most important person, the most prominent person, even though he came in the middle of the meal as long as he ate some bread. The Gemara tells us that the list that we had in the midst of different food that people were eating, that some of them are mitzvah for Zimot, some of them you're not mitzvah for Zimot, you can't take the list at face value. It says that the person eats my part of the Zimot. Now, the Mai must change happens to be part of the Zimot. The Gemara tells us because the Mai is a mutter for a funny person to be considered a poor person at any given moment, as long as he is master all his belongings, and will become poor instantaneously. Therefore, it's not the end of the world if a person eats money to be stuck. Now it says that if you give Meiser to a lady, you give him 10% of all your fruit, and the lady took 10% of this 10% and gave it to her, that fruit, and he ate from that, he could be stopped. What's the big deal? The answer is because the Yisrael never took the step one. He wouldn't have order he gave the Levi before he took Tumah Gdola, the 2%. And the Chiddush is that the Levi is not responsible for that Yisrael 2%. All the Levi has to give is 10% of what he received. What about Meiser Sheni? What's the big Chiddush thing? If somebody eats Meiser Sheni that was redeemed properly, that he could even start. The answer is because it wasn't redeemed properly. There's another step. You have to redeem it for face value, plus add an additional 25% or 20% depends on the government bar. And he didn't do so. And the Chiddush is that even though he didn't take the payment, he still didn't start. What's the big Chiddush that a waiter can even start if he ate a full kizayis? The answer is because the waiter typically doesn't sit down and spit his food. He's walking back and forth, and he's standing, nevertheless, to be part of the meal. Now, why could we even start the kusi? Why is he any better than Amaretz? Gemara says Amaretz is not part of the zim. The answer is because we're talking about a kusi that's Amaretz. Or we're talking about an Amaretz that doesn't take from some Meishus. That's why he's not mitzvah. But the kusi, since the Meishus are in the Torah, kusim are marked on all their rices. Not only that, they are more marked on their rices than Yisraelim. So therefore, I can mitzvah. What's the definition of Amaretz? Gemara brings a whole bunch of shittas. One of them is that it's a person who doesn't say Krishma in the morning and the evening, or a person that doesn't wear tefillah, a person that doesn't wear tzitz, a person that doesn't put up a mezuzah, a person who has children and doesn't teach them Torah. Finally, the Gemara says the halacha is even a person who is very learned, if he doesn't serve something to come, he's considered an Amaretz. But it says that in our days we are mitzvah these Amaretzim, because otherwise they'll go off and make their own religion. One does an amazing story. Rabbi Bar Chama did not allow Rabbi Nasser Bar Tachlifa to be part of the Zim. because he held the Menashe that people didn't serve him with Chachamim, even though he himself was a Talmud Chacham. Rabbi says that's why Rabbi Chachamim died. He wasn't tired with Menashe. The question is, but why? If he didn't serve them with Chachamim, he shouldn't be part of the Zimun. The answer is because Menashe people did serve them with Chachamim. Rabbi Chachamim just didn't know that. The other side is that he didn't serve them with Chachamim, but he was a Talmud Chacham. He listened to Torah and he repeated it in the Kazru, and that was enough for Menashe people. This tells us that if you eat Tevel, you cannot be inspired. What's the big Kiddush in that? It's also a key Tevel. The answer is because we're talking about Tevel D'Rabbanan, we're talking about food that grew in a planter that didn't have holes facing the ground and didn't nourish from the ground. And look at people in the right, it's only us in D'Rabbanan. If you don't take Ma'aser Sheni, of course, you can't be inspired to Zimun. The answer is you did take Ma'aser Sheni, but you took with the wrong coins. You took with flat coins that don't have any depiction on them. Of course, a guy cannot be mitzvah, and the answer is we're talking about a guy that went through half the fast of Garrett. That's a milah, but didn't do tefillah. So this shows he's still considered a complete guy. Even though he cannot be mitzvah, he's cotton for Zimon, yet there's a tremendous kiddush. You have 9 people, you could use a cotton as a tent, even if he's a teeny small child, infant, a day old in his crib. The Shema lady says they could be mitzvah as a tent, a slave. The question is, if that's the case, why didn't Eliezer feel the need to free a slave in order to create a mini? He had 9 people, and in order to get a tent, he freed a slave. Why didn't he just leave inside the slave? The answer is, because he already used one of the slaves as the knife, and he used the second slave, he had to free the second slave. You can't use 2 slaves. And how could you do that even though it's not better? The answer is because it's a mitzvah for the community, and therefore you're allowed to free yourself. If a person gets up early, when it comes to shul, he's one of the 10 first people in shul, he gets the same amount of schar as everybody else gets. Very interesting halacha. If 9 people look like they are 10, they are considered a minion, whether they're together or they're spread out. And finally, two Talmidei Chachamim that are learning together, the halachas that they're learning act as a third, and they create a zimun. Have a wonderful day.
This guy's just talking. I was looking around the theater. I'll never forget this, man. And there was people just going like this, just throwing their body up and down while they're laughing, holding their body like, oh my God, just dying laughing. I was like, this is incredible. He's just talking. It's incredible how funny this is. That's groundbreaking. Special. Yeah, when you're 15, you're like, no way. You're like, insane.
Bracha is Daf Mem Ches. Gemara says the Maskana that a young child who understands who you make a bracha to be mitzvah, to Zimun, to be one of the 3 people in Zimun. Gemara tells us the Rabbi asked very young Abaye and Rabbi, when they were extremely young children, who do you make a bracha to? And they both said Hashem. They said, and where does Hashem live? Rabbi pointed up to the ceiling, and Abaye went outside and pointed up to the sky. And Rabbi declared, he said, since these are very, very young children and they understood this concept by themselves, it means that they are going to be big Rabbanim. The Gemara says, Putzin mikatvi yediyah. You can tell on a very small pumpkin, when the sap goes in, you can tell which one is going to be a good pumpkin. In halacha, if you have 7 people that eat bread and 3 people that eat vegetables, you have a tziruf of 10 people for zimun. If zero is misupot, what about 6 people that eat bread and 4 people that eat vegetables? Is that a tziruf as well? You need a majority that's obvious. Gemara tells us that after Yani HaMelech killed all the Chachamim, he realized that he doesn't know how to do benching by himself and he needs somebody to help him. So he asked his wife for help. She said, yes, I hid one who happens to be my own brother, and if you promise you're not going to harm him, I'll pull him out and he'll help us. So she brought him to the table, and Yana gave him a lot of honor, and he sat him between himself and his wife. And he said, look at all this honor I'm giving you. And Shimon Meshedach said, no, it's the Torah that gives me honor. And Yana says, look at him. He's being a chutzah. He's being murdered the malchus. Okay, bench. He says, how could I bench if I didn't eat the meal with you? I can't say shalchal l'shalai. Therefore, he took a cup of wine and he drank it in order to be mishtatek in the meal. And then they gave him another cup of wine. The Gemara says that's not la'alach. Since in order to be mighty other people, as Shimon Meshedach was going to do, he's going to say the entire benching. To be mighty Yana, you need to eat bread. It's not good enough to drink wine. But to be one of the 3 of Zimun, it's enough to even eat a leaf of a vegetable. Says the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu was the one that instituted the first bracha of Birkas Hamazon, Hazon Tzedakah. And he did that when Klal Yisrael received the Mazon. Yeshua, when they went into Eretz Yisrael, he made the bracha ala Aretz ala Mazon, about Eretz Yisrael. David and Shlomo made the bracha of Bnei Yisraelim. David made the part of Al Yisrael and Becha by Yisraelim Recha. And later on, when Shlomo HaMelech built the Beis HaMikdash, he said Al Abayis HaGadol VaHaKadosh. Hatay VaMeitiv, it was the Rabbanon when the Harugei Beitar, the many victims, millions of victims from Beitar weren't buried for many years, as Yerushalmi says at the end of Kindness. And when they were finally able to be buried, there was tremendous snakes, and there was no smell, and the bodies were whole. And Chacham made a bracha at Toiv that there was no smell of Hametiv, that we were able to bury them. So we have 4 brachas in Birkas Hamazon: Hazon, Al Aretz, Bnei Yisraelim, and Toiv HaMeitiv. And on Shabbos we add Kedusha Shabbos, would say, insert that in the middle of the bracha. According to Rabbi Eliezer, you could insert, would say, anywhere you want, as long as you don't insert it in the beginning of mentioning the first bracha. L'chatchila you could do so. You could put, would say, in the middle of Bnei Yisraelim, in the middle of Toiv HaMeitiv. According to the Tan Kama, you could l'chatchila, you should say it in Rachem. However, if you forget to say Ritzei by Rachem, you can say it later on in bench. According to Chachamim, once you forget to say Ritzei no Rachem, you must repeat the entire Birkas Hamazon. Says the Gemara according to Woman Omar, the Ochalta v'Savata teaches us that you have to be Mizamen, and that's the Raisa. Es Hashem Elokecha is the source for the first bracha of Hazon. Ala Aretz is the bracha of Eretz. HaToiva is Bnei Yisraelim. Asher Nas Allah is a source for HaToiva HaMeitiv. The Gemara says, and how do I know they have to make a bracha before you eat? If you make a bracha when you're satiated, certainly when you are starving. Rabbi says you don't need a Kavachaim. You actually learn out from the pasuk. Because the concept of Zimun, I don't need to use the word V'chalta v'Savata. That I can learn from God L'Hashem Iti. Therefore, it's extra. V'chalta v'Savata will teach us the first bracha has done. That Meitiv is only Midrabanan. And how do I know beforehand? The bracha beforehand. Asher Nas Allah means when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gives you the food before you eat it, you should already bench Hashem. The reason says I can learn out from another person. It says, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu bless your bread. Don't read it, you blessed, but you should read it, Uvarech, and you shall bless. In other words, in the bread state, you should make a bracha. The Gemara tells us the story that Shaul went to look for his father's donkeys, and he couldn't find them, so he asked for Shmuel, and he figured maybe Shmuel could help him out. So he asked some young girls, where's Shmuel? And the Torah tells us a very long arichos. It said, you better go quickly, he's at the outskirts of the city, he's about to bring Shlomim on a bama, and before he brings it, he says a bracha, there's a vachta, then he gives it out, on and on. So the first thing we see for our sugya is that you have to make a bracha before you eat. But why did they talk so much? He asked a specific question where Shmuel was, and the Gemara says 3 answers. Either because women like to talk a lot, or because Shaul, it says, Mishikmei v'mala, he was taller than everybody, he was more beautiful than everybody. And the women, the girls, wanted to gaze at his beauty, so they spoke to him for long. And the third shot Rabbi says is that one kingdom cannot go into another kingdom even for a millisecond. And Shmuel was the ruler of Klal Yisrael, and he had to give over the ruling to Shaul, but the time didn't come yet. So therefore they had to speak to him for that time to arrive. The Gemara says if you make a bracha on food, which just gives you sustenance in this world, so certainly you should make a bracha on Torah, which gives you sustenance in Olam Haba. Shmuel says it's actually possible. It says and in Torah it also says the concept of Nasan Nesina Ve'etna Lacha is Luchos Leven. So therefore I learned the concept of bracha. You make a bracha when you learn Torah. Remember it says Asher Nasan I learned from there that just like I make a bracha on the good, whatever HaKadosh Baruch Hu throws my way, Asher Nasan even if it's bad, I have to make a bracha. And another shot, Ha-Toiva, broken down to 2 words, Toiva and Ha-Toiva. The word Toiva means Torah. Ha-Toiva is the rebuilding of Yerushalayim, wonderful.
But it's like if you have muscles, you're on steroids. If you're skinny, you're on something. Can anyone be happy with anybody just looking God, you look good. What are you on? No, I'm not nothing.
The only time you're going to find people that are happy when you're
Roughly
doing
got
good
from for continuing with Hilchas Birkus Hamazon. There are certain words that must be inserted in Birkus Hamazon, otherwise you're not dancing Birkus Hamazon. According to the Ledger, you must say Eretz Chemdel Toiva, and you must say Umachish B'David. If you don't, you're not Yoitza. According to Nachman Zaken, you must say the word Bris. According to Yoitza, you must say the word Torah. Flamer says, and by the way, you must say Bris before Torah, because when the Torah talks about Bris, it mentions the word Bris 13 times, whereas Torah only 3 times. The Bible says that the bracha ala haaretz starts with Noizeh L'Chla Hashem. We thank you, Hashem. You must insert that, and in addition to that, you must say Moigel Anachullah. But if a person doesn't even say one Eidah, he's Meguna.
Also, some people, it's
Machlokes in the Gemara, when you say Rachim al Yisrael Amecha by Yerushalayim Yerecha, how do you finish off the bracha? We finish it off. What if a person wants to finish it off like he started? According to one man, the Omar, that's considered an Amara, it's a poor. With Rabbi Yehuda, but actually finish it off. The word tells us Rabbi Huna would start one out of the two. You wouldn't say Yisrael Amecha by Yerushalayim. You say either Yisrael or Yerushalayim. However, in the Chasino, we said B'nai Yerushalayim, you'd say B'nai Yerushalayim, U'Mashiach Yisrael, you'd say two. Where it says, but Rabbi holds that when you finish a bracha, you never talk about two things. Because that shows that you're trying to get rid of two mitzvahs in one shot. Where it says, but what do you do with ala aretz ala peretz? Where it's explained, it's the land that brings out fruit. Ala aretz ala mazon, it's the land that brings out sustenance. What about its answer? It says, Mekadesh Yisrael Vazmanim. Over there, it's not Yisrael Vazmanim, it's Klai Yisrael that are Mekadesh Vazmanim, or Klai Yisrael that's Mekadesh Vazmanim. The only issue that the Gemara has is what do we do when Shabbos and Yom Tov fall out of the same day? So we say, Mekadesh HaShabbos Yisrael Vazmanim. How do you explain that? Says the Gemara, that must be referring to Hakadosh Baruch Hu, who's Mekadesh all things, Mekadesh Shabbos, Klai Yisrael, and Yom Tov. So this is dependent. If you start Rachim just talking about Klai Yisrael, then you finish it off with Moshiach Yisrael. Otherwise, you finish it off with B'nai Yisrael. The Nachman says, regardless how you start off Rachim, you always finish it out only with B'nai Yisrael like we do today. Mar tells us a very interesting story. Rabbi Zeri tells Rav Chisda, come, let's learn, teach us some Gemara. He says, Rav Chisda, how can I teach you Gemara when I don't even know how to bench? He says, what do you mean? He says, I was in the Rosh Baruch's house, and I benched, and Rav Sheshes jumped up like a snake, wanted to attack me. He was really upset. Why? Because I forgot to say Bris, Torah, and Malchus. He said, why? Why do you do that? He says, because Rav said you don't have to say it. If you don't say it, you guys say it. But all the Tanaim Amoraim say you should say Bris, Malchus, Torah. Why pass me like Rav? The Gemara tells us, if you hold that the fourth bracha benching Chateva Meitiv is the Raisa, there's no need to mention Malchus kingdom. You don't have to say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech. You don't have to. But you hold that it's the Rabbanon that insert the word Melech. Says Reb Zera, since you're already inserting the word Melech into the fourth bracha, you might as well say it twice in the fourth bracha. Once for B'nai Yerushalayim, that's not mentioned. And why do you have to say that? Because in B'nai Yerushalayim we talk about the Malchus of David, the kingdom of David, and there's no mention at all of the Malchus of his Baruch. That's not appropriate. So say it twice in the fourth bracha to make up for the third bracha. Says Rav Papa, if you're already making up and you're keeping in Malchus, you might as well say it 3 times in B'nai Yerushalayim. That's what we do. And an additional one for the bracha of Aretz. And what are the 3 ones? What do we say? We say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech. That's 1. We also say Avinu Malkeinu, and we say HaMelech HaToiv. So that's 3. Rav says if a person forgets to say redemption, he can say Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech. V'nosam Shabbosei V'nucha V'Ama Yisrael Lo'ois U'Lebris V'Ahava. Baruch Atah Hashem, because the Shabbos which the group brings down. If you don't remember all that, all you have to say is Baruch Atah Hashem. Shenosim Shabbos is Baruch Atah Hashem. If you get a Yom Tov, say again Baruch Atah Hashem. Elokeinu Melech Haolam. Shenosim Yom Tov L'Am Yisrael. The simple is Baruch Atah Hashem. Mekadesh Yisrael Vazmanim. Shchayt, you say, Baruch Hashem, Elam, Rotan, Roshi Kodoshim La'ama Yisrael is the card. The Gemara was specific whether it's the Simcha, whether or not it was a Chasim at all, you have to say Baruch Hashem, the Taj Rosh Kodoshim, and whether it was Rab who offered the other brachas to be offered this as well. But Nachman says, these brachas that Rab instituted, forgot to say or say, or that's only if you didn't go into the fourth bracha of Teidah Mikvah. Once you started Teidah Mikvah, you got into it, then you have to repeat like the Samazim. Shmuel says that our Shchaydish, if you get into an Esri Yalav, you have to repeat. But if you get Yalav Yalav into Samazim, you don't have to repeat. What's the reason? Because Shemona Esrei, you must say Shemona Esrei. Everybody has to say Shemona Esrei. But in Shchaydish, you don't have to eat a meal. You don't have to eat bread. So there's no chiyuv, and therefore you don't have to. But there are days that you are no chiyuv to eat a meal. Shabbos and Yom Kippur. And those days, if you get Yalav Yalav in benching, you have to repeat benching. Brought down in Rosh Hashanah, but you're not looking for eating this sheet that says the past Rosh Hashanah. Therefore, if you get Yalav Yalav in Rosh Hashanah, you don't have to repeat.
And it becomes addictive.
Let's discuss this. What about Shabbos Shabbos? Is that a chiyuv or not? Says the Mishnah. We learned in the Mishnah that the Mechuyev and Zimun and the lead Zimun, Machlokes Rabbi says you have to eat a kazayis and Yehuda holds a kibetza. You have to find the exact reverse. Rabbi holds a kibetza, Rabbi Yehuda holds a kazayis. When it comes to somebody who forgot and he brought a carbon shlomim outside of his line and he didn't pass hard sites and he must return to the Beis Hamikdash to burn it in the Beis Hamikdash. The question how much? Over there, Rabbi says a kibetza. Rabbi says a kazayis. Why is it different? So one shot is that you have to flip the sheet as you write. Rabbi says Rabbi says kibetza. Or the shot is that the Machlokes is in the pasuk. Rabbi learns the words. Achalta is talking about eating. Savat is talking about drinking. How much is an achila usually? A kazayis. But Rabbi says no. Achalta is savata. You have to eat to be satiated. And that's kibetza. But when it comes to kachim, Machlokes is we prepared tumah to go back to the Beis Hamikdash, and tumah is always kibetza, so you have to go back to the Beis Hamikdash with kibetza, or you can hear the isser going back to the Beis Hamikdash. The isser is always with the kazayis. Says the Mishnah, you have three people by Zini saying the Baruch Shacham Shalom. If you have four people, you could say Baruch. You tell the three, you shall bench Hashem. You have 10, you say the Baruch Elokeinu Shacham Shalom. You have 11, you could tell the other 10 Baruch Elokeinu Shacham Shalom. According to Rabbi Kiva, there's no difference between 10 and 100,000. You always say Baruch Elokeinu. According to Rabbi Yosef Glili, you shouldn't say the pasuk to Rashi Elois, and we'll discuss tomorrow. There's a difference between numbers. If it's 100 people, you say Nevarach Hashem Elokeinu. If it's 1,000 people, you say Nevarach Hashem Elokeinu. Elokei Atzvakos. Yoy Shivat Kuvim Ala Mazon. Have a wonderful day.
He doesn't, but he's like a small frame guy.
Exactly. Get down his wrist. So like that guy is this is insane. The wrist was good. Like abs saying he did everything else. Oh. Okay, well that's true. It may be true. They might not be able to do that back then. I don't know. I think they do that. I know they do that sculpting thing.
Bracha is dafnut, as we discussed yesterday. There are three people that are mizamen. You say Baruch Shacham Shalom. You have four people, and the fourth person can tell the three Baruch Shacham Shalom. You make the bracha. The Gemara today tells us it's preferable if everybody says the same thing, and the fourth person doesn't remove himself from the group, and they'll say the Baruch Shacham Shalom. Mark proves it from the Mishnah later on today's daf. Three people that are eating, it's awesome for them to split up. That rule is the zimur. But if you have six people, you can break it into two groups of three. The question is, by breaking into two groups of three, you no longer can say Baruch was Hashem, Baruch Shacham. You have to say Nevar Shacham. You see from here that Nevar Shacham is better than Baruch Shacham. The Gemara tells us that from the way a person says benching, you can see whether or not he's tamchach or namar. Don't forget, in those days, it was also for them to say from the city, they had to say by heart. Different people said it different. The Gemara says, will say, Uva Tuvai, and from his goodness, but not mituvai with a mem, because mem means you lessen what HaKadosh Baruch Hu is giving us. It's only the partial goodness of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What about the fact that we say, it's with a mem, from your bracha you give it? The answer is, that's when it comes to the tefillah. When you ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for something, don't ask a lot. Ask for the minimum. What about the fact that we say, the Baruch Hu says, open up your mouth, daven to me for anything, and I'll give it to you. That's referring to the Torah. You could ask for a lot.
At least with people who have the money for the procedure.
The Gemara continues. The Chacham says, "Uv'tuvay chayinu," our life. Amar says, "Chayim," your life. The Chacham says in the Bar Sha'achalnu Mishalai, and not like an Amar who says, "L'mi Sha'achalnu Mishalai," referring to the host that fed him. When we say on Pesach in the Haggadah, "L'mi Sha'asal V'Lav Yiseinu V'Lo Nishal Anisim Ha'elu." In the Haggadah, it's obvious that we're talking to everybody. The Chacham says, "Baruch Sha'achalnu Mishalai," and the Amar says, "Ala Mazon Sha'achalnu Mishalai," almost making a bracha on the food rather than Baruch. But when it's 10 people, you're allowed to say Ala Mazon because everybody understands he's talking to Baruch because he just mentioned his name. That's how we describe. So Rabbi learns from the word V'Machmelois that it depends how many people are being examined. 100 people say this thing, 1,000 people say that. If he says we're all the same, everybody says Baruch or L'Keinu Sha'achalnu Mishalai. So when we keep using the word V'Machmelois, we learn that even the babies in the mother's stomach said Shira by Kriyas Yamsuf. This is Iraq. I learned that from the word Miklar. Rav Chama was in the Reish Golis' house and he tried to find 100 people to finally get to say a special zibur for 100 people in the whole word. Rabbi said that Allah is like a kiva, that doesn't matter 110, you only say Nevarach Elokeinu Sha'achalnu Mishalai. Says Rabbi in the Reish Golis' house, there was a lot of people there. When it came to benching, we split up and make small groups of 3-3. Because the Reish Golis was very much good and made computers different groups. We could get away with it. Why not listen to the Reish Golis' zibur? Because it was so loud there, it was hard to concentrate. 3 people that were eating, and one of them benched on his own. The 2 that didn't bench, they could force the third one to be started from Zima, but he is not Yoitza Zima. One of the Rav Bar Papa got up in Shulman and he said, Baruch Hashem, and he never finished off the word on the Vaira, which is Machlokes, he said the Vaira or not, and the congregation, they answered, Baruch Hashem, Vaira. Rabbi said, Pass your ukma, like a black cloth of a Chacham that doesn't change his clothing, dirty clothing. Why are you getting involved in the Machlokes? When the halacha is like your Shmuel, that you don't say I'm a Vaira, you say I'm a Vaira, and everybody agrees that I'm a Vaira is better, why are you getting yourself involved? Says the Mishnah that if there are 2 groups in a house and some of the groups sees the other group, and the mitzvah has one, they can do one zimun. Another halacha, if you have a cup of wine that's not diluted, in those days the wine was very strong and it was diluted with water, you don't make boy beer gafel. The Gemara tells us, what's the chiddush in our Mishnah, that 3 are Mizamin, we already discussed this, number of fruits. One shot is that even if they just sat down, the 3, and they never ate anything, they didn't eat a kazai, they didn't eat at all, they cannot get up. It's considered that if they up and they can't get up and split. Or they all were eating, but they were eating from their own bread. Nevertheless, they can't get up and leave. So the shot is, you had 9 people, 3 groups of 3, and one person from each group went to the center and they made a new group. That new group cannot separate. The Rabbi says that's only if the original groups didn't do zimun for them, but once the original groups do zimun, their field of zimun disappears, dissipates, and they can no longer be mizam, and it brings a raya from a bed. There's a bed that was coming, and somebody stole half the bed. The rest of the bed becomes part. And even though you found the part that was stolen, you reattached it, the tumah never comes back. And so too over here, once the original group says zima for you, that chiyuv makes the zimun, your zimun dissipate, and that chiyuv never comes back. If there are 2 groups far from each other, but there's a waiter in between, that waiter is inside of the 2 groups and they could do zimun together. When we're discussing wine that wasn't diluted, what bracha do you make on that kind of wine? Machlokes. According to your Rebbe, you make boy creates, and you can wash your hands with it. So Chacham say no, regardless if it's diluted or not, you make boy creates. What can you do with wine that's not diluted? You can make medicine out of it, and you should not wash your hands with it because that's disrespectful to the food. Chacham admit, when it comes to Kosher bracha, you make a special kiddush or zimun on a cup of wine. That wine should be diluted because it's a mitzvah and a mukbah. We know it's better wine, and for a mitzvah, you take the best they can take. There's 4 halachas that are said by bread. You should not throw bread. You shouldn't make the bread disgusting to the point where you can't eat it, such as putting raw meat on it, or bringing a cup of wine over it. The wine might drip on the bread and you won't be able to eat it, or leaving a dish on the bread, because if the dish spills on your bread, you won't eat it. Ma'aser Zitra proved because he held that this halacha of not throwing bread is only by bread and not by food, and only by food. That if it falls on the floor, you won't eat it. It will be disgusting. You won't eat it. The Gemara tells us though that by wedding you're allowed to pour wine into different pipes as long as it doesn't get destroyed. It's not considered busy oil. You're allowed to throw nuts at the chassan and kala as long as they're not destroyed and they don't become disgusting. And finally, if you're eating food and you realize you didn't make a bracha, what do? Well, it depends. If you're drinking, you just swallow the drink. If you're eating food that is disgusting to take out of your mouth, so you put it to the side of your mouth and you make a bracha. But if you take it out of your mouth without it being disgusting, take it out of your mouth and make the bracha. A wonderful day.
That follows along with my theory about that kind of talent. I always think you have to be at least somewhat insane or have a relationship. You have to have a relationship with insanity, which is probably why he joined Jehovah's Witness. He decided to start swearing. It's like he wanted some structure, right? He's probably had a relationship with insanity. Again, so he just had
Rabbi's Dafnun Aleph is the same. If somebody has bad breath because he ate a lot of garlic, should he eat more garlic? Says Rav Chisda, if somebody forgot to say a bracha and is in the middle of eating, you shouldn't continue eating, you should stop and make a bracha. Says Rabin, if so, even if you finish your meal completely, you should make a bracha after the meal, and he brings a raya from a person who cannot make a bracha before he's toivel in a mikvah, he's about carry, or let's say he's a ger, you should make the bracha afterwards, so too you should make a bracha after you finished eating. The Gemara says, there's no raya from there, because a person who's a ger cannot make a bracha, the only time he can make a bracha is afterwards, but a person who's eating could have made a bracha beforehand, and since he didn't, he lost his opportunity. The Gemara discusses this very interesting drink called asparagus. It's made out of wine and cabbage. And it's extremely dangerous if you don't know what you're doing. There's two types, two varieties. One is made out of wine, one is made out of beer. The one that's made out of wine is very good for lot and very bad for a mat. It's good for your heart, eyes, and spleen, very bad for your head, intestines, and hemorrhoid. If the wine is old, it's 3 years old, then it is good for your intestines. If you drink the wine variety, you should eat immediately afterwards bread. But if you drink the beer variety, you should eat immediately afterwards whatever that beer is made out of. If it's made out of dates, eat a date. If you're used to drinking this, it's really good for your body. But if you get drunk from it, it's terrible on your body.
I brought back up.
If you drink the wine variety, do not spit afterwards because that causes a lot of damage to the body. The beer variety, you should spit, and you have to spit. Therefore, if you're in front of a king, you should spit in front of the king. The Gemara tells us, Rav Shmuel ben Elisha was talking to Surya, a very prominent malach, and Surya said you should be careful from 3 things. First of all, don't allow someone else to dress you in the morning. Don't allow anybody that didn't wash their own hands to wash your hands in the morning. And when you finish drinking asparagus, give the cup over to the person who gave it to you, otherwise it can be extremely dangerous. There are gangs of shaitan that are waiting to attack humans, and they just wait for you to mess up on one of these 3 things and then they'll attack you, or there's a gang of Malach Kabbalah. Either way, it's very dangerous. Yeshua Levi was told by the Malach HaMavos the same exact thing, but the third thing about asparagus was switched. Malach HaMavos didn't tell him about asparagus, but he told him that be very careful, don't bump into women who are coming back from a funeral, because I myself, the Malach HaMavos, sit between them, dance here with my sword, waiting for somebody to come by. If you see women coming back from a funeral, you should jump 4 amas, 8 feet away from them, run across a river, do whatever you have to do to get out of there, hide behind the wall. If you can't, you should at least say the pasuk, Vayim Hashem al Satan, Yigar B'chol. There are 10 halachas that are said by a kosher bracha. You should wash the inside, you should wash the outside, you should use undiluted wine and only later on dilute it. You should have a full cup. And if you do, you'll have nachla b'lim etzarim. On other sides, you'll have oil mazeh. You should do itur, round your cup, either with talmidim or with other cups. Fill those cups of wine, according to one shot. Itur means, in addition to your head covering, you should wear a special head covering just for Birkas Hamazon and Kiddush. You should wear rings, la'alachit, that's what you should do. Some sort of hat, or some are even makbid on wearing a jacket. You should lift up the cup of wine with 2 hands, or have somebody else lift it up with 2 hands and put it into your right hand. It should be above the ground, at least a tefach, and above the table, if you're using a table, 1 tefach. Gaze into the wine so that you can concentrate on the bracha, on the kiddush, on the Birkas Hamazon. Rabbi was only talking on 4 out of the 10 on washing the inside and out. That should be full and it should be undiluted. This points out that Rabbi was also talking on the 5th one, that should be in your right hand. And the Amoraim were very mapping on all 10. Therefore, we should also, if we can, be mapping on all 10. The Gemara discusses if the cup is too heavy, or if it's Shabbos Rosh Chodesh Chanukah and the bench is really long and it becomes heavy, can you use your left hand to help you out? And since we don't have any conclusion, you should be machmir and do not use your left hand at all. You should try to send your wife wine from the Koshel Bracha. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Nachman had Ula as a guest, and he honored him with Zimon, and then he told Ula, give some to my wife. And Ula said, I don't have to, because you drink from the Koshel Bracha, that's enough for your wife. Yalta, Rabbi Nachman's wife, was very upset, and she went ahead and she broke 400 barrels of wine. Rabbi Nachman tried to calm her down and said, look, just take a little bit of wine from the barrel, the Koshel Bracha goes into the barrel. She tells him, what do you think, I'm a fool? You're talking silly talk like a peddler that just talks here. Another two halachas the Gemara says, once you lift up the Koshel Bracha, you're not allowed to talk anymore, and if you drink a full cup of wine during the meal, do not drink the second cup. That's called tzugas. You should not drink the mazon in that second cup. It's dangerous to drink pears. Anything in pears is dangerous. When it comes to because of mazon and halacha, you should always sit down, even if you're walking, if you're standing, if you're leaning. You should always be in a sitting position so you can concentrate on because of mazon. With that, we finish Perek Shloisha Shaflu, and now we're going to begin Perek Eilu Dvar. We have a very long Mishnah which discusses many machlokes between Shana and Silo. We're going to go into all the machlokes later on in the sugyas one by one. We'll mention them briefly here. And all of them, the halakha is like the Silo. We have a machlokes between Shana and Silo. If you make, according to the Silo, you make the bracha on the wine, then you make kiddush. First you make kiddush according to the Silo, and then you wash your hands. You wipe your hands on the towel, and you put the towel on your cushion, not on the table like the Shama. First you wash your machranim, and then you sweep up the floor from crumbs, or your table from crumbs. So you only have 1 cup of wine. And that cup, you want to use it for Havdalah and for Birkas Hamazon. What is the proper order? According to Beis Hillel, you do Ner, the candle, then Besamim, then Birkas Hamazon, and then Havdalah. And Beis Hillel you say the words Me'orei, not Me'orei, meaning the different colors in the fire. If a person forgot to bench and he walked away, he should just do Birkas Hamazon wherever he is. On a weekday, if they gave him a cup of wine, according to Beis Hillel, you make a bracha on the Birkas Hamazon, first you do Birkas Hamazon, and then you make a bracha on the wine. And the Mishnah says, in general, you don't make a bracha on a candle in the summon of a guy and a dead person, and that of Avodah Zarah. Birkas Hamazon can be said until the food is digested in your body. The Gemara goes into that, what exactly the shear is. If you hear half a bracha from a Jew, you know what bracha he's referring to, you're allowed to answer Amen. But if a Husi says half a bracha, you don't know if he said a bracha to his God or to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, therefore you don't say Amen at all. The first machlokes between Bisham and Basil is what comes first, Kiddush or Yayin. Basil says you say the bracha on Gefen and then on Kiddush. The reason is because the wine is what causes the Kiddush. Without wine and challah, you cannot make Kiddush. And wine is Qadr. You use wine for Havdalah, for Hamazon, for Kiddush. Therefore, wine comes first. It's 2 reasons against Misham is 2 reasons. And Allah is like the Sil. What's the big Kiddush that Allah is like the Sil? We know. Abbas came and said that Allah is always like the Sil. It's very possible, says Gemara, that this is before the heavenly voice came out. And it's possible that we don't go by Abbas. Yeshua says, when it came to Rabbi Lezer, and they said Allah is like Rabbi Lezer, we don't listen to Abbas. Have a wonderful day.
No, he goes, yeah. I'm like, well, the second guy goes out, same thing. He's just, they're beyond rotten, gross, dirty, right? And I'm like, well, I'm gonna eat shit now because they're, they went here. But the crowd wanted goofy. They had heard all this. It was actually working in my advantage. They did all this horrible, dirty stuff.
Bracha is Daf Nun Beis. If a person only has 1 cup of wine and he has to do Havdalah and he wants to eat a meal and do Zimun, what should he do? Says the Gemara that he could eat a full meal before Havdalah and use the 1 cup of wine for both Birkas Hamazon and Havdalah. Well, what is the order? Says the Gemara, what he does is he first does Birkas Hamazon, then he does Ner, then he does Psamim, and finally he does Havdalah. Who does this go according to? This goes according to Bisham. How do we know? Because there's a big machlokes between Yehuda and Meir. What is the machlokes between Beis Hillel and Bisham? Not to be too confusing, everybody agrees that Havdalah is all the way at the end, and in Meir, everybody agrees that Ner is first. The machlokes between Bisham and Beis Hillel is in the middle. Do we say Birkas Hamazon and then B'samim, or do we say B'samim and then Birkas Hamazon? And in Rabbi Yehuda, everybody agrees that Birkas Hamazon is first. Machlokes is Ner before B'samim or B'samim before Ner. Now, if you look at this list over here, where do we see that Birkas Hamazon comes first, then comes Ner, then comes B'samim, and then Havdalah? Like we said in the Brisa, the only one that says that is Bishamai, according to Rabbi Yehuda. The issue is that you see Havdalah is all the way at the end. Havdalah is equal to Kiddush. And in the Mishnah, Beishamai hold that first you do Kiddush on Friday night, and then on the wine. And over here is the opposite. First the wine, then Kiddush. Havdalah. The answer is, there's a difference between bringing in Shabbos and letting Shabbos out. When you accept Shabbos, you want to make it as early as possible, so you make Kiddush first, and then Bar Pri Hagafen. But when Shabbos goes out, you want to prolong Shabbos, so you make Bar Pri Hagafen first, and only afterwards you do Havdalah. Are you required to have a cup of wine for Zima? They still say yes. And Bishamai is a machlokes, a two-way machlokes, what Bishamai holds. The Brisa says specifically that according to Bishamai, you don't need a cup of wine, because the Brisa says that if a person was about to finish his meal and he brought a cup of wine, he should make the bracha on the cup of wine and drink the cup of wine before he benches. So you see that according to Bishamai, you don't need it. But in the Mishnah, there's no hechra, because it's possible that he actually keeps the cup of wine for benching, but it says in the Mishnah that he makes a bracha on the cup of wine. It's possible that he just tasted a little bit, he put it into his hand without touching it, without hugging the rest of the cup, and he tasted it, and then he refilled the cup, and therefore he's able to do yaitz both. Now we're going to go into a sugya of Tumah and Tahara. Very interesting sugya. You know that a corpse is avi avos Tumah. The person that touches that corpse becomes an avat Tumah, one step lower. Avat Tumah, who touches food or kelim, they become a Rishon. A Rishon touches another food, becomes a Sheni. And that's pretty much it for Chulin. Unless you Truma, which becomes a Shlishi. There's one exception to the rule. Usually you go down one madrega, one class of Tumah every time you touch it. But when it comes to mashkin, the 7 liquids, let's say water, wine, if a person who's a Sheni touches that liquid goes up a level. It becomes a Rishon. And it has the power only the Rabbanon to be metama something else and make that a sheni. Therefore, we have a machlokes in our Mishnah. What comes first? Do you wash your hands on the Netilas Yadayim and then pour the cup of wine? Or do you pour the cup of wine and then you wash your hands? What's the machlokes? According to the Shammai, we're concerned that the cup will become tamei. The Shammai hold that you're not allowed to use a cup that the outside of it is tamei. Outside means only to the Rabbanon. I'm concerned that if your hands are tamei, not washed, then perhaps they will touch the cup, and your hands have liquid on them, will touch, or the cup has nitzotzes, it has wine that came off the top. Your hand, it's a sheni, touches that wine in return becomes a rishon, which has the power to be the tam of the cup. And I'm not allowed to use a cup that's tamei, say Bisham. But they still say you're allowed to use a cup that the outside is tamei. My concern is, says Basil, that your hands are going to become tamei. You're not allowed to eat with tamei hands. That's why we wash the Netilas Yadayim. So if the cup is tamei, you wash your hands and you have moisture on your hands. You didn't wipe your hands perfectly clean. So that moisture, by touching the cup, will become a rishon, and that rishon will make your hands a sheni, and that's a problem. Now, we're not concerned that your hands are going to touch a tamei cup, because a cup cannot make hands tamei. You need the water in between, you need the moisture. And hands without water cannot make a cup tamei either, because a sheni doesn't make a shlishi. Another machlokes we learned in the Mishnah. When you wipe your hands on a towel, what do you do with the towel? Do you put it on the table, or do you put it next to you on the couch on a cushion? What's the difference? According to Beis Hillel, the table is a sheni and the cushion is a sheni. So there shouldn't be a difference, but there is a difference. If you put it on the table, I'm concerned, say, that the moisture in the towel will make other foods, the Kamarisha will make other foods on the table tummy. I'm not concerned that my hands will become tummy, because that is not something that we find in the Torah, that just the hands become tummy when the rest of the body doesn't become tummy. Where food becomes a shame, that's in the Torah. Yeshami says differently. I'm concerned that your hands will become tummy. Therefore, put the towel on the table. The table cannot be a sheni according to Bishama. You're not allowed to use a table that's a sheni according to Bishama, and therefore put your towel on the table. Not. You have to sweep the floor before you wash my machronim, or you have to clear the table of crumbs. According to Bishama, Machlokes is, are you allowed to use a shamish, a waiter who's an amars and doesn't know the halachas and doesn't pick up the larger pieces of bread? According to Bishama, you are allowed to, because you're allowed to use a shamish that's amaretz, and therefore have to be concerned that you might leave larger pieces, and the water from your ma'amachronim will drip on it and ruin those pieces. You still say, I'm not concerned, because you're only allowed to use a Talmid Chacham, and he'll remove those pieces. Halacha in this case is like Bishamai, unless you switch the shitas and you say that what Bishamai said is what Bisila said, and therefore the entire Mishnah, the entire parak, all the halachas will be like Bisila. There's a machlokes between Bishamai and Bisila. Do we use, according to Rabbi, do we use the word oire? Bara means in the past. Hashem created light in the past. Bara means right now he's creating, or perhaps it also means in the past. And that's machlokes Bishamai Bisila. According to Rav Yosef, that can be, we say Yotzar uvoirei choshev. Doesn't mean he's creating right now. It means he created Shishis made Bereshis. Therefore, says everybody holds you say Bara. The machlokes is the word ma'oire. Does ma'oire mean that light? How many different colors does fire have? According to Bishamai, one. According to Bisila, it has three. Ma'oire. You don't say ma'oire, you say ma'oire because it has red, yellow, and green, or whatever that other third color is. The halacha is that a candle of a goy, you're not allowed to use the light from it for Havdalah, because he did an issur with it during Shabbos. Rashi says amazing that he did it for Malach on Shabbos. He used it for Malach. The some of the goy, you're not allowed to use if they're coming off of some sort of big party. Most of the parties are for Avodah Zarah. Have a wonderful day.
So I had like 6, and I opened with them right up at the weird part was I get there and we're rehearsing at a Secret Service. Everybody's there. They, I can't get to my room. Princess guys, you can't go by again. No. So I feel like rehearsed it and they're like, he's gonna be a guest. I said, well, there's just one doing it, right? And they're like, he's like, I don't know. And I said, well,
Bracha is Daf Nun Gimel. Today we're going to be discussing mainly the Havdalah candle and the summer. A candle that was lit on Shabbos, but beheter, or a woman who's giving birth, or a sick person, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. A candle that was lit before Shabbos and burned through Shabbos, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah. But a candle that was lit before Shabbos by a goy and used on Shabbos for Isurim for the goy, you're not allowed to use after Shabbos. A candle has a combination of a flame that existed beforehand, an old flame, and every second it regenerates and becomes a brand new flame. Therefore, if after Shabbos a goy lights a candle from a Jew, or a Jew lights a candle from a goy, you're allowed to use it for Havdalah because it has a brand new flame in it. On the other side, if you take a candle on Shabbos from one domain and place it in another domain, you are chayiv because you're taking the old flame and moving the old flame into the new domain. So why is it that it's also to use a flame that a guy lit from another guy's candle? That's just the gzeira that you might use the original guy's candle right after Shabbos. There's a concept that the flame must be for light and not for any other purpose such as heat and cooking. Therefore, if one sees a very large flame coming out of a furnace, well, it depends. If it's the beginning of the process of heating up stones for lime, then you don't make a bracha on it. But if it's at the end of the process and they're using that light, that fire for light, then it's mutter. What about the light in a shul? It very much depends. If they lit up a candle in honor of an important person, then you can't use it for Havdalah. If it's there for the caretaker, even though there's an important person there, but the caretaker needs his own light, you could make a bracha on it. And if there's a full moon that the caretaker doesn't need light, so even if the caretaker is there, you cannot use it for Havdalah. If they brought a candle into Beis Medrash for Havdalah, Machlokes, Beishami says everyone should say the bracha to themselves. Because if one person makes the bracha for everybody, that could cause a big bittul Torah. Just like if somebody sneezes in the middle of Beis Medrash, you don't say, bless you, because that's bittul Torah. They still argue and they say that one person should make the bracha for everybody because of the concept, like one person makes kiddush for everybody, Almighty for everybody. It's better that one person should be mighty everybody. A candle that was lit for the dead depends. If they would light that candle during the day in his honor, then you cannot use it for Abdullah. But if they're lighting it to see the way, then you do make a bracha on it. Perfume, a fragrance for the dead to counteract the bad smell, or for the bathroom, or for your hands, you do not make a bracha on it. But if a person has perfume in his store because he wants to attract customers, then you do make a bracha on it. A city that is mostly goyim and a nice fragrance comes out of that city, you cannot make a bracha on it. It's for avodah zarah. Therefore, if you have a city and a minority of the women that are Jewish use the fragrance for sorcery, for kishuf, and a minority of the Jewish women use it to put fragrance into their clothing, which doesn't count for Havdalah, and you have a minority that are goyim, the total amount could be a majority of smell that's not for Havdalah. If a person smelled a nice fragrance that comes from avodah zarah, and he decided in his mind that he wants to benefit from it, that is an aver. There's two conditions when it comes to the flame of Havdalah. First, you must see the flame, and you must benefit from the flame. Seeing the flame means it cannot be behind a bend, behind a corner. And benefiting is machlokes. Rab says you don't have to physically benefit from it. You can stand at a distance as long as you could possibly benefit from it, and it's not dimming out with the aleph. But Rabbi says no, you must stand right next to it, and you should be able to differentiate from the light different coins. Rav says that you don't have to search for a candle on Motzei Shabbos like you would search for an esrog and other mitzvahs. If it comes to you, easy, great. If not, not. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person forgot to say Birkas HaMazon and he walked away from the place that he ate, according to Beis Hillel, he doesn't have to go back. According to Beis Shammai, he does have to go back. But Beis Hillel admits to Beis Shammai that if he did it on purpose, he walked away, the amazing, he must go back. The Gemara tells us, there were two Talmidim. One was Maki like Beis Shammai. He forgot, he walked away, but he came back. He was awarded with a pocket full of golden coins. Beis Hillel, the other Talmud on the other hand, did like Beis Hillel, but on the Mazid part. He walked away on purpose and benched far away. He was eaten by a lion. The Gemara tells us an amazing story about Rabbi Barbachan. He's on a trip, and he stopped to eat, and he ate, but he forgot to bench, and he got back on, and he continued on. He said to himself, if I tell them that I forgot to bench, they'll laugh at me, and they'll say, bench right here, Hashem is everywhere. So he lied to them, and he said, hey, I forgot at the rest stop a golden dove. Please go back. So they went back, and he benched. And the Gemara says that he found a golden dove. The reason why he used a dove is because Klal Yisrael is nimshal to a dove. What saves a dove? Its wings. The mitzvah is to save Klal Yisrael. The Mishnah tells us that as long as the food wasn't digested, you can still say Birkas HaMazon. What does that mean? The Rebbe says, as long as you're not hungry from that meal, you can still bench. Rosh Hashanah says it depends. If you walked 4 parsa, it's the time of 4 parsa, 72 minutes away, then you can still bench. It's more than that, you can't. And that's if you ate a very large meal. But if you ate a small meal, then it depends if you're still thirsty from that meal. If you're still thirsty, then you could bench. The Mishnah tells us that if a person heard a part of a bracha, you could answer Amen. It says the Gemara, obviously he's not trying to be Yaitse, Birkas HaMaitzi, or Kiddush, or whatever it is, because if you only heard part of it, that's not enough. What it's saying is that since you heard part of it, you're allowed to say Amen. Because typically you're not allowed to say Amen if you don't hear a bracha. But since you heard part of it, so you know what bracha they're referring to, you could say Amen. The machlokes, what is better? Is it preferable to lead zimun, or is it preferable to answer to zimun? One manoma says it's preferable to lead. In fact, the Brisa says you get sechar before the person that says Amen. And the other manoma says no. It's like a war. You send in the lesser soldiers first, and then you send in the elite group to clean up. So the Amen is more important. Children that are taught to say a bracha, so they repeat the bracha over and over, you do not say Amen to that bracha. But a child who's laning or reading the Haftarah, you could say Amen to his bracha. The Gemara tells us very interesting names. Rabbi Zilai, he says that a person that's used to washing his hands should not bench until he washes his hands. Says Rabbi Zivai, that's not true. You don't have to be careful with that. Comes along Reb Zuhumai and says that hands that are mezuam, meaning they are dirty hands, one should wash them, otherwise it cannot bench. Says Reb Nachman in this lashon. I don't know Zilai, Zivai, Zumai. I don't know who these people are. All I know about is a Bryce. And the Bryce that says, from here I learned that you should do Mayim Rishayim, you should wash the fields Naim, and Mayim Achrayim. And then when the pasuk continues, it says, Ki Kadosh is referring to oil. You should use oil on your hands. Ani Hashem teaches us you should bench Birkat Hamazon. Have a wonderful day.
Richard Nixon dicks or something. He said, no, just get rid of the deal. I think it's funny. Fuck. Yeah, well, fighting over my increase
editorial access to someone's act and doing it tonight, Joe said. It should be like, no. It should be like, look, if you want fucking the Black
Bracha is Tafnun Dalet, a brand new Perik Haroya, which discusses many different types of brachas, which we say in different situations. The first one is if a person sees a place where a miracle and nace happened to his forefathers, he says, Baruch, Asa, Nisim, Lavisim, Malachim, Jesus points out. In the entire paragraph, we say Baruch, it means Baruch Atah Hashem Elokeinu Melech Haolam. And this we learn from Yisrael. If a person sees an Eretz Yisrael place where they uprooted a Zara and the Yerushalmi is brought down, it's the entire Eretz Yisrael, and it says a special pasuk for that. If a person sees mountains, hills, rivers, seas, he says, Baruch Oisim Ma'asim Bereishis. Yehuda says if he sees the great ocean, he says a special bracha, Baruch Shasas Hayom HaGadol, as long as he didn't see it within the last 30 days. If a person sees rain, or he hears great news, he says, Baruch HaTov HaMeitiv. If he hears bad news, he says, Baruch Dayan Emes. If a person builds a brand new house or buys new clothing, he says, Shachiyanu. There's no use of davening for something that already occurred. That's called a tefillah shav. So if your wife is pregnant, you daven that you should have a boy. That's a tefillah shav. If you hear a scream, you say, I hope you ROTHSCHILD. It shouldn't be somebody from your family. It's too late. That's a tefillah shav. If a person walks into a very dangerous city, machlokes whether he says 2 brachas or 4. One when he comes in the city, one when he leaves, or 2, one when he walks in, but as he gets in and he sees that he's safe, he says a second bracha, and the same thing as he leaves, he says a second bracha when he realizes that he's safe. You're mechuyev to make a bracha on the bad, just like you make on the good. You say in Kriyishma every day, the chalavavcha, with your 2 yitzarim, your yitzchak, yitzarov, chol nafshcha, even if the Baruch takes away your neshama. Even if the Baruch takes away your money, or meidecha of lashon of to measure. All measures that the Baruch gives you are for your good, and you daven for them. There's an issur to act lightheadedly in front of the eastern gate of the Beis Hamikdash. You're not allowed to walk into the Beis Hamikdash with your walking stick and with your money belt and with dust on your shoes. You shouldn't use the Beis Hamikdash as a country, as the Gemara will explain, and certainly you shouldn't spit in the Beis Hamikdash. In the first Beis Hamikdash, they would say, every bracha from an Esrei, they would use a very interesting lesson. Baruch Atah Hashem, Elokei Yisrael, Ada Olam, Baruch, for instance, Atah Hashem Chonin Adas. But you can believe that there's only one world, there's no world to come, so therefore they instituted, and you say, Bina Olam, in this world, Ada Olam to the next world. When you ask a friend and you say, hi, how are you doing? Good morning, you can use Hashem's name. The Mishnah brings a bunch of different psukim. How do you know this? One psukim is, Eis Lasis Hashem and Secha. In certain situations, you can break the rules of the Torah in order to make peace with your friend. A miracle that occurred to the congregation, everybody's mechuyev to say bracha. And if it happens to an individual, the Gemara brings a few cases where somebody was saved from a lion, or there's an Amar that was saved from a wild camel, and also he had a nace, he was very thirsty, and a river grew underneath his feet. So every time he passed that place, we'd mention both the nisim that happened to him. We say the bracha Baruch Sha'asa Nisim Lavisenu, where you come to the place where Kriyas Yamsuf occurred, or Ever Yarden, or the Yerichai, the nace of Yerichai, where the wall of Yerichai was swallowed by the ground. Why did it fall? Because the width of the wall was the same as the height of the wall, so it's impossible to tumble over. I don't know. The Gemara tells us a story that there's a nace that Klai Yisrael were walking in the desert, and the Miriam wanted to kill them, and they hid in caves. They dug holes in the wall of the mountains and hid there. And the Araim flattened out all the mountains and destroyed the Miriam. There were 2 people, Eis Vav. They were Mitzrayim, they were behind Klai Yisrael, the Sufa, at the end. And when Klal Yisrael passed and the mountains went back to normal, they realized what happened to the Marines, and they told Klal Yisrael, and Klal Yisrael said Shira. El Gav means Al Gav Ish, on top of the back of the man referring to Moshe Rabbeinu, who was Olav Mikol Adam. In his merit, Barad, the Makas Barad stopped in midair. And later on, when Yeshua needed the Barad to kill the enemies, it came back down. There's the stone of Oig Melech HaBashan. Oig Melech HaBashan made some sort of calculation that Klal Yisrael is 3 parsa by 3 parsa. He lifted up a mountain that was that size and was about to kill them. He put it on his head to carry it. So the Gemara that Rabbi Shalom made a nace that the ants dug a hole in the mountain, and the mountain came and slipped right over his head and got stuck on his neck. He tried to lift it up, but he couldn't, because it says in the pasuk, Shimei Shibarta, his teeth came out, they came out long and crooked, and he couldn't get the mountain off. At this point, he was already weakened. Moshe Rabbeinu, who was 10 amos high, had an axe that was 10 amos long, and he jumped up 10 amos. And all he was able to reach was Oig Melech HaBashan's ankle, and he hit him in the ankle, and he was able to topple him and kill him. When you see the mound of salt from Lot's wife, that's a disaster, so you don't say a nice bracha, you say Baruch Dynamics. When you see Lot, what you say is Baruch Zochres, that's Tzadikim, that even when Baruch was upset, mad, angry, he was able to remember Tzadikim, he saved Lot because of Avram Avinu. Says the Gemara, there are 4 people that must say Goimel. The lashon of the Gemara is Goimel lechasadim tovim. We, based on different Rishonim, the Rif, we say Hagoimel lechasadim tovois shimalani kotayim. That is, the people that cross the desert, the ocean, or a sick person who's healed, or somebody came out of jail, they say Goimel. You need 10 people, and 2 out of the 10 must be Rabbanan. Rabbi Yehuda, says the Gemara, was sick and he was healed. Rav Chana and 9 other Talmidei Chacham came to visit him, and they told him, we bench HaKadosh Baruch Hu for giving you to us instead of giving you to the ground. And he said Amen, and he said, because I said Amen, I'm no longer in the Mechuyev in Goimel. There are 3 that need special protection, and they are people that have bad mazel, a sick person, a woman who just gave birth, and some say even somebody that's in mourning, and other. And there are 3 people that have, because of jealousy of Shadim, they are in danger. That's a Chassan and a Kala, and some say even a Talmid Chacham. And finally, there are 3 people that are Zoicha to longevity, Tarich HaShem, because they do something at length. And that is, they have a long davening, and we'll explain tomorrow, or they have a very long meal. They have a lot of company, a lot of poor people as company, or they spend a lot of time in the bathroom for medicinal reasons. Have a wonderful day. Rabbi's Dafnun Hey, the Gemara tells us that there are 3 things that you do that opens up your file in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu looks into it. If you put yourself in a danger, you sit underneath a leaning wall. If you tell HaKadosh Baruch Hu, look at my friend did to me, take care of him. In other words, you tell HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'm perfect, take care of that guy, HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to look at you. And if you tell HaKadosh Baruch Hu, my tefillah was so great, why don't you accept my tefillah? That's Iyam tefillah, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu looks at you. But you should have kavanah, you should learn from davening, and perhaps the davening will be accepted. As long as the Beis Hamikdash existed, the Mizbeach gave us a kapara, we brought korbanos in the Mizbeach. Today we don't have a Beis Hamikdash, so it's our table. When we bring 4 people to our table and feed them, the Gemara tells us there's a list of 10 things that bring hemorrhoids. One of them is sitting in a bathroom in a squatting position. But we said that going to the bathroom is a really good thing for medicinal reasons. Says the Gemara, yes, if you sit on a toilet like we have today, that's good. A lengthy stay is good, but squatting is not good. The Gemara tells us that it was a Makulisa, an old woman who told her to do very light. Says, it seems like you're making a lot of money, you're so happy, you're probably selling pig, you're probably a loan shark. And he says, no, I swear that I don't do that. But from my house to the Beis Hamikdash, there are 24 bathrooms, and I make a stop in each one to check my body. In other words, it's a good thing to go to the bathroom. There are 2 things that shorten a person's life. If a person refuses to read from the Torah is Chayenu, it's our life. So if you don't do it, you get the reverse. A person who refuses to lead the Zimun when they ask him to lead, And a person who uses his position as a rabbi and uses it in the wrong way, like Yosef Atzadik was punished, he took off 10 years of his life for every time that his brother said the word, Avdecha Avinu, your servant, our father, and he didn't profess. There are three that need Rachamim, a good king, a good year, and a good dream, which we're going to discuss at length soon. There are three that Baruch himself decrees, that is, if there's famine, or the opposite of famine, plentiful, a lot of fruit, and the leader of the community, the Rosh Kahal. Baruch Hu doesn't put somebody in a position to lead the community unless the community agrees that do you agree that I should put the tzalel in place? Moshe Rabbeinu said, if he's good for you, he certainly is good for me. Hashem said that's not enough. So ask Klal Yisrael. So he asked Klal Yisrael. Klal Yisrael said the same thing. If he's good, by the way, if the tzalel is only 13 years old, then he's good for you, Moshe Rabbeinu. If Baruch Hu is certainly good for us. Moshe Rabbeinu, some say he was actually testing the tzalel. He reversed the words of Baruch Hu. He said, the tzalel first make a aron, then the kalim, and then the Mishnah. And the tzalel said, Moshe Rabbeinu, use those words, he called him by his name, Moshe Rabbeinu. Are you sure that's what Hashem said? First you have to build a house, then you put the vessels in there. And Moshe told him, are you sure you're not B'tzel Kel? You're sure you weren't in the shadow of Hashem when you heard this? How did you come up with this yourself? B'tzel had tremendous chachma. He knew how to take the letters that HaKadosh Baruch Hu used to create the world, the tziruf oisiyos. HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Gemara says, only gives wisdom to people that have wisdom. And here comes the amazing sugya of dreams, a very lengthy sugya. Rav Chizda says numerous quotes regarding dreams. First of all, the worst dream a person can have is when he's dreaming that he is in a fast, he's fasting. A dream that nobody deciphered is great. It's like a letter that hasn't been opened. Once you open it, then the problems start. Good dreams, bad dreams, they don't happen 100% as you dream them. A bad dream is better than a good dream. When a person has a bad dream and he's sad about it, that sadness is actually the kapara and it does away with the dream. On the reverse side, if a person has a good dream and he feels all good about himself, that actually takes away from his sechad. A bad dream is worse than getting malchus. We learn from Yosef Atzadik that not everything that you dream comes true because he's talking in his dream about his mother bowing and his mother wasn't alive anymore. And you learn from Yosef Atzadik that sometimes it can take 22 years for a good dream to come true. A tzaddik such as David HaMelech never dreams a good dream, and a Russia like a Teufel never dreams a bad dream. It says in the pasuk, you learn from this pasuk that even if a tzaddik dreams a good dream, he'll forget about it how he wakes up, and therefore it's not considered a dream. And when the pasuk says, "V'neger loikra ba'alecha," it's referring to when a person comes back from a long trip, he should not find his wife in a state of a safek nida. Any person that doesn't dream any dream at all for 7 days, he's considered bad. If a person is really worried about his dream, he should go in front of 3 people that they should do hatavas chalayim. They should make his chalayim better. And he should tell them, I saw a really good dream. And they tell him, Tavahu, the heavy, it's a great dream, it should be good. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu should seal it with 7 seals, 7 zeros that it's good. And they should say 3 psukim that are the reverse, 3 about redemption, 3 and 3 shlumas, like we say in the Yitalacha. The Gemara tells us, 3 friends, Ameimar, Marzuk, and Rav Ashi, were sitting together. And they said, why don't we each say a statement that the others have never heard? So the first one got up and he said, if you don't know what the dream means and you're worried about the dream, so you should say in the Hiratzin, when there's Birkus Kehanim, and that's what we do today on Yom Tov, there's a Hiratzin that says, I'm yours, my dreams are yours, etc. Very long Hiratzin, and you're supposed to finish off that Hiratzin with everybody as they're saying Amen. But if you miss the boat and they don't say Amen on your Hiratzin, so then you're supposed to say, the second one gets up and said, whoever is afraid of an ayin hara should take his thumbs and go so, grab the thumb of the other hand, and then he should say, I'm so and so, the Zera Yosef, I'm a descendant of Yosef. Even if you're not a direct descendant, you probably have some Yosef blood in you, and therefore Yosef Atzadik, his descendants don't have ayin hara. If you're worried about your own ayin hara, try to steer at your left nostril. And then the third one gets up and said, a sick person should not announce and tell everybody about his disease on the first day. But after that, he should, so that people should daven for him and be healed through their davening. And as Rabbi, He was once sick, and he told his Gabbai, don't tell anybody the first day, but after that he said, tell everybody, whoever loves Rava should daven for Rava, and whoever hates Rava should be happy that Rava is sick, because when an enemy is happy that somebody's sick, that disease disappears. Shmuel says that when he had a bad dream, he would say the pasuk, they're nothing. On the other hand, when he had a good dream, he'd say it in a question. What? Chaloimus are nothing? And in fact, it says in the pasuk, you should consider dreams. Rava had the contradiction. You consider dreams of Chaloim Shavi Daberu, and he said, well, if the dream comes from a malach, then you know it's true. If it comes from a shade, you know it's false. Rabbi says, in Yerushalayim there are 24 people that knew how to replace their Chaloimus. They knew how to decipher dreams, and he went to them, and each one gave different opinions about the dream, 24 different ones, and all 24 came true, and will continue with dreams. Tomorrow, Be'ez Hashem, have a wonderful day. We're continuing with an amazing sugya of dreams. Behind me is a mural that a Rav Goyin Rabbi Yeshua peasant drew himself and gave me as a gift. Picks all the dreams of today and tomorrow's daf. Gemara tells us that whatever you think during the day, that's what you dream at night. Gemara tells us two stories where Goyim came to Jews and said, if you're so smart, what are we going to dream tonight? The Jews inserted something in their mind during the day so that they think about it and they dreamt about it. For instance, they said, you're going to be captured by the Persians and you're going to use a golden staff to graze the sheep. That's what happened. Or you're going to use a golden grinder to grind date pits. Gemara tells us about Bar Hedya. Bar Hedya was a dream interpreter. Depending, if you paid him, he gave you a good interpretation, and if you didn't pay him, he gave you a bad interpretation. Abaye and Rava had 22 dreams. We're not going to go into all of them. But the bottom line is that whatever he interpreted to Rava in the negative, he interpreted to Abaye in the positive. He told Rava, your wife is going to die, your children are going to die, your business is going to do terrible. The king is going to accuse you of breaking into his palace. In fact, the king did accuse Rava of breaking into his palace. Then he told him, you're going to get whacked on the head by 2 clubs. In fact, Rava walked into the shul and he saw 2 blind people fighting, and he tried to break up the fight and he got hit twice. They were about to hit him again, and Rava said, stop. I only dreamt that I'm going to get hit twice. He interpreted in Rava's dream that he's going to divorce his wives. 2 pigeons flying away is a symbol of divorcing a wife. And finally, when Rava paid him, he told Rava that the fact that the wall is falling down means that you're going to have unlimited amount of properties. Abaye's house fell down. Now all of a sudden he throws Abaye under the bus. Even though Abaye paid him, he said, Abaye is going to die. You're going to take all of Abaye's Talmidim. My house is falling. Your Torah is going to go everywhere. And Rava says, I saw in my dream that my head split open, my brain fell out. No, that's just the feathers out of your pillow. And finally he tells him, I dreamt that they're saying Halal of Mitzrayim, meaning the regular Halal. So he tells him that means you're going to have Nisan. The Gemara says both Bar Hedya and Rava were about to embark on a ship, and Bar Hedya remembered that Rava is going to have a nace. He said, why should I be on a boat with Rava? If the boat sinks, he'll have a nace, I'll die. So he jumps off the boat. In his hurry to jump off, his book dropped, and Rava peeked in his book, and it says, all dreams are interpreted based on the interpretation. Rava looks at Bar Hedya and says, Rasha, why do you interpret my dreams that way? Look what you did to me. You killed my wife and my children and my business. I forgive you for everything. I cannot forgive you for killing the daughter of Rav Chizda, my wife. And he gives him a curse that his head should split open and his brain should fall out. Now that's a very difficult thing to happen. Bar Hedya said, if Rava cursed me, I better do tshuva. Let me go to Gullus. He goes to Rome, and he opened up shop in Rome. And sure enough, a customer comes, he's the head of the treasury, and says, I dreamt that a needle is in my finger. He says, Bar Hedya, pay me and I'll tell you the interpretation. Says the treasurer, no. He says, I won't interpret it. The next day he comes to him, he says, I dreamt that I have worms in 2 of my fingers. Pay me. No. The following day he says, my entire hand is wormy. He says, Bar Hedya, you don't have to pay me. I'll tell you what's going on. The king's clothing are wormy. You're in charge of watching it. You know they're wormy. In fact, that's what happened. They took the treasurer out to kill him, and the treasurer says, well, Bar Hedya knew about this and he didn't tell me. They took Bar Hedya, they tied his 2 legs, two cedars. They bent the cedars down, tied his legs, let the cedars go, and Bar Hedi's body was split in half. His brain came flying out, and that was the end of him. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Shmuel also knew how to interpret dreams. Bar Doma came to him and said, "My two jaws fell." Says Rabbi Shmuel, "Don't worry. That means that the two Romans that were after you, they died. My nose fell off." Says that means that the anger of HaKadosh Baruch Hu fell away. My hands fell off. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means you're not going to need parnas anymore. My 2 feet fell off. You're not going to need to walk anymore. You're going to have a luxury horse. I dreamt that I'm going to die in Adar and I'm not going to make it to Nisan. He says, no, that means you're going to die with honor and you're not going to have Nisayan, a lashon of Nisan, Nisayan. The Gemara tells us about probably the worst character in all of Shas. It's Duki that came to Rabbi Shmuel and says, I dreamt that I was pouring oil on top of olives. Says Rabbi Shmuel, that means that you had relations with your own mother. I dreamt that I grabbed a star. That means that you kidnapped a Jew. And I swallowed a star. That means you sold a Jew and you already used up all the money. My eyes are touching one another. That means you had relations with your own sister. I kissed the moon. That means you had relations with Aisha Sish. I stepped on the side of a shadow of a hadas. That means you had relations with a naira hamurasa. I saw a shadow above me, but it was under me. That means that you had relations the wrong way. I saw ravens around my bed. That means you were matam many women. I grabbed onto 2 pigeons and they flew away. You sent away your 2 wives without giving them a gift. I peeled an egg. That means you steal from the dead bodies. Says this Duki, unbelievable. I agreed to everything. I did all of those things that you mentioned, but I did not steal from the dead. In that moment, a woman comes and says, that coat that you're wearing, you stole off the dead. And finally, and this is incredible, why would Rabbi Shmuel help him? I'm not sure. But he tells Rabbi Shmuel, I dreamt that my father said he left me money in Kapoit. He says that means that he left me money in the 10th beam in your ceiling. In fact, there was money there. If a person dreams about a well, that's a sign of either peace or of Torah, and Rabbi says of life. If a person dreams of a river, a bird, or a pot, it's a sign of peace as long as the pot doesn't have any meat in it. There are 11 things that the Gemara brings down, and we can't get into it because it's very lengthy, but each one you have to say a specific pasuk and not a different pasuk that could be detrimental to the dream. If a person dreams about a river, about a shofar, a dog, a lion, if you're shaving, a well, a reed, or an ox. Anticipate chachma. If he dreams about wheat, plural, he should anticipate bina to understand. If a person dreams about gourds, hearts of palm, and wax, it's very good for a dream. Gourds are dreamt only by people that have Yirah Shamayim. There are 5 things that are said about an ox. If you eat its meat, you become wealthy. If it gores you, your kids will be great in learning. If it bites you, you'll have Yisurim. If it kicks you, that means you have a very long journey ahead of you. And if you ride it, that means you're going to climb to greatness. But if it rides you, then that means it's a sign of death. If you dream about a donkey, you should be waiting for Yeshua. If you dream about a cat, depends. If they call the cat Shunra, then you'll have a nice song. If it's called in your city Shinra with a Yud, then you'll have something bad will change. If you dream about white grapes, that's a good sign. Black grapes, depends. If it's in the right time, it's a great sign. If it's not in the right time, not in the season, it's a bad sign. If you dream about a white horse, that's a great sign. A red horse, depends. If it's moving nicely, that's a great sign. If it's galloping, that's a bad sign. And finally, if you see a Yishmaeli, an Arab, that's the son of Avram, Yishmael, then you should know that your tefillah will be niskabel. But if you see a camel in your dream, that's a really bad sign. Have a wonderful day. We're continuing with dreams. Since we have over 150 different dreams to interpret, we are going to go over the 8-minute allocation. If a person sees a camel, that means he was supposed to die, but he's going to live. If a person sees an elephant with a saddle, that's a great thing. And if he sees 2 elephants, it's even better. If a person dreams the name written down, Huna with 1 nun, he'll see a ness. If he sees names with 2 nuns, like Chaninach Yochanan, he'll have multiple nisim. If a person sees the word Hesped, that means he will have Rahmanas on him, and they will redeem him from Shemayim. If a person sees that himself saying Yehei Shmei Rabbah, he's promised to have Olam Haba. If a person sees himself saying Shema, that means that he's roi to have the Shekhinah on him, but his generation is the cause that it's not. If a person sees Tefillin, then that means he'll grow in godless. If a person sees that he's davening and he didn't finish the davening, that's a great sign. There's certain illicit relations that a person dreams of on condition that he didn't think about these people beforehand, didn't know these people, or in the case of his sister or his mother, he knew them, but he never thought about them. If he dreams about them, his sister is Chachma, his mother is Bina, Nairu, Murasa, is Torah, Eshes Ish. He'll be a Ben Olam Haba. If a person dreams of the Shivas Aminim, he dreams of wheat, is peace. Barley he won't have any Averis. If a person dreams of grapes, that means his wife won't miscarry. A grape branch is Mashiach. A fig means that his Torah will be kept. A pomegranate depends if it's small or big, his business will expand or grow. If it's split, then he's a Talmud Chacham. It's a sign of Torah. If he's Amar, it's a sign of mitzvahs. If he sees olives, then his business will get better. If he sees olive tree, he'll have many children. And if he sees olive oil, that's the light of Torah. If a person sees a date, Yitamu Chatayim, he won't have any Averis. If a person dreams of a goat, he'll have a great year. 2 goats, he'll have 2 good years or more. If he sees Hadas, that means his business will be successful. If he doesn't have a business, he'll inherit one. If a person sees an esrig, now we're going to the Arba Minim. If a person sees an esrig, that means HaKadosh Baruch Hu thinks he's beautiful in front of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a lulav, that means he's one heart to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If a person sees a goose, that's a sign of Chachma. And if he has relations with the goose, that's a sign that will become a Rosh Hashiva, like Ravashi said he dreamt. If a person sees a chicken, that's a sign of having a Ben Zachar, multiple chickens, multiple Bnei Zachar. If he sees a female chicken, that means he'll have a beautiful garden and simcha in his life. If a person sees eggs, or any round thing that's closed, like a nut, or a glass kli, or a cucumber, that means that his request is suspended, but if it breaks open, then his request will be answered. If a person dreams that he goes into a city, his things will be taken care of. If he dreams that he's shaving, that's a good sign. And if he's shaving his beard as well, that's a sign that good things will happen to his family as well. If a person is sitting on a small boat on top of the waves, that's a sign that he is going to have a good name. And if he's in a very large boat, his family will have a great name as well. If a person goes to the bathroom without using toilet paper, that's a great sign because he's ridding his body of all the bad stuff. If a person goes up onto the roof, that means he's going to grow, and if he goes down, that means he's going to be the opposite. Rabbi and Abai say, no, once you go up, even if you come down, you're still going to be great. If a person is ripping his clothing in his dream, that means currently Gzar Din. If a person is naked in Chutz La'aretz, that means he's stripped from all Averis. But if he's naked in Eretz Yisrael, that means he stripped himself of all the mitzvahs. If the cops grab a person, that means he'll have protection. If they chain him up, he'll have double protection. If a person sees himself in a marsh, then that means he'll be a Rosh Hashiva. If he sees himself in a forest, he will be the head of the Rosh Kala. If a person sees himself with a snake, that's a great sign. That means he'll have parnasa, because snakes don't have to work for their food. If the snake bites him, he'll have double parnasa. And if he kills the snake, that means he won't have parnasa, even though Rav Sheshes said that his parnasa will double. That's because Rav Sheshes dreamt it and he wanted to give a good interpretation for himself. All liquids are a great sign besides wine, which if he's a Talmid Chacham is a great sign. If he's not a Talmid Chacham, it depends, so there's no real interpretation for it. The Gemara says if this person sees Sefer Melachim in his dream, that means he'll rise to greatness. If he sees Yecheskel, that means he'll have Chachma. Yeshaya is an Achama, Yirmiyah is Puranos. If a person sees Tehillim, Shir Hashirim, David HaMelech, Ben Azai, that's a sign of Chasidus. If a person sees Mishlik Helsh and Rabbi and Ben Zoyma, that's a sign of Chachma. If a person sees Iyov, Kinois, Achav, and Rishmon Ben Elisha, that's all a sign of Puranos. If he sees Megillas Esther, Yonah Dayoima, that is a sign that he'll have a nace. If you see Rebbe Loz Ben Azariah, that's a sign of wealth. If a person sees metals in his dream, that's a great sign. However, that comes to exclude if he sees a hoe, a mattock, and a axe with a handle. Those are all items that you can do great damage with, so it's a bad sign. All fruits are a great sign besides dates that are not ripe. All vegetables are a good sign besides the heads of turnips, which resemble a club like we had the other day. Rabbi got hit with a club. All colors are great besides the color blue, which if a person is blue in the face, that's a bad medical sign. There are three things that go into the body and you don't benefit from them: cherries, inferior dates, and unripe dates. There are three things that don't go into the body and the body benefits from it. That's bathing and anointing oneself and going to the bathroom. There are three things that have resemblance to Olam Haba, and that's Shabbos, the sun, and the bathroom. There are three things that calm a person down. That's good sound, music, or a good voice, Rashi brings, of a woman, and good sightings, like nice pictures, buildings, and good smell. There are three things that expand a person's mind, and that is a beautiful house, a beautiful wife, and beautiful vessels. There are five things that are 1 of 60th. Fire is 1/60th of Gehenna. Honey is 1/60th of the Mun. Shabbos is 1/60th of Olam Haba. Sleeping is 1/60th of death. And a dream is 1/60th of a Nevuah. There are 6 things that are great for a sick person. That's sneezing, sweat, diarrhea, carry, sleeping, and dreams. 6 things will heal a sick person. And that is cabbage, the womb, and intestines, diaphragm, some people say small fish, beets, and dry pennyroyal. 10 things will cause a person to become sick again, and even worse. That is, if he eats the meat of an ox and a bird, if you eat roasted meat or an egg, if you shave or you eat cress, milk, or bathe, eating nuts and cucumbers. Cucumbers are very difficult on the body, like swords. But that's large cucumbers. Small cucumbers, the Gemara always says that Rabbi Antoninus always had small cucumbers on their table. They were very wealthy, even in the summer, even in the winter. If a person dreams about a dead person in his own house, that means it's a sign of peace. If the dead person is eating or drinking, it's a good sign. If the dead person removes shoes from the house, that's a bad sign. Anything he removes is good besides shoes. Anything he gives you in the dream, that's good besides if he gives you dirt and mustard. If a person sees Avodah Zarah, the Gemara mentions Markulis. He should say, Baruch atah Hashem l'keinu v'cholam, orech apayim l'oivrei ritzoynoi. Hashem has rachmanis even to those who do against His will. If he passes by a place that Avodah Zarah was uprooted in Eretz Yisrael, he should say, Baruch atah Hashem she'okar Avodah Zarah ma'aretzeinu, ukeshem. Just like this Avodah Zarah was uprooted, shenekra me'makom zeh came to okar mikol mekamis Yisrael, from all over Eretz Yisrael, v'hashav levav lavdecha, and you should return the hearts of these people to do tshuva. In Chutz La'aretz, the Tanna Kamma says you don't say that because they are mostly goyim. Or Shimon Elazar says even in Chutz La'aretz, since all the goyim are going to become gerim, l'aseh lavai, you should say that there as well. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dafnun Ches. When a Kishbach cursed Babel, he cursed his neighbors. Oila Rasha, Oila Shneim. When he cursed Shomron, he blessed his neighbors. Just like every human face looks differently, so too every human mind thinks differently. Therefore, if you see 600,000 Jews, you make a special bracha, Chacham Arazim. The Jabbar who knows exactly what's going on in each and every one of those 600,000 minds. When you see 600,000 Goyim, you say Boishe Imcha. When Ben Zoyma saw 600,000 Jews going up La'alil Regel, he added another bracha. Baruch Shebara Kol Elul Shamsheni. He created all these people to serve me. Other Marisha, when he wanted to eat a loaf of bread, he had to perform 11 different functions. He had to plow the field, he had to seed, etc. When he wanted to wear clothing, he had to perform 7 different functions. I could just walk into the store and buy a loaf of bread from all these people that created, and clothing from all these people that created. The difference between a good guest and a bad guest. A good guest mentions the type of food you serve them. Thank you for the great meat, wine, rolls, and I know you did this all for me. A bad guest doesn't mention the food. He just says, thanks for the peace, for the drink. And you didn't do it for me. You did it for yourself. David HaMelech's father, Yishai, when he came with 600,000. When he left with 600,000 people. When he spoke to 600,000 people. But in Chutz La'aretz, we don't make the bracha of Chacham Harazi. When you see a gadol, a chacham in Yisrael, you make a special bracha. When you see a chacham or a guy, you say Baruch Shenasam Mechachmasai Lebasar V'Dam. When you see a Jewish king, you say Baruch Shechayim Kvoidei L'Yireya. And a non-Jewish king, you say Baruch Shenasam Kvoidei Lebasar V'Dam. Rabbi Yochanan says a person should always try to see Jewish kings and even non-Jewish kings, so he can compare the two when Mashiach comes. Rav Sheshes, the Gemara tells us the story, was blind. He went to see the king, and Tzduki came to make fun of him. He said, "You can't see anyways. What are you doing here?" He says, "Look, I'll show you. I understand more than you do." So when the first troops walked by and there's a lot of noise, the Tzduki said, "Oh, here comes the king." Says Rav Sheshes, "Not yet." The second troops come. Here comes the king. Not yet. The third troops came and it was complete silence. Says Rav Sheshes, "Here comes the king." Because that's how it goes with the Kodesh Baruch Hu. When Kodesh Baruch Hu comes, it's complete silence. Before he comes, there's a lot of wind, there's earthquakes. But when he comes, complete silence. Then the king came and he said the bracha. Says the Tzduki, "Why are you making a bracha? You can't even see him." Says the Gemara, either Tzduki's friends poked Tzduki's eyes out, or Rav Sheshes looked at the Tzduki and he turned into a heap of bones. Another great story. Rav Shela gave Malchus to a Jew who was a Baal, a Goya. So the Jew went to the king and snitched on Rav Shela. The king summoned Rav Shela. He said, "Why did you take things into your own hands?" Says Rav Shela, "Because he was Baal, a donkey." Says the king, "If so, you should have killed him." He says, "No, once we left Eretz Yisrael, we're in Galus, we don't kill people anymore." And he said, "Do you have a witness?" He says, "Yeah." Eliyahu Navi came and testified that this guy indeed was Baal, a donkey. Says the Gemara that while all this was going on, Rav Shela started saying, "L'cha Hashem Adula V'Adbura." Says the king, "What are you whispering?" He says, "I'm thanking Hashem for giving us such a great king who knows how to do great judgment." Says the king, "Oh, you love the kingdom? Take this back, take this stick, and do din for yourself. Whoever needs, you'll dish it out." Says the Gemara, they were leaving the palace, and this snitch Jew tells Rav Shela, "What, HaKadosh Baruch Hu sends witnesses for lies?" Says Rav Shela, "It wasn't a lie. You were Baal Chamar. That's considered a Chamar." And Rav Shela noticed that the guy was turning around to snitch on him once again, to say that the Baal were called Chamar. So he took the stick and he killed him. Because he was a roidef. The Gemara says, since he was saved by this pasuk of the Chashim Agdula, so he darshened it. The Chashim Agdula means Ma'aseh Bereshis. Rabbi Kiva says it's referring to the Yamsuf. Va'gvura, Rav Shela says it's Yitzis Mitzrayim. Rabbi Kiva says it's Makas B'chayres. Va'teferes is the sun that stood still for Yeshua, and Rabbi Kiva says Matan Torah. Netzach is the fall of Rome, and Rabbi Kiva says it's Yerushalayim. Va'hoy is the war of Arnoin. Rabbi Kiva says it's Hamikdash. Yehovah Shamayim is Sisra. L'chashim Amav. This is all Shela, who says Rabbi Shela is Gog and Magog in the future. V'chol Araysh, that even the head of irrigation, HaKadosh Baruch Hu decides that should be his job. If you see houses of Klal Yisrael that are settled, you say the bracha Baruch Matzah Gvulam Mana. If they are in a rubble, you say Baruch Dynamis. If they're Goysha houses, you say Beis Geim Yisach. In other words, they should be uprooted. And when they're in a churban, you say Kel Nekamis Hashem. Says the Gemara, a story. Ula Rav Chizda were walking by the rubbles of the house of Rav Chana Bar Chanilai, and Rav Chizda let out a sigh. Says Ula, how could you sigh? It's going to ruin your body. Says Rav Chizda, how can I not sigh? In this house, there were 60 bakers day and night, 24/7, giving out food to all the poor people. There were 4 doors that people could come in from all over. Rav Chana had his hand in his pocket, so that if somebody asked for money, he didn't have to be embarrassed for those few seconds that it takes to stick your hand in the pocket. He put wheat and barley on the outside of the house in the days of famine, so nobody should be embarrassed. They could take it at night. How should I not sigh? So we'll try to console him, and he said, since the Churban, the houses of Tzaddikim were destroyed, Rabbi Yochanan says the houses of Tzaddikim are going to be rebuilt. He wasn't consoled. So he said, listen, you know better. You're just a servant of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And HaKadosh Baruch Hu's home, the Beis HaMikdash is destroyed, so too yours. Says the Gemara, if a person sees a caver, a cemetery, or just a grave of someone from Klal Yisrael, you say this long bracha. Baruch atah Hashem, sheyotzer eschem b'din, v'zon eschem b'din, v'kilkel eschem b'din, v'osav eschem b'din, v'osav lakimchem b'din. Reb Nachman used to say, and you would end off, v'yidei mispar kulchem, v'osav lachiyoisem, v'lekayim eschem, Baruch atah Hashem, v'chayim mesim. When you say, see goysha graves, you say, boysha imchem. Reb Shimon says, if you see a friend that you haven't seen in 30 days, you should say shechiyanu. If it's more than 12 months, you should say, v'chayim mesim. As Rabbi would say, it takes 12 months to forget about the dead. The Mishnah brings down in nowadays, we don't really say this bracha. Rav Huna, the son of Rabbi Shua, Rav Papa, another great story. They were walking and they bumped into Rav Chanina Breder Aviko, who was a big gadol. So they said 2 brachas on him. First of all, Shechiyanu, they haven't seen him in 30 days. Second of all, they said, says Rav Chanina, let me do one more than you. I'll say a third bracha. Let me say Chacham Razim, because you are equal to 600,000 people. They looked at him, 600,000 people. What are you, so smart? You made something up. They looked at him, and he died. He said in the Mishnah, if you see different types of people, so one of the, says the Gemara, if you see a Bahankin, somebody that has major freckles, discolored face, you say Mishana Habriyos, special bracha. That's if he was born like that. But if it happened later on in his life, you say Dayina Emes. If you see a Kushi or a white person, very white, or a very heavy or elongated face, a warty face, you say Baruch Mishana Es Habriyos. If a person doesn't have hands, doesn't have feet, or he's blind, or he has hair that's matted, it's one piece, then you say Baruch Dayina Emes. A person sees an elephant, a monkey, or an owl, you say Baruch Mishana Es Habriyos. You see beautiful creations, you see beautiful trees, you say Baruch Shekachalei Bari Lamai. We learned in the Mishnah Zikin. What's a Zikin? It's a Shavit. Some say it's a comet, a flying star. Says Shmuel, I know all the paths in heaven, like I know the streets here in Aradai. I just don't understand this Shavit. If this Shavit goes by Ksil, then the world will be destroyed. But the fact is, we see that it goes by Ksil. That's just its glow. That's one shot. Another shot is there's a curtain that's torn and you see through it. Or the shot is when Shavit comes this way and another star comes towards it, that other star backs up. But for us, it looks as if Shavit is continuing, and that's why it seems like it's going there, but it doesn't. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dafnum Test. We are gearing up for brand new Masechta Shabbos. Please join over the 2,000 subscribers that we have to watch the full 45-minute daf, whether it's on YouTube or they downloaded our app or they receive a WhatsApp. I guarantee you there's a lot more smiling, there's a lot more camaraderie than the 8-minute daf. The Gemara tells us that there are 2 constellations, Ash and Kima, and when HaKadosh Baruch Hu wanted to make a Mabel in this world, he removed 2 stars from Kima. And in order to stop the Mabel, he replaced the 2 stars that he took out of Kima with 2 stars from Ash. The question is, why did he just replace it with 2 stars that he removed? Says the Gemara, there's a concept that you cannot fill up a pit. When you take dirt out of a pit, you try to refill it, it's not going to refill because there's always some dirt missing. Or, Enka Tegar Nasa Sanegar, a prosecutor, something that caused the Mabel, cannot stop the Mabel, cannot become a defender. We said in the Mishnah that when you see an earthquake, you have to make a bracha. Says the Gemara story, Rav Katina was walking by an oiv. Oiv is a person who converses with the dead through bones. And he said, I wonder if the oiv knows why we just had an earthquake. Says the oiv, of course I know. It's when HaKadosh Baruch Hu thinks about Klal Yisrael and Golos, he sheds 2 tears. And those 2 tears create the earthquake. Says Rav Katina, that's not true, he's lying. Then there should be 2 earthquakes. Says the Gemara, the reason why Rav Katina said he's lying is because they didn't want people to follow this oiv. But in fact, Rav Katina knew he was right. And there are 2 earthquakes. Thunder is created, says the Gemara, and these could be Meshalem, either through clouds that bump into each other, or when clouds pour water one into another, or Rav Acha says it's when the lightning strikes the hail in the cloud, and that creates the sound of thunder, and then it rains. The Gemara says, we like this pshat the best. Another pshat, says the Gemara, is when the wind goes through a hollow cloud, similar to when wind goes above a barrel, it creates that sound. The Mishnah says if you see winds, very strong winds like tornadoes and hurricanes, you make a bracha. Says Abaya, we have a tradition that hurricanes do not start at night to give people a chance to escape. They could start in the day and go into the night, and they also don't last for 2 hours straight. There's always some sort of break in between them. It says in the Mishnah that when you see lightning, you say Rabbi says there are certain lightnings that are terrible and one should daven. That is, if it's a single lightning if it's a white or yellow lightning, and if there's a cloud that comes from Myrav and comes around through the north, or two clouds that seem like they're gonna bump into each other, that's the time that you have to daven. Rabbi Shmuel Levi says the reason why Kodesh Baruch Hu created thunder is to scare people and to take out their crookedness in their heart. When you see a rainbow, you should not bow to it because it looks as if you're bowing to the rainbow. Rather, you say, Baruch Zocher Habris. Kodesh Baruch Hu made a bris with us that he's not going to give us another mabel. The Nemam B'brisoy V'kayim B'mamara. Abaye says that when there are winds and lightning and thunder, mountains, rivers, all those, you make two brachas. Rabbi says that when you see lightning and thunder, you can make either or. But when you see mountains, you can only say Oisa Maisa Bereshis. You can't say Shekachik Rasim Alei because this particular mountain is not in the entire world, whereas lightning exists in the entire world. There's a concept called a clear sky. This is a bite that happens after it rains the entire night and then comes a northern wind. And according to Yeshua Levi, you say Oisa Maisa Bereshis. The Chizah says that once there's a Churban Beis Hamikdash, there's no such concept as a clear sky. The Gemara says, when you see the sun as it was created at Sheshis Yemei Bereshis, in other words, the sun was created according to this Man Omar on Wednesday, Tuesday night at 6 o'clock. The only time that the sun will be back at that position is every
what's your, how are you most well-known person in gig? Saying you're not real, but I'm just trying to figure out.
just do your thing. Doing this in college, and you know how to do it great. This is why we said gross. It's easy to see it's gross. Angela, what do you want from there? Is it me, or is this week just flying by? Right? Oh, I barely got the sand out of my car. Please, let alone my ass up. A million and one things to do for a geek person. A million and one, okay? Oh, I'm so freaking
every 4 years, since the year is 365 days and a quarter, divided by 4 for the 4 seasons, each season is 91 days and 7.5 hours. In order for the sun to be at its position at 6 p.m., that can happen only every 4 years. But to happen at 6 p.m. and on a Wednesday, or Tuesday night, early Wednesday, that only happens every 28 years. You have to wait for 28 years at the same time that Saturn, which was also created at 6 p.m. on Tuesday night, Wednesday evening, it has to be at that exact time that Saturn was created at 6 p.m. And that's when we said in the following morning, so that everybody gets together and says it, but that's Kufas Hashemesh, that's when HaKadosh Baruch Hu created the sun. The same, the Gemara says you'd say, but today we don't. On the stars and on the moon and on Mazalos and the zodiac, you make the bracha Oisa Maisa Bereshis. Rabbi says on the great ocean, whether it's the Atlantic or the Mediterranean, you say a special bracha when you see it at least after 30 days. You have to wait at least 30 days. And you say the bracha Sha'asa Es Hayam Hagam. You also make a bracha on the 4 rivers mentioned in the Torah if there were no human intervention. Once humans diverted the river, you can no longer say a bracha on the river. You see Paras by the Euphrates by the bridge, so you can say the bracha from the bridge and upriver, but not downriver. At a certain time and place when they diverted the Euphrates, you can no longer say a bracha. The chidekel is a nutrikoin of chadin bekalim. There are lighter waters, easier to drink and cleaner. Pras means parim v'ravim. And says Rabbi, the people of Mechaiza, they are very sharp because they drink the water of the glass. The reason why their faces are red is because they're mishamish bayayim, and their eyes wander because they live in the darkness. If there's a lot of rain, you say Atov HaMeitiv. And the rule is, any time that the rain or anything is good for multiple people, there's a partnership, even other farmers that own fields, you say Atov HaMeitiv. If you do not own a field, then you say a very long bracha. Says Rabbi Huda, we thank you for every drop and drop. And they say, all the way until Tishtachaba, and they say, when you say Shechiyanu, only when something happens to you and only to you alone. But if you have a son, you say Ateva Meidid because your wife is also happy. When there's an inheritance and you have brothers, so you say first dynamis, but afterwards you say Ateva Meidid on the inheritance. And finally, when you drink an additional wine during the meal, you say Ateva Meidid. If there are other people joining the meal, have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf samach. According to everybody, if you buy brand new clothing or any vessel, a kli, you make a shechiyanu. The question is, what if you already have that exact kli, and this is the second time around that you're buying it? Well, it depends. If you bought it for the second time, according to the first lashon, you don't make a bracha at all. If you had it because you inherited it, so now there's something new by you buying it, so according to Rav Huna, you don't make a bracha, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, you do make a bracha. But according to the second lashon, if you had this kli, you had this garment already from an inheritance, and this is the first time you were buying it, even Rav Huna agrees, you make a bracha. The argument between Rav Huna and Rabbi Yochanan is whether you make a bracha if this is the second time around that you're buying it. According to Rav Huna, you don't make a bracha. According to Rabbi Yochanan, even in such a case, you make a shechiyanu. If you have a situation where something bad happened, but it also includes something good, for instance, your crop was ruined from a flood, but the flood is good for next year, for the next crop. You still make dayan emes, even though it includes some good. And the same thing in reverse. What if you have something really good that happened, but it includes something bad? For instance, you found a metzia, you found something in the street, but it's possible that it's bad because the king will find out about it, will come and take it from you, and that will cause you great aggravation. Nevertheless, you say, Hatayv HaMeitiv. We learned in the Mishnah that if a person's wife is pregnant, it's a tefillah shov, it's futile to just daven and say, I wish it's a boy, it's already too late. What about the fact that Leah davened and she switched her baby to be Dina, from a boy to a girl. That's a nace. We don't discuss Nisa. It's also possible that was within 40 days, and within 40 days you could daven. As we learned, within the first 3 days of pregnancy, you daven that it should be a pregnancy. From 3 days until 40, you can daven that it should be a zachar. From 40 days to 3 months, you daven that the baby shouldn't be squashed by another. And from 3 months to 6 months, you daven that there shouldn't be a miscarriage. From 6 months till the end of the pregnancy, you daven that it should be a good birth. Now we learn this throughout Shas, that if a woman fertilizes first, it turns out to be a zachar. We must say that in our study, we're talking about the man and the woman both fertilize simultaneously, and therefore you can still daven that should be a zachar. Mar tells a story about Hillel HaZaken, who heard screaming coming from the city, and he said, I'm sure and certain that it's not coming from my house. The Gemara says that when Shmuel was walking with one of the students, and he noticed that his student was shaking out of fear, and he said, is it possible that you sinned and that's why you're shaking? He says, no, I'm knocking on the pasuk. Actually, other than the comment, a person should constantly be in fear. So Shmuel, you didn't understand the pasuk. The pasuk is talking about Torah. You should always be fearful that you're going to forget your Torah, therefore you should review and chazer your Torah over and over. We learned in the Mishnah that Benazir says if you go into a dangerous city, you should make 4 brachas. What are the 4 brachas? When you walk in, right before you walk in, you say, Yiratzim Lefanecha Hashem Elikai, Shedachniseni Lekrach Zeh L'Shalom. You should bring me into the city in peace. Once he gets into the city, he says, Maidan Lefanecha Hashem Elikai Shechnastani Lekrach Zeh L'Shalom. Thank you for bringing me in peace. When he's about to leave, he says, Yiratzim Lefanecha Hashem Elikai, I should leave in peace. And once he's out, he says, just like you took me out in peace, like we say in Gemara says, this is in a place that there's no judge, there's no court system, but in a place that there's a court system, there's no reason to daven, everything will go according to the law, as long as you keep the law. Says Gemara, no, or you could say that perhaps even in a place that there's a law and court system, nevertheless you should daven, perhaps you won't find someone to testify for you. In those days, the bathhouse was a very dangerous place. The only way to heat up the water was to suspend the water on an upper level and have fire underneath that floor. And occasionally it would collapse. So you had to say a special davening that included vidui, believe it or not. You'd say, Yiratzim Lefanecha, Hashem Elikai save me from this and others like it. And nothing bad should happen to me. And if something really bad happens to me, this is basically vidu. Rabbi says, you should never open your mouth and say something negative like that. And when a person leaves the bathhouse in one piece, he should say, you saved me from the fire. The Gemara says the story, the Bava was in the bathhouse and the floor fell out from under him, and with a nace he was saved. He held onto one of the beams and he was able to save 101 people by them holding on to him. If you go into bloodletting, you say, this business that I'm doing here should be for medicine reasons. Your healing is whole. Gemara understood that one should not try to heal himself. One should just daven. Says Abaya, but that's not true. The pasuk says, "V'rapo yirape," that the Torah gave us permission to use doctors and medicine. When a person leaves the bloodletting, should say, "Baruch roifei chinam." When a person in those days would go to the bathroom, he would tell the malachim that accompany a person, he would say, "You guys wait out here for me." And he would say, "His kavdim uchubadim b'doishim mishar seyalei." And the Mishnah says that today we don't do that, since it's haughtiness, as if we go with our malachim. Abaya says, don't tell the malachim to wait outside, because perhaps they'll leave you and they'll leave you for good. So you say, Shamruni, Shamruni, watch me, Azruni, help me, Samchuni, Amtinuli, wait for me. And when he goes out, Gemara brings the whole language of Asher Yotzar, as we know. And at night you say Kriyash Malamita, as we know. You say until V'hayim Shemaya, and then you say the bracha of Amapel Chavli Shema. When the person wakes up, at the time of the Gemara, you would say all the brachas that we say in one shot. You would say it as you perform another function. So when you wake up, you say Elokai, Neshama Shanasato Bi, etc. When you hear the rooster, you say Asher Nasan La Sefbi, which is referring to the rooster, or the mind that knows how to differentiate. When you open up your eyes, you say, when you sit up in your bed, you say Matar Asurim. When you wear your clothing, you say Mal Bisharumim. When you stand up, you say Zoyif Kefufim. When you get onto the floor, you say Reika Aretz Alamoim. When you start stepping, you say Amechim and Zadigover. When you tie your shoes, you say Shah Salif al Tsarki. When you put on your belt, you say Oizeh Yisrael B'Gvura. When you put a covering on your head, you say Oiter Yisrael B'Safar. When you put on your tzitzis, you say V'Sater B'Tzitzis. When you wear your tefillin, Shal Yad, you say Lehoniach with a comment. You put your Shoroish on, say Mitzvahs Tefillin. There are those who say only one bracha. When you wash your hands, you say Al Tezadai. When you wash your face, you say Amadr Shenim Eva Yisnu Havapai, and then you say Yiratza Shtagi Lady Misar Secha. Baruch Hu should make us used to learning Torah. That became into Secha. We should be used to doing mitzvahs. Baruch Hashem, Goimel without a hey. Goimel Chasadim Tevilam Yisrael. A person must make a bracha on the bad, just like he makes a bracha on the good. Meaning, it should always be the simcha. You should be happy. Rabbi says this more famous story. He used to say everything HaKadosh Baruch Hu does is for the good. And he once went to a place and nobody would invite him in, so he had to sleep in the field. And he had a rooster, a candle, and a donkey. The rooster was his alarm clock. Says the Gemara in the middle of the night, the wind came and blew out the candle. Then a cat came and ate his rooster, and then a lion came and ate his donkey. And he said, everything's for the best. And in fact, soldiers came and took everybody captive, and he was saved. Have a wonderful day. If you have complaints against HaKadosh Baruch Hu, use as few words as possible. It says Rav Nachman bar Rav Chizda. It says in the pasuk Vayitzer with two yuds. It means that HaKadosh Baruch Hu created man with two yitzers, Yitzhar Hara and Yitzhar Toiv, two inclinations. It says Rav Shimon Pazi. If so, how do animals create destruction and bite people and all that stuff? They don't have a yitzer. Therefore, the two yuds, one comes to talk about the Rebbeinu Shalom. You should fear him and you should fear your yitzer. Rav Yirmiyah ben Elazar says that Adam Rishon was created with two faces. In other words, Chava was back to back with Adam Rishon, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu separated them. Machlokes Rav and Shmuel. When it says in the pasuk Tzela, does it mean the side, meaning Chava was back to back with Adam, or does it mean Adam Rishon's tail? HaKadosh Baruch Hu snipped off his tail and created Chava. Says the Gemara, a beautiful thing that HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the beginning wanted to create Adam and Chava like the animals, individuals, and then he decided to make them one. The Rishonim explain. Like this, a husband and wife have a connection that a mother and a child don't even have. They always yearn to be together. Rav Ami says that it says in the pasuk Ochar v'Kedim Tzartani, which is a contradiction. Because God created man last and first, meaning he created man last, but man is first for destruction, for piranhas. By the Mabul, HaKadosh Baruch Hu destroyed the humans before he destroyed the animals. When it says in the pasuk Yizgor Basar Tachtena, according to the Manda Omer that says that it was a tail. The explanation is that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to just heal that wound where the tail was. If they were back to back, then it was a real surgery. There's a lot of flesh that HaKadosh Baruch Hu had to fit in there. Vayiven, he built, meaning, according to Man Omar, it was only a tail. What did he build? He built up Chava. He did her hair, he braided her hair, he did her makeup, perfume, and then he presented her to Adam Rishon. According to Rav Chizda, means that he created her like a storage. For storage to hold a baby, wide on the bottom and narrow on top. By Diel Adam, HaKadosh Baruch Hu became Sheshvinim, he became their best man, so to speak. He created happiness and simcha at your wedding. You learn from your derech eretz, even though it's below HaKadosh Baruch Hu's dignity. Nevertheless, it was necessary at the time, so he did so. We have halacha. You're not allowed to walk behind a woman so that a person should not come to a chet. And even if it's his wife, it's also. And if he finds himself behind the woman, he should put himself to her side. So from here we see that if Adam and Chava were connected, Adam went in front as not to be in the back of her. The halacha is, if a person gives a woman money in order to look at her, even if he has Torah Masim Tovim like Moshe Rabbeinu, he's not going to be saved from Gehenna. Manoach, who was Shimshon's father, one man says he was an Amaretz, because it says Vayelech Achar Ishta, he went behind his wife. Says the Gemara, well, wait a minute. Elisha also says he went behind his wife. But over there, the pshat is that he went with his wife's advice, so too Manoach went with his wife's advice. Rabbi Yochanan has a saying, walk behind a lion rather than walk behind a woman, so you don't come to a chet. Walk behind a woman rather than walk behind the Avodah Zarah, then you should come to a chet of Avodah Zarah. And walk behind the Avodah Zarah rather than walking behind the shul that people are davening, because that's disrespectful to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Unless, of course, you have a great reason. You're carrying something heavy, you're on a donkey, there's another opening to the shul, you're running like the Gemara says in the beginning of Masechta. We have a picture in our mind what the Yetzer Hara looks like. The Gemara says no, the Yetzer Hara looks like a fly, and it sits at the two openings of a human's heart. A human being has two kidneys. One to give him good advice on the right, and the left kidney gives you bad advice. The heart understands, the tongue articulates, and the mouth finishes off the words. The esophagus brings in and out food. The windpipe is to speak and to sing. The lung absorbs liquids. The liver gets angry, where the gall throws in a drop into laughs. The intestines sleep. The gizzard grinds, and the nose wakes up a human being. Now, if you reverse the intestines with the nose, where the intestines wake up the person and the nose goes to sleep, you'll have big problems. And if both the intestines and the nose go to sleep, or they both wake up a person, the person dies immediately. The Yetzer Toiv controls tzaddikim, it's are controlled by both. Says Rabbi, we are mediocre. Says Abaye, if you are mediocre, how can anybody survive? Says Rabbi, the world wasn't created only for the worst of the worst or the best of the best. The biggest Rishonim, the biggest tzaddikim, only they could completely appreciate this world. Otherwise, you won't appreciate it completely. And a person needs to know whether or not he's a complete tzaddik or not. Says Rabbi, excuse me, this world was only created for people like Achav the Rasha or tzaddikim like Reb Chanina ben Doisa. The pasuk says, "B'chol nafshecha," you should love HaKadosh Baruch Hu with your entire soul. Meaning that's for people that love their body more than money. But people that love their money more than their body, for that the pasuk says, "V'chol yidecha," says Rabbi Kiva, "B'chol nafshecha," you should give up your body, even if HaKadosh Baruch Hu declares something, and that means you must give up your body. Says Gemara's story. The kingdom of Rome decided no more Torah. Rabbi Kiva stood in public and was makal kilos, and he gave drushes in Torah. Says Papas, aren't you worried? Says Rabbi Kiva, what should I be worried about? I'll give you a mashal. The fish were worried they're going to be caught in a trap. Says the fox, come onto the land, I'll save you. Say the fish, we thought you're a smart one. We could barely survive in the water. How are we going to survive out of the water? How are we going to survive without Torah? Torah is our life. You want me to stop learning Torah? I'll be like a fish out of water. Both of them were caught by the Romans. Says Papa Rabbi Kiva, it's beautiful that you were caught for the right thing and I was caught for nothing. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Kiva went through a very painful death. They took metal combs and they combed his flesh. And as they were combing his flesh, he would say, Kriya Shema and Kabbalah Ol Machashumayim. Says, tell me the master, how could you be mechaven when you're in such pain? Says Rabbi Kiva, what do you mean? My entire life I was waiting for this moment. I always wanted to know. I was wishing for this moment that I should be able to be Mekad Shem Shemayim, die in Kiddush Hashem. But the question is, it says, David HaMelech says, I wish I could die peacefully in my bed. The Malachim asked HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Zu Torah v'Zu Schara. This is what happens to a human being that learns Torah his whole life. Rabbi Kiva, one of the greatest human beings that ever lived, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, Chaltam B'chaim, Rabbi Kiva is invited to Olam Haba. We learned in the mission that a person should not be lightheaded and use Kalas Rosh in front of Kodesh Kodashim, opposite the Kodesh Kodashim. Says the Gemara, that's dafka from a place that you can see the Kodesh Kodashim, there's no fence, and at the time where the Shekhinah is Shayra in the Beis Hamikdash. According to Rabbi Kiva, one is not allowed to use the bathroom when he's facing Yerushalayim, even if he's in Chutz La'aretz, even in our days. According to Rabbi Yehuda, depends. In the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's asur anywhere, but not in the time of Beis Hamikdash, it's okay. According to Tanakama, in Eretz Yehuda, you're not allowed to use the bathroom between Mizrach and Ma'ariv, which means you're facing Yerushalayim. Beis Hamikdash. In the Gol, you're not allowed to use the bathroom between Tzaf and Adar, that's also facing Yerushalayim. Chacham say that if you are on an angle, you're allowed to. Rabbi Yossi says, at the time of the Beis Hamikdash, it's asur, according to the first Brayso, in a place that you could see the Beis Hamikdash in Yerushalayim, and there's no fence. And after the Churban, you were allowed to use bathroom anywhere you want. And according to the second brisa, in a place that you can see Yerushalayim, it's also in a place you can't see Yerushalayim, it's mutter. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Samach Beis. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi Akiva snuck into the bathroom with his Rabbi Yeshua, and he learned 3 halachas. You don't face the Beis Hamikdash. You reveal yourself in a sitting position, and when you're using toilet paper, you use your left hand, not your right hand, because the Torah was giving with HaKadosh Baruch Hu's right hand. You put on tefillin with your right hand. Your right hand constantly comes close to your mouth. You show the signals of the time and the trap to the Baal Torah with your right hand, and you write the Torah with your right hand. Says Benazi to Rabbi Akiva, isn't that azos to go into the bathroom with your Rebbe? Says Rabbi Akiva, Toirahi, I need to learn the halachas. In fact, Benazi was the Talmud of Rabbi Akiva, snuck into the bathroom with Rabbi Akiva, but didn't learn anything new. The same halachas that Rabbi Akiva told him over. The Gemara says a famous story. Rav Kahana hid underneath Rav's bed, and he heard Rav first talking to his wife, then laughing, and finally doing his strachim. And Rabbi Kahana screams out from underneath the bed, Rebbe, it's a mashal to somebody that's starving. Says Rav, is that you, Kahana? What are you doing here? Get out. It's not derech eretz. Says Rav Kahana, Toirihi. In fact, we learn halachas from Rav Kahana. Observe. Person who uses tznius in the bathroom will be saved from snakes, scorpions, and shadim, and some say even from bad dreams. There was a famous bathroom in Tveria that had a very bad reputation. Even if 2 people went in there together, they would be damaged from the mazikim. Rabbi Ami and Rabbi Asi didn't have any fears. They walked in there by themselves, and they weren't damaged because they used extreme measures of tznius, and they were quiet in the bathroom. Yisurim can be overcome with shtika, meaning a person who doesn't complain and accepts the yisurim upon himself and davens for the yisurim. The Gemara tells us that Rabbi was brought up by this woman who brought up a small sheep to go into the bathroom, to accompany Rabbi in the bathroom, so it should be damaged by the shaitan. And the reason why she didn't give him a goat is because there are shaitan that are similar to goats, and it wouldn't work with a goat. Before Rabbi became the Rosh Hashiva, the Gemara calls him a melech, his wife used a bell to scare away the shaitan. But once he became a Rosh Hashiva, he was more susceptible to the shaitan, so she created his wife who was head. If there's a fence, one is allowed to relieve himself right beyond the fence, even though other people might hear him. And if it's an open field, he has to distance himself so nobody hears. Another lashon in the Gemara is that if there's a fence, he must distance himself so nobody hears. And if they can see him, he must distance himself all the way till they can't see him. There's a halacha about people who watch oil and fruits for taharas that ameharetz shouldn't come and touch them. And the Gemara tells us, since they relieve themselves right beyond the fence, or in a place where they could watch the oil, as long as nobody can see them revealing themselves. Gemara tells a story. There was a person who gave a hesped, a eulogy, and he said on the dead person, he said, wow, he was such a tsanua. He's very modest. Says Rav Nachman, how could you say that? Did you observe him in the bathroom? That's where you can tell if a person is a tsanua. Now, why was Rav Nachman so makfid on the hesped? Says the Gemara, because if you lie in your hesped about the dead, they punish the dead. They open up the book and they say, well, is this guy really that good? They punish him and they punish the people that hear the hesped and the person that gives the hesped. As long as the people agree with the hesped, they get punished. The Gemara tells us a person should use tznius at night when he goes to the bathroom the same way he does during the day. If he uses a corner, he goes into the corner during the day, he should use the same corner at night. But not necessarily does he have to go the same distance into the field as he does during the day. The Gemara says it's better for a person to try to go to the bathroom early morning and evening when nobody's around, rather than going during the day when he has to go out really far to use the bathroom. In those days, they would manipulate the opening before they went to the bathroom. The Gemara says it could cause great damage of kishuf. So one should do it only in a standing position, not in a sitting position. And if he does it in a sitting position, he should say this whole thing of loyli, tachtim, lehani, etc. But as he says, a person should not sleep on the ground. Some explain that means without clothing. He should not sit on a beam because he might fall off. Sleeping And relieving oneself in the bathroom is great when done by Amud HaShachar. Bar Kapara would sell words and sayings. And one of the things he used to say is, eat and drink when you're hungry and thirsty. Don't wait until after you lose your appetite. And go to the bathroom when you feel that you need to go to the bathroom, and don't wait too long. And sell your figs when you hear that bell, even if it's not your figs, even if it's your father's figs, who'd want you to sell it. It's very interesting. I noticed it says, Harner de Raimi. Today we're talking about Corona in Rome. Abaya says, when he told his Talmidim, when you go out into the fields, for whatever reason, be careful not to look to the sides, because there might be women, or some say men, that are relieving themselves on the sides, and it's not their Eretz to look. The Gemara tells a story of Abba went to the bathroom, and he made a snorting noise, as if to ask the person in the bathroom, who was Rav Safra, is somebody in there? Rav Safra said, come on in. So Rav Abba afterwards told Rav Safra, why did you talk? You're not allowed to talk in the bathroom. The Gemara says Rav Safra thought Rav Abba had an emergency, and it was very important to have him come in. Another story, Rabbi Elazar was in the bathroom, and a Roman pushed him out. In fact, the Gemara says a snake came and took out his insides and killed him. And said Rabbi Elazar, there's a pasuk, Ve'etin Adam tachtecha, I gave you another man instead of you, and you could also read it, Edom, a Roman. The Gemara tells about Shaul, he went into the cave, and David had an opportunity to kill him, and he didn't. And the Gemara says, the pasuk says, but it's talking about a third person, not David HaMelech, and the answer is, HaKadosh Baruch Hu had Rachmanas on Shaul, because Shaul used extreme measures of tznius when he went to the bathroom. He'd go a cave within a cave, a fence after a fence, and he'd make a sukkah. He would surround himself with a tent of clothing in order to be tzanua. All David HaMelech did was he cut his coat. But then he was punished because he embarrassed his mevaza clothing. So later on, when he was really old and they tried to warm him up with clothing, it didn't work. Hashem said, David HaMelech said to Hashem in Tehillim, he says, if Hashem is sitcha, if Hashem tripped you, so Hashem punished David HaMelech and tripped up David. Everybody knows that when you count Klal Yisrael, you have to count with coins. David HaMelech didn't count Klal Yisrael like that. And what happened was the Mageifa, 70,000 people died. How long did it last? Just a few hours. From the morning when you chef the Talmud until Zrikas Adam of the Talmud. Rabbi says until Chatzos. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told the Malach, give me the best of them. And in fact, he took Avishai ben Tzruya, he killed him. The Torah says, Vayinochem. The Navi says, Vayinochem. HaKadosh Baruch Hu was calm. What calmed HaKadosh Baruch Hu down, so to speak? Machlokes, Rav says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu thought about Yaakov Avinu. Shmuel says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu thought about Yitzchak. Rabbi Nachman says, it was the Kesef Kippurim. Yochanan says, he thought about the Beis HaMikdash, and that calmed him down. We learned in the Mishnah, a person should not make the Beis HaMikdash a kapandria, a shortcut. Some say, Adam Akifna, a roundabout, a shortcut. If a person goes into a shul, not in order to make it a shortcut, or to daven, that's okay. If there was a shortcut where the shul was built, you're allowed to go through there. We learned in the Mishnah that you're not allowed to spit in the Beis HaMikdash, kal v'chaymer, from the fact you're not allowed to wear shoes in the Beis HaMikdash. You're not allowed to spit in our days on Harabayas, and if you do, it's as if you're spitting in the eye of HaKadosh Baruch Hu Kaviyachal. Rabbi says, but in a shul, you're allowed to spit, because if you're in your own home, you're allowed to wear shoes and spit. So too in a shul. Have a wonderful day. Is Daf Samach Gimel. In the Beis HaMikdash itself, they didn't say the word Amen. They would say Baruch Hashem Elikei Yisrael Min HaOlam V'Ad HaOlam. In the times of the Tzukim, they added the words V'Ad HaOlam, and they said so in every single bracha. Rabbi says this following pasuk, you can read it front to back and back to front. Eis L'Asleis Hashem, Heferu Torah Secha, referring to Rishonim that are doing Averis. If they do Averis, then it's Eis L'Asleis Hashem. It's time to stick up for Hashem. Or you can say that the pasuk is referring to Tzadikim. There are times that you have to be over on Divrei Torah. You have to do an Aveira sometime in order for Eis L'Asleis Hashem. Says the Gemara, Hillel Zaken would say, in a generation where people are gathering, they're not giving over Torah, you should step up and give out the Torah. And in a time where there's a lot of Torah given over, you can take a back step and be an Anah. If you see a generation that loves Torah, give it over. If they despise Torah, it's better to keep to yourself rather than having a B'zayin Torah. Like Kapara says, Also referring to Torah. If you see that the price is low, gather as much as you can. If there's no man, step up and be a man. Says Abaya, if there is a man, in other words, there's a gadol that's paskening, then even if you're equal to that person in halacha, give him the right to pasken. If only for the following statement we learned the entire Masechta would have been worth it. Bar Kapar says, it says in the pasuk, "B'chol derochecha do'ehu, v'hu yiyasher orchesecha," meaning, in every mundane step of our daily life, we can insert HaKadosh Baruch Hu. You can eat a slice of pizza, and you mean to fill your stomach. You can take a nice nap just for your enjoyment. You can do the same exact action and just stick HaKadosh Baruch Hu into it, and you get sechar rather than not getting any sechar at all. You say, I'm eating this slice of pizza to have energy. I'm sleeping to have energy to be Avodah Hashem, and that changes it all. You should teach your son an easy, clean parnasa. The Gemara gives an example, like teach him how to sew. Rabbi says it's not a good idea to have too many friends because at the end you're going to come to fight with one of them. You should not appoint a man in charge of your house because look what happened to Ashes Potiphar. She was almost over on his nose. The reason why Parshas Nazir, refraining from wine, is close to the Parsha of Saita, because the Saita was nichshal because she overdrank. And a person who sees that should say to himself, I want to refrain from wine, I want to become a Nazir. Rabbi says the reason why Parsha Saita is close to the Parsha of Trumas and Maasros, that you have to give over a tenth of everything you earn, is because if you don't, at the end of the day, you're going to have to come onto the Kohen to deal with your wife, the Saita. And you might need to come on to Maasros. You'll be so poor, you'll have to accept Maaser Ani. But if you give Maaser, you're promised that you'll become wealthy. The Belazar Kapper says if somebody has a tzara, and rather than complaining, if he thanks Hashem, he says, Baruch Dayan Emes, he's promised that his parnasa will double. If a person lightens up, takes his foot off the gas pedal when it comes to learning a mitzvah, even one mitzvah, when he needs help, when it comes to a day of tsar, he won't be able to stand up against it. It says the Gemara an amazing story. Hanina, who was the son of the brother of Rabbi Yeshua, he was a gadol. He went to Chutzlaretz and he had a community, and he started doing Iber Hashana. He started saying, this year we're going to have 2 others. And Allah says you only do so in Eretz Yisrael, not in Chutzlaretz. So they sent messengers. They sent Rabbi Yossi ben Kippar and the grandson of Zechariah ben Kutal, who were Meshamish Nebeis Hamikdash. Chanina was really excited. He said, what are you doing here? He said, we came to learn Torah from you. So he announced in public, he says, these 2 are Gedolei Hador. Once they got that Askama, everything Rabbi Chanina said, they said the opposite. He said Torah, they said Tameh, he said Mutter, they said Asr. He says, what are you doing? And they said, we're here because of Iber HaChodesh. And he told everybody, these guys are nobodies. They're fake. They're liars. And he says, it's too late. You can't tell that to people because you already announced that we're Gedolei Hador. And then they told everybody, said, listen, either you come with us or you announce, you denounce HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And they told Rabbi Chanina, if you don't listen to us, we're going to put you in Cherem. Why were they so mad? Because it says in the Pasuk that Iber HaChodesh is only in Eretz Yisrael, as it says, Ki mitzion teitzei Yisrael, only from Yerushalayim. What kind of tumah? How are they able to say on something that's tameh that it's tar? Because they realize if they don't, people might go with Rabbi Chanina. When Rabbi Seinu went into Kerem B'Yavna, he went to Galus. Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Nechemia, Rabbi Eliezer, they spoke about the importance of having guests because they were guests by other people. Rabbi Yehuda, who was always the first to speak in learning, he said that the oil moed was 12 mil out of the machna, and it says, "V'chol mevakesh Hashem," anybody that yearns to see HaKadosh Baruch Hu, would go to the oil moed. He says, "Kavachaymer, if 12 mil is considered a mevakesh Hashem, so certainly Talmidei Chachamim who go from city to city and from country to country, which is a lot more than 12 mil." When the pasuk says, "Panim al panim," HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe, "I would like to discuss the discourse of Torah and Halach with you. With panim, let's be joyous with each other." And he says, Moshe Rabbeinu, "I want you to return the oil moed, and if not, it's not good that me and you should both be angry. Please return, and if not, I'm going to have Yeshua be instead of you." And in fact, even though Moshe Rabbeinu returned it, Yeshua, it says in the pasuk Mishares, Moshe became the Mishares. The Gemara discusses the word haskes u'shma. 40 years later, we became a nation. We were a nation 40 years ago. Says the Gemara, because every single day, Torah, it's as if it was just given today. And the Gemara says, I'll prove it to you. Because if a person says Kriya Shema every day of his life, and when he misses once, it's as if he never said Kriya Shema. Because of this concept that Kriya Shema, Torah, is new to us every day. And if you don't do it, it's as if you never did it. The other pshat is haskes. You should learn in groups of people. Do not learn by yourself. You learn by yourself, you deserve the sword. It's a chet. And it makes you dumber. Another pshat, haskes. You should pain yourself for Torah. Shlokar says, the Torah doesn't stay by a person unless he kills himself over it. Another pshat, has means be quiet. Listen first and then ask questions. And this is one of my all-time favorites. Rabbi says, La'olam yilmoid odam Torah va'achar kach yegeh. First you have to know the whole Torah, and then you can delve in deeper. Pasuk says, Ki mitz chalav. Whoever vomits up milk, his mother's milk, he works hard on Torah, then he'll get the butter, the cream from the top. He'll be able to pass on halachas. Umitz af yotzidam. And if your Rebbe yells at you, embarrasses you, and you don't answer, you'll be able to differentiate between dam tar and dam tameh. And if he does it a second time and you don't answer, then you'll be able to be great in dini maminos, which the Gemara says there's nothing greater than tuchas maminos. It says in the pasuk, "Im novalta bisnasei, bim zamoiso yad lepeh." If you shame yourself for Torah, at the end of the day, it's going to uplift you. And in zomanto, if you are quiet and you don't ask questions and try to figure out the Torah, then when people come to ask you halachas, you'll be quiet. You won't know what to say. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is daf samach daled. Yes, it's the last daf of Masechtas Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment. We finished the first Masechta of Shas. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment. You're going to learn Masechta Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style, but you're going to love it. If you're not part of a shir, you're looking for a shir, you can check us out online. Over 2,000 people that watch the shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Ramat Shemesh Daf Yomi. We have an app, 8min Daf. And we are on Torah anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went into Yavna, first Rabbi Yehuda spoke about the importance of thanking the host, and then we had Rabbi Nechemia, and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the pasuk like Desai Adoimi, and it says, don't despise the Adoimi in the Mitzri. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that Mitzrayim did to us, yet we have to have a curse atay. So too says the Gemara Kavachomer. If you invited Al Chacham into your home and you give him your food and your drink and your money, certainly the Baruch will love you for that. Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Yossi, says, Uzzah touched the Aron, and he died. He tried to touch it, and the Amel was very scared. So he took the Aron and he put it in Ovid's house. What did Ovid do? He cleaned it off. He dusted it off once in a while. Yet the Torah says that Hashem gave him brachas. So certainly if you take care of the Hamad Chacham, you feed him and you drink, certainly HaKadosh Baruch Hu will pay you back. What bracha that HaKadosh Baruch Hu give Ovid? That his wife Chamais, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had sextuplets. They had 6 children in one shot, for a total of 62 with Ovid's 8 children. So he had 62 tzetzai. So the Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew Kol HaTorah Kula, knew all the brises. Rabbi was Eiker Harim. He was very sharp. When they were looking for a Rosh Yeshiva, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the brises, he can teach Klal Yisrael all of the Torah. So they asked Rabbi Yosef to be the Rosh Yeshiva, and he refused because the stargazers told him that he will die after being Rosh Yeshiva for 2 years. So he pushed it off. Rabbi was the Rosh Yeshiva for 23 years. When Rabbi was nifter, Rabbi Yosef took over for 2.5 years, and then he was nifter. You see that not pushing it, taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, he even gained a half a year. The Gemara tells us the unbelievable humility that Rabbi Yosef had. Although he was supposed to be the Rosh Yeshiva, but for the first 22 years when Rabbi was the Rosh Yeshiva, he acted with humility to the point where instead of the blood letter coming to his house to make his dam, he used to go to him. The pasuk says, the famous pasuk, Yancha Hashem b'yoyim tzara. Hashem will answer you in a day of distress. Yisagevcha will strengthen you. Shem Elokei Yaakov. The name of Yaakov. Why doesn't it say the name of Avraham and Yitzchak? Says the Gemara, a concept. Bal Koira, the one who owns the beam, he has to carry the most weight. His friends are helping him carry it, but he has to do most of the lifting. Yaakov Avinu, who bore the 12 Shvatim, he raised them, he did most of the lifting. He has to take care of them. The Gemara tells us that if a person benefits from a Su'udah of a Talmid Chacham, it's as if he benefited from the Ziv HaShechina. A person who says goodbye to his friend, he shouldn't say Leich Bishalom with the base, but rather Leich Lishalom. When it's to the dead, he departs from the dead, he says to the dead person Leich Bishalom, rather Lishalom. As David HaMelech told his own son Avshalom, Leich Bishalom, and Avshalom ended up dying. And when Yisrael said to Moshe Rabbeinu Leich Lishalom, Moshe Rabbeinu went up to the highest levels. A person who goes out of the shul into the base medrash to learn Torah will be zeicha to receive the Shechina. It says in the pasuk, Yechu Mechayil El Chayil, one step to the higher step. The Gemara does that. Talmid Chacham doesn't have peace and rest in this world and not in the world to come, because he's constantly climbing madregas that he can't rest. Famous ending, which is brought down in 4 different Masechtas, and the simon is Banayev, Brachas, Nazir, Yevamis, and Krisos. Omer Rabbi Lazar Chanina, Talmidei Chacham Marbim Shalom Ba'olam. Talmidei Chachamim increase peace in this world. Shenema B'chavanayich L'midei Hashem, Rav Shalom B'nayich Atikot Barnayich Elo Boynayich, the builders, and Hashem Moizam Yitin Hashem Yivarech Samer Shalayim. And with that, we finish Perek Haraya, and we finish Mesechus Brachos. Mazel Tov. Kiddushin Daf Mem, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Gemara tells us that if a person is faced with an Aveira and he controls himself and doesn't do the Aveira, this is the greatest mitzvah a person can do, says Rashi. It's the greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Gemara brings 3 stories, one with Rabbi Chanina, the other with Rabbi Tzadok, and Rav Kahana. All 3 of them faced a situation where a woman invited them to do an Aveira. Rabbi Chanina, he jumped into a bathhouse, even though there was mazikim, and he was saved. Rabbi Tzadok jumped into an oven in order not to be over the Aveira. And Rav Kahana actually jumped off a roof, where Eliyahu Hanavi came and saved him. And he tells Eliyahu Hanavi, the reason why I got into this to begin with is because I was selling baskets to women, and it's because I'm poor. So Eliyahu Hanavi gave him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing an Aveira, it's a tremendous thing, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu later on does nisa for such a person. The famous Mishnah, the Gemara wonders, why isn't Shiluach HaKen one of the mitzvahs in the Mishnah? Shiluach HaKen, as the Torah says, you get Arichas Yamim, you get Olam Hazeh, you get Olam Haba. And the answer is because the Mishnah is only doing things that you're good with the Rebbeinu Shalom and with your fellow Jew. You're doing Kibbutz Avayim, you're doing Gemilas Chesed, etc. Whereas Shiluach HaKen is between you and the Rebbeinu Shalom. The Gemara tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays more than the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Aveira, Hashem pays exactly as the Aveira is. There's one exception. If a person does an Aveira where other people learn from him, he's an important person, for instance, and other people do that Aveira because he did it, so now that Aveira that he did has dividends. Other people are mimicking him, and therefore he'll receive a punishment for the dividends that he has. It says in the pasuk L'chayshvei Shemai that a mitzvah Baruch Hu is mitzarev machshava l'maisa. When a person thinks about doing a mitzvah and then he has some sort of oinus and he can't do it, Hashem will give him the sechar. But in Aveira, typically speaking, if a person thinks about doing an Aveira and he doesn't do the Aveira, he doesn't get an oinish unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he followed through his machshava, he had a machshava, then he did an Aveira, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of Avodah Zarah, even though he didn't do the Avodah Zarah, as we had yesterday, he gets an oinish. And also, if a person does the same Aveira over and over, to the point where he becomes so used to it, he thinks that it's mutter. It's as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Aveira, even though he didn't follow through, he receives the oinish. Gemara tells us it's better for a person to do an Aveira in hiding, where there's no Chil Hashem, rather than do it in public. A person who controls his Yetzer, and he does the Aveira in hiding, then that's a big slap in the face of Yach the Rebbeinu Shalom. Because now he doesn't care of the Rebbeinu Shalom. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the Isser of looking at a rainbow. When it comes to Chil Hashem, Baruch Hu doesn't wait and doesn't let the person build up credit, so to speak. Baruch Hu takes care of the Aveira very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, if a person has 50% Aveiras, 50% mitzvahs, then Baruch Hu will use that Aveira of Chil Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. The Gemara gives us an eitzah. A person should view himself or the world as if they're 50-50. So anytime he does a mitzvah, he's tipping the scale in his favor, in the world's favor. And if Chas v'Shalom does an Aveira, he's tipping the scale in the wrong direction. A person who feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past or the Aveiras that he's done, he erases those mitzvahs and he erases those Aveiras. It's a tremendous yisod. A person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs, and the last minute he feels bad for everything that he did. He gets erased. Brand new Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that a person who has these three things, he learns Chumash, he learns Mishnah, and he has Derech Eretz, he won't be choyte so quickly. He won't sin that quickly. When a tzaddik has Yisurim, it's as if he's a tree that's in a Makom Tahara, where its branches go to a Makom Toma. And when you take off the branches from the Makom Toma, then everything, the entire tree remains in a Makom Tahara. So too with Yisurim. But tzaddik is complete Tahara, but he has a little bit of a problem. He has a little bit of Tuma. So Hashem chops off that place so that he completely is Tahar. When it comes to Rishon, it's the opposite. They're completely in Tuma. You have a little bit of Tahara, so Hashem gets rid of their Tahara in this world. He gives them some Sechar so that when they come to Olam HaEmes, they don't have any. Reb Tarfon held that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Nimnu v'gamru. The Rabbanim came together, Tanoim came together, and they said Torah brings a person to do mitzvahs. And therefore you have both. You have Talmud Torah and the mitzvah. 54 years before Trumas HaMaasros, 61 years Shemitah, and 103 years for Yovel. That's Misham take care of. The first business they take care of is, have you learned Torah? How much Torah and why did you learn Torah? And the first Sechar they give him is for Torah. Why? Because Torah comes before myself. A person who doesn't have these three things, Mikra, Mishnah, Derech Eretz, then he's not Minay Yishuv. He doesn't belong in this world. He's Pasala Eidos, just like a person who eats in the marketplace in public is similar to a dog. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Rabbi Isai, we're starting the second parak of Kedushin, Haish Mekadosh. So the Gemara says it's Also, the person can marry a wife without seeing her before, because maybe her appearance would be bothering him, and that's not nice to do to her, so he's later under after the Kamoicha. So therefore, if he can do it on his own, he's not supposed to send a shliach to do Kedushin for him. A woman doesn't have this problem, because we're not worried that she's going to see something in his appearance that will bother her, because the lady is happy with whatever appearance her husband has, as long as she decided to marry him, she's happy. Now, still the Mishnah says that she should get married on her own. It's better than doing a shliach. Because halacha, when you can do something on your own, a mitzvah, you should do it on your own. Because when you do it on your own, you get more reward. Because it's better when you involve your body in the mitzvah. Because in the concept of mitzvah, it's better to do it on your own. If you do it with a shliach, Hashem is happier this way. That you involving himself in the mitzvah. Like we see on Rabbi, also involve himself and doing a mitzvah on their own, preparing for Shabbos. You see, now Rabbi involved himself in preparing something for Shabbos. They have servants, they were busy people. They did mitzvahs on their own. Another thing in the Mishnah says a father can receive kedushin for his daughter either on his own or with a shliach, and it uses the daughter being an idol. So from here we learn, even though the father is able to marry off his daughter when she's under 12, he should wait until she's an idol, she's 12, she's old enough to say, I want to marry a certain person, and only then marry her off. Again, if she speaks out, there's a reason to say that. There's a reason that we have to make it earlier because he may not be able to do it later. So then he's allowed to marry her, even marry her off, even if she is a Katana. Now we're going to the next topic of this coming few topics, which is shlichus. How do we know shlichus? So it says by shlichus, it says the word Misholah, it really says Misholah. So we take the Misholah from the word and we say that means that a man can do shlichus again from the extra hey, the shlichah, we learn the woman can do a shliach, and from the fact that Torah says the word the shlichah twice, we learn that the shliach can make a shliach and appoint another shliach. So that's how we know in Gittin. How do we know it in Kiddushin? There's a hekesh, we also the oisa, whatever is in Gittin is in Kiddushin, and the other way around. So the same way we can make a shliach from get, we can make a shliach from Kiddushin. Now, Torah says also that you can make a shliach by kochi. By korbanos, you can make a shliach, and the Gemara, and this Amud learns it from, this staff learns it from, it says by Korban Pesach, Shochat Oisoi Kol Haladas Yisrael Ben Arbaim. So one person shechts for others. You see that you can make a shliach, you do shlicho for you. Okay, that's how we know in Kochi. The Gemara says it from together, from Kochi and from Gittin. I can know also Truma. The question is, if I can also Truma, why does the Torah write specifically in Truma Gamatet? So the answer is that I would think. So there's two answers. One answer is that it comes to exclude the goy. That goes according to the shita that the goy can give his own truma. If he can give his own truma, I would think to say it can be a shliach for a Jew. So we need to exclude that he can't be a shliach. Now, but there's an opinion that the goy can't give his own truma, so therefore he for sure can't be a shliach. So we need to say a positive truma the gamatet, and I would think to say that the truma you can't have a shliach. Why? Because the prophet says atem. The word atem comes to exclude that you have to be yourself. Giving truma, not your worker, not your partner, not an apoplectic understanding, unless you make truma and whatever they're eating that you're supposed to do, as we saw in the Gemara and Gittin. But to give truma everything that you do this year, and apoplectic doesn't have permission. So I would think that also you can't do a shliach. That's what the Torah is right specifically that you could make a shliach by truma also. Now, when a person is a shliach by truma, what does he give? If he knows what the person who sent him usually gives, he should give what the person who appointed him to be a shliach to take a truma usually gives. And if he doesn't know what he gives, so he gives bainings, which is 2%, 1 out of 50. And if he gave 1 out of 40 or 1 out of 60, so what? That's what the person would want to give. So the halacha is that it's also okay, because he tells him that's what I thought, the person can say, it's not what I meant. Okay, one short point about the Kippur and going to the Kippur. So, Tshuva is realizing that the Shlomo is not against us. Hashem wants us to have the best life possible, and He gives us the best ethics, the best advice. So I call the Shlomo ethics. It's advice, how to live life the best way. And we realize that when we're coming back, saying Hashem, it's here, I made a mistake. I made a few mistakes, I made many mistakes. I didn't listen to you. I didn't listen to you. Certain things. It was a mistake.
Was.
I want to, from now on, do only what you want me to do. So Hashem says, oh, that's why I made him different. Kippur, when I take you, when it's true, left me in Kippur, we need like new people. You have to believe. It says if a person doesn't believe in the Kafara in Kippur, he doesn't get it. So we have to believe that after Yom Kippur, we weigh a few tons less than what we weighed before. We'll be Avinu Saroah, and that's how we go happy into Sukkot, months of Pesach. We should all be grateful for Manchas in the Torah, and very happy Sukkot, a happy year, happy life. I think seeing the Yeshua, smiling to and personal Yeshua, also, whatever we all need.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Beis, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. It's Erev Yom Kippur right now, just a few hours before Yom Kippur. I want to wish everybody a Gemar Chasim Tova, Good Ben Shior, a year of health, of nachas, parnasa, and all the best things, a year full of Torah. We're in the middle of a sugya of shlichus, shliach shalom kamoisa. A person sends an agent, the halach is it's as if he himself did that action. According to Rabbi Yonason, that learns from the pasuk in Korban Pesach, the Shachatu, that the pasuk is coming to say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all of Klal Yisrael could be yotze for one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person a kazayas. So how does he know the idea of shlichus when it comes to korbanos? That he's not a shutaf with the other korbanos. He learns it from v'yikhu lahem. It says it twice by Korban Pesach, the idea of shlichus, and we know throughout Shas. I can't use this pasuk here because I already have another pasuk. Let me use it for something else, for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish lifi achloi, he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he can have in mind, let me be zoich on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a cotton cannot do so because it says ish, an adult. The pasuk says v'nosi echad mimata, that from each shevet he appointed a nasi, a prince, to take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here, there's 3 brothers who lost their father, Rahman al-Islam. Then Bezdin appointed up a Travis for each one of the 3 boys to divide up the inheritance, the Yerusha. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they're representing, nevertheless it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake, beruchos, in the side, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the Apitrabas gave him from the father's field, he gave him in a different town. Now, even though it's the exact same value as his brother's field, it's not good because he wanted the 2 fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake in ruchos, inside. That's something that he could go back and annul. According to Rav Nachman, you can never annul anything, even ruchos. Why? Because of the idea, in pain, my kayach bezin yafa. What power are you giving Bezin? Bezin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yet, if they made a mistake in value, they gave another person. So let's say the case was, you have somebody who borrowed money, and Bezin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezin can take the loiva's property, sell it off, and pay the lender. But if they made a mistake in a shtus, which is a 1/6, Rav Nachman himself says that sale is off. But you just said that Bezdin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisayim, they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. Just one of the Yisayim didn't like it. So that stays. Rabbi says that when Bezdin make a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's a good division. It's kaya. Even if they made a mistake in more than a shtos, where typically, in a purchaser, you would annul the sale. Rav Nachman says that brothers who divide up property, they have a halacha like a purchaser. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a 1/6 of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to give back that 1/6. And if it's less than a sixth, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, that's exactly what the halacha is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then he could say, no, even if it's less than a shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent, I sent you to do good for me and not to harm me. Another very interesting halacha is that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even a count, 100 tissues for a box, a dozen eggs, then the mekach is batal even less than a shtos. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halacha salina, if you sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, then you have to give back the karka. Gemara tells us halacha that ein shliach l'dvar beit. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay, because there's no shliach l'dvar aveira. There's a concept. Divrei harav, divrei talmud, divrei mishayim. When you're faced with a dilemma, Baruch Hu said to do one thing, but somebody else told me to do the other thing. Of course, you're going to listen to Baruch Hu. Therefore, the person doing the act that's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions to the rule. One exception to the rule is mi'ila. If a person uses money from the Beis Hamikdash unknowingly, he's chayav and he has to pay a chayv. If he sends a messenger to do it, then the messenger is not chayav. The one that sent him is chayav. So why don't we learn the whole Torah from mi'ila? Because it's not just mi'ila, it's somewhere else. It's shlichus yad as well. We'll explain what that is. But before we explain, once you have mi'ila and shlichus yad, it's shnei ksuvim. It's two ksuvim that say the same exact halacha. They melabni, you can't learn out to the rest of the Torah. What's shlichus yad? Shlichus yad means that if I give an object to somebody to watch, he becomes a shomer, a watcher, and he's part of neva aveda unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends an agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for neva aveda. So you see this idea only in two places, Me'ilah and Shlichus Yad. Now, according to Bishameh, though, they say that you're chayiv in Shlichus Yad from the word Devar, that you're chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't, if a person steals an animal, and he goes ahead and he shechs the animal, or he sells the animal, he's chayiv 4 times that animal, or 5 times the animal, depending if it's a sheep or an ox. If he sends some to shech or to sell for him, he's chayiv, not the shoichet or the seller, and that's the second pasuk. But ein melamdim, Rabbi say, have a wonderful day, have a very meaningful Yom Kippur. Be'ezer Hashem, we'll see you after Yom Kippur. Kiddushin Daf Mem Gimel, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Eidin Daf. Just yesterday we had Yom Kippur. Have a givaldik year. Rabbi say we're in the middle of a sugya of Shluch Shalom K'moisai. I appoint a shliach, an agent. He just fits right in as if I did it. The Gemara says, typically speaking, I cannot send somebody to do an aver for me, but there are exceptions to the rule. And one of them is mi'ilah that we said yesterday. And today we're talking about tvicha. And that is, if a person steals a sheep or an ox, and then he goes ahead after he steals it and he sells it, or he shechs it, he's chayiv 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox, it's 5. If it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. The halacha is that a person who sends a shliach, you shech this ox for me, the shaychet doesn't have to pay. The ganav has to pay. Why? Because it's just like mechira. When you sell something, you need two parties. You need a purchaser, you need a seller. So too by tvicha. But here's the concept of yesh shliach l'dvar. Here is a case where I send a messenger and the sender has to pay. Shammai holds, and you can say a lashon, and we have to explain it. If a person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is chayiv. What does it mean chayiv? So one shot is Shammai will hold that it's shnei ksuvim habayim ke'echad u'melamdim. Typically speaking, when we have two psukim that say the same halacha, ein melamdin. But in this case, Shammai will hold like Yehuda, they're melamdin. You have Me'ilah and Tvicha, two psukim that say the same halacha that yesh shliach l'dvar avera, and we learn to the rest of the Torah yesh shliach l'dvar avera. The problem is, there's another pasuk, Beshchut Chutz, that if you take a karba, like the oil of chatos, instead of shafting in the Beis Hamikdash, you shaft it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are the sender. The sender is not chayiv. The guy that does it is chayiv. Why? Ein shliach l'dvar avera. So we have two psukim on this side, on the right side. We have one pasuk on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from Shchut Chutz because they don't darshan the word hu. Ahu. What do they do with ahu? We say that when two people shech the same animal, they hold on to the same knife, they shech the animal outside of the Beis Hamikdash, they're potter. Also, they say that if it's a shoygeg, oinus, or a mistake, potter. You can also explain what Shammai meant to say, is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is chayiv. It's a special halacha by murder, because it says by David HaMelech, he sent Uriah Hittite to the front line, and Nosan HaNavi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder, David HaMelech didn't murder, the Plishtim murdered him. Oisay Arakta B'cher B'nei Ammon, do the murder. According to Chachamim, David is not chayiv at all, because Uriah Hittite was a murdered b'malchus. He used the lashon of Adoni, not to the king. In front of the king, he said, Adoni, my master, somebody else. So for that alone, he's chayiv misa, so David HaMelech is potter for killing Uriah Hittite. Another pshat is that Shammai meant that if you hire somebody to kill somebody else, you're chayiv. What does it mean chayiv? Yidei Shomayim. So what does Hill say? Potter, obviously not. Hill would say you're chayiv not for murder. You're chayiv for something else. You're chayiv for Ramatan murder. Shammai says no. When you get up to Shomayim, they're going to didan you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong aved. More tells us, even if you say that according to Shammai, yesh shliach l'dvar avera, that if somebody sends a messenger, an agent to do something, it goes back to the sender. That would work in all the averas of the Torah, like Shabbos and Zar, but not for an avera that is Zana, like Arayis and Chayla, because we never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an avera and somebody else pays for it. So there's a sheet in the Gemara that according to Beis Hillel, if somebody sends 3 people to be Mekadosh a woman, they cannot be Eidos. So this is a sugya of Shliach Nasa Eid, meaning, can an agent who brings Kiddushin to be Mekadosh a woman, could he flip into an aid and testify, yes, this woman received Kiddushin. Yes, this malva was paid back by you, by myself. Could a Shliach become an aid? This is another shita in Beis Hillel that says no, that a Shliach could become an aid. Bottom line is, we paskin Shliach Nasa. We know that Beis Hillel, we always paskin like Beis Hillel. So either way you cut it, we have to say that Beis Hillel holds Shliach Nasa, and they said Shliach Nasa, and Rab also, who's obviously not going to argue on Beis Hillel ever, also holds Shliach Nasa. Make your adin, the same halacha applies in Kiddushin, that a Shliach becomes an aid, and the same halacha would apply by Mamanis, by a Leiv and a Malva. At the end of the day, there's a new concept that we haven't had in a while called Shvuas Hases. And that is, in addition to the regular Shvuah, when a person admits a partial claim, he has to make a Shvuah. Chacham Musakin, even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a Shvuas Hases. Therefore, an agent who brings money to a Malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave it to the Malva, we don't believe him because he's biased. Because if he would say that he gave it back to the Leiva will invoke the Shvuas Hases. And now, if a person doesn't want to make a Shvuah, he might be a Ganav, but he never wants to make a Shvuah. He'll always say that he gave it to the Malva, and the Malva cannot invoke the Shvuas Hases. Therefore, he's biased, and now we don't trust him. As Derech Hagav, Rashi says this comes from the halacha of Chen B'nei Alpin Kaseh, and that is a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells a store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them the salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with you. The one that owes is the boss. So they go to the boss, both of them make a shvuah. The store owner and the employees make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. So that would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvuah, and at the end of the day, the leiva would have to pay. Chachamim hold by a get of a naira murasa, and that is, if there's a girl who's either a Tana and even a Naira who's between 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, the first stage of marriage. Naira Murasa. So Chacham holds she could receive a get, in addition to her father receiving the get for her. Even though she's in her father's domain, she can still receive her get. Rish Lakish takes that a step further. He says, just like we say that she can receive a get, she can also receive her Kedushin, because Kedushin and Kedushin are the same. Whatever you do by get, you do by Kedushin. Whatever you do by Kedushin, you do by get. According to Rabbi Yochanan, there's a distinction between Gittin and Kedushin. That by Kedushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept the Kedushin. Why? Because this Kedushin takes her out of the father's domain, and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the Kedushin. There's another halach in the Gemara that any girl who's that young, who keeps on going back to her husband after a divorce, he can't divorce her. It's mishalcha ve'inu chayzeres. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Taisus hold that if the father is able to prevent her from coming back, that's considered mishalcha ve'inu chayzeres, and it does work. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day. Kedushin Daf Mem Dalet, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Minute Daf. So we're in the middle of a machlokes. The halacha is by get that if your father has a young daughter, and she's married, not only does he receive a get for her, but she could also receive it. And we had a machlokes yesterday between Rish Lakish. What about Kedushin? Rish Lakish says Kedushin and Gerushin are the same, just like she receives the get, she receives the Kedushin, the Yatzav Haisa. Rabbi Yochanan says they're different. What if she's engaged? She received Kedushin, her father received Kedushin, and then her husband or chassan dies without children. So she becomes a Yavama. She falls to Yibam to the other brothers. Goes one of the brothers and wants to give her a ring that's called Maimer, because it only is effective with the Rabbanan by a Yavama. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Naira, she's already 12 years old, you don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different than Kedushin? Because Midoraisa, she's skuka. Skuka means there's a bond. She's attached to the Yavam somewhat. The Yavam is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even Rabbi Yehuda, who holds by a get, he argues on Chachamim, like we said before. He argues on Chachamim that the girl cannot receive a get. Over here, he'll admit that the girl could receive the Maimer because she's already skuka. Some say that according to Chachamim, a Naira doesn't need the das of a father by Maimer because we consider Maimer something that could be done even forcefully by Karfa. Why? Because Rabbi holds that can be done forcefully. He compares Maimer to the regular act of Yibam. Just like Yibam doesn't need the consent of the Yibam to be done by Karfa, so too the act of Kedushin, even though it's the Rabbanan, still can be done by Karfa. Chacham say on the other hand that no, the act of Maimer is like a regular act of Kedushin in a regular woman. And for that, a regular woman, you need her consent. So too, Maimer. The Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is Reb Shimon, based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have on Daf Mem Vav. You see, there's a machlokes, not on Mem Vav, but it's very similar to Mem Vav. I'm just going back to an original machlokes. If a person takes 5 collaterals from 5 different people, and he swears. Now, typically, if he swore to one person, and he was found to be a liar, he has to bring an asham. Over here, he swears to all 5, and he lies to them. Is it considered one shvuah or 5? This is machlokes. According to Reb Shimon, in order for it to be considered 5 different shvuahs, he has to say the word shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha, etc. And according to Reb Lazar, as long as you say shvuah all the way at the end, according to Hanakama, if you say shvuah in the beginning. By us in our Mishnah, if a person tells a woman, I want to be mekadesh you with this fruit, and I want to be mekadesh you with this fruit, so they're not mitzdarif. The value of the two of them are not mitzdarif because he said a lashon kedushin. So that would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. The word tells us Reb Shimon, however, also holds a Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda, which we mentioned, holds that a girl, a katana, cannot receive kedushin by herself. Only the father receives the kedushin for her. Now it says in our Mishnah, "Ish mekadesh bitoy naira." So it's mashma from our Mishnah that only the father can be mekadesh, not the daughter. This is because Ravan came out of the Beis Medrash and he said, in Beis Medrash, everybody passing like Rabbi Yochanan, and Rish Lakish stood up there and he screamed like a crane. And he was screaming, "V'yatzav ha'haisa," you have to compare kedushin to gerushin. Nobody cared. In other words, when it comes to kedushin, only the father receives the kedushin, not the daughter. More, it goes on to tell us that when it comes to a get, a nara, a girl who's 12 years old with simanim, is like the extension of the father's hand. She's not a chotzer, she's a yad. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, would be sleeping, tied up, and you watch him like we have by a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. Must be she's accepting the get as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shliach, because a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shliach. You need das to make a shliach. We have a sugya that we're going to go into tomorrow's daf. A katana, a minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged, she became Kadeshas on her own. So the Gemara tells us he needs a get because perhaps the father agreed to this kedushin, and she also needs something called miyum. She needs to refuse this kedushin because maybe she didn't accept the kedushin. So she didn't accept the kedushin. Why does she have to do miyum? Or I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the kedushin. The answer is because this act of miyum shows that it's not a real kedushin. It's only the rabbanon, and we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on here. And if this individual got engaged to her sister, people say, well, look, there was a get. It's deraisa. That engagement to the sister is nothing. Anybody can marry her. And in fact, no one can marry her because perhaps the first girl is not Mekudeshes and the second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be Mekudeshes, so she does miyum, and therefore people will be careful with the sister. And the Gemara tells us this whole halacha takes place by shidduch, when there's a shidduch. In other words, then we could say that the father agreed to it. We already spoke about it, it was discussed. According to Ula, the Gemara says, a girl who gets engaged without the father's consent doesn't need a get, and doesn't need miyun, it's a big fat zero. And either the pshat is talking about no shidduch, or some say even Ula's talking about even in a case of a shidduch. This is that we found that she got engaged herself, according to Ula, we must be said. You're talking about a yisayim v'chayav. In other words, she was already married once. Then, because she's married, she leaves her father's domain completely. The second time around, she got engaged herself. This is that we find that a father sells his daughter who's an almana. How's that possible? Must be talking about that he sold her as an amma, and her master married her. So he had some sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not really as if he married her off, he never received anything, and therefore he's able halachically to sell her after she was already married. Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Mem Hey. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. We're talking about a case where a katana accepted Kiddushin from her chassan without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this chassan passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall yibum. So the halacha is that she is required to do chalitza, because perhaps the father agreed to this. And then midaraisa she falls yibum, even though it's only erusin. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a chalutza is only asim d'Rabbanan. And if somebody goes ahead and marries her, if let's say the yavam would marry her, everybody knows that the kedushin is a good kedushin. And we'll explain. Because if this yavam guy goes ahead and gives this katana, the original katana, gives her a ring, that's called maimet. It's kedushin only with the Rabbanan, and because we require that he gives her a get for that maimer, that becomes a problem. Now people think, hey, they were married midiraisa, why did they have to give her a get? And it's possible it's midiraisa if the father agreed to it. It's also possible that they're not married at all, that they have no connection because the father didn't agree to it. So therefore we require her to do miyum. That miyum shows that there's a problem there. Miyum is only the rabbanon. So people will be concerned and they'll think that if the yavam got engaged to this kind of sister, instead of them thinking it's nothing because he's completely married to the first one and you can't be married to two sisters, they say, you know what, maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all. And therefore, she's the Eshes Ish and nobody will marry her. According to Ravina, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, two fathers had a discussion, I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. If I had a daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent, and he's happy with it because Tavla Mesa Tandu, Mila Mesa Varmalan. But a boy is always medayik. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case that a father marries off his son to somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to get. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, he gives her a bundle of vegetables in Kaddish, according to everybody, it's not a Kedushin. That's a bezayim. And if he's Kaddish in a marketplace, it's a bezayim. The Gemara tells us a story. There was a couple who had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter, who was a Kana, to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was mevater. He agreed to his wife, okay, let her marry your relatives. Let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was mekadesh her. So Rava says, in this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that, so therefore the kedushin is not good. Abai says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, she'eris Yisrael yasu alva. Jews don't lie like that. And he'll never intentionally agree to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages, Kiddushin and Nisur. If the father agreed to the Kiddushin, to stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the chassan without her father's consent. According to everybody, if she dies, the chassan doesn't get the inheritance. It stays in its proper place, goes to the father. However, there's a machlokes whether she could eat, meanwhile, until the father comes back, if she can eat truma, if she marries a kite, because midaraisa she eats truma anyways once she's engaged. Or perhaps, we have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, he'll disagree to this marriage, and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present, and he doesn't say anything, he sees his daughter getting married, according to Rav Huna, you don't eat. She doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he was angry. Other madam says no, she could eat. Why? Because the fact that he's quiet proves that he's okay with it. But what if even the Kedushin, the first part, was against the father's will? And he's here, he's watching it. Rav Huna says the opposite. Now Rav Huna says she couldn't, because nobody's going to be quiet through two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's mafker, his schos. It's as if he agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. Kiddush Daf Mem Vav, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. We're kind of got engaged without her father's das, without her father's consent. We have machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it yet. According to Rav Asi, she cannot renege. According to Rav, she could. You want to thought maybe we could bring a riot from a father. The halacha is that if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want to. So isn't this similar to our case? Because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be moichel. It's a right or a right. No, it's not a right. Because we could say, like we always learned in Cheder, that we're talking about a pitoy that the man didn't have das for kiddushin. He didn't want to marry her. And even if you say that it was l'shem kiddushin, it would be necessary to do another kiddushin. Mari Merena Levisha has to do another kiddushin because he didn't have the father's consent to begin with. And now we're in a brand new Mishnah. If a person uses a lashon, he says, he takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, his kachili b'tmorazu, and then she eats the date, and then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavar pruta, it's a good kiddushin. So we have machlokes. What exactly is this case? According to Rabbi and Shmuel, is talking about the beginning of the Mishnah, where a person says a double lashon, skacheli bezu, skacheli bezu. He breaks it up very strongly with the words skachi, skachi. And the chiddush is that even though she's eating something and she has an immediate satisfaction enough, nevertheless, there's no kiddushin with less than a shavar. According to Rabbi, it's talking about skachi bezu ubezu. And all of the dates together is a shavar pruta, then there's a kiddushin. And the chiddush is that if she eats it right away, then you need the last date should have a shavar pruta. And from here, the Gemara says we see a number of things. First of all, you see if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kiddushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, you see, it doesn't work unless there's a full prut at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. If, in addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a pruta, so a guy forgives this woman $1 million, but he gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta, her das is on the pruta, and it's a good kiddushin. What if the kiddushin is nachal? What happens to everything he gave her to begin with? All the dates that he gave her, does she have to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, it would be a good kiddushin. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give it back. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, he gives her money. Now everybody knows you can't get married to your sister. So what is he trying to do here? According to Rabbi, she has to return the money because all he's doing is he's trying to give her a pikadon. He wanted her to watch it, and he figured if he doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift. She doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say, here's a gift, and he said it in a funny lashon, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great, he gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is that the kohen must return the flour. And the Gemara wonders why. Why does he have to return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because we're concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget. He's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is chayev in more challah, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being mafresh challah. And it's tevel. It's also the rice to eat it. Another pshat is no, a kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that the Yisrael will make mistakes. The Yisrael will think that what he did was fine. He's mafresh challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. If the kohen agrees to take from flour, you could take from flour. But the truth is no. Reishis arisoi seicha. Challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things the Gemara goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit of trumas and meisers from that flour that he gave. Why does he have to give it back to Yisrael? We see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is midaraisa chayiv and trumas and meisers, on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is potem and trumas and meisers midaraisa. Or if we say he should take truma, even though he took truma, he should go ahead and take truma again, like as if he took truma from a non-perforated pot. Perforate, it's different. By pots, it's different. The Gemara says because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake here. There's one that's high, one that's bottom. When it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy. He's not going to want to take truma from it. in a case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say. So over there we say Yachzer Yitron, we should take a second truma. But in fact, when they write the first truma was a good truma, Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day and also a beautiful Yontif. Kiddushin Daf Lamed Aleph, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Today's Daf is just an incredible Daf about Kibbutz Avim and very, very famous stories and a lot of great disciples. When it comes to Kibbutz Avim, the Torah gives us two psukim. One about kavod, one about yira, fear and honor. When the pasuk talks about kibbutz, the father comes before the mother, and the reason is because typically a son gives more honor to a mother. She speaks sweeter to him, nicer to him. So the Torah has to say no, you have the father first. When it comes to yira, the mother comes first, because typically a father teaches his son Torah, so he has more yira. A father and mother who are married, then the son should be mechabed the father, because the mother also has a chiyuv to mechabed the father. If they're divorced, then the kavod is equal. The Gemara tells us that initially when HaKadosh Baruch Hu said Anochi Hashem, the Umas Ha'olam, they said, what is this? But then when HaKadosh Baruch Hu said Kavod Esavicha, they realized that Hashem wants us to be mechabed parents, and that's the same idea to be mechabed him. He wasn't in it for himself. The Gemara tells us there's so much to learn from the non-Jew Dama ben Sina, the famous story. Chachamim came to purchase an extremely expensive jewel worth 600,000 golden coins. And because Dama ben Sina was his father, Nesina, was sleeping on a pillow with the key to the safe, he refused to wake up his father, and he lost that property. A year later, he had a para aduma, red heifer. He realized that this is no coincidence. Baruch was paying him back. So he told Chachamim, and they came to purchase it. He said, I could ask for any amount of money. There's only one like this in the entire world. But I'm only going to ask for what I lost last year. And the Gemara tells us, Dama ben Tzina didn't have the chiyuv of kibbutz avim, and this is how we acted. Certainly us, we have a chiyuv. And there's a concept. A person who's commanded, who has a chiyuv to do a mitzvah, his sechar is greater than a person that doesn't have a chiyuv, because the pressure to do the mitzvah actually prevents him from doing mitzvahs. So we that have that chiyuv, we have a bigger mitzvah, and we have a bigger obligation to be mekayim kibbutz avim. Rav Yosef, who later on in his life became blind, he was upset with this because he thought that he'd get more schar because it's not a mitzvah v'oisem, and then he realized that he gets less schar. He said, I would make a big yontif for Rabbanan if they're able to switch around the halach a little bit. Rabbi Yosef, when he heard his mother coming from a distance, he would stand up. He said, I'm standing up for the Shekhinah. What does a person could feed his father a very expensive bird, but it takes him out of Olam Hazeh, it takes him out of Olam Haba. And the reason is because when he gave it to his father, and his father said, how do you afford it? Says Rashi, he says, keep on eating. Don't bother with it. And that kind of, those words, they take away from the mitzvah. On the flip side, if he tells his father, here, deal with this, do some hard work. I want you to work on the rechaim, on the mill. So somebody standing on the side would say, wait, that's not kibbutz avim. In fact, that is, in this case, because what you didn't see is that the soldiers came to take the father, and he said, I'll go instead of you. You, dad, you do the rechaim, and he's Zochot Olam Haba. Avimi had 5 sons who were smuchim, they were all G'daylim. Yet when Avimi's father came to the door, Avimi ran, he wouldn't allow his sons to do kibbutz avim, he wanted to do it. One time, his father said, get me a cup of water. By the time he got back, his father fell asleep. He stood over him in a bent position, full of fear and covet, waiting for his father to get up. And that's when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave him a beautiful pshat. Mizmor la'asaf, as Rashi explains, it shouldn't be a mizmor that it's a mizmor necha. It's not a song. It's a kina. It's a tisha. Yet Rashi says unbelievable. Sometimes when things are destroyed, it's a yantiv, because Hashem is saying, I'm taking out my anger on wood and stones and not on a human being. When a father and mother want to give to a child, the Gemara tells us the father, especially the father, I'm talking, shouldn't take from the father. So take from the mother, she does it full-heartedly. The father might have some sort of chalitza hadas underneath. The Gemara tells an incredible story about his carpet. His mother, when she wanted to get into bed, she would go on all fours and let her step on him as a step stool. As you can see, a live demonstration in Shia. Nevertheless, the Gemara tells us that that's not even half of what a person has to do without aim. A real test would be if she took his money and destroyed it, threw it into the ocean, and you don't say a word. Yochanan says so much is without aim, a severe avera if you over on it. Praiseworthy is a person that was born without parents, because that's how chomer it is. If Chas v'Shalom you're over on it, he himself, Rabbi Yochanan, was a yasim from a father and a mother, and so was Abaya. Although throughout Shas, at least 15 times, Abaya says, "Umrli Aim." So the Gemara, Aim is not his real mother. Aim is the woman who brought him up. Ravasi wanted to be careful with Rabbi. His mother, when the then says she lost her mind, she ran away to Eretz Yisrael. When he heard that she's coming to Eretz Yisrael, he wanted to go out and read her and try to get a head from Rabbi Yochanan to Eretz Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan wasn't so happy. He said, "Listen, I'm not going to be a tzaddik if you leave." So he left. By the time he got his mother, she's already left. And he felt really bad that he left Eretz Yisrael for no reason. When a person, instead of using his father's honor, send me out of here, get me out of here in honor of my father. Instead of saying that, he says, in my honor. That's not true that way. When a father dies, you can say, Abba Moiri, Hareini Kaparsi Shkavai Halavai, because Baruch should put his einish on myself. And afterwards, he says, Zichronim Levrocha, what we say today, Rabbi
Garbage. It's
having
garbage.
a
That's what it
wonderful.
is. Hey, Jimmy. You loser douche.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Beis. How's everybody doing? The halacha is like the mandama that says that when you do kibbut av aim, you don't have to use your own money, use your parents' money. However, if you have to stop working in order to do kibbut av aim, you must do so even though it's going to cost you at the end. You're preventing yourself from gaining money. If your father decides to throw his own wallet and waste money, throw the wallet into the ocean, even if you're the Yairish, you're going to inherit this, you're not allowed to say anything. Rav Huna, he was Michael, his own covet to his son, and he tested him by ripping his clothing on the sin. He wanted to see if his son is going to be upset, be bekas. The Gemara tells us that you're permitted to give your own son Meiser Ani. That's the Meiser, 10% of what's left over from your produce that you give to some Meiseris. On years 3 and 6, you give it to the Ani. So if your son is poor, you're permitted to give him from the Meiser Ani. But to your own father, son to his father, you're not allowed to give him unless he has nothing else. Because Zila Mil said it's not nice to give your father Meiser Ani. When a father makes a mistake in halacha, you have to tell him, there's a pasuk in the Torah that says this and this. And he'll understand by himself that he made a mistake. Halacha is like easy. That if you have two things in front of you, you have a mitzvah of, let's say, bearing a mace, and you have to have an aim. If it's a mitzvah that can be done from somebody else, let's say going to Rabbi, you let somebody else do that mitzvah, and you do have an aim. Otherwise, the other mitzvah is first, because you and your father, you both buchrit that mitzvah. The halacha is a father who's moichel on his covet. It's a good mechila. You can be moichel on his covet. Rava agrees that even a Talmud Chacham, because the Talmud Chacham, the Torah is considered his own Torah. Yes, it says in the pasuk that it's Hashem's Torah, but it says in the pasuk also, the second pasuk in Tehillim, "U'b'soirasa yehege yom v'layla." Your own Torah you shall learn day and night. So therefore, I can take that Torah as long as it's not a kedusha to the Torah, and I could be moichel on my covet. Yet, Rav himself, when his son got married, he went around the wedding and he was pouring everybody l'chai, and he was upset. He was makbid on the Amiroyim that didn't stand up for him. Yes, he belittled himself, and he was saying, "I don't want covet," but he expected them to show at least the hint of covet by standing up slightly off their chair, just to show that they're makbid on his godless. It's machlokes by the Nasi of Klal Yisrael, the head of Klal Yisrael, the head of the Sanhedrin. Machlokes is whether you learn from Avraham Avinu that Avraham Avinu was a human being. He went and he put himself down by feeding the malachim, which he didn't know they were malachim. They looked like Arabs. Or did we learn from HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself, who every single day sets our table, gives us sustenance, and he's putting himself down, Kabiyah. So, according to everybody, a king is not allowed to be Michael on his covet, but a Nasi is Michael on his covet. A king, it says, you have to have fear of a king, so he's not allowed to be Michael on his covet. The sugya of standing up for a zaken, they save a takum. According to Tanakama, since it doesn't say takum ba'adarta twice, so it's mashma, it's one. He's a zaken, and a chacham. He's an older person and also Talmid Chacham. According to Rabbi Yisrael, since it doesn't say mipnei save a zaken, it's mashma that he's also a yonik and a chacham. In other words, even a younger person who's a chacham, you have to stand up. But according to Isi ben Yehuda, Seva means every old person. So we have a 3-million machlokes. In other words, a person who's not a chacham, he just happens to be an older person over 70. According to Isi, you're mechuyev to stand up for him. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Lamed Gimel. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Today is Erev Rosh Hashanah, and I'd like to take this opportunity to give everybody a bracha. It should be a year of simchas, of health, gesund, nachas from our children, shalom bayis, harnosa berevach, a year of getting closer to Rabbi Shalom, a year of learning Torah, not missing a day of Torah. And I really hope that you have it in your heart to daven for me on Rosh Hashanah. Should have arichas yom and be able to continue giving shiurim. As we were discussing yesterday, the 3 shittas when it comes to standing up for Talmid Chacham, an older person, we'll make it simpler. The Torah says the word seva and the word zaken. So according to Tanakama, you need both. You need that the person should be an older person over 70 and also Talmid Chacham. Otherwise, you don't have to stand up for him. So if you have a young Talmid Chacham, you don't stand up for him. Rabbi Yisrael says, no, they're independent. If he's old, even if he's not a Talmid Chacham, you stand up for him. And if he's a Talmid Chacham, even if he's not old, you stand up for him. And Isi ben Yehuda says a tremendous chiddush. That if a zaken is a rasha, you stand up for him because he's a zaken. If he's a Talmid Chacham and he's young, you also stand up for him. And guess what? The Gemara paskins like Isi ben Yehuda, you stand up for a rasha. The Gemara says it's a comparison between Hidur and Chuma. And just like Hidur doesn't have Chesar and Kiss, you don't have to come out of pocket. So too, when it comes to Kima, in other words, you don't have to stop work when a Talmid Chacham walks by, because we learn it from Hidur. A person who's actually working doesn't stand up for Talmid Chacham, but he does stand up for those who are coming to Yerushalayim with their first fruit, the Bikurim, and he asks them how they're doing, because Chaviva mitzvah b'shaita, when you do a mitzvah, you're more chashuv than Talmid Chacham. Another pshat the Gemara says is we don't want to discourage those who are bringing the Bikurim to Yerushalayim. We want them to come next year and have a great feeling, so let them feel good. Rashi says this, the nafkamim between the 2 pshatim is, what if the person is very chashuv? He's going to come next year anyway. So you don't have to just say shalom aleichem to him and everything. But if the pshat is that the mitzvah is more chashuv, then you do it. In a Beis HaKisei, Beis HaMercha, it's the bathroom, a bathhouse, you don't stand up. But the outer rooms that people are clothed in, you do stand up for Talmid Chacham. Gemara says a whole story that Reb Shimon was in the Beis HaMercha, and he didn't stand up for him. There's no raya, says the Gemara, exactly where he was standing. It's possible he was standing in the inside room, and his father said maybe they're thinking and learning. Rabbi, the Heilige Rabbi said maybe they're thinking and learning. Because what he meant is that somebody is very involved in learning all day, even when he goes into Beis HaMercha, sometimes he can't control his mind and he's thinking and learning. Torah says, Takum, be a racer. You should have fear about Kadosh Baruch Hu. Kadosh Baruch Hu knows what's going on in your mind. So don't play games. don't close your eyes as the Talmid Chacham is coming into your chiyuv, into the Daled Amos, and as he comes to the Daled Amos, oops, I don't see him. My eyes are closed. Hashem knows that you're playing games, and don't try to get out of it. You stand up for your Rabbi Muva, your permanent Rebbe, when he's within Daled Amos, and the Av Bezdin, as far as your eye could see. You sit down after Daled Amos. When it comes to a Nasi, you have to wait until he sits down. Because it says, Bayu Ahayla. The Gemara tells us you only stand up for your Rebbe twice, once in the morning, once in the evening, because even for HaKadosh Baruch Hu, you only say Shema twice. Nevertheless, a Talmid Chacham should be careful not to make people stand up for him. In fact, if a Talmid Chacham goes out of his way to make sure they don't stand up for him, he'll get Arichas Yamim. But if you're a Talmid Chacham and you don't stand up for your Rebbe, you're considered a Rasha, you don't have Arichas Yamim, and you forget the learning. Abaye would be upset, he'd curse those who were learning Torah and say, oh, I don't stand up for my Rebbe because I'm learning Torah. Get cursed for that. The people from Masa Mechasya, they were so used to Talmid Chachamim that they didn't even put on a head covering when they walked in front of Talmid Chachamim. Rabbi Yochanan would give honor and stand up for a non-Jew because an elderly non-Jew went through a lot in his life and realized the nisim that His Baruch Hu did for him. Abaye would give old man his hand, Rabbi would send the shliach, Rav Nachman would send his officers. Rav Nachman said, if not for my Torah, I would be just another Nachman in the marketplace. So therefore, it doesn't befit somebody that learns Torah to help the non-Jew. I'll let my officers help. The Gemara has a suffer. If the son is the father's Rebbe, does the son stand up for the father? Does the father stand up for the son? Well, suffer. In fact, Shmuel told his Talmud, Rabbi Yehuda, you should stand up for your father. But on the other side, his father's Rabbi Cheskel, who's a big tzaddik. So maybe even Shmuel stood up for him. Maybe everybody should stand up for him. The Gemara says that a Talmid Chacham that's on an animal, there's two ways to look at it. You can say the Talmid Chacham is sitting, or if you look at it as the animal standing, and then you would have to stand up for him. So the Gemara says that somebody that's on an animal's land of a mitzvah that has tzaras on it is metame b'oil. If it's in a room or under a tree, everything under the tree becomes tameh. But that's only if the person holding the stone is sitting. Like a mitzvah who's sitting. The pasuk says you have to be in a sitting position. So therefore, you see the idea that even though the person is standing, the stone is considered standing. If the person is sitting, the stone is considered. So too, the person is on an animal. It goes by the animal. If the animal is standing, the person is considered standing. We all stand up for Sefer Torah. Why? Because we make a Kavachimer, when a Chacham that learns from the Sefer Torah, you stand up for him, you stand up for Sefer Torah. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day and an unbelievable year.
Okay, Rabbi Isai, I hope you should only have Tzil, Chatzil, Feva, like a man Chatzil, Feva. Assuming you did Lamed Dalet and Lamed Hey, and some of them go together, so I'll put it together the way that I said. Now, in 8 minutes. Okay, so we're starting. Sometimes it's nice to give a rule. Now, this one tells us when a Mishnah gives a rule, it's not necessarily 100%. Even if the Mishnah says, accepted this, it doesn't mean that it's only accepted this, it can be accepted other things too. Like we see by Abel, it says you can use for Abel any type of food besides water or don't. It's not the only thing. Also, you can't use mushrooms because also they don't give you any, they don't sustain you. So over here also, they have a rule. It says that a woman is obligated in every Mishnah say if it's not man drama, it does not have to do with time. If she's talking, if she doesn't have to do any Mishnah say, it has to do with time. It's called man drama. So now, it's not 100%. Because before that, that's just not 100%. Now, where do we learn it from? Where do we learn it from? We learn it from Tillin. You know, it says we learn it from Tillin. Tillin is two types. There's a hekesh between Tillin and Tillin. And the first house of Tillin, and in the second house of Tillin, Talmud is the same way. We know the babies don't have to learn Tillin. They're not obligated to learn Tillin. As we learned before, they're also not obligated to wear Tillin. Yeah, when Tillin, I went through the whole Torah. The same way that Tillin is a mitzvah of prayer, which has to do it night, they only do it today. You don't do it on Shabbat, and ladies don't have to do it. So too, they don't have to do any other mitzvahs such as man gurama. For example, Luno, for example, Shaito, they are obligated. It's not mitzvahs per se, which is man gurama, like matzah. The reason is because matzah, the Torah says matzah is like comics. That is obligated not to comics, is obligated to yes to matzah. So also hakim, ladies are obligated to come for hakim. So the reason is it's not teaching you the whole Torah, they will be obligated also in mitzvah per se. Because man is drama. You don't listen here. You make them higher than every mitzvah per se. That's not drama. Because it's making you in the voice because hakim is not needed. It's extra. It's not to teach you that don't learn from Hashem Hakim, gather it. Now, there is an opinion that says that you do learn from snakes in the voice careful. But to this opinion, he has a different way of learning. It says by filling, there's a hekesh, filling, Torah, Talmud is all the mitzvahs of Torah by filling, and when we have a hekesh, you don't then you now from anything else. So it says, whatever is like filling, is mitzvah to say. As man to Rama. Whatever is not like filling, they're fine. Point that I've made, that have you there, they hold the feeling all the time, today, tonight, sometimes, when you're told. Then feeling the mitzvah to say is not as man to Rama. So, Rabbi doesn't have a problem. If he says that I hope it makes you a little bit or take it on, so you can't win from Matro and Hakim to make them obligated in mitzvah to take that man to Rama. And according to that, he holds it is an obligation. So, how does he know that they not to win from Matro and Hakim? If he says together with that, they also have the mitzvah of super adjunctive ladies are also obligated to do it. And that's also because the face that's not normal. That's not like a Abaye says the ladies are not obligated to mitzvah super. It's the obligation of the husband to make her happy. And also when you find the mitzvah by Almana, if he's supporting an Almana, it's your obligation to also make sure she's happy in the time. Now, the mitzvah of feeding, man normal is man normal. And the mitzvah of Rehiyah, which are also man normal, and both of them, ladies are possible, but you're feeding common in the time. So, ladies are possible. So why don't we say this makes you a bunch of effort? But they're not feeding. You wouldn't say Rehiyah, I would think the mitzvah of Hakim. But if you say the time of Hakim is high also Rehiyah, you wouldn't say and I would think to learn from the Google, also next to it, very partial. Yes, right. I would think to learn from the Google is the same way with Google. Ladies have to do it. So it says the man will be in it. Ladies also want white. They have to do the Google. I would think to say they need to be student. That's what they say right to be specific to the students that they are taught. Another message of the Bible, even though the man Roma, the Bible likes to be taught to the Google. The reason is, God, Google, according to Rabbi, I was thinking to say that the Bible says, eight games of good. Living in your sukkah, the same way you live in your house. In your house, you live with your wife. Right? So then in your sukkah, she's also obligated to be there because you have to live with your wife. And you need help. So they say, you don't have to be there. According to God, I would think to learn, you're going to struggle from Pesach. You know that the Pesach ladies are obligated to not stop. They're obligated not to struggle. So I would think to say that also by Pesach, so learn from Pesach, that the eyes have to be in sukkah. That's what the Torah needs to say. That something have a great year, wonderful year, very successful year. Okay, so ladies are taught to some mitzvahs that say, even though it's not as wrong, this is Torah, Pidyon Aben, and Pidyon Leviticus. So that's how we learn the Torah from mitzvahs that say that are not as one drama, because only these and not the others. Or we learn it from Tefillin as we saw, because the Torah says that only Tefillin is Torah. Yeah. Or we learn it from Tefillin, that Tefillin are mitzvahs that say Shazman Drama, and the Torah says they're Torah, meaning that every mitzvahs that say which are not as man drama, which are not all the time, they are obligated to do. Now, according to Rabbi and Boyko, there's an interesting thing. He holds that three of the video ladies are obligated. You know, so now you have one mitzvah, which is not as man drama, is their chaya. Now he has another mitzvah that everyone agrees to, is moigo avay, sud avay, mitzvah says that not as man drama, and ladies are also obligated in that mitzvah. So now, people are not married, so now, you have two mitzvahs, I say, which are not as Langroma, that they're obligated, so why isn't that making a bunch of don't teach me anywhere else? That's what the Gemara is telling me, that they're both needed. You can't learn one from the other, you need both, so it's not considered Shmekili Aboin Catholic. Okay. Now we're moving to mitzvah Loitase. And that's the Mishnah says that they're obligated in every single mitzvah Loitase besides a few. So what's the reason they're chayav in Loitase? So there's a rule in the Pasuk. The Pasuk teaches that they're equal to men. So, Oishis of Atayva, Lavin, Loitase, it's Oiner, it's Malchus for Allah, also for dealing, for any dealing which has to do with business, monetary issues, they're just like men. And also, if anyone kills a woman, or an axe kills a woman, it has the same Allah as killing a man, it's equal. The Gemara says the Torah needs to write all three. So if it was right only that they're obligated in on-chain, I would think it's good for them, people should follow us. If it's right dealing, I would think because that's the only way they can live. And if it was right like Jinsa, I would think that it says like Shasam for the light. That's why it says it's in there, in that aspect, but the man, that's why I need all three. A lady is also called that's why focus on the issue of too much meat, so it's not allowed to use much meat, and she's allowed to be able to because the focus the Meyahaver, not the Meyahaver. That's the daughter of the son. Now she's also focused on Hektopas Alois, shaving her face, or Hashkotas Azakan with a knife, taking off the beard. And the reason is because she learns the Peyas Alois from the Cat Zoton, and the Small, she doesn't have a beard, or it's a Xer Shovel. You have the word Peyas, and then Xer Shovel. Now, if you wouldn't have had the word Peyas, you would still have a Xer Shovel. Then you would use this Xer Shovel to a different halacha to teach me only the way of issue of shaving a beard. You're not allowed to shave a beard only with a knife, and not with something that pulls it out, or with scissors. You're allowed to shave the beard with scissors, or something that pulls out the hair. So that's why the Torah wrote the word Peyas extra to teach me that it's a full Xer Shovel. I don't think that the Bnei Ahavai, which says by Tuma, goes only on Tuma, but also goes on shaving in Pasuk. The Gemara says that we find a place that says that if a lady or a student have a beard, so it's considered a beard. So what is it talking about? It's obviously not talking about Isla of shaving because she's allowed to shave it in whatever way she wants. So the Gemara answers it's talking about Tumas Negoin. That there's a difference in halacha between Tuma of a Nega, which is any other place in the body, and on the head where there's hair. So if she has a beard, it's considered like she has a beard to Tumas Negoin. Have a cookie bench deal.
Kiddushin Daf Lamed Vav. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. A Gemar Chasin Toiva, Guti Ben Shior, sitting here on Tzum Gedalia. Hope it's a meaningful fast for everybody. There's an Isser D'Oraisa of Karcha, which is if a person out of pain, losing a close relative or somebody that they know, rips out their hair from their head, they're over on the Isser Karcha. Issi comes up with a big Kiddush and he says this Isser doesn't apply to women. Why does he say that? So you have a three-way machlokes. For those who say because it says in the pasuk the word banim, and banim refers to sons and not daughters. The fact that the Torah says Am Kodesh, the entire nation, holy nation, is referring to another. Yidda are similar to Isi did the same. Yedida is where a person takes a tool and rips his skin out of pain for the mace, and Srita is with his hand. Now, he holds that Yedida is an entire body. Everybody holds it's on the entire body, all skin, whereas Karcha is only in the head. So therefore, he removes that Isser. He says that doesn't apply to women. Abai and Rava have different reasons. Abai and Rava both say that the word banim doesn't refer to sons, rather refers to children. It says, they both say that all of Klal Yisrael are considered banim, regardless. And we're going to get into it a little bit. So according to Abaya, this is going to hold his Xer Shava from Karcha, from the Kahana. It says, Bnei Aaron. In the beginning it talks about the sons of Aaron. Does it refer to the entire parasha afterwards, including pasuk Hey that says about karcha can cause break. It should become tamei to a sister who's never married. That applies also to women. Women should bury a sister that was never married. That's a positive. That's a mitzvah says say go ahead and bury them. So perhaps it's a herring doesn't apply to pasuk Hey, correct? Once we have Xer Shava, it does. According to Rabbi, this Xer Shava only comes to teach us that karcha is not just bein inechem like the pasuk says. It's referring to the entire head, all here in the back, in the front, and the sides. And if a person rips out 5 different places of his head simultaneously, he's chayav 5 times. And it only applies if you rip out your ear for a mace. Rabbi doesn't hold like a Rabbi. You can learn a second Xer Shava from the extra hay of karcha.
Yo.
So Rabbi learns the Xer Shava bein inechem from
What
tefillin.
up,
Just like tefillin, women are potter from wearing tefillin, so too they're potter from
you
the
living?
Isser of karcha. Did you hear about that guy? Teach us that tefillin must
that
be
was
put
today and yes.
on the head where there's hair. And in fact, they brought in the shir that if you put your tefillin shorosh slightly below
Yeah, I
the
don't
roots
think
of
it's
your
good for anyone to die.
in other words, if somebody has long hair coming down, that's not the makom. The makom is where the roots are. Slightly past that,
How
the
have you
says
been
it's
on
not
Nidal?
yaitza, and it's a bracha of Atala. It's possible a person wears
How
tefillin
did
his entire
things
life.
go with your
He's never
ex-girlfriend?
yaitza, Rahman al-Islam. According to Rabbi Yehuda, Klal Yisrael are considered banim children only when they
forget?
act like children. The proper thing. According to
Okay,
Rameir,
what do you
they
do?
only act b'shtus,
Okay, dog.
or they're not loyal. Like
Alright, well,
or
if you're doing other
mashkisim,
stuff,
even
then
if they do have
pretty much
zara,
over her.
they're considered banim. A person does shuva after he does avodah zarah. Not only is considered a ben, but it's considered bein ma'ali, a great
How
son.
did that go?
Mishnah tells us, brand new Mishnah, there's a custom that the following things don't apply to women at all.
Okay.
These are avodas in the Beis
Why
Hamikdash.
not well?
First one is smicha, where when you bring a carbon, you lean your entire body weight on the carbon. You see chicken that doesn't apply to women. Knufa, and mincha, and you shake it like a lulav. Go forwards, backwards, up, down. Besides, a mincha soita and a nisa, which do apply to women. Women doesn't do the avodah of Kehanim doing malika, which is the way you shecht a bird in the Beis Hamikdash with your thumbnail,
Well,
chazah, sprinkling of the blood,
alright, well, just
even
ignore
that of a
person.
bird, because it's chavchayra that you learn from an animal. An animal, you can do shechita with a Yisrael. Yisrael is cut with shechita, but from that point on, the kind takes over. But when it comes to a bird, the malik is only with the kind, so certainly from that point on, it has to be done with the kind, and not a woman. The hazah of the paraduma is sprinkled towards the Beis Hamikdash by paraduma, and the paraknimi and kippur you bring a par. That's pasha. That's mufurish psukim. That's only the kind of. To receive the blood after shechita, only a kohen, not a woman. Hagasha, to take the mincha in its pot and touch the southwest corner of the mizbeach. That's not a woman. Kmitza, to put your hand into the flour and grab 3 fingers worth of flour to make a kmitza. That's only by a man. Kohen. And hakara, I'm putting the carbon onto the mizbeach. We learned the idea of knufa with a kohen from a saita, and the fact that it has to be the owner as well. We learned that from Shlomo. Make a gzer shava yad, that the kohen together with the bailam, even the saita, the kohen does it together with her, and that's how you do knufa. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Lamed Zayin. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. The Mishnah tells us that any mitzvah that's dependent on the land, on the karka, or on the growth that comes out of the land, like Shemitah, that's a mitzvah that only applies in Eretz Yisrael. Besides 2 mitzvahs, Arla, the Isser, to have any benefit, any hana from fruits that are less than 3 years old, and Klayim, that's putting together 2 species of plants. And that's halacha l'mishmesina, that those 2 things also apply in chutzlah. According to Rebbe Lezer, the word moishav means every single place. Therefore, the Isser of Chadash, and that is that all grain that took root before the second day of Pesach is Usr until you bring the carbon Omer. And that Isser applies every single place, even in Chutz La'aretz according to Rabbi Lezer. And that's how most Rishonim pass them today. This Chadash applies in Chutz La'aretz as well. Rabbi Shmuel says that the word Moshav means after you inherit Eretz Yisrael and you settle in it. Yerusha and Yishol, not in Chutz La'aretz. In other words, according to Rabbi Lezer, when it says the word Bia and Moshav, B'yacha, Bia. And some say that it applies also when the word Bia is by itself. Why? Because we learned from Bikurim and to make yourself a king. And it's not considered Shnei Ksuvim Abayim Kachad. Typically speaking, when you have one halacha in the Torah, you take that one halacha and you learn the entire Torah from that one halacha. When you have two psukim saying the same exact thing, Shnei Ksuvim Abayim Kachad ain't melamdin. Because Baruch was saying it's only these two places. However, if each one of those places has its richusim, there's a reason why the Torah said this and this. So now you can learn from them. So what's the two? So by Bikurim, a person has hana, immediate satisfaction when he has fruit. So you think, why wait for 14 years until you inherit Eretz Yisrael and you divide up Eretz Yisrael? Bring Bikurim right now. Says the pasuk, no, you wait for 14 years. I would think that Bikurim is like Chala. Chala, the Torah says B'vayachem. Immediately when you come into Eretz Yisrael, you chayav Chala. Bikurim is also something you give to the king. On the flip side, a king, I would also think that it's something that you should do immediately when you go into Eretz Yisrael. A king leads the war. I need a leader. I need a general for the war. Mashal, no, you wait 14 years. That's why we learned that an individual who brings nesachim, when you bring a carbon, many carbonis require you bring oil, you bring wine, nesachim, you bring wine. That only applies once you have Yerusha Yeshiva, 14 years in Eretz Yisrael. But according to Rabbi Kiva, that an individual was already bringing nesachim in the midbar. So when the Torah says that when you come into Eretz Yisrael, so what's going on when I come into Eretz Yisrael? What changed? I already brought nesachim. Oh, Rabbi Kiva means that when you have a bamas yachid, you have your own private mizbeach in your backyard. When you come into Eretz Yisrael, what changed is now you start bringing nesachim on that private bama, whereas in the midbar you didn't. Any mitzvah that's dependent on the person, not on the ground, like Shabbos, Mila, etc., that you have to do all over the world. Avodah Zarah says it straight out, all over the world. Now it says Moshe V'Seichem, Moshe by Shabbos to teach us that this applies everywhere around the world, but that you don't need to do Kiddush, you don't have to be Mekadosh Shabbos. All other Yom Tovim, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, it's dependent on Bezdin being Mekadosh the month in Yehuda. Once you know when there's Kiddush HaChodesh, you know when Yom Tov is. So I would think that maybe every Shabbos is dependent on Bezdin saying, oh, today's Mekadosh? No. That Kosh Baruch is Mekadosh Yisrael and Shabbos. The issue that we have to eat chaylev, fat, blood, today, not only in the time when it's karbanos, even though it says the halacha by karbanos, because we have this idea of Moshav everywhere. Matzah Mara, even though there's no carbon Pesach. Same reason. Now it says the word bia by tefillin and Petach Hamar to teach us that b'schus the mitzvah, b'schus these two mitzvahs of Petach Hamar, which is to redeem the firstborn donkey, you give a sheep instead of the donkey. If not, you have to cut its head off. Tell us that these two mitzvahs is why we were zoichel to go into Eretz Yisrael, Oisai, have a wonderful day. Kedushin Daf Lamed Ches, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're discussing the Isser of Chodosh, and that is all new grain from the 5 grains that grew after the second day of Pesach that even took root after the second day of Pesach is also to eat, even in our days, even in Chutz La'aretz, until you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach. Once you bring the Omer on the second day of Pesach, then it becomes mutter. If we can't bring the Omer, we don't have a Beis Hamikdash, so the second day of Pesach is matter. Why did the man the Omar that this Isser only started once Klal Yisrael was in Eretz Yisrael for 14 years after the Yerusha and the Yeshiva? So why did they wait until the second day of Pesach to eat from the new crop? The answer is because they had plenty of mun. The mun lasted them all the way from Zayin Adar, which was the last day that the Omer fell. That was the day that Moshe Rabbeinu was nifter. The mun only came in the schus of Moshe Rabbeinu. So they had this mun from Zayin Adar all the way till Pes Zayin Nisan. Moshe Rabbeinu was nifter, B'Kitzei Eretz Canaan, and out of Ismail. And Pes Zayin Nisan, Klal Yisrael obviously was already in Eretz Yisrael, Eretz Neshamas. There's a total of 40 years that Klal Yisrael had mun, because we're going to take into consideration the ugais that they took out of Mitzrayim that had the flavor of mun. Moshe Rabbeinu states, I'm 120, ben Esrim, May of Esrim Shana Anochi Hayoim, I'm 120 years old today. That's the exact day he was born on. That's the exact day that he was nifter. Because HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills the years of tzaddikim completely, mashing the year. According to Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, he says there are 3 mitzvahs that take place everywhere mid'oraisa: Chodosh, Arla, and Klayim. It says the word Moishav by Chodosh, and we make a kavachayim. If Chodosh, which is an easier isser, you could bring a carbon oimer and it becomes mutter. You're allowed to feed the oimer even before you bring the carbon oimer. You're allowed to feed that wheat, that grain to your animal. So certainly Klayim and Arla, which they are asur b'hana, you can't feed it to your animal, and they never have a heter when they're asur. So certainly they should be asur in Chutz La'aretz as well. Arla, by the way, its isser is not an isser oilam. In other words, after 3 years, this tree becomes mutter according to Rashi. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai's son, Reb Elazar, he argues on his father, and he says Chodosh is mutter in Chutz La'aretz, just like all the other mitzvahs that the minhag Klal Yisrael started keeping it after they came to Eretz Yisrael. There's an exception to the rule, says Reb Elazar Reb Shimon. 2 halachas. The halacha of Hashmatas Ksafim. If you loan somebody money and Shemitah comes, he doesn't have to pay you back. Even according to Rabbi, that it only applies in a time where there's Shemitah's karka. And Shiluach Avadim, you have to send off your slave. If you have a Jewish slave, you send him off by Yovel. Even though the minhag of we're only noig only in a time when there is a Yovel in Eretz Yisrael. There's a Mishnah that says anonymously the Chodosh is asur mid'oraisa, and we learn that Arla is a halacha l'Moshe Sinai. Although there are those who argue and they say that Arla is not halacha l'Moshe Sinai, rather it's something that Klal Yisrael accepted upon themselves. Klayim is the Rabbanon. So according to the Mandamar about Arla, they'll hold both Klayim and Arla are the Rabbanon. Therefore, when you have a suffix, is this Arla? Is this Klayim? The suffix in Eretz Yisrael is Asur. That's how we pass it. In Syria, it's Mutter. In Chutz La'aretz, it gets even better. When it comes to Arla, as long as nobody sees him, the guy picking it. And in Klayim, you're not allowed to pick it yourself. The boy side, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Lamed Tes. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute daf. According to everybody in Chutz La'aretz, when you have a suffix arla, you're not sure 100% that this is a piece of arla, a fruit that grew in the first 3 years of the tree. According to everybody, it's mutati. Rabbi Yochanan, however, said that those who are not makbid in arla in Chutz La'aretz, we have to do something about it. And he said it's asur to make a suffix be a daim. In other words, you can't go deliberately pretend that it's a suffix and give it to somebody else to eat. The Lord tells us, graft a tree. Take a branch and put it into another tree physically. For that you get malchus. even in Chutz La'aretz. This is an Isser the Baruch gave before Matan Torah to Bnei Noach. And the reason is, we say it's just like Harvah, just like you can't put two animals together to create a third species, so too you can't take two trees and put them together. It's the same Isser from before Matan Torah. The Torah says the word V'sacha, your field, that's a field that was received from Shemayim, that's in Eretz Yisrael. That comes to exclude, that's also in Chutz La'aretz. What's also the Rabbanan is only when you take three types of seeds. You take wheat, barley, and a grapeseed together, put them in the ground. That's also the Rabbanan. Why? In Chutz La'aretz, because that itself is also Bahana in Eretz Yisrael. So we take it down a step. This that Rav, the famous Gadol Ador Rav, he had a yeshiva, and for his Bachar yeshiva, for his Talmidim, he planted a garden of vegetables, and he planted them in individual rows. Why did he do so? He lived in Bavel. Well, don't say it's because he's makbid on putting different seeds together in Chutz La'aretz, but rather the reason is because he wanted to have a beautiful garden for his yeshiva, or for the shamish that his job was to pick the vegetables. It would be easy for him to find them. With this, Rabbi Isai, we finished half a Shas. And right now we're on to the second half of Shas. It's a beautiful Mishnah with Agadita. The Mishnah tells us, and we just read the simple words, it's difficult to understand, but that's why we have the Gemara. The Mishnah tells us a person does one mitzvah. The Shmuel is going to do good for him, the Shmuel is going to do good for him, and give him arichas yamim, and he's going to have olam haba. But the point is, the Gemara tells us, we're talking about an individual that he has 50-50, 50% mitzvahs, 50% averos. And with one extra mitzvah, now let's say it's 51%, or whatever the percentage is, that tips the scale for the good. What about the famous mitzvahs that we say every day? These are very 5 special mitzvahs. To the point that a person is exactly 50-50. And on the side of the mitzvahs, one of those mitzvahs happens to be one of these 5 mitzvahs. Let's say kibbud avei. So even though it's only 50-50, not 51%, but 50-50, that mitzvah has the power to tip the scale in his favor. According to Tosfos, HaKadosh Baruch Hu considers him a tzaddik gomer, whereas in other mitzvahs, he's considered a beinoni, an average Jew. But there's a brisa, and the brisa says that whoever has more schus, more mitzvahs than averos, he gets yisurim, terrible punishments in this world. What does it mean? So according to Rabbi, the pshat is he receives a yom tov. You can call it any way you want. It could be a Yom Ra or a Yom Tov. But the point is that it's a good day because we do bad for him, because through the bad, he receives his proper award in Olam Emes. By getting rid of the bad in this world, you free yourself up for the good in the world to come, and vice versa. If Russia gets good in this world, that's a Yom Ra, according to Rabbi, because he's actually, even though he's getting good, it's bad for him, because now in Olam Emes, he won't have what he wants. According to Rabbi, the brisa goes like Rabbi Yaakov. Yaakov is of the opinion that in this world you don't get awarded for mitzvahs. There's no schar l'mitzvahs b'olam hazeh. Why? Because he himself saw a story that forced him into this. He saw a father tell his son, go climb up the ladder to the tower and retrieve the chicks from that bird. Shiluach hakan. Do 2 mitzvahs that the Torah says that you get arichas yam. And on the way down, the son fell off the ladder and died. So he says it's impossible. It's not a steer to the pasuk. Shad is you get arichas yamim in olam ha'emes. And the fact is that even with all this, if a person thinks to himself, he says, look, it can't be. If he's doing such a mitzvah, he won't even be able to be baharer in Avodah Zarah. So how did he die? Must be olam ha'emes. Now, there's another issue. When a person does a mitzvah, he's a shliach to do a mitzvah, he shouldn't have any damage, it says, even on the way back. Over here, it's a little different because we're talking about a ladder that's a broken ladder he used, and he shouldn't have been using that ladder. Gemara tells us, Acher was a Rasha. He's Meir's Rebbe, he was a big gadol, but he went off. Why did he go off? So we learned different reasons of Chagiga, I think it was, but the Gemara here tells us, because he saw this story, and he had the question, how is it possible that a son that's doing kibbud avei and shidduch hakan doesn't have a arichas yamim? And immediately he went off. The Gemara says it's also possible that he saw the tongue of Chutzpis HaMeturgim. Chutzpis was the Meturgim of Rabbi Gamliel. He repeated all the Torah, and he said, how is it possible that somebody repeats Torah from Gamliel, the Romans are going to kill him, and his tongue is on the ground, and pigs are dragging his tongue around, and he went off the ground. When a person doesn't do an Aveira. He has an opportunity to do an Aveira and he watches himself and he doesn't do that Aveira. It's as if he performed a mitzvah, and not only that, he gets a special shmira protection. Rabbi said, have a wonderful day. Kiddush Naf Mem, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. Gemara tells us that if a person is faced with an Aveira and he controls himself and doesn't do the Aveira, this is the greatest mitzvah a person can do, says Rashi. It's the greatest mitzvah. In fact, the Gemara brings 3 stories, one with Rabbi Chanina, the other with Rabbi Tzadok, and Rav Kahana. All 3 of them faced a situation where a woman invited them to do an Aveira. Rabbi Chanina, he jumped into a bathhouse even though there was mazikim and he was saved. Rabbi Tzadok jumped into an oven in order not to be over the Aveira. And Rabbi Kahana actually jumped off a roof where Eliyahu Hanavi came and saved him. And because of Eliyahu Hanavi, the reason why I got into this to begin with is because I was selling baskets to women, and it's because I'm poor. So Eliyahu Hanavi gave him money. The point is that when a person saves himself from doing an Aveira, it's a tremendous thing, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu later on does nisa for such a person. The famous Mishnah, the Gemara wonders, why isn't Shiluach HaKen one of the mitzvahs in the Mishnah? Shiluach HaKen, as the Torah says, you get Arichas Yamin, you get El Mazeh, you get El Mabah. And the answer is because the Mishnah is only bringing things that you're good with the Rabbeinu Shalom and with your fellow Jews. You're doing Kibbutz Avayim, you're doing Gemilos Chesed, etc. Whereas Shiluach HaKen is between you and the Rabbeinu Shalom. The Gemara tells us that a mitzvah has dividends. Hashem pays more than the actual value of the mitzvah. Whereas in Aveira, Hashem pays exactly as the Aveira is. There's one exception. The person does an Aveira where other people learn from him. He's an important person, for instance. And other people do that Aveira because he did it. So now that Aveira that he did has dividends. Other people are mimicking him, and therefore he'll receive a punishment for the dividends that he has. It says in the pasuk L'chayshvei Shemai that a mitzvah which Baruch Hu is nitzarev machshava l'maisa. A person thinks about doing a mitzvah and then he has some sort of oinus and he can't do it, Hashem will give him the sechar. But in Aveira, typically speaking, if a person thinks about doing an Aveira and he doesn't do the Aveira, he doesn't get an oinus unless it's one of the following exceptions. If he followed through his machshava, he had a machshava, then he did an Aveira, he gets punished for the machshava. Or if he had a machshava of Avodah Zarah, even though he didn't do the Avodah Zarah, as we had yesterday, he gets an oinus. And also, if a person does the same Aveira over and over, to the point where he becomes so used to it, he thinks that it's mutter. It's as if it's mutter. So just thinking about that Aveira, even though he didn't follow through, he receives the oinus. Gemara tells us it's better for a person to do an Aveira in hiding, where there's no chilash, to control his yetzer. He does the Aveira in hiding, then that's a big slap in the face of Yachid the Rabbeinu Shalom. Because now he doesn't hear the Rabbeinu Shalom. According to Rabbi, it's referring to the isser of looking at the Baruch Hu doesn't wait, he doesn't let the person build up credit, so to speak. Baruch Hu takes care of the Aveira very quickly and swiftly. And not only that, the person has 50% of Averas, 50% mitzvahs, then Baruch Hu will use that Aveira of Chilul Hashem and tip the scale in the wrong direction. The Gemara gives us eitzah. A person should view himself or the world as if they're 50-50. So anytime he does a mitzvah, he's tipping the scale in his favor, in the world's favor. And if Chas v'Shalom does an Aveira, he's tipping the scale in the wrong direction. A person who feels bad for the mitzvahs that he's done in the past or the Aveiros that he's done, he erases those mitzvahs and he erases those Aveiros. It's a tremendous yisod. A person goes his entire life doing mitzvahs. In the last minute, he feels bad for everything that he did. Gets erased. Brand new Mishnah. The Mishnah tells us that a person who has these three things, he won't be choyte so quickly. He won't sin that quickly. When a tzaddik has Yisurim, it's as if he's a tree that's in a makom tahara where its branches go to a makom tuma. And when you take off the branches from the makom tuma, then everything, the entire tree remains in a makom tahara. So too with Yisurim. A tzaddik is complete tahara, but he has a little bit of a problem. He has a little bit of tuma. So Hashem chops off that place so that he completely is tahara. But when it comes to Rishon, it's the opposite. They're completely in tuma. You have a little bit of tahara, so Hashem gets rid of their tahara in this world. He gives them some sechar, so that when they come to Olam HaEmes, they don't have. But Tarfin held that doing a mitzvah is greater than learning Torah. Nimnu v'gamru. The Rabbanim came together, the Tanoim came together, and they said, that Torah is greater, because Torah brings a person to do mitzvahs. And therefore you have both. You have Talmud Torah and the mitzvah. We would have Torah came 40 years before Chala, 54 years before Trumas HaMaasros, 61 years Shemitah, and 103 years for Yovel. That's Mishamet in the beginning. But when a person goes up to Shemayim, the first thing they take care of, the first business they take care of, is, have you learned Torah? How much Torah and why did you learn Torah? And the first sechar they give him is for Torah. Why? Because Torah comes before Maisa. A person who doesn't have these three things, Mikra, Mishnah, Derech Eretz, then he's not Bnei Yishuv. He doesn't belong in this world. He's Pasala Eidos, just like a person who eats in the marketplace, in public, is similar to a dog. Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day.
Baruch Hashem, Rabbi Isai, we're starting the second parak of Kiddushin, Haish Mekadesh. So the Gemara says it's also for a person to marry a wife without seeing her before, because maybe her appearance should be bothering him, and that's not nice to do to her. So he's later on the after the Yacha Kamoicha. So therefore, if he do it on his own, he's not supposed to send a shliach to do Kiddushin for him. A woman doesn't have this problem, so we're not worried that she's going to see something in his appearance that will bother her, because the lady is happy with whatever appearance her husband has. As long as she decided to marry him, she's happy. Now, still the Mishnah says she should get married on her own. It's better than waiting for the shliach. Halacha, so when you do something on your own, a mitzvah, you should do it on your own. Because when you do it on your own, you get more reward. Because it's better when you involve your body in the mitzvah. There's a concept of mitzvah boy is it's better to do it on your own than to do it with the shliach. Hashem is happier this way. You're involving yourself in the mitzvah. Like we see Amoyim also involve themselves and doing a mitzvah on their own, preparing for Shabbos. You see, Amoyim involve themselves in preparing something for Shabbos, even though they are servants, they were busy people, they did mitzvahs on their own. Another thing in the Mishnah, it says a father can receive Kiddushin for his daughter either on his own or with a shliach, and it uses his daughter being a nail. So from here we learn, even though the father is able to marry off his daughter when she's under 12, he should wait until she's a nail, she's 12, she's old enough to say, I want to marry a certain person, and only then marry her off. Again, now, if there's a reason to say that, there's a reason that we have to make it earlier because he may not be able to do it later. So then he's allowed to marry her, even marry her off, even when she is a Ketana. Now we're going to the next topic of this coming topic, which is shlichus. So how do we know shlichus? So it says by eating, it says the word v'sholach, it really says v'shulcha. So we take the v'sholach from the word, and we say that means that the man can do shlichus again from the extra hey, the shulcha. We learn the woman can do a shliach, and from the fact that says the word v'shulcha twice, we learn that the shliach can make a shliach and appoint another shliach. So that's how we know in Gittin. How do we know it in Kiddushin? It's a hekesh, the yotza, the oisaf, whatever is in Gittin is in Kiddushin, and the other way around. So the same way you can make a shliach and get, you can make a shliach in Kiddushin. Now, the Torah says also that you can make a shliach by touching. By korbanos, you can make a shliach, and the Gemara in this Amud learns it from, the staff learns it from It says like over Pesach, V'shochatu oisoi kol haladas yisrael ben almayim. So one person checks for others, you see that you can make a shliach. Okay. That's how we know in Kodesh. The Gemara says it from together, from Kodesh and from Gitin. I can know also Truma. The question is, if I can also Truma, why does the Torah write specifically in Truma Gamate? So the answer is that I would think. So there's two answers. One answer is that it comes to exclude the goy. That goes according to the shita that the goy can give his own Truma. If he can give his own Truma, I would think to say he can be a shliach for a Jew. So we need to exclude that he can't be a shliach. Now, but there's an opinion that the goy can't give his own Truma. So therefore, he for sure can't be a shliach. So we need to say a positive Truma the Gamate. Because I would think to say that in Truma you can't have a shliach. Why? Because the pasuk says atem. The word atem comes to exclude that you have to be yourself giving Truma, not your worker, not your partner, not an apoplectus of your signing, unless you make Truma and whatever they're eating that you're supposed to do, as we saw in the Gemara and Gittin. But to give Truma everything that you this year, and apoplectus doesn't have permission. So I would think that also you can do a shliach. That's what the Torah says right specifically, that you could make a shliach by Truma also. Now, when a person is a shliach by Truma, what does he give? If you know what that person sent him usually give, he should give what the person who appointed him to be a shliach to take that Truma usually gives. But if he doesn't know what he gives, so he gives Bayonis, which is 2%, 1 out of 50. And if he gave 1 out of 40 or 1 out of 60, because he thought that's what the person would want to give, so the halacha is that it's also okay, because he tells him that's what I thought, the person can't say it's not what I meant. Okay, one short point about Yom Kippur, we're going into Yom Kippur soon. So, Tshuva is realizing that the Baruch is not against us. Hashem wants us to have the best life possible, and He gives us the best eitzos. The Torah is the best advice. It's called the eitzos. It's advice how to live life the best way. And we realize we're coming back, we're saying Hashem, it's here, I made a mistake. I made a few mistakes. There's many mistakes. I didn't listen to you. I didn't listen to you. Certain things. And it was a mistake. I realize now that you want the best for me. You want me to succeed in life. You want me to have a good, happy life. So I want to come back to you. You want me to have a good oil on my butt. You want it to be good for me. So I want to come back. I regret all the bad things I did against your will. I want to, from now on, to do only what you want me to do. So Hashem says, oh, I want to come back. That's why I made Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, I'm going to take you. When it clean you, and after Yom Kippur, we need like new people. You have to believe. It says if a person doesn't believe in the kapara of Yom Kippur, he doesn't get it. So you have to believe that after Yom Kippur, you weigh a few tons less than what you weighed before. Maybe and that's how we're going happy into Sukkot. It's not to say it. We should all be grateful for and a very happy Sukkot, a happy year, a happy life. Seeing the Yeshua, Bar Yeshua, and personal Yeshua. We all need.
Kiddushin Daf Mem Beis, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. It's Erev Yom Kippur right now, just a few hours before Yom Kippur. I want to wish everybody a year of health, of nachas, parnasa, and all the best things, a year full of Torah. We're in the middle of a sugya of shlichus. Shliach shalom kamoisa. A person sends an agent, the halach is it's as if he himself did that action. According to Rabbi that learns from the pasuk in Korban Pesach, that the pasuk is coming to say not the idea of shliach, but rather that all of Klal Yisrael could be yotze from one single animal, even though it's impossible to give each person a kazayas. So how does he know the idea of shlichus when it comes to korbanos? That he's not a shutuf with the other korbanos. He learns it from V'yikhu Lahem. It says it twice by Korban Pesach, the idea of shlichus, and we know throughout Shas. If I can't use this pasuk here because I already have another pasuk, let me use it for something else, for other korbanos. The fact that the Torah says ish lifi achloi, he learns ish means an adult. That if an adult finds an object in the street, he could have in mind, let me be zoich on this object for my friend Shimon somewhere else. But a katan cannot do so because it says ish, an adult. The pasuk says v'nosi echad mimata, that from each shevet he appointed a nasi, a prince, to take care of the Yerusha, the Chalukas Haaretz. And the Gemara learns from here that Bezdin can appoint an apotropos for the Yisayim. So let's say there's 3 brothers who lost their father, Rahman al-Islam. Then Bezdin appoints an apotropos for each one of the 3 boys to divide up the inheritance, the Yerusha. Even though they intend for the good of that child that they're representing, nevertheless it's possible that it won't turn out so good. According to Shmuel, if they made a mistake, beruchos, in the side, in other words, one of the boys, let's say, inherited from his mother previously a field. Now, the apotropos gave him from the father's fields, he gave it in a different town. Now, even though it's the exact same value as his brother's field, it's not good because he wanted the 2 fields to be close to each other. So it's a mistake in ruchos, inside. That's something that he could go back and annul. According to Rav Nachman, you can never annul anything, even ruchos. Why? Because of the idea, imkain meikoyach bezin yafa. What power are you giving Bezdin? Bezdin has to have power that whatever they do, regardless if it's a mistake or not, it's a good division. Yet, if they made a mistake in value, they gave another person. So let's say the case was, you have somebody who borrowed money, and Bezdin said he has to pay back, and he runs away. Bezdin could take the loiva's property, sell it off, and pay the lender. But if they made a mistake in a shtus, which is a 6th, Rav Nachman himself says that sale is off. But you just said that Bezdin has power. Well, that's because they made a mistake. By Yisayim, they didn't make a mistake. It was a perfect division. Just one of the Yisayim didn't like it. So that stays. Rava says that when Bezdin make a mistake, the sale or the division is good. It's a good division. It's kayim. Even if they made a mistake in more than a shtus, where typically, in a purchaser, you would annul the sale. But Nachman says that brothers who divide up property, they have a halacha like a purchaser. The halacha is that if somebody purchases an object for more than a 6th of the market value, the halacha is it's a good purchase, but the seller has to give back that 6th. And if it's less than a 6th, it's a good purchase. So when it comes to brothers, that's exactly what Allah is. Besides, if one of the brothers sent an agent, then he could say, no, even if it's less than a shtos, I don't want this. Because I sent the agent I sent you to do good for me and not to harm me. Another very interesting halacha is that anytime you divide up a property with a measuring device, a measuring stick, you divide anything up with weight or even a count, 100 tissues for a box, a dozen eggs, then the mekach is bottled even less than a shtos. There's no mechila on something like that. Even in real estate, where typically there's no halachas of enough. If you sold something with a measuring stick, you divided something up with a measuring stick, and it's off, then you have to give back the karka. Gemara tells us halacha that ein shliach l'dvar. In other words, you cannot send a messenger to burn down somebody's house and say that the sender has to pay, because there's no shliach l'dvar avera. There's a concept. Divrei harav, divrei talmud, divrei mishayim. When you're faced with a dilemma, Baruch was said to do one thing, somebody else told me to do the other thing. Of course, you're going to listen to Baruch Hu. Therefore, the person doing the act that's wrong, he has to pay, not the sender. But there is an exception to the rule. There's a number of exceptions to the rule. One exception to the rule is mi'ilah. If a person uses money from the Beis Hamikdash unknowingly, he's chayiv and he has to pay a chaymer. If he sends a messenger to do it, then the messenger is not chayiv. The one that sent him is chayiv. So why don't we learn the whole Torah from mi'ilah? Because it's not just mi'ilah; it's somewhere else. It's shlichus yad as well. We'll explain what that is. But before we explain, once you have mi'ilah and shlichus yad, it's shnei ksuvim. It's 2 ksuvim that say the same exact halacha. They you can't learn out to the rest of the Torah. What's shlichus yad? Shlichus yad means that if I give an object to somebody to watch, he becomes a shomer, a watcher, and he's plotted from neva aveda unless he uses that object without permission. Not only that, if he sends an agent to use that object, then the shomer, the original shomer, he's responsible for gneva aveda. So you see this idea only in two places, meila and shlichus yad. Now, according to Bishamikal, they say that you're chayiv in shlichus yad, in the word devar, that you're chayiv even thinking about using that object. So now you can't use the shlichus yad as the same process. So they learn tvicha mechira, and that is, if a person steals an animal, and he goes ahead and he shechs the animal, or he sells the animal, he's chayiv 4 times that animal, or 5 times that animal, depending if it's a sheep or an ox. But if he sends somebody to shech or to sell for him, he's chayiv, not the shoichet or the seller, and that's the second pasuk. But ein melamdim, Rabbi say, have a wonderful day, have a very meaningful Yom Kippur. Be'ezer Hashem, we'll see you after Yom Kippur. Kedushin Daf Mem Gimel, how's everybody doing? Welcome to today's Daf. Just yesterday we had Yom Kippur. Have a Givaldik year. Rabbi say, we're in the middle of a sugya of Shluch Shalom K'moisai. I appoint a shliach, an agent. He just fits right in as if I did it. The Gemara says, typically speaking, I cannot send somebody to do an aver for me, but there are exceptions to the rule, and one of them is mi'ilah that we said yesterday. And today we're talking about tvicha u'mechira, and that is if a person steals a sheep or an ox, and then he goes ahead after he steals it and he sells it or he shechs it, he's chayiv 4 or 5, depending if it's an ox, it's 5. If it's a sheep, he has to pay 4. The halacha is that a person who sends a shliach, you shech this ox for me, the shaycha doesn't have to pay. The ganav has to pay. Why? Because it's just like mechira. When you sell something, you need a party, 2 parties. You need a purchaser, you need a seller. So too by tvicha. But here's the concept of yesh shliach l'dvar. Here's a case where I send a messenger and the sender has to pay. Shammai holds, and you say a lashon, and we have to explain it. If a person sends somebody, he hires a hitman to kill somebody. The one that hires is chayiv. What does it mean chayiv? So one shot is, Shammai will hold that shnei tzumah ba'im ke'echad u'melamdim. Typically speaking, when we have 2 psukim that say the same halacha, ain't melamdim. But in this case, Shammai will hold like Yehuda, they're melamdim. We have mi'ilah and tvicha, 2 psukim that say the same halacha that yesh shliach l'dvar aveira, and we learn to the rest of the Torah yesh shliach l'dvar aveira. The problem is, there's another pasuk, Bashchitu Chutz, that if you take a korban, like an oil, chachos, instead of shechting in the Beis Hamikdash, you shecht it outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are the sender. Is not the sender is not chayiv. The guy that does it is chayiv. Why? Ein shliach l'dvar aveira. So we have 2 psukim on this side, on the right side. We have 1 pasuk on the left side. Which one do we learn from? Well, Shammai won't learn from Bashchitu Chutz because they don't darshan the word hu. Ahu. What do they do with ahu? We say that when 2 people shecht the same animal, they hold on to the same knife, they shecht the animal outside of the Beis Hamikdash, they're potter. Also, they say that shoygig oilas or a mistake, potter. You can also explain what Shammai meant to say, is that, yes, when it comes to murder, the sender is chayiv. It's a special halacha by murder, because it says by David HaMelech, he sent Uri Achiti to the front line, and Osan HaNovi accused him of murder, even though he didn't murder, David HaMelech didn't murder, Plishtim murdered him. Oisay Arakta B'cher B'nei Amon, do the murder. According to Chachamim, David is not chayiv at all, because Uri Achiti was a moirid b'malchus. He used the lashon of Adoni, not to the king. In front of the king, he said Adoni, my master, to somebody else. So for that alone, he's chayiv misa. So David HaMelech is potter for killing Uri Achiti. Another shot is that Shammai meant that if you hire somebody to kill somebody else, you're chayiv. What does it mean chayiv? Yidei Shomayim. So what does Hill say? Potter, obviously not. Hill would say you're chayiv not for murder. You're chayiv for something else. You're chayiv for a gromata murder. Shammai says no. When you get up to Shomayim, they're going to be done you as if you're a real murderer. It's a real strong aver. Gemara tells us, even if you say that according to Shammai, yesh shliach l'dvar aveira, that if somebody sends a messenger to do an agent to do something, it goes back to the sender. That would work in all the averas of the Torah, like Shabbos and Gizar, but not for an avera that is anah, like Arayis and Chayla, because we never found anywhere where a person benefits and enjoys an avera and somebody else pays for it. So there's a sheet in the Gemara that according to Beis Hillel, if somebody sends 3 people to be Mekadosh a woman, they cannot be Eidim. So this is a sugya of Shliach Nasa Eid, meaning, can an agent who brings Kiddushin to be Mekadosh a woman, could he flip into an aid and testify, yes, this woman received Kiddushin. Yes, this malva was paid back by who? By myself. Could a Shliach become an aid? This is another sheet of Beis Hillel that says no, that a Shliach could become an aid. Bottom line is, we paskin Shliach Nasa Eid. We know that Beis Hillel, we always paskin like Beis Hillel. So either way you cut it, we're going to have to say that Beis Hillel hold Shliach Nasa Eid, and they said Shliach Nasa Eid, and Rab also, who's obviously not going to argue on Beis Hillel ever, also hold Shliach Nasa Eid. Mikir Adin, the same halacha applies in Kiddushin, that a Shliach becomes an aid, and the same halacha would apply by Mamanis, by a Loiv and a Malvin. At the end of the day, there's a new concept that we haven't had in a while called Shvuas Hases. And that is, in addition to the regular Shvuah, when a person admits to a partial claim, he has to make a Shvuah. Chacham Rusakin, even if he denies the entire claim, he has to make a Shvuas Hases. Therefore, an agent who brings money to a Malva, and he says, and later on testifies that he gave it to the Malva, we don't believe him because he's biased. Because if he would say that he gave it back to the Leiva will invoke the Shvuas Heses. And now, a person doesn't want to make a Shvuah. He might be a Ganav, but he never wants to make a Shvuah. He'll always say that he gave it to the Malva, and the Malva cannot invoke the Shvuas Heses. Therefore, he's biased, and now we don't trust him. Derech Hagav, Rashi says, this comes from the halacha of Chen B'ni Al Ben Kasem. And that is, a storekeeper sometimes extends credit. So if an employer tells a store owner, I want you to give my employees credit, that's how I'm going to pay them the salary. The store owner says, I gave them credit. The employees say, we never received it. So each one says to the other one, I have nothing to do with you. The one that owes me is the boss. So they go to the boss, both of them make a shvuah. The store owner and the employees make a shvuah, and the boss has to pay both of them. So that would be the same idea by us, that the agents have to make a shvuah, and at the end of the day, the loiva would have to pay. Chachamim hold by a get of a naira amurasa, and that is, if there's a girl who's either a Tana, and even a naira who's between 12 and 12 and a half, and she's only engaged, not completely married, the first stage of marriage, naira amurasa. So Chacham holds she could receive a get, in addition to her father receiving the get for her. Even though she's in her father's domain, she can still receive her get. Rish Lakish takes that a step further. He says, just like we say that she could receive a get, she could also receive her Kiddushin, because Kiddushin and Kiddin are the same. Whatever you do by get, you do by Kiddushin. Whatever you do by Kiddushin, you do by get. But according to Rabbi Yochanan, there's a distinction between Kiddin and Kiddushin. That by Kiddushin, Chacham will agree that only the father can accept the Kiddushin. Why? Because this Kiddushin takes her out of the father's domain, and he doesn't allow the daughter to receive the Kiddushin. There's another halach in the Gemara, that any girl who's that young, who keeps on going back to her husband after a divorce, you can't divorce her. It's mishalcha va'inu chayzeres. You have to give her a get, and she doesn't come back. If she comes back, it's not a good get. Taisus hold that if the father is able to prevent her from coming back, that's considered mishalcha va'inu chayzeres, and it does work. Rabbi side, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Mem Dalet, how's everybody doing? Welcome to the Minute Daf. So we're in the middle of a machlokes. The halacha is by get that if your father has a young daughter, Tana, and she's married, not only does he receive a get for her, but she could also receive it. And we had a machlokes yesterday between Rish Lakish. What about Kiddushin? Rish Lakish says Kiddushin and Gerushin are the same, just like she receives the get, she receives the Kiddushin, the Yatzav Haisa. Rabbi Yochanan says they're different. What if she's engaged? She received Kiddushin, her father received Kiddushin, and then her husband or chassan dies without children. So she becomes a Yavama. She falls to Yivam to the other brother. Goes one of the brothers and wants to give her a ring that's called Maimar, because it only is effective with the Rabbanan by Yavama. For that, you need the consent of the father. But if she's a Naira, She's already 12 years old. You don't need the consent of the father. Why not? Why is it different than Kiddushin? Because Midoraisa, she's a skuka. Skuka means there's a bond. She's attached to the Yavam somewhat. The Yavam is only finishing it off with this ring. So for that, you don't need the consent of the father. Even Rabbi Yehuda, who holds by a get, and he argues on Chacham, like we said before. He argues on Chacham that the girl cannot receive a get. Over here, he'll admit that the girl could receive the Maimer because she's already skuka. Some say that according to Chacham, a Naira doesn't need the das of a father by Maimer because we consider Maimer something that could be done even forcefully by Karfa. Why? Because Rabbi holds that can be done forcefully. He compares Maimer to the regular active of Yibam. Just like Yibam doesn't need the consent of the Yibam to be done by Karfa, so too the act of Kiddushin, even though although it's the Rabbanan, still can be done by Karfa. Chacham say on the other hand that no, the act of Maimer is like a regular act of Kiddushin in a regular woman, and for that, a regular woman need her consent. So too, Maimer. The Gemara goes on to tell us that our Mishnah, even this part of the Mishnah, is Reb Shimon, based on the end of the Mishnah, which we're going to have on Daf Mem Vav. You see, this is Machlokes, not on Mem Vav, but it's very similar to Mem Vav. I'm just going back to an original Machlokes. If a person takes 5 collaterals from 5 different people, and he swears. Now, typically, if he swore to one person and he is found to be a liar, he has to bring a asham. Over here, he swears to all 5 and he lies to them. Is it considered one shvuah or 5? So, machlokes, according to Reb Shimon, in order for it to be considered 5 different shvuahs, he has to say the word shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha, shvuah lecha, etc. And according to Reb Lazar, as long as you say shvuah all the way at the end, according to Hanakama, if you say shvuah in the beginning. I ask in our Mishnah, if a person tells a woman, I want to be mekadosh you with this fruit, and I want to be mekadosh you with this fruit. So they're not mitzdaref. The value of the two of them are not mitzdaref because he said a lashon, kedushin, kedushin. So that would seem to be Reb Shimon, and therefore the beginning is also Reb Shimon. The Gemara tells us, Reb Shimon, however, also holds of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda, which we mentioned, holds that a girl, a Ketana, cannot receive kedushin by herself. Only the father can receive kedushin for her. Now, it says in our Mishnah, Ish Mekadesh, Bitoy Naira. So it's mashma from our Mishnah that only the Ish, only the father can be Mekadesh, and not the daughter. At the end of the day, the Gemara tells us the halach is like Rabbi Yochanan. How do we know this? Because Ravan came out of the Beis Medrash and he said, in the Beis Medrash, everybody passing like Rabbi Yochanan, and Rish Lakish stood up there and he screamed like a crane. He was screaming, V'yatzav ha'haisa, you have to compare Kedushin to Gerushin. Nobody cared. In other words, when it comes to Kedushin, only the father receives the Kedushin, not the daughter. The Gemara goes on to tell us that when it comes to a get, a Nara, a girl who's 12 years old with Simanim, is like the extension of the father's hand. She's not a chotzer, she's a yad. Why? Because if it's a chotzer, it only works if the person, the girl, would be sleeping, tied up, and you watch him like we have by a slave. And obviously the girl is not any of those, and therefore she can't accept it as a chotzer. It must be she's accepting the get as a yad. However, even though she's an extension of the father's hand, she cannot make another shliach because a hand doesn't have the ability to make a shliach. You need das to make a shliach. We have a sugi that we're going to go into tomorrow's daf. A katana, a minor that did not ask permission from her father to get engaged. She became Kadeshas on her own. So the Gemara tells us she needs a get because perhaps the father agreed to this Kedushin. And she also needs something called miyum. She needs to refuse this Kedushin because maybe she didn't accept the Kedushin. So if she didn't accept the Kedushin, why does she have to do miyum? Or, I'm sorry, the father didn't accept the Kedushin. The answer is because this act of miyum shows that it's not a real Kedushin. It's only the Rabbanan. And we want people to know that perhaps there's nothing going on here. And if this individual got engaged to her sister, people say, well, look, there was a get. It's deraisa. That engagement to the sister is nothing. Anybody can marry her. And in fact, no one can marry her because perhaps the first girl is not Mekudeshes and the second one is. We need to show that the first one might not be Mekudeshes, so she does miyum, and therefore people will be careful with the sister. And the Gemara tells us this whole halacha takes place by shidduch. When there's a shidduch, in other words, then we could say that the father agreed to it. They spoke about it, it was discussed. According to Ula, the Gemara says, A girl who gets engaged without the father's consent doesn't need a get and doesn't need me. It's a big fat zero. And either the pshat is talking about no shidduch, or some say even Ula is talking about even in a case of a shidduch. This is that we found that she got engaged to herself according to Ula. We must be saved. You're talking about a yisayim b'chayav. In other words, she was already married once. Then, because she was married, she leaves her father's domain completely. The second time around, she got engaged to herself. How's that possible? Must be talking about that he sold her as sort of consent to the marriage, but it's not real to sell her after she was already married. Oisai, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Mem Hey. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8 Minute Daf. We're talking about a case where a Ketana accepted Kiddushin from her chassan without the father's consent. And then unfortunately this chassan passed on to the next world without any children. So if the Kiddushin was a good Kiddushin, then she would fall Yibom. So the halacha is that she is required to do chalitza, because perhaps the father agreed to this, and then midaraisa she falls Yibom, even though it's only erusin. But she doesn't have to refuse the marriage, because everybody knows that a sister of a chalutza is only awesome d'Rabbanan. And if somebody goes ahead and marries her, if let's say the Yavam would marry her, everybody knows that the Kiddushin is a good Kiddushin. And we'll explain. Because if this Yavam guy goes ahead and gives this Ketana, the original Ketana, gives her a ring, that's called Maimah. It's Kiddushin only with the Rabbanan, and because we require that he gives her a get for that Maimah, that becomes a problem. Now people think, hey, they were married midiraisa, why did he have to give her a get? And it's possible it's midiraisa if the father agreed to it. It's also possible that they're not married at all, that they have no connection, because the father didn't agree to it. So therefore we require her to do miyun. That miyun shows that there's a problem here. Miyun is only the Rabbanan. So people will be concerned, and they'll think that if the Yavam got engaged to this Tana's sister, instead of them thinking it's nothing because he's completely married to the first one and you can't be married to two sisters, say, you know what, maybe he wasn't married to the first one at all. And therefore, she's the Esha Sish, and nobody will marry her. According to Ravina, we're not concerned that maybe the father agreed if they made a deal. If, let's say, two fathers had a discussion, I want my son to marry your daughter. Now, when it comes to a son, it's a lot worse than a daughter. By a daughter, there's a possibility that a father sees his daughter get engaged without his consent, and he's happy with it because Tavla Mesav Tandu, Mila Mesav Armala. But a boy is always medayik. He wants to make sure he doesn't want his father to marry him off. So therefore, in that case that a father marries off his son to somebody else's daughter, you don't even need to get. Another halacha, if somebody gives a young girl without the father's consent, gives her a bundle of vegetables in Mekadisher, according to everybody, it's not a Kedusha. That's a Bezayim. If he's Mekadisher in a marketplace, it's a Bezayim. The Gemara tells us a story. There was a couple who had a big argument. The father wanted his daughter, who was a Tana, to marry his relatives. Oh, my relatives are the best. The wife says, no, my relatives are the best. I want her to marry mine. At the end of the day, the father was Mevater. He agreed to his wife, okay, let her marry your relatives. Let's make a big party. Before they were even engaged, during the party, the father's relative went ahead and was Mekadesh her. So Rava says, in this particular case, because they made a big party, nobody wants to lose a party like that, so therefore the Kedusha is not good. Abai says, no matter what, once the father told the wife, let's marry off our daughter to your family, She'eres Yisrael Yasu Alba. The Jews don't lie like that. And he'll never intentionally agree to it behind his wife's back. We know that marriage has two stages, Kiddushin and Nisuin. If the father agreed to the Kiddushin, to stage one, the money part, the ring, and then he went off overseas to do some business, and the girl lost patience and she married the chassan without her father's consent. According to everybody, if she dies, the chassan doesn't get the inheritance. It stays in its proper place, goes to the father. However, there's machlokes whether she could eat, meanwhile, until the father comes back, if she can eat truma, if she marries a kain, because midaraisa she eats truma anyways once she's engaged. Or perhaps we have to be concerned that when the father comes back from his business trip, he'll disagree to this marriage, and retroactively she wasn't allowed to eat truma. But if the father is present and he doesn't say anything, he sees his daughter getting married, according to Rav Huna, you don't eat. She doesn't eat truma. Why? Because even though he's quiet, the reason why he's quiet is because he's furious, he was angry. Other madam says no, she could eat. Why? The fact that he's quiet proves that he's okay with it. But what if even the Kedushin, the first part, was against the father's will? And he's here, he's watching it. Rav Huna says the opposite. Now Rav Huna says she couldn't, because nobody's going to be quiet through two stages like that. And the reason why he's quiet is because he's mafker, schos. It's as if he agrees to the whole thing. And Rabbi Isai, have a wonderful day. Kiddushin Daf Mem Vav. How's everybody doing? Welcome to the 8-minute Daf. We're kind of got engaged without her father's das, without her father's consent. We have machlokes between Rav Asi and Rav whether or not she could renege on this engagement. She accepted it, but her father didn't accept it yet. According to Rav Asi, she cannot renege. According to Rav, she could. We want to thought maybe we could bring a right from her father. The halacha is that if somebody seduces a girl, he has to pay 50 shekel knas to the father, even in a case where the father agreed that he should marry his daughter, but she doesn't want to. So isn't this similar to our case? Because over here we don't have the father's will to begin with, and she's against it. So you see that she could be moicha. It's a right to right. No, it's not a right. Because we could say, like we always learned in Cheder, that we're talking about a kiddush, that the man didn't have das for kiddushin. He didn't want to marry her. And even if you say that it was l'shem kiddushin, it would be necessary to do another kiddushin. Mari Yimerena Le'isha has to do another kiddushin because he didn't have the father's consent to begin with. And now we're in a brand new Mishnah. If a person uses a lashon, he says, he takes a fruit, he takes a date, and he says, "Hiskacheli b'tmorazu," and then she eats the date, and then he gives her another one. So if one of them has a shavar pruta, it's a good kiddushin. So we have a machlokes. What exactly is this case? According to Rabbi and Shmuel, it's talking about the beginning of the Mishnah, where a person says a double lashon, "Hiskacheli b'zu," "Hiskacheli b'zu." He breaks it up very strongly with those words, "Hiskachi, hiskachi." And the chiddush is that even though she's eating something and she has an immediate satisfaction, hanah, nevertheless, there's no kiddushin with less than a shavar pruta. According to Rabbi, it's talking about the end of the Mishnah, where he doesn't say iskachi, but rather he says iskachi bezu ubezu. And all of the dates together, there's a shavar pruta, then there's a kiddushin. And the chiddush is that if she eats it right away, then you need the last date should have a shavar pruta. And from here, the Gemara says we see a number of things. First of all, you see if somebody gets engaged, he tries to make a kiddushin with a milva with a loan, it doesn't work. Because over here, you see it doesn't work unless there's a full prut at the end. You can't use the previous dates because they're already gone, they're consumed, they're a milva, they're a loan. If, in addition to the forgiveness of the loan, there's a pruta, so a guy forgives this woman $1 million, but he gives her one lousy date that's worth a pruta, her das is on the pruta, and it's a good kiddushin. What if the kiddushin is nachal? What happens to everything he gave her to begin with? All the dates that he gave her, does she have to pay them back? Yes, because if it was matana, it would be a good kiddushin here. But obviously, it's only a milva, and that's why she has to give it back. If a person does something very bizarre, he goes to his sister, he says, he gives her money. Now, everybody knows you can't get married to your sister. So what is he trying to do it? According to Rab, she has to return the money because all he was doing is he was trying to give her a pikadon. He wanted her to watch it, and he figured if he doesn't say it in a funny way, she won't accept it. According to Shmuel, it's a pure gift. She doesn't have to return it. The reason why he didn't say here's a gift and he said it in a funny lashon, he didn't want to embarrass her. He figured she's not going to accept it. The halacha is that when a person separates challah from his dough, that's great. He gives it to the kohen. But what if he separates challah from flour? The halacha is that the kohen must return the flour. And the Gemara wonders why. Why does he have to return the flour? So the Gemara tells us because we're concerned that the kohen is going to fall in a trap. He's going to forget. He's not going to realize that what the Yisrael gave him is chayiv in more challah, and he's going to take that flour and add it to his own personal flour, and he's going to make bread out of it without being mafresh challah. And it's tevel. It's also the rice to eat it. Another pshat is no, a kohen won't make such a mistake. The concern is that the Yisrael will make a mistake. Yisrael will think that what he did was fine. He used mafresh challah from flour. Everybody knows he's supposed to take from dough. Oh no, that's just to make it easy for the kohen. If the kohen agrees to take from flour, you could take from flour. But the truth is no. Reishis arisei seicha. Challah is only given from dough, not from flour. Now, there's a number of things the Gemara goes into it. Perhaps the kohen should keep the flour and just give a little bit trumas and meisers from that flour that he gave. Why does he have to give it back to Yisrael? We see something similar when a person takes truma from a pot that has perforation, which is midaraisa chayiv and trumas and meisers, on a pot that doesn't have a hole in the bottom, which is potem and trumas and meisers midaraisa. Or if we say he should take truma, even though he took truma, he should go ahead and take truma again, like as if he took truma from a non-perforated pot. It's different. By pots is different, the Gemara says, because when you have two pots, the person understands that he made a mistake here. There's a one that's high, one that's potem. When it's one bowl of flour, he's going to be lazy, he's not going to want to take truma from it. In the case of a sour, spoiled watermelon, let's say, so over there we say, Yachzer Yitron, we should take a second truma. But in fact, when the rice, the first spoon was a good truma, Rabbi Sai, have a wonderful day. And also, a beautiful yontif.
Shit.
Kedushin Daf Lamed Ches. How's everybody doing? Bracha is Daf Samach Daled. Yes, it's the last Daf of Masechtas Bracha. It's an amazing accomplishment. We finished the first Masechta of Shas. You should take this opportunity to make a commitment.
What up, Red Homie?
Learn Masechta Shabbos from beginning to end. It's an amazing Masechta. It's a very, very different style, but you're going to love it. If you're not part of a shir, you're looking for a shir, you can check us out online. There are over 2,000 people that watch the shir every single day on YouTube. Search for Eli Stefanski or Ramat Shemesh Daf Yomi. We have an app, 8 Min Daf, and we are on Torah anytime. The Gemara tells us that when Chachamim went into Yavna, first Rabbi Yehuda spoke about the importance of thanking the host, and then we had Rabbi Nechemia, and Rabbi Yossi says, it says in the pasuk like Desai Vadoimi, it says, don't despise that Doimi in the Mitzri. Why not? They invited us in. Don't forget all the evil that Mitzrayim did to us, yet we have to have a curse atay. So too says the Gemara Kavachaymer, if you invited Am Chacham into your home and you give him from your food and your drink and your money, certainly the Baruch will love you for that. Eliezer, the son of Rabbi Yosef Aglili, says, Uzzah touched the Arei, and he died. He tried to touch it, and David HaMelech was very scared. So he took the Arei and he put it in Ovid's house. What did Ovid do? He cleaned it off. He dusted it off once in a while. Yet the Torah says that Hashem gave him brachas. So certainly, if you take care of the Talmid Chacham, and you feed him and give him drink, certainly HaKadosh Baruch Hu will pay you back. What bracha that HaKadosh Baruch Hu give Ovid? That his wife Chamais, she had 8 children. Her 8 children plus her, they all had sextuplets. They had 6 children in one shot, for a total of 62 with Ovid's 8 children. So he had 62 tzetzayim. So the Gemara says if you push the time will push back. Don't force anything. For instance, the Gemara says Rabbi Yosef was considered Sinai, somebody that knew Kol HaTorah Kula, knew all the prices. Rabbi was Eiker Harb. He was very sharp. When they were looking for a Rosh Yeshiva, they decided we need a Sinai, somebody that knows everything, all the prices, he can teach Klai from all of the Torah. So they asked Rabbi Yosef to be the Rosh Yeshiva, and he refused because the stargazers told him that he will die after being Rosh Yeshiva for 2 years. So he pushed it off. Rabbi was the Rosh Yeshiva for 22 years. When Rabbi was Nifter, Rabbi Yosef took over for 2.5 years, and then he was Nifter. You see that not pushing it, taking things when they're supposed to come, you don't lose out. In fact, he even gained a half a year. The Gemara tells Rabbi is not base. Welcome to the 6,000 new subscribers who just joined us in the last few days.
How are you?
Original subscribers.
Good. How are you?
I'm lovely. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's play.
Yes, ma'am. How was your day?
It was good. Busy, but it was good. Got one more day.
Yes, ma'am.
No. Yeah. There you go. There we go. Good.
Nice bear.
Okay. Thank you.
Give it to me.
You got this.
No doubt.
Yay. Oops. There.
Get it.
No, Rabbi. Right.
All right. Ooh, there you go.
Rabbi.
There we go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. Get it.
Rabbi. Did it.
Whoa. Give it to me. Oh, that was good. 9. Get this.
Nope. You got it. Okay. Got that one down.
No doubt. Got it. I'll take it.
Yay. You went out.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. One more.
You got it.
Okay. Oh, no. Anyway. Come on, Rabbi.
Get it.
Yay. Hey.
Get it.
Yay. Another stuff. Yay.
Good girl. There you go.
Oh.
Oh no. Get it. Oh. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi, you got this. Come on.
No doubt.
Yeah.
Get it.
Yeah, good stuff.
Get it. Get it. Oh, what's up with this? How do I even get this? Get it. I'll take it.
You getting it. You win, I win. I still win.
I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah. Yeah. Good job, Rabbi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Maybe practice in the daytime.
Sounds like a plan.
Alrighty, I see you tomorrow, God's willing.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet
God willing.
dreams.
We should all be zoicha together to start Shas and finish Shas with Mashiach and Meheru B'Yameinu Amen. I'd just like to take this opportunity to point out some of the amazing benefits of Daf Yomi and some of the reasons why people fall off of Daf Yomi and what they could do to overcome that. The saying is, it's not about the Daf, it's about the Yomi. Daf Yomi provides an opportunity to learn every single day of the year, even Motzei Tisha B'Av, Yom Kippur, Yom Tovim, Shabbosim, Sundays, vacation. Daf Yomi promises that you will become a better person, a better husband, a better wife, a better father or mother. Daf Yomi, as Meir Shapiro intended, unites all of Klal Yisrael. And there's a special camaraderie between the people that come to share, and there's a special unification between you and the Tanoim and Amoraim, and especially between you and the Kodesh Baruch Hu. That the Yomi Shas, that is, encompasses all of Torah. You're not just learning halacha or agadah, but you're learning it all. As Tosfos points out, when the Gemara says Yashlish Adam, a person should spend a third of his days learning. Tosfos says this means Gemara, which includes Mishnah, Torah, Nevi'im, Ksuvim, Agadah, Kabbalah, encompasses it all. Every daf will bring a new concept that if you haven't done Daf Yomi, you probably never heard it before. When you travel, you will see people learning on the plane, in the airport. 90% of the time, those are people who are learning Daf Yomi. There's nothing like starting off your day with a good Daf Gemara, 45 minutes, an hour of Torah. And finally, when a person sets aside time to have a date with Kaviyachal Baruch Hu, that's an amazing connection that you make with the Rabbi Shalom. And now, some of the reasons why people fall off the bandwagon. People say, the Daf Yomi is way too quick. I don't retain much. I've been learning this, I don't remember what I learned last week. Or they'll say, I'm used to how we learned in yeshiva. Love this. This is not the proper way to learn Gemara. You have to learn it slow, with lumdus. These are all valid points. I'm not going to get into whether you're supposed to learn like this, fast or slow. But the question is, what's the alternative? Are you learning every single day with a Chavrusa? Are you learning on Friday? Are you learning on Shabbos? Are you learning on Sunday? If the answer is no, then this is for you. The other question you have to ask yourself is, did you learn all of Torah? Did you learn all of Shas? When are you going to do that? And finally, the Zohar says, and Chaim brings down, the Vilna talks about it, if somebody will learn something in this world, when he gets up to Shemayim, he'll be able to learn that with the Baruch Hu. The Baruch Hu will explain it to me even better. If you go through all of Shas, even if you don't remember it, even if you don't really understand it 100%, the Baruch Hu will explain it to you even better. But if you don't learn it, you're going to be learning Chulin, Menachos, Tzvachim, Tahar, Tzvachim. You didn't learn it. You're not invited into the shir. And finally, one of the pitfalls that people have is when they miss a daf, inevitably you will miss a daf. There's sickness, there's simchas, there's vacation. And a mistake that the Yetzer Hara makes people do is he says, you have to make it up. Don't go back to the shir. Let's make this up first because I don't want to have a hole in my Gemara and my Masechta. And that's a big mistake. Skip what you missed. Go back to the shir. Go back to where Klal Yisrael is holding. Write down what you missed, and you'll make it up at a different time. But today, you must skip. Don't fall for that. And don't be a perfectionist when it comes to Daf Yomi. Don't say, well, I didn't finish the Masechta, I don't want to do this. I need to finish. Because at the end of the day, if you finish 2,700 daf versus 2,711, it's not the end of the world. It's better to do that than not to do it at all. And now, let's just jump in to the beginning of Shas. The Mishnah discusses Kriya Shema. The Torah says, to say Kriya Shema twice a day. When you go to sleep, nighttime, and when you arise in the morning. And what is nighttime? The Mishnah and the Gemara brings down 6 shitas. The shita in the Mishnah says, and the Mishnah uses a lashon of when the Kohanim who are tamim, you go in a toivel, in a mikvah, and then after says you're able to eat truma. Until what point can they eat? Can you say Kriya Shema? Rabbi Eliezer says until the end of the first mishmar of the malachim, the night is divided into 3, so a third into the night. Chacham say until chatzos, halfway through the night. And Gamliel says until Amud HaShachar, until the light of dawn. In fact, the Gemara says Chachamim agree with Gamliel that the time is Amud HaShachar. But to in order to distance people from an Avera, you get a siyag together, and he said you must say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. The same halacha applies to Hekru Chalav Me'avarim and to, in other words, when Kohanim put the karbanos, the limbs on the mizbeach, and certain karbanos that are only eaten for one day and a night, such as Chagas and Asham, the shear is until Chatzos, and the real shear is until Amud HaShachar. The reason why our Mishnah starts with Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv and not Kriya Shema of Shachar is 2 reasons in the Gemara, because the Torah says you go to sleep, and then only afterwards you come back when you get up. Or because by Bria Soil it says Vayi Erev, first the night, and then Vayi Boiger, the day. As we mentioned before, a Kohen can eat Truma after he's toivel, after Tzesik Chachamim, and even before he brings the carbon, because the Torah says, unlike the typical meaning of the pasuk, Uba you think means when the sun comes up, Uba here means when the sun goes down, the Torah, and the Tzesik Chachamim came the day the light is God. And now we'll go to the 6 shitas that the Gemara brings down. Rabbi Eliezer says the time of saying Kriya Shema is Shkia, that's when Shabbos comes in. Remeir in the first shita is slightly before Tzesik Chachamim, that's when the Kohanim are toivel and mikvah. Yeshua says Tzesik Chachamim, the middle shita, that's when the Kohanim can eat the Truma. And Tanina says after Tzesik Chachamim, that's when poor people sit down to eat. And Remeir in the second shita says when you eat Friday night, that's slightly after that. And Rav Acha says this is the latest man. It's when people sit down to eat a weekday meal at night, have a wonderful day. We should be zoicha to finish Shas together. Amen. Bracha is Dav Gimel. Tremendous mazel tov to every single one of you who started Shas. You should be zoicha to stay on board, stick it out, and finish Shas B'Ezras Hashem. Welcome to the over 1,500 new subscribers in the last 24 hours. That brings us up to 7,500 new subscribers in the last 4 days, I think it is. Our goal initially was to get to 10,000 new subscribers during the Siyum HaShas. We're almost there. With your help, just send out the link, put it on your status, tell your friends about it. It'll make a tremendous Kiddush Hashem and a big difference. We learned in the Mishnah that according to Rabbi Eliezer, you can say Kriya Shema until Soif HaShmur Rishayna, until the end of the first Mishmar. There are 3 Mishmars according to one sheet on Shemayim that where the Malachim say Shira, and when one Mishmar ends and the next one begins, that's when you can say Kriya Shema. The question is, if you divide the night into 3, it equals to 4 hours each. So why did the Mishnah just say you can say Kriya Shema until 4 hours? The answer is to teach us that the Mishmaras in Shemayim coincide with the Mishmaras down here. We also have Mishmaras. For instance, the first Mishmar, you'll hear the donkeys neighing and making noise. The second, at the middle of the second Mishmar, you'll hear the dogs barking. At the beginning of the third Mishmar, the babies wake up to nurse. And when a couple wakes up, the wife starts talking to her husband. According to another pshat, all 3 of these signs happen at the end of each Mishmar. End of the third Mishmar is already daytime. I don't need a sign. But it's to tell you that if you're in a dark room and your wife starts talking to you, or your baby wants a nurse, you should know it's time to say Kriya Shema. HaKadosh Baruch Hu shoyeh ka'ari. He roars like a lion 3 times a day. And he says, Oyi lebanim shabab nisei mechrafti es beisi. Wow to the nation that because of my sons, I had to destroy my house, and I had to burn my heichal, and I had to send Klal Yisrael to Galus. Says Rabbi Yosi, I was once on the way, and I had a daven. So I went off the path, and I went into ruins, the Churba Achas Yerushalayim. And Elianovi waited for me by the door, and when I finished, he said, Shalom. And I said, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi and Moiri. He said, what are you doing here? I said, I had a daven. He said, daven, you can daven on the way. You should daven in Tefillah Tzara. So as Rabbi Yosi, I learned 3 things from him. First of all, you don't go into a churba, and if you're traveling, you daven on the way. And what do you daven? Tefillas Habinenu, the Tefillah Tzara. And Elianovi continued and asked him, what did you hear in the churba? And he said, I heard a voice that sounded like a pigeon cooing, and the pigeon was saying, or the voice was saying, Oy lebanim, like you just said, that I had to be machriv of my house and burn my heichal, and had to be magnified. Says Elianovi in the lashon of a shvuah, and a double shvuah, I swear to you, double. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says this every single day, 3 times a day. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees Klal Yisrael going into shuls, and they say, Amei yesh mi Rabba, he bows his head kaviyachal, and he says, and he's mitzvah kaviyachal, that he sent Klal Yisrael into Galus. Why don't you go into a churba, into ruins? There are 3 reasons to the Gemara. First is chashad, for suspicion. And that's a reason if you're going with 2 people, they're not that good, they're krutzim. So there's still a chashad that a person will be with a zaynah. People will say that he's with a zaynah. The second reason is makayos, we're worried that the ruins will cave in. And that's a reason, if you're going in with 2 kosher people, that you don't have chashad. And finally, the third reason is mazikim, shedim. If it's a brand new place, and 2 people that are kosher, but it's in their place that the mazikim like to hang out, it's still dangerous even though you have 2 people. Or if you're just with 1 person, or you're by yourself, and you're in a field, so there's no women, there's no chashad, yet there's mazikim. Rabbi says that the night consists of 4 mishmaros, in other words, 3 hours each. But Rabbi says he woke up every night at Chatzos and says, Chodmu Eini Hashmoros. I woke up 2 mishmaros before the night. Now, if you hold that there are only 3 mishmaros in the night, and he woke up in Chatzos, which is in the middle of the night, that means there's only 1.5 mishmaros left. How do we reconcile this? Says the Gemara, because Rabbi was saying that he woke up 6 hours for the end of the night, plus 2 hours because kings would sleep 2 hours into the day. Basically, he woke up 8 hours before everyone else. 8 hours divided by 2 equals 4 hours. In other words, there was 2 mishmaros that he woke up before the other kings. Yes, it was only 6 hours of nighttime, 1.5 mishmaros, whereas 8 hours before the kings, which is equals 2 mishmaros and 4 hours each. Rabbi says you could call 1.5 mishmaros, 2 mishmaros. The Gemara says halacha, in front of a dead person you should not talk and learning, because it's loig l'rosh. Since a dead person can't talk and learning, he'll feel bad. Unless you talk in learning that the dead person was mechadish. Another pshat in the Gemara is you shouldn't talk any shtuyot, you shouldn't say anything in front of the mace. It still makes him feel bad, unless you're talking about the mace itself. There's a contradiction seemingly in the Pesukim. One pasuk it says that David HaMelech woke up at Chatzos. The other pasuk it says they woke up before the night. The Gemara has 3 pshat. Either David HaMelech was saying, I never slept past Chatzos, or he said that I was learning Torah up until Chatzos like a horse that dozes off, but he was learning within his dozing. And then from that point on, he would be this Gaber Kari, he would strengthen himself like a lion. Or the pshat is, until Chatzos he would learn Torah, and then from Chatzos on, he would be basic in Shiros, Besish Bachos. The word Neshev means when something goes away, when the night becomes day, or when the day becomes night. The Rabbi says, Chatzos Laila Akum. I'd wake up at Chatzos. So in other words, the Rabbi knew when Chatzos was, and on the other hand, it seems like Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know when Chatzos was, because he says, Kach Chatzos Laila, he tells Paro, Kach Chatzos. Almost at Chatzos. 4 pshat in the Gemara. Either David HaMelech knew and Moshe Rabbeinu didn't know, because David HaMelech had his kinar, his heart, which told him exactly when Chatzos was. Or the pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu also knew, just David HaMelech needed his kinar in order to awaken him. Third pshat is Moshe Rabbeinu knew when Chatzos was, he was just worried that people will say Moshe Badoi, he's lying Moshe Rabbeinu, so that's why he said Kechatzos, so they don't catch him on his word. Or the pshat is that Moshe Rabbeinu on the 13th of Nisan he said Kechatzos, just like now, tomorrow, Kechatzos, tomorrow, the Baruch is going to take Israel out of Mitzrayim. By Elisa Shach, the Gemara tells us, Chachmei Yisrael came into the Melech. It means one time they came in. Every day they would come in by Elisa Shach, but once they came in and they said, we need Karnos V'Klai Yisrael. So David HaMelech, let them do business with each other. Say, Chacham, it's not enough. The Mefaners everybody. He said, go out to war. Says the Gemara, I had to go out to war. You ask Achitophel. In other words, the strategy of war you get from Achitophel. Miyobni Yodam means you ask for shus from the Sanhedrin. Ad Yasser means you ask the Urim V'Tumim. And Yoav led them to war. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Daled. I'd like to thank each and every one of you. A few months back, when I found out that my sister-in-law got sick, that day I started the Daf. Just recently, I promised her that for Schus of Refuah Shlema, I'm going to try to get 10,000 new subscribers during the Siyum Shas. In fact, today, Baruch Hashem, in your Schus, we achieved that monumental occasion, and Shoshana Razia Basilka should have a Refuah Shlema. I also like to thank the over 1,500 people who viewed the regular 42-minute cheer. You can find that on YouTube. Search under Eli Stefanski or Ramapet Shemesh Daf Yomi and subscribe. The pasuk says in Tehillim, David HaMelech says, Shomra nafshi ki chassid ani. David HaMelech tells HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the only thing I'm a chassid, 2 pshatim. The only thing I'm a chassid compared to the other kings of the world who get up 3 hours into the day and I get up at Chatzos, or the other kings, they sit around with their friends while I act as a local rabbi. I check out afterbirths with my fingers. I get my hands bloody to make sure that women are tar to their husbands. I'm a chassid. I ask Mipi Boishes, who's known as Ish Boishes. The reason why he's called Mipi Boishes is because he embarrasses David HaMelech. David HaMelech asks him questions and he says, is this tar? Is this kosher? And he embarrasses him by halacha. He's not much better than David in halacha. But David HaMelech got his revenge, so to speak. When he had a son Daniel, who was called Kilav because he was able to embarrass Mipi Boishes in halacha. It says in the famous pasuk, "Lule hemanti lirois betuv Hashem." The word "lule" has dots on top of it, nekudos. David HaMelech wasn't sure that he would be zoicha ha'olam haba, and the reason is because he was worried shema yigroi ma'chet. Perhaps he'll sin and he won't be zoicha. As we see by Yaakov Avinu, even though HaKadosh Baruch Hu promised him shmira, protection, it says in the pasuk, "Vayira Yaakov," he was worried. Why? Shema yigroi ma'chet. In fact, we see that the chet was guarded. Ezra should have had the same kind of nisim of Kriyas Yamsuf as Klal Yisrael had the first time when they went into Eretz Yisrael. And the reason why he wasn't Zoich is because Gorav Hachet. According to Rabbi Eliezer, we know that B'shachbecha means when people go to sleep, the time that they go to bed, which is a 4-hour period from the time it turns dark until the end of Ashmura Rishayna. According to Rabbi Gamliel, B'shachbecha doesn't mean when you go to bed, it means when you are sleeping, which means the entire night all the way till Amud HaShachar. Chachamim agreed to Rabbi Gamliel. That's what the word B'shachbecha means. So they say that you can only say Kriya Shema to Chatzos, that to distance a person from an Avira. We are concerned that a person will come home from work, a hard day to work on the field, he'll eat a little bit and say, let me take a little nap, and he'll fall asleep for the rest of the night, and that will be Mechayev Misa. Why is the Gemara so strong with its language? It's Chayev Misa. Because sleep is very dangerous. If you try to take a short nap, you can fall asleep for the rest of the night. And another pshat is, because we want to tell you, you should know Ma'ariv is not a rishus, it's obligatory. You mechuyev to daven Ma'ariv.
What up, Zoot? How you living, pimp? Zoot.
Yo, what's up?
How are you?
I don't want war anymore like you, Rabbi.
Okay, well, welcome to the club.
I thought about it. The thought came in my head after Charlie Kirk getting shot today. I realized violence is just passing pain on to someone else. When you participate in violence, all you're doing is passing pain on to other people that create more violence, and the cycle goes on.
Word, dog.
So if you start one war, you're just going to start more wars. Instead, if you end one war, you can end multiple wars.
Word, dog.
You know, so the key to ending war is stopping violence. You gotta stop passing pain on to other people.
Agreed, big dog.
And that's what. It's so hard to live in a society where we can't forgive people and we disagree and we debate people instead of, okay, we have a disagreement with someone. Well, why don't we just forgive and get over it?
It's a good question. Are you ready to lose?
No. No, I gotta go. Take my dog out.
Okay.
I don't have time.
All right. Well, are you going to be back?
Say that to the world, but, you know.
That Zoot is pro peace. That's good.
Pro peace. I'm pro. Not. I'm anti-violence. I don't want to live in a violent world anymore.
Dog, neither do I. That's all you wanted to say?
Yeah, we should stop violence. We should stop things that are causing violence. We should stop medicating people that are causing them to be violent. You know. Well, I didn't tell you, but I went to school with this kid, right? And he was diagnosed with ADHD and autism, and he got put on ADHD medication. He stopped taking the ADHD medication one day, and he hit me in the head, right, with a metal bottle, and I started bleeding because he hit my head against the locker with a metal bottle, slammed the locker on my head, and it hit me in the back with a metal bottle. And I get a letter from his mom, and it's like, sorry, my son was off his ADHD medication today. I don't want to take that shit. Fuck that. If I take ADHD medication and that's what it does, if I don't take it, I don't want to take that shit.
No one's gonna force you, dog.
Yeah. Violence.
Not the answer, dog. All right, we'll come back when you're done walking your dog, okay?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan. You don't know who Tommy John is?
You say Kriya Shema, it says in the Gemara, and then immediately you say Shemona Esrei, that goes according to Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says you have to be Soymech Geula L'Tfilah. When you mention Yetzias Mitzrayim, you have to say Shemona Esrei immediately. Rashi explains beautifully, and that is because, first, praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and Kaviyachol, you open HaKadosh Baruch Hu's heart, and once his heart is open, you can jump in and ask for your tzrachim, and you say Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says, you don't say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. You wake up in the morning, you say Kriya Shema, then Shemona Esrei, then Shemona Esrei and Kriya Shema. In other words, there's Kriya Shema on both sides. Why? What's the shayla? The question is, whether do we consider, but perhaps as Rabbi Yochanan, there's a little bit that started at night, and therefore at night also you have to say a little tefillah. Shmuel Levi says no. The main thing happened in the day, and that's what we need to concentrate on. Or the question is, the shach b'chol tchum echad is a hekesh between laying down and getting up. According to Rabbi Yochanan, just like when you get up, you have to say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. So too when you go to sleep, you say Kriya Shema and then Shemona Esrei. Shmuel Levi says there's a hekesh. What we learn from the hekesh is that when you get up, you say Kriya Shema. In other words, Kriya Shema is closer to the sleep. So at night also, first you say Shemona Esrei, then you say Kriya Shema, so that Kriya Shema should be closer to sleep. If you have to say Kriya Shema and then immediately Shemona Esrei, why is it that during Ma'ariv we have brachas in between Shema and Shemona Esrei? The answer is once a chomer will be sat in it, it's considered a geula ariyah. It's a long expression of Yetzias Mitzrayim, and then for the same reason when we say Hashem's Chosai Tiftav, it's a tefillah aruka, it's part of Shemona Esrei. Whoever says Ashrei 3 times a day, the famous saying is Muftach L'Shulchan Olam Haba, because Ashrei contains the Seder of Aleph Beis. Every pasuk starts Aleph and then 7 pasuk Beis Gimel, and the other reason is it's a combination of these 2 reasons that contains the famous pasuk of Hoiseach Esudecha U'Mazbir Al Kol Chayot. Notice Ashrei is missing the pasuk that starts with the nun, because that pasuk talks about how Klal Yisrael falls and doesn't get up. Yet in Eretz Yisrael, they learned that pasuk that Klal Yisrael fell down, but they will get up from the fall. As David HaMelech had in Ruach HaKodesh, and he said right away, the following letter, Samach, Soymech Hashem L'chol HaNoiflim, which lifts up those who fall. The Gemara tells us that Malach Michal, when he flies, it's non-stop. But Gabriel has a stopover. He makes one stop. So basically he has 2 flights. Eliyahu Navi has 4 flights. In other words, he has 3 stops. The Malach HaMavis has 8 flights. Because the Malach HaMavis has 7 stops. We want the person to be able to do tshuva, and we make it harder for the Malach HaMavis to arrive at his destination. Yet if there's a Magyefa, where many people are dying, then the Malach HaMavis has a direct flight. Shmuel Levi says that there's a mitzvah to say Kriya Shema L'Amita. As we see the pasuk, Ritzu V'Achato, even B'Vavchem Amishkafim, when you laying down, you should say Kriya Shema. However, Talmid Chacham, who constantly repeats his Torah, does Chazaras, or perhaps watches the Eidim Daf, not really. A Chacham like that doesn't have to say Kriya Shema L'Amita. Rabbi says even Talmid Chacham should at least say one pasuk. For instance, B'Yod Chaf Keruchi, with Yisa you see Hashem like them, Hashem Keil Emes. Have a wonderful day. Baruch is that hey. I'd like to apologize. We're simply overwhelmed by the vast amount of new subscribers that we just had in the recent days, and it's very difficult for us to get the video out to everybody. We're working on it. We bought new technology, and hopefully in the next few days we'll have it all sorted out. The Gemara says that a person should use his Yetzer Toiv in a battle against his Yetzer Hara constantly. And if that doesn't work, he should learn Torah. If he sees that he's not beating the Hara, he should take Kriya Shema. If it's still not working, he should remind himself of Yom HaMisa, the day of his death. This has come as a surprise to some people that even Shas, all of Shas, came down to Moshe Rabbeinu on Sinai. As we learn in the pasuk, the Echel of Luchos Ha'even, that's referring to the Luchos, that says the Zibros, the Torah, the one is required to learn Torah. Hamishachum Torah. The Mitzvah is referring to Mishnayos. Asher Kesakti is Nevi Mitzvah. How do I get halacha? From Gemara. You cannot derive halacha from a Mishnah, rather from Gemara, and all these came to Moshe Messina. The Gemara discusses Kriya Shema L'Amita, that Kriya Shema L'Amita acts as a double-edged sword to kill away the Mazikim, and Rish Lakish says to get rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi, I don't need a pasuk for that. Every kid knows that the pasuk says if you do everything like Hakadosh Baruch Hu tells you, Torah is something that gets rid of Yisurim. Says Rabbi Yochanan, if you don't learn Torah Chas v'Shalom, then Hakadosh Baruch Hu sends terrible Yisurim. Says the Gemara, Hakadosh Baruch Hu doesn't act like a regular king. A regular person who gives a present to somebody, or he sells something, he's upset. Hakadosh Baruch Hu gave us the Torah, and he's excited about it. He says, if a person has Yisurim, and this is a Yisod for life, a person should introspect, he should check to see what might have caused these Yisurim. If he can't figure it out, he should assume it's because he's not learning Torah, he's about the Torah. And if not, he should understand that Yisurim Shalahava is a concept that Hakadosh Baruch Hu gives you Yisurim in order to double your Sachar in Olam Haba. Hakadosh Baruch Hu, says the Gemara, gives Yisurim to the people he loves, on one condition, that those people accept it ba'ahava, and if they do, they'll be zoicha for children and arichas yamim. The machlokes, if Yisurim Shalahava is only in a situation where it doesn't create bittul Torah, according to one man, it's only in a situation where it doesn't create bittul tefillah, and according to Rabbi Yochanan, even if it creates bittul Torah and bittul tefillah, it's still considered Yisurim Shalahava. The Gemara brings a Kavachomer. If a slave leaves his master when his master knocks out his tooth or his eye, certainly Yisurim, which take hold of the entire body, they should give you a kaparas avodas. Rav Shimon Bar Yochai says, and this is also a great insight for life, anything good comes with a struggle. He both gave us 3 gifts, and they all came with a struggle. He gave us the Torah, he gave us Eretz Yisrael, and he gave us Olam Haba. If a person is involved in learning, or in Gemilas Chasadim, or Rahman Islam buries his children, says the Gemara, all his affairs are forgiven. The Rebbe says, although Tzaras is considered a kapara on the Mizbeach, yet it's not considered Yisurim Shalahava. Those Yisurim, the difference is, those Yisurim come to take away Chatayim and Averis. Yisurim Shalahava, as we mentioned, means that it comes to double Yisachayim. To make a distinction, says the Gemara, perhaps if somebody has Saras in Eretz Yisrael, where he has a lot of Dusha, it's very embarrassing, he has to leave the Machane, he has to leave the cabin, then that's considered not Yisurim Shalahava. But if it's in Chutz La'aretz, in America, in Babel, if you have Tzaras, that's Yisurim Shalahava. Another distinction you can make is if the Yisurim are visible to others, if the Tzaras is visible to others, that's not Yisurim Shalahava. But if the Tzaras is covered, then it's Yisurim Shalahava. Famous Lashon of Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan had 10 boys that were nifter, and he carried on himself a bone of one of his children, of the last child that died, and he said, Dein Garma that Sirah beard. This is a reminder of the Yisurim of a Hava that HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave me. Because Rabbi Yochanan was a tzaddik, he didn't have Yisurim that weren't Shalahava. And the Gemara makes a distinction. If a person never has children, that's not Yisurim Shalahava. But if a person, Rahman Islam, loses a child, that's Yisurim Shalahava. Chir bar Abba was sick, and Rabbi Yochanan went to visit him. And Rabbi Yochanan asked him, are you happy with the Yisurim? And he says, no, I'd rather not have Yisurim, and I'd rather not have the Sachar. The explanation is because it causes too much Gdul Torah. Rabbi Yochanan says, give me your hand. He gave him his hand, and he healed him. Rabbi Yochanan himself was sick, but he couldn't heal himself because a person cannot take himself out of jail. Rabbi Yochanan said the same thing. He says, I'd rather not have the Yisurim, I'd rather not have the Sachar. And Rabbi bar Abba took his hand and healed Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan once visited Rebbe Lazar, who was also sick, and he saw that his house was dark. He rolled up his sleeve, and it became light in the house. Rabbi Yochanan's skin shined. And he asked him, why are you crying? If you're crying about the Torah that you didn't accomplish, the famous concept, doesn't matter. The quantity, it's the quality that counts. And if you're crying because you don't have parnasa, so not everybody has 2 shulchanos, 2 tables. You have Torah, you should be happy with that. Says Rebbe Lazar, I'm crying about you, about your beautiful face, your beauty that one day is going to be buried. And they explain, because Rabbi Yochanan the Maharsha explains, Rabbi Yochanan was the last of the beautiful people that lasted from Churban Abayis. And that's the end of an era. So they both sat and they cried. Rav Huna, 400 of his barrels became vinegar. Chacham came to Mifayis him, and they said, listen, you have to look into what you've done. There's a reason. And he said, what you choshed me? And they told him, they knew. Explained to Rishonim, they knew that he did something. And he said, what you choshed the Rebbeinu Shalom, that he'll do something without a reason. You see from here, every Yisurim, all Yisurim that we have comes with a cheshbon. And he said, I don't know. Could you tell me? And he said, well, perhaps you didn't pay your sharecropper. And he said, well, the sharecropper is a ganav. He stole from me. That's why I didn't pay. And he said, nevertheless, even though he's a ganav, if you steal from him, then you taste a little bit of the gneva. So he said, okay, I accept it by myself. I'll pay him back. And in fact, either all his 400 barrels became wine, or the price of vinegar became higher than wine. Abba Binyamin davened before he did any malacha and before he ate. And Rashi says a tremendous chiddush before he learned Torah. Tosfos says, we don't understand what Rashi is saying. Of course, you can learn before davening. You should put your bed between north and south because the Shekhinah is facing east and west. And if you do so, you'll have Banim Scharim, and the wife won't miscarry, have a wonderful day. halacha is that vav. If we had the capacity to see shadim, we'd be so scared that we wouldn't survive. They're all around us, and there are many of them, many more than us. In fact, each person has 1,000 shadim on his right side and 10,000 shadim on his left side. And you can blame the shadim for everything. The fact that our clothing is worn out, that our feet knock each other, that our knees are weak, that when we go to a shear, it feels as if it's crowded. It's all the shadim that you can blame. If you want to see evidence of shadim, you take ashes, you put it by your bed, and in the morning, you can see footprints that look like those of a chicken. If you want to see them, that's kind of dangerous, but you can if you take a black cat, a female black cat, who's the eldest, who's the daughter of another black female eldest cat. You take the afterbirth, you burn it, you put the ashes in your eyes, and then you can see shadim. Rabbi tried this trick, and it actually damaged him, and Chachamim had to daven for him to be healed. Abba Binyamin continues to say halachas, and he says that tefillah is heard only in a shul. It says the shmaya el arina vel tefillah. In a place that is rina, that is singing, there's where the davening should take place. Because Baruch Hu is found in a shul, and he comes to where there's a minyan. He actually comes before the minyan gets there, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu is there when they're doing the Torah, when there's 3 dayanim. The Torah is considered Torah. Hakadosh Baruch Hu is there when a chavrus is learning Torah, and Hakadosh Baruch Hu is even there when a person is learning by himself. The difference between a person learning by himself and a chavrusa is that a chavrusa, his schusim will be written down in a sefer that's for everybody to see. Yet, for an individual, it will be in his own private sefer. That's how Tosfos explains this. It says in the pasuk, "L'choshvei shmoi," the famous Gemara, that if a person thinks about doing a mitzvah, if he had a einus and he couldn't do the mitzvah, he'll get schar as if he did the mitzvah. Hakadosh Baruch Hu wears tefillin. Hakadosh Baruch Hu says, if Klal Yisrael gave me this one great shvach, and he said, Shema Yisrael Hashem Elokeinu Hashem Echad, I'm going to say, Umi kamcha Yisrael goy echad ba'aretz. What does Hakadosh Baruch Hu put in his tefillin? In one of the batim he has, Kimi goy gadol, and the parasha Umi goy gadol. In the second bayis he says, Ashrecha Yisrael, and the parasha of Mika Amcha. In the third bayis it says, Oya Nisa Elokim, and in the fourth bayis it says, Ulititcha Elyon. If a person is used to coming to a shul and he doesn't show up, the Baruch Hu asks about it. He says, where's this guy? If he finds out that it's because he went for Dvar Mitzvah, the person will have light. But if he finds out that he went for Dvar Rishus, even to make a Parnasa, he won't have light. The Chofetz Chaim brings this Gemara, and the Chofetz Chaim says it's impossible if the Baruch Hu tells a person, that this is what a person is going to earn this year on Rosh Hashanah. It's impossible that if a person has kavudik time to go daven and to go learn, and he takes that time, instead of learning, he goes and he earns a parnasa, it's impossible that Baruch Hu will take away from the earning that you're supposed to earn. In other words, he should stay and learn, and nothing will happen. He'll make the same amount of money. Rabbi says, if Baruch Hu comes to the shul and the minyan is not there yet, miyad koyas, he gets upset immediately. If a person has a permanent place for his davening, and then he's like Avram Avinu, and it says, Avram be'ezra, Hashem will help him. And when he dies, they say, who's this Anav, who's this Chassid, the child of Avram? When you go towards the shul, you shall run. But when you leave a shul, you don't run, because it looks as if you're running away from shul. In fact, on Shabbos, when it's usher to run, you're allowed to run. It's encouraged to run to shul. The Gemara has a list of things that what we might perceive that you get schar for, it's in fact something else. When you go to shul and listen to speech, you don't really understand the speech, you get the schar not for listening to the Torah, but rather for walking to shul. The schar for arguing and learning is the schar that you get for the tircha, for the amelos HaTorah that you get from coming up with the svar. The schar that you have going to a Beis HaAval to be Menachem Aval is not to talk, the opposite. Shtikusa is being quiet is what's preferred. When you fast, on a fast day, you think that the schar is for fasting. In fact, the schar is even greater when you give money to the poor person to break his fast. The schar of being maspid somebody saying a hesped is not in the speech that you give, but rather in the crying that you do. And the schar that you have from going to chasana is the schar for telling the chassan great things. If you daven in a shul, outside of the shul, according to Rashi, means opposite of Daran Kodesh, that wall, and your back is towards Daran Kodesh, you're considered a Russian. The Gemara says a story that Eliyahu Navi met somebody that was davening outside his shul, and his back was towards Daran Kodesh. He said, shouldn't you turn around? And Eliyahu Navi took out his sword and he killed the person. It says in the pasuk, Krum Zulus with Le Adam. These are the things that people are used to, such as davening, and people disregard the davening. They don't treat it with the proper respect. Rabbi says Krum is a lashon of a bird. When a person is being supported by others, he has a certain busha that his face turns to the color of this bird called Krum. Not only that, he is nidain. We gave him a punishment with eish and mayim, fire and water. The Gemara says you must be careful with all three tefillos. Mincha, you see that Eliyahu Navi, he was answered during Mincha. By Ma'ariv it says Minchas Erev, and by Shachris it says Hashem Boiker Tishma Koili. If you benefit from a wedding meal without creating simcha at the wedding, you're over on the 5 koilos that says in the pasuk Kol Sasim, Kol Simcha, etc. If you are Misameach Chasim Kala, you benefit from the 5 koilos that it says by Matan Torah, by Yi Koilos Ubrakim. The continuation of Kol Sasim, Kol Simcha is a very long pasuk. It says that Meviim Toido Beis Hashem. So some say that when you go to a wedding, it says if you brought a Toido. Or it says if you rebuilt one of the ruins in Yerushalayim, because that's also the continuation of the same pasuk. It says, if your friend says hello to you, you should try to say hello before your friend does. As it says in the pasuk, Baki Shalom Feyu. You should seek out peace. Now, if your friend says hello to you and you snub him out, you don't say hello back, you're considered a gazlan. It says in the pasuk, a lashon of Zela Asanir. You're a poor person, you don't have anything. All you have is the ability to say hello, and somebody stole that ability from you. That other person is a gazlan. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dav Zayin. The Gemara tells us that even HaKadosh Baruch Hu davens. But what does he say? Who does he say it to? The Gemara says he says it to himself. It's actually the same exact words as the famous song, just he says it to himself. The famous song, Tanya, Omer B'Yishmael Ben Elisha, Hamachas Nichnasi L'Harochu T'Kairis, V'Ro'isi Yaakov Srikel Ko Hashem Tzvakos. I saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. V'Yoshev and he's sitting, V'Omar Li, and he told me, Barucheini, give me a bracha. Amarti Lo, Yehi Rotzei Mefonecho, She'ich B'Shu Rachamecho Skascha. Your mercy should overcome your anger. As the Gemara is going to explain, because Baruch Hu gets angry. And your mercy should overcome your midos. You should treat your children with mercy. And he shook his head in agreement. Now, Baruch Hu says it a little differently. He says the same words. He just says, rachami es ka'asi. What do we learn from Rabbi Yishmael? We learn that if HaKadosh Baruch Hu could ask a bracha from a basar v'dam, and he gave it to him and he agreed to it, so then any basar v'dam, even a hedyot, al tia birkas hedyot kal benach, even a hedyot, a simple person could give you a bracha and you should enjoy it and benefit from it. We learn from HaKadosh Baruch Hu that you don't appease a person when he's still angry. Wait until he calms down. HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, wait until I'm not angry anymore. When does HaKadosh Baruch Hu get angry? Every single day, for a split second, for a 16th of a second. The Gemara says it's 158,888. One part of that, which is a 16th of a second. Or the amount of time that it takes to say the word rega. And Bilam knew that second. Bilam wasn't that smart. His own donkey beat him in an argument, but he knew that split second, and when you know that split second, you could use it to curse somebody, and the curse works. In fact, Baruch Hu knew that Bilam was about to curse Klal Yisrael, So he didn't get mad those few days. Had he gotten angry those few days, Chas v'shalom, there wouldn't be anything left. Gemara says a story. Yeshua ben Levi was upset at a certain tzduki who was bothering him, so he wanted to kill him. What he did was, he took a chicken and tied it to his bed. There's a simon. When the chicken's comb turns from red to white, that's the time that Baruch Hu gets upset. And he waited there, and he noticed that he fell asleep. And he realized that it's a sign in the Shemayim, you're not supposed to do such a thing. It says, V'racham al kol ma'asav, Baruch Hu has rachmanis even on the bad tzduki. Baruch Hu gets angry when the kings of the world, they take off their crowns and they bow down to the sun. If a person has self-discipline, it comes from within himself. It's not from outside. It's a lot better than if somebody would hit him and give him malchus. It says Rish Lakish, it's better than 100 malchus. But it says the Gemara that Moshe Rabbeinu asked for 3 things, and he got all 3 things according to one man Amar. He asked that Klal Yisrael should have Shechina. He asked that the Goyim should not have Shechina. And he also asked to understand why is it that sometimes Tzaddik Viraloi, the good guy, is sometimes has a bad life, and sometimes Rasha V'Toivloi, the bad guy has a really good life, supposedly. And he was told that one shot is Tzaddik Viraloi. We're talking about a Tzaddik that's not a Tzaddik Gomer, but if he's a Tzaddik Gomer, he wouldn't have a bad life. What's the pshat? Baruch Hu wants to give a person Yisurim so that the Tzaddik who's not Gomer should be a Gomer. He should go into Gan Eden. And Rasha V'Toivloi, because Baruch Hu wants to erase all his chusim in this world, give him his schar in this world, so when he comes to the Olam Haba, he shouldn't have Gan Eden. Reb Meir says that Moshe Rabbeinu said, I want to see what you look like. Baruch Hu said, listen, when I offered you by the sneh, you didn't agree. Now that you want, I'm not interested. Says Gemara Bernison says in the Sechar that Moshe Rabbeinu covered his face. He was Zoich Hamida Keneged Midah, that his face glowed. The Sechar that Moshe Rabbeinu was fearful of Hashem, so humans were fearful of him. Vayiru Migeshes. And the Sechar that he didn't look at HaKadosh Baruch Hu, HaKadosh Baruch Hu showed him his Achayra. What does Achayra mean? Says the Gemara, he showed him the knot of Tefillin Shel Rosh. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu says something, he promises something, even if it's connected to a condition. If the condition doesn't happen, HaKadosh Baruch Hu still will fulfill his word. For instance, HaKadosh Baruch Hu said, I want to kill all of Klal Yisrael. And don't worry, Moshe Rabbeinu, I'll make you into a great nation. And then didn't kill Klal Yisrael yet. He made Moshe Rabbeinu a great nation. In fact, Moshe Rabbeinu had, as the Torah tells us, 600,000 descendants. Rabbi said in the name of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, Rabbi Avinu was the first one to call the Rabbeinu Shalom master, Adon. And when Daniel was saved, it was in merit of Avraham Avinu calling the Rabbeinu Shalom Adon. Leah was the first one to be Moed HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to sing praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, to realize that what Hashem gave her was more than what she deserved. The name Reuven, says the Gemara, is made out of 2 words, Reuven. See my son. Leah was saying, look at Esav. He sold his Bechar willingly, then he complained. And he said that Yaakov took it away illegally. My son Reuven lost his Bechar to Yosef, yet he didn't complain. Not only that, he wasn't jealous, and he tried to save Yosef by Yitzilei Miyodam. The name Rus comes to describe David HaMelech, that would sing Shirois V'Sishbachos HaKadosh Baruch Hu. In fact, you see that the name of a person has a tremendous effect on the person. A son, a kid who's rebellious is worse than the war of Gog and Magog to his parents. And the Gemara asks a question, when David HaMelech was running away from his own son Avshalom, it should have been the worst thing in the world, yet David HaMelech says, Mizmor LeDavid. He's saying a praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Shouldn't it be Kina LeDavid? David HaMelech was relieved, like a person paying off a big. It's upsetting, but it's a relief. He was relieved that HaKadosh Baruch Hu told him you're going to have a rebellion from within your house, and he thought perhaps it's a mamzer or an eved that's going to rebel. He was relieved that it's his own son. His own son is not going to kill him. When are you allowed to start up with a bad guy, with a Rasha? So the Gemara 4 ways. Either when it's Mila Deshmaya, it's the Shem Shemayim, it's not a mundane thing. Otherwise, it might be dangerous. Or if the Rasha is not having a good time, it's not a good time for the Rasha in his life. He's on the down. So on the down, you let it go after him. Or he's on the up. He's doing really well. But you're at Tzaddik Gomer. Tzaddik Gomer, go after him. The other thing is, even if he's not at Tzaddik Gomer, if still go after Russia if it's not a good time for him. If a person sets a permanent seat in a shul, then his enemies fall from within him, in front of him, and finally the Gemara says it's better to serve a Talmid Chacham than to learn Torah from him. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Ches. Today must be one of the highlights of my Daf Yomi career. I was singing over the Gemara Tanya, Amr Yishmael ben Elisha, when suddenly one guy started singing the famous Avram Fried song, and then the entire group, 60, 70 guys together. It was an unbelievable feeling. If you want to be part of a Geshmak Chevra, a fun, entertaining shir, check us out on YouTube on the Rabbi Stefanski. Understand why there are close to 2,000 subscribers. The halacha is, if a person has an oinus, he's sick, and he can't make it to shul, and he can't gather 10 people to his home, it's preferable that he should daven at the same time that they're davening in shul. HaKadosh Baruch Hu doesn't turn down the tefillah of the tzibur of the Rabbi. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, whoever learns Torah, does milas chasadim, and davens with a minyan, it's as if they redeem me and my children from within the nations. Rish Lakish says, if there's a shul in a city and he doesn't go in, he's considered a bad neighbor, and he because of him, he creates galus for him and for his children. Rabbi Avraham was under the impression that there are no extremely old people in Bavel, because it says in the pasuk "Leman Yirbu Yemechem," that's referring to Yisrael. When he found that there were old people, he said it must be because they come to shul early in the morning and they leave shul late at night, and that gives arichas yamim. Rav Chizda says one should not sit right by the door to the entrance of the shul because it looks as if he wants to run away from shul. Rather, he should give himself 2 doors distance into the shul. The Gemara brings 4 pshatim for this pasuk. Al zois yispal kol chassid eilecha. Every chassid, pious person, should daven for this le'eis mitzvah. Right before he needs this thing, and he'll get it if he davens for it. What is this thing? The first pshat is, Rav Chanina says, it's referring to looking for a wife. As it says in the pasuk, matzah isha, matzah tayv, the matzah matches matzah in the pasuk. In fact, in Eretz Yisrael, they would ask, matzah or moitzeh? Did you, after you married, now that you find out, the woman you married, is she a matzah, matzah isha, matzah tayv, is a good woman, or u'moitzani marmi maves as a isha? Rav Nosson says it's referring to Torah. You should ask for Torah and you'll receive it. Rabbi Yochanan says you should ask for kvura, for burial. Rabbi Nachman Bar Yitzchak says it's talking about death. You should ask for a good death, a pleasant death. In fact, the Gemara says there are 903 types of death. The worst one is askara. The best one is Mrs. Nashika, like taking a hair out of milk. Askara is like taking thorns out of wool. It's very difficult. So you should ask for a good misa. Maj Zutra says it's referring to a bathroom. You should find a good bathroom. The Gemara says, in fact, Maj Zutra seems to be the best out of all of them. Says Rav Chizda, it says in the pasuk, Oyav Hashem Shari Tzion Mikol Mishkenos Yaakov. What does Hashem love the most? He loves Oyav Hashem Sha'orma Mitzuyonim Ba'Halacha. He likes the places that they come to the bottom of the halacha more than shuls and bati medrash. The halacha is one should daven where he learns. When Abai heard this halacha, he changed his ways. He used to learn at home and go daven in shul, but then he changed it to where he would daven and learn in the same place. Rabbi and Ravasi, they had 13 shuls in Tveria, yet they chose to daven by the pillars of where they used to learn. It says, "Miyosh Chavis Hamikdash, Ein Leila Hakadosh Baruch Hu Elo Dal Rames Shel Halacha B'Levad." From the time the Churban Abayis, Hakadosh Baruch Hu only has 4 amis of halacha. So in other words, that's why Abai also he decided to daven in the same place that he learned halacha. That's where Hakadosh Baruch Hu is. Gemara says somebody who has Yiras Shamayim and earns a living is greater than somebody that earns that just has Yiras Shamayim without earning a living. It says in the pasuk, Yagia Kapecha Yisoichel Ashrecha v'Toivlach. We learn Ashrecha b'Olam Hazeh v'Toivlach v'Olam Haba, whereas just Yiras Shamayim only has Olam Haba, not Olam Hazeh. There's a halacha that one should live right next to his Rebbe if he's subordinate to his Rebbe, if he accepts everything his Rebbe says. Otherwise, it's not good to live next to your Rebbe. We see that Shlomo Melech didn't marry the daughter of Pari as long as his Rebbe, Shimon Megari, was alive and he lived next to him. It says in the pasuk, there's a halacha that if the Sefer Torah is open in shul, you're not allowed to leave the shul. Rabbi would leave the shul between Garba and Garba, between aliyahs. Rabbi asks, what about between psukim? If there's a pause, can you sneak out? And he remains with the teiku. Reb Shimon says, I turn my back to the Sefer Torah and I learn they're doing what they want to do and I'm doing my thing. The halacha of Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum brings Arichas Yamin. You should say 2 psukim and 1 targum. What if there's no targum on the pasuk? Like a teres v'divar, atras v'divar. Says Rashi, in that case, the Gemara says you should still say it, meaning you should say the pasuk 3 times, once instead of the targum. One should not wait until Yom Kippur to say the entire Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum, because Erev Yom Kippur is the day that we eat. It's as if you're fasting, and do not say Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum earlier than the week that you need to say it on. Yeshua Levi told his children, first of all, when you chef the bird, be careful that you chef all the breathing, the veins, make sure that all the blood comes out. Be careful with the Talmud Chacham Zaken that had Torah, even though you forgot it now because of Aynas, just like they put the broken luchais into the Aron. This person is a broken Sefer Torah. Rabbi told his children, do not cut meat on your hands. One shot is because it's a sakana. You might cut through, you might slip and cut your hand, or you might nick your hand. Some of the blood will go into the food and it'll disgust everybody. The halacha is you're not allowed to sit on a mita aramis, a bed of a gaya. One shot is it's referring to going to sleep without saying Kriya Shema al mita. The other shot is Rabbi was telling his children who were kohanim, do not marry a geyores because you're a kohen. It's also, and some say that it's a goya mamish. Why? Why can't you sit on her bed? There's a story with Rav Papa. A woman told him, a goya said, sit down, and he said, let me see what's underneath the bed. And she lifted up the bed, and there was a dead baby there. She wanted to blame him for his death. Lacha is, one should not go behind a shul. It looks as if you don't believe in the shul. Gemara says there's a number of conditions here. If a person is carrying something heavy, it's obvious that he's not trying to avoid the shul. If he's wearing tefillin, it's obvious that he's Yerushalayim. If he's running, it's also obvious that he's trying to get somewhere. And if the shul has another door, then people will think he's trying to go to the other door, and it's not a bezon to the shul. Rabbi Akiva loved 3 things about the nation of Modai: that they cut their meat. They don't cut their meat on a table, and they would kiss each other only on their hands because of germs. And when they discussed private things, they would go into a field so nobody else could hear. Rabbi Yonah says, I like 3 things that the Parsiim did. They had sneas in 3 areas: when they ate, when they went to the bathroom, and when they had relations. Afal Pikein. Nevertheless, the Parsiim are ready to go with all the sneas. They're ready to go straight into Gehenna. The halacha is like Rabbi Gamliel in the Mishnah that you could say Kriya Shema all the way until Amud HaShachar. Reb Shimon Bar Yochai says that there's a possibility of saying Kriya Shema one after another. One will be for the night, one will be for the day. That is, if you say Kriya Shema right before Amud HaShachar and right after Amud HaShachar, the one after Amud HaShachar will count for the daytime, even though halachically right after Amud HaShachar is considered night. Since people get up then, your Yotzah, Kriya Shema Shachars, have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Tes. The Gemara tells us a story with 2 Talmidim that came home from a wedding drunk. And they didn't say Kriya Shema. They asked Reb Shua ben Levi, the father of the Chassan, whether or not they could say Kriya Shema, even though it's the Netzach Ham. Reb Shua ben Levi says, yes, we pass on like Reb Shimon Bar Yochai, that in a time of a Aynas, like being drunk, you could say Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv all the way till the Netz. In fact, that's the halacha. You're supposed to say Kriya Shema of Ma'ariv up until Chatzos. If that doesn't work out, you have until Amud HaShachar. And only in the case of an Aynas, you go till Netzach Ham. As in our Mishnah, we had that the sons of Rabbi Gamliel, they also went to a wedding, but they didn't have a Aynas. They didn't come home drunk. And they asked Rabbi Gamliel if they could say Kriya Shema, and he said, yes, up until Amud HaShachar. Because they weren't sure whether or not Chachamim, who are the Rabbim, argue with their father or not. They knew their father's shita, but they weren't sure if Chachamim agreed. And Rabbi Mula says, yes, Chachamim agree with me. The shir really is up until Amud HaShachar. Chachamim made a takana siyag, say Kriya Shema before Chatzos. Elazar ben Azariah has Xer Shalom. There's an extra word, hazeh, and he learns out that the time to eat the Korban Pesach is only up until Chatzos, whereas Rabbi Kiva holds the time to eat Korban Pesach is all the way to the morning. Rabbi Kiva learns from the word chipazon. Chipazon, he holds, is the hastiness of Klai Yisrael. When did they leave in hastiness? In the morning, so therefore you can eat the Korban Pesach till the morning. Elazar holds that chipazon is referring to the Mitzrim. They were in a rush to get Klai Yisrael out. The Geula started by Chatzos, by Makas B'chayres. They wanted Klai Yisrael out. In reality, Klai Yisrael only left the following morning. There's a pasuk that seemingly has a three-way contradiction. It says, Sham Tizbach Chesach Pasach. When do you shech the Pesach? Ba'erev, which means in the afternoon. Pasuk continues and says, K'vay HaShemesh, as we learned, K'vay HaShemesh, referring to Shkia. And the pasuk continues and says, Mayei Tzeis Chameretz Mitzrayim. When did Klai Yisrael leave Mitzrayim? In the morning. So which one is it? Is it afternoon, Shkia, or the morning? Says the Gemara. The pasuk is telling us three different things. Shchita of the Korban Pesach happens in the afternoon. Eating of the Korban Pesach occurs only after Shkia. Until what point can you eat the Korban Pesach? According to Rabbi Yeshua, which is like Rabbi Kiva, you can eat it all the way to the morning. And according to Rabbi Lazar, it's until Chatzos. The Gemara now goes on to explain a few psukim. When HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu to tell Klai Yisrael to borrow gold and silver from the Mitzrim, the pasuk uses an interesting lashon. Daber na ba'oznei ha'am v'yishalu. What's this na? I beg of you, please. HaKadosh Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, I don't want Avram Avinu to come to me b'tainas. I promised that the Mitzrim will enslave Klai Yisrael, and that they did. But didn't happen. So therefore, I beg of you that you should beg of them that they should borrow gold and silver, so that Avram Avinu doesn't have tainas. And Klai Yisrael said, we don't want to borrow. We want to leave. If we can leave, why should we wait until tomorrow? Let's leave right now. Vayashilum, with a mem at the end, says Rabbi means that it happened forcefully. What happened forcefully? One shita says that the Mitzrim were forced to lend. Another shita says Klai Yisrael didn't want to borrow. They felt that it might be too heavy and they needed to run away from the Mitzrim. The Mitzrim might give chase. They wanted to go lighter. And therefore, they didn't want to borrow. So the Klai Yisrael was forced. Vayinatzlus Mitzrayim, says the Gemara, that once Klai Yisrael borrowed from the Mitzrim, everything was desolate. It was as if there was a trap for an animal without a bait. Or Vayinatzlus, like Mitzulas Hayam, just like in the depths of the ocean, there are no fish. So too, Mitzrayim had no values left. Eya Asher Eya. What's this double lashon? Because Baruch Hu told Moshe Rabbeinu, tell Klai Yisrael that just like I was with them now, I'll be with them in the future galus. So Moshe Rabbeinu said, Klai Yisrael has enough on their head. Why should I tell them about future galus? Says Rabbi Shalom, you're right. Just tell them I'll be with them. What's the double lashon by Eliyahu Hanavi? Aneni Hashem Aneni. Famous story. Eliyahu Hanavi wanted to prove the Nivei Abal that they are false. So he had them try to consume meat with fire from Shemaim. It didn't work. And then he begged Rabbi Shalom, bring an ice, bring down fire from Shemaim and consume the meat. And in fact, that's what happened. But Aneni the second time was, Klai Yisrael shouldn't think it's witchcraft. They should understand that it's Min Hashamayim. Says the Mishnah, Kriya Shema in the morning is said from when you could differentiate between Tcheles and Lavan. This is Tcheles and Lavan. That's one pshat. We had the opportunity today, the owner of Psil Tcheles came to our shir and gave us a live demonstration and lent this to me. The Gemara says that the Tcheles is within the Lavan. If a piece of wool wasn't dyed completely, it didn't catch completely like this, when you could differentiate between the white and the blue, that's the shear. That's when you could say Kriya Shema. Rabbi Lazar says between Tcheles and Karsi. Karsi is a leek. So when you could differentiate between the blue and the green, that's the shear of Kriya Shema. The same shear, the Gemara brings in another way. If you can differentiate between a dog and a wolf, between a donkey and an aroid, which is a wild donkey, and Achirim say it's when you can differentiate, when you can pick out your friend or an acquaintance, an associate from 4 Amasorah. Up until what time can you say Kriya Shema? One sheet is until Neitzachama. That's the Lechatchila. The Eved can go even further. Yeshua says until 3 hours Zmaniyos. In other words, you divide the day into 4. The light, that's the Machlit in the Gra and the Magen Avram. Magen Avram says you start from Amud Shachar. The Bin Lagain says you start from Neitzachama. And that's when kings wake up, 3 hours into the day. The Mishnah says, whoever reads Kriya Shema past this time, at least he'll be Mekayim the mitzvah d'oraisa of Limun HaTorah. Rabbi Yochanan explains, what's the Chiddush? He says, because this person is saying it Baal Peh, and Torah Shem can't say Baal Peh, nevertheless he gets Sechar. Rav Huna says, the halacha is that Kriya Shema can be said, the shear of picking out your friend 4 Amos away. Rabbi says, no, that's only in regard to Tefillin. But Kriya Shema is Kivasikin. Vasikin means a type of a person that's a chassid, and a chassid would say Kriya Shema immediately before night and have a Shemona Esrei right after night, because it's the reason Magdim L'Mitzvahs, he wants to say Shemona Esrei the earliest possible time, but you have to be son of Gula Tefillah, you have to put Kriya Shema right before, and therefore, in order to time everything, you have to say Kriya Shema at the last available moment, right before night. It says, how do we know this concept? It says, Yiru'uchem Shemesh. You should have fear right when the sun comes out. That's Kriya Shema, Ol Malchus Shemayim. The pasuk continues. L'fnei Yereach Dor Dorim is talking about Mincha should not be said after Shkia. Rabbi Yosi and Eliakim said in the name of the people in Yerushalayim that whoever says Geula right next to Tefillah won't be damaged that day. Reb Zera said he was damaged, and the Gemara says, why? Because he had a monetary loss. He had to bring Hadassim to the king. People pay money to see a king. You're supposed to see even Gentile kings to see the difference between a Goy and a Yid king. Reb Bruna says the Gemara, he was Soymach Geula Tefillah, and he was happy the entire day. He had a smile on his face the whole day. Hashem Sfasai Tiftach that we say, the Gemara in one shot says that we only say that in Mincha, otherwise it's a hefsi between Geula and Tefillah, or like we had in the beginning of the Masechta, that since Chachamim were Kiveyad in the Tefillah, it's like part of the Shemona Esrei, like Ashkiveinu we said is part of the Gal Yisrael. Shemona Esrei is because of the 18 capital Tehillim that David HaMelech had that correspond to the 18. Yir L'Rotzain is in capital Yutes in the 19th. That's why we say Yir L'Rotzain after Shemona Esrei and not before. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Daf Yud. The Gemara tells us a story that a mayor had really bad neighbors. So he doubted that they should die. Beruria, his famous wife, told him that's not the way to do it. You're probably thinking, Yitamu Chataim in Aretz. You should get rid of all the Chataim. Yes, get rid of the sins, but don't get rid of the sinners. What you should do is daven that they should do tshuva. In fact, he davened that they should do tshuva, and they were chayzer with tshuva. A min once asked Beruria, how does the pasuk make sense in Navi? Rani akara shaloi lada. Because she didn't give birth, she came out in a song. And she said, Shaita, look at the end of the pasuk. Last and Lavi by the Geula, there are going to be many more of Klal Yisrael in Yerushalayim than Edom. In fact, the word Akara is referring to that our children don't go into Gehenna like your children do. Rabbi Vo explained to Amin, why is it that David HaMelech put the parak of Avshalom, him and Avshalom, is the third parak in Tehillim, and the parak of him and Shaul is all the way at parak Nun Zayin. Shouldn't be the opposite. It's not in order of how it happened. So he told them, we believe in a concept called smuchim. When a pasuk is next to another pasuk, or a parak is next to another parak, we learn something from it. We learn from the parak Gog Magog, which is parak Beis. If somebody might tell you, how is it possible that Gog is going to rebel against the Kadosh Baruch Hu? I'll tell you, look, my own son rebelled against his father. Shimon Bar Yochai explained the famous pasuk in Ishus Chayil, Piyah pasuk b'chachma, v'sori as chesed al shayna. Shlomo HaMelech wrote it about his father David, that he had Ruach HaKodesh later on in life, about 5 times that he was in different worlds. One of them was the world in his mother's womb. He said Shira, he said a Baruch Nafshi about it. When he came out and he gazed at the stars and the mazalis, he said another Baruch Nafshi. And when he nursed, he also said a Baruch Nafshi. Two pshatim, either because humans are different than animals. You nurse from a clean place, or you nurse not in the Makim Erva. And he said Shira when he had the falling of the Rishayim, and when he spoke about the day of death. Rosh Hashanah Pazi says that it corresponds with HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Neshama, the 5 times. HaKadosh Baruch Hu fills the whole world, the Neshama fills the whole body. HaKadosh Baruch Hu sees it, but it's not seen. Neshama sees it and is not seen. HaKadosh Baruch Hu feeds mefarnas the whole world, and the neshama is mefarnas the whole body. Because Baruch Hu is pure, he's tar, so is the neshama. Because Baruch Hu sits in the inner rooms, so does the neshama. So therefore, the person that has the neshama within him should come and praise HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Baruch Hu nafshi, it says, v'chol kravai, my innards. Because Baruch Hu is not like a human being. If an artist paints a picture on the wall, he can infuse it with life and a neshama. Whereas HaKadosh Baruch Hu, not only can he infuse it, but he can infuse something within something. A baby that's within its mother can infuse it with life. As Chana said, ain't sur kelikenu, and we learn ain't sayer. There's no artist like our God. In other words, HaKadosh Baruch Hu could create humans, and nobody can do anything similar. Ke'ein biltecha, we learn ke'ein levaloischa. Ein levaloischa meaning HaKadosh Baruch Hu outlives everything he creates, whereas an artist, usually his art outlives him. The Gemara tells us what happened in the story between Chizkiah and Yeshayahu, who were both tzaddikim. Chizkiah was the king, Yeshayahu was the Navi. They didn't want to visit each other. Each one held that they had more honor, the other one should come to them. So HaKadosh Baruch Hu made a compromise. He made Chizkiah really sick, and he told Yeshayahu, go visit Chizkiah. So he went to visit him, and he said, Ki meis ata, you're going to die, v'lo tichya, you're not going to live, which is a double lashon. The Gemara explains, you're going to die in this world, and you're not going to have olam haba because you didn't do pru revu, you didn't get married. So Chizkiah said, because I saw in Ruach HaKodesh that I'm going to have descendants that are not worthy. So Yeshayahu told him the famous line, "Bahadi kafshu de Rachman Elomelach." Why are you getting involved in the Rebbeinu Shloim's business? Let him do his thing, you do your thing. So he said, okay, so give me your daughter, and in our two schusim will be zoicha that I won't have bad descendants. So he told him it's too late. The Gzeira already happened. So Chizkiah got upset. He said, even if a sharp sword is on your neck, you should never stop davening. And the Gemara tells us that immediately Chizkiah took the musar, he got up and he went to the wall. What's the wall? The walls of his heart. He said within his heart. Or, lady says, he said something that has to do with a wall. He said, it's Isha Shunamis, with a story with Elisha, that Elisha did Chis HaMesim to her son, in the schus, because she built him a wall, as the Gemara is going to discuss later. So my grandfather, Shlomo, he built the entire Beis Hamikdash, shouldn't I deserve a schus? Chizkiah told her, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I did everything. What did he do? Says the Gemara, an amazing thing. He was soymech geula l'tefillah. Lady says it means that he took the book of medicinal remedies and he buried it. As the Gemara says, Chizkiah did 6 things. 3 things the Rabbanim, Chachamim agreed with, and 3 not. He buried the book of refuos. He broke the copper snake that Moshe Rabbeinu made to heal people. People started doing avodah zarah to it. And when his father, the Rasha Achaz, died, he dragged his body in the streets on a bed of rope to show people that this is what happens when you do avodah zarah. Those 3 things Chacham agreed to. But what they didn't agree to, that when he plugged up the water of Gicha in order to thirst, to create that the soldiers of Chayyur shouldn't have water, they didn't agree to that. They said, let HaKadosh Baruch Hu deal with it. When Chizkiah gave the doors of Beis Hamikdash, the golden doors, to Chayyur, they didn't agree to that. And when he did Iber HaChodesh, he made an extra month of the year on the last day of Adar. He said that's not good because that last day could be Nisan, and because it could be Nisan, you don't do Iber Hashan on that day. If somebody uses other people's chusim when he dies, he says, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, answer me in the schus of my forefathers, like Moshe Rabbeinu did in the schus of Avram, he's answered in his own schusim. But Chizkiah used his own schusim. He said, answer me in my schus, asher salachti lefanecha, etc. So they used the schus of David. Now, going back to the story of Isha Shunamis and Elisha, she said, let's make him a wall. So the machlokes, where did she put Elisha? She put him in an open achsadra, and she had to build a wall to divide the achsadra. And then, what does aliyah mean? Aliyah usually means in the attic. It means she put him in the best of her houses. Or the pshat is she put him in the attic, and she had to build a roof. So why is it called a kir, a wall? Because it's kiruhu is a lashon of roofing. It says that she put a bed, a table, a chair, and a lamp. The Gemara says Elisha benefited from it. You're allowed to benefit from favors that people give to you. But Shmuel would refuse favors. He came with his own little suitcase. Wherever he went, he had all his belongings. Nobody could give him a favor. She knew more than her husband that Elisha was a Kaddish. How did she know? She noticed that flies wouldn't land on his table. Another pshat is she noticed that his sheets were clean. They didn't have any carry on them. Whereas his Misharis, Gehazi, didn't have Dusha. he grabbed her inappropriately. Says the Gemara that if a person hosts the Talmud Chacham and gives from his own belongings to the Talmud Chacham, it's as if he was a makriv a Talmud. The Gemara says 3 halachas in tefillah. First one is that you shouldn't stand in a high place when you daven. There should be no haughtiness when it comes to davening. You're supposed to put your feet together like we do during Shemona Esrei, and you're not supposed to eat and drink before davening. If you do, it's as if you have gaiva and then you try to be ma'am l'shem shamayim. Shmuel said halachas like in Yeshua that Kriya Shema is said until 3 hours into the day. The Brisa says that if you say Kriya Shema after this man, it's as if you were Mekayim Talmud Torah, but you should say Birkas Kriya Shema 2 before and 1 after. Rav Chisda agrees to that. And in one lashon, Rav Chisda argues with that. Ramani says somebody who says Kriya Shema in the right time has a bigger schos than learning Torah. Have a wonderful day. As we learned, the pasuk says you must say Kriya Shema b'shach b'chov kumecha when people go to sleep and when people get up. We try to take it a step further, and they say just like when you go to sleep, you're laying down. So when you say Kriya Shema shel arvis, you have to be in a laying position. And when you say Kriya Shema shel shachris, you have to be standing up. Otherwise, the pasuk would say ba'boker u'ba'arev. They still say, wait a minute. The pasuk says uvelech b'chavaderech. You must say Kriya Shema even when you're walking on the way. Walking is not laying down, and it's not even standing. Therefore, say still, you can say Kriya Shema when you're sitting, standing, laying, and even while you're working. Both Beisil and Beishami agree that from the words of Shach B'chav Kumecha, we can learn a big chiddush. That somebody that's basically a mitzvah, he's preoccupied doing another mitzvah, he's patur from saying Kriya Shema. Uvelech Chavaderech teaches us that not only a person that's actually doing a physical mitzvah, but even somebody like a chassan, who's tarad in his machshava, his mind is preoccupied, he's also patur from Kriya Shema since he's about to marry a psula. If he'd be marrying an almana, he's not occupied, and therefore he's chayiv. You need a combination of 2 things. You need to be preoccupied, and it has to be with a mitzvah. So therefore, if somebody's about to lose his ship, it's sinking, that's not enough to give him a p'tur from saying Kriya Shema because it's not a mitzvah. An avel who's preoccupied, he just lost a loved one, and he's very bitzar, he's also chayiv in all mitzvahs, besides tefillin, because tefillin say pe'er, and since he has afer on his head, and he's in bitzar, he's patur. Even though Beis Hillel used Uvelech Chavaderech to teach us this concept that Isaac b'mitzvah you pater, nevertheless they learned the physical words Uvelech Chavaderech that it's talking about a person that's walking and not laying down. The Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah were together. Rabbi Shmuel was laying down. Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah was standing. When the time came to say Kriya Shema, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah decided to lay down like Bishamai, and Rabbi Shmuel, who was laying down, jumped up to say Kriya Shema. So Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah told him, you remind me of a mashal. Somebody had a beautiful beard, and they told him, look, your beard is beautiful. So he said, okay, let me cut it off. I was standing up and I laid down, and because I lay down, that's why you stood up. I give you a compliment, and you're doing the opposite of what I'm doing. So he said, no, I am worried that people will see us, and they'll say that Allah is like Bishamai. What's the difference? Because they still say you could also lay down. But since you were standing, and then you lay down, so it looks as if you're passing like Bishamai. So what is the halacha if you do like Bishamai? According to Rabbi Cheskel, it's okay, you're Yaitza. But according to Rabbi Yosef, you're not Yaitza at all. Similarly, we have that if somebody does a sukkah, like Beis Hillel, most of his body's inside the sukkah, but his table's inside the house. According to Beis Hillel, it's fine. Bishamai say if you do like Beis Hillel, you're not Yaitza at all. So if you reverse that, you say if you do like Beis Shammai, Beis Hillel will hold you didn't do anything. And according to Rav Nachman bar Yitzchak, not only did you not do anything, but you're chayiv misa. You see, Mishnah Tarfon says, I once put myself in danger in order to be Yaitza like Beis Shammai, and Chacham told him, if something would have happened to you, you would have deserved it. The Mishnah tells us, based on the pasuk, Sheva Bayoim Hilalticha, you should say 7 brachas, 7 birkas Kriya Shema. How do you break it down? The Mishnah says, in the morning you say 2 brachas before Kriya Shema and 1 after. In the evening you say 2 before and 2 after. In the evening, the Emunah, Emes V'Emunah, is a very long bracha, and Ashkivenu, compared to Emes V'Emunah, is considered short. Anytime Chachamim we're misaken a long bracha or a short bracha that finishes with Baruch Atah Hashem or doesn't finish, and you add or take off, you're not doing the correct thing. One of the brachas that we say in the morning, Yoitzer Oyer V'Oyer Choshech, we don't use the word Noiga because we want to say Choshech, which is darkness, which is Laila. We want to mention the night during the bracha of the day. Just like we mentioned the daytime during the bracha of the night, where we say Gadol Ar Mibnei Choshech Bnei Ar. According to Shmuel, what's the second bracha? Ahava Rabbah, like Nusach Ashkenaz. According to Chachamim, it's Havas Olam, like Nusach Sfar. So it says, therefore, one should say Ahava Rabbah in the morning and Havas Olam at night. Like Nusach Ashkenaz, I guess Taisus war Chachmei Tzarfas Ashkenaz. Shmuel says halacha that if somebody gets up early to learn, he should say Birkus HaTorah. And if he said the Kriya Shema with Birkus Kriya Shema, so Ahava Rabbah patters him from saying Birkus HaTorah. When do you say Birkus HaTorah? Machlokes. Rav Huda says you only say Birkus HaTorah in Torah Shabbat if you learn Chumash, but not even a medrash that tells you the halachas that come out of the Chumash. Rav Elazar says even medrash. Rav says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Mishnah, and Rava says you say Birkus HaTorah even for Gemara, and Rashi says because that's the Ikar Torah. This is great for Daf Yomi people. Gemara is the main part of Torah because from that halach comes out, and it's the logic behind the Mishnah, and it explains away the contradictions in the Mishnahs, and sometimes to add and take off words of a Mishnah. Shmuel says, what bracha do you make on Birkus HaTorah? Lazik b'divrei Torah. Rabbi Yochanan adds, Higher Rav Nun, you finish off with a bracha. And Rav Nun says, you say Asher Baruch Rabbanu Mikol Ha'amim, which he says is considered the most important bracha out of the three. Why? Because it gives a praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu and a praise to Klal Yisrael in the Torah. And therefore, since these are all important brachas, we say all three. After the Kohanim brought the carbon tamid in the morning and they salted the Ivarim, the Sgan Kohanim would announce, make one bracha. What is that one bracha? According to Shmuel, it's Ahava Rabbah, and according to Rish Lakish, it's Yoitzer Ar. And then they would say Aser Sadibros, and then they would say Shema Vayim Shemayim Vayomer, and then they would give three brachas to Klal Yisrael. They would say Emes V'Yatziv, and they would say the bracha B'Avoda, which is similar to Ritzei, just it ends up Shois Chanavoid or another bracha, and then they would say Birkus Kohanim. Rav Zrika proved that you say Yoitzer Ar and not Ahava Rabbah, because Rish Lakish says, from here you see that brachas are not makiv. In other words, if there's two brachas together and you say one out of the two, you're Yoitzer on that one. Similar, let's say for tefillin, if you say just a bracha on Shel Yad and on Shel Rosh, if you only have one pair or you can't put on the other one, you're Yoitzer. How does he prove it? From the fact that they said one bracha, and if that one bracha, for instance, was Yoitzer Ar, then it's a great proof. Why? Because why didn't they say Ahava Rabbah? Ahava Rabbah you could say all night long. There's no zman for it. But if they said Ahava Rabbah, then there's no proof, because perhaps they said it when it was too early. Yoitzer is only when the light comes out. And maybe they said it later on. The Gemara is doichen, the Gemara says perhaps they said both brachas. What he meant to say that it's not ma'akiv, that the seder is not ma'akiv. You could say one before the other, and it doesn't matter in what order. Have a wonderful day. Bracha is Dafyud Beis. Although in the Beis Hamikdash they would say Aser Sadibros, Chachamim were misakin that outside of the Beis Hamikdash we shouldn't say Aser Sadibros because the meaning would say that's the only part of the Torah that we have. Kriya Shema and Aser Sadibros. Today, Aser Sadibros is so important that one should say it in private but not in public. There were 24 mishmaros of Kohanim. Every week a different mishmar would take over the Beis Hamikdash. When the incoming mishmar came into the Beis Hamikdash, the outgoing mishmar would say another bracha, and he would say, "Misha shiken eshmoy bebayis hazeh, uyashkin b'neichem ahava v'achva v'shalom v'reis." The Gemara goes through a series of questions regarding brachas. If a person starts in Ma'ariv, he starts off thinking that he's saying Shachris. He says Yoitzer Ar, but he finishes off Hamarav Aravim. And the same thing in Shachris. He thinks he's saying Ma'ariv, Hamarav Aravim, and he finishes off Yoitzer Ar. In both cases, he's Yoitzer because he finished off correctly. The reverse, if he started off correctly but finished off incorrectly, in Shachris he started off Yoitzer Ar, but he finished Hamarav Aravim, and in Ma'ariv he started off Hamarav Aravim and finished Yoitzer Ar, he's not Yoitzer. If a person is holding in his hand a cup, and he thinks that it's beer, but in fact it's wine. So he starts saying shahakal, and he finishes off hagafen. He's yaitze. What about bracha achreina? Person thinks that he ate bread, but in fact he ate dates, and he finishes off correctly. He started off birkas hamazon, but he finished off main shalish, the bracha achreina. He's yaitze because even the birkas hamazon that he started off with would work for dates because dates can satiate it. But what happens, and this the Gemara remains in a suffix, if he thought that he's holding wine, but in fact it was beer? So he started saying hagafen, but he finished off shahakal. The question is, do we go by the main part of the bracha or the latter part of the bracha? And therefore he would be yaitze. If a person thought that he ate dates, so he started saying a bracha achreina, and then he realized that he ate bread, and he finishes off with birkas hamazon. The Gemara remains in a suffix. Now the Gemara says you can't prove anything from the halachas that we said by Kriya Shema, because according to Rav, since when it comes to birkas Kriya Shema, you finish off with a bracha, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamar V'Aravim. That's enough. That's a bracha in itself. According to Rabbi Yochanan, Baruch Atah Hashem Hamar V'Aravim, or Yotzar, is not considered a bracha because you can't prove anything from birkas Kriya Shema, because birkas Kriya Shema, when a person starts the bracha, he intends to mention the day and the night in the same bracha. So every bracha really is a bracha for the day and for the night, and therefore he's yaitza. If a person does not say v'yatziv in the morning and ve'emun at night, he's not yaitza the mitzvah of Kriya Shema kitikuna. Because it says in the pasuk, l'hagid ba'bagi chazdecha ve'munascha ba'leilos, you have to give shvach HaKadosh Baruch Hu in the morning and the evening. When you say Shemona Esrei, the first two brachas, and by the last bracha, you bend your knees by Baruch, and by Atah, you bend your spine and your head down, all your vertebrae have to bend, and then by the word Hashem, you must start coming up. It's important to remember that by Baruch Hu also, when you say Baruch Hu Es, Hashem, you start coming up. Rav Sheshes would bend his knees and bow down quickly, but when he said the word Hashem, he would be like a snake. He would pick up his head very slowly to show that it's not a burden on him to do the Kriya. As if he made tshuva, we know we say Hamelech HaKadosh and Hamelech HaMishpat. What if one forgets and says Hakel HaKadosh or Melech Oyev Zakon Mishpat? So according to Rabbi, and that's the halacha, he's not yaitza, and according to Rabbi Lazar, he's yaitza. If a person has the ability to daven for his friend and he doesn't daven for his friend, he's considered a sinner. And if he has the ability to daven for Talmid Chacham, he must do so until he feels sick, literally sick. He has to fast and daven until he becomes sick. If a
There he
person
is.
over
There he fucking is. How you living, pimp? Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, can you give me 2 minutes so I can go to the bathroom?
No.
You can't?
Yeah, sure.
All right, please don't go.
Why not?
Alrighty, dude. How you living? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How are you?
Not too bad.
Alright. Are you ready?
Rest in peace, Charlie Cup.
There you go. Did you know who he was before today?
Yep. Did you?
Yeah, from the Republican National Committee, but like he spoke at the RNC. But I wasn't a follower. That's not really my political flavor. I mean, I
I have a lot of things that I agree with. Some things I disagree with.
yeah. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't really know too much about it. Did you see the video?
Yep.
Oh man, that was gruesome.
The worst part is his kid and wife were there. That's the saddest part.
Right. Did they see it?
I would assume so.
That's really sad.
He didn't die straight away, but he made it to the hospital, so he didn't die straight away.
I don't know. They got him pretty good. And then they don't know who did it?
They got someone in custody.
Yeah, but they let that person go.
Sorry?
They let that person go.
No, they got someone in custody, they just don't know what to say. Announce who did it.
But they let that person go.
That was another person.
Oh, okay.
That was just some mentally ill guy. You know, Ben Shapiro was there as well. He was meant to be speaking next.
I did not know that.
Oh. I fucked up. Well, no, I didn't. Let's think of that movie.
I loved it. I feel like my
I consider it obvious movie.
I feel like my microphone is delayed. Does it sound delayed?
No. So, it's a bit of an echo.
Yeah, I mean that's because that other one's going.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro was at the event and I was meant to talk on the Kelly Code.
Shit's wild.
I feel like Ben Shapiro would be the time.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's interesting why they went after that guy and not Ben Shapiro.
Why would they go after Ben Shapiro?
Because he talks about the same shit.
To an extent. I mean, they're both known supporters of Israel, so
Man, that was fucking gruesome video.
Why do you think he would have been the target to get dropped?
Conservative speaker.
What?
He's a conservative speaker, conservative leader.
Yeah. Did he ever say that he would run for president?
Oh, that I don't know. I mean, he was only 31, so he wasn't even old enough to run for president.
Yeah, but Mr. Bay said he would run for president. He's younger. I mean, Mr. Bay would make a terrible president. Doesn't it scare you that people today are still getting assassinated due to that?
No.
Like, you don't really hear of this in the Western world. I mean, Trump nearly got assassinated last year, but it doesn't happen often.
Are you sure they have somebody in custody?
Yeah, they're not going to announce it yet.
Who says?
Who says what?
That they have somebody in custody.
They have someone in custody, so someone knows they have someone in custody, and they're probably not going to report it in case it's like, until they got like, until they're 100% sure they're not going to report it in case of a mistaken identity.
Isn't that what happened with the other guy?
They never, the news reporter never said this is the guy who got it. They said if you get onto Evo post, it was just like, this is not the guy, it might be the guy. It was never confirmed.
Look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is.
The rival?
Yeah, dog.
Sorry?
Yeah, it is. He keeps joining and leaving. Yo, are you gonna keep joining and leaving? Is that cool?
Yep.
How are you?
Rabbi. I heal. I heal, you take damage. Do I have the
I don't know.
How many states in the US do have the Russia?
I don't know. I mean, like, California has it, but it's not used. Yo, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I know you can. What about Riser?
When was the last time someone in California was executed?
I think in the 70s.
Last 7.
We're a liberal state, and so executions have been something that the state doesn't like to do. I think there are like 500 people on death row. It might have been the 90s when we did it, but it's been a long time. It hasn't been in the last 20 years.
Oh my God!
Fuck you, Zoo.
I wasn't even trying to get the win there.
Riser, can you hear us? Can you hear us, dog?
That was the biggest luck I've ever seen.
Okay, I'm gonna just refresh my browser. Maybe he can't hear us because it's on my end. What's up, baby? What's up, baby? Can you hear me? Yo, you can't hear me. Yo. Yo. There he is.
I don't really need to see some guy getting shot in the face.
Oh, it's not in the face.
Yeah, neck, face, area.
Yo, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's, like I said, my browser on my computer, for whatever reason, the mic just... I think Discord is actually, like, shitty. Like, they don't know how to make it happen.
Okay.
But, yeah. This is why I try and keep myself off the internet, because, like, you never know, like, who wants to just come and assassinate you at a college speech.
I mean, don't go to college, please. Don't joke about
that. Don't give college speeches if you don't want to get assassinated. No one get assassinated.
I mean, the only people who have been assassinated are public figures. They're public figure.
Riser, are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to bomb harder than Zoot's comedy career.
Dude, he is a legend. He's a comedy legend.
I know. He's in the underground Australian Melbourne.
Incorrect, but that's okay.
I'm not in Melbourne.
What's your nearest city? Is it Sydney or Melbourne? Or what's the city?
William Manville, Ponderosa.
Don't force him to dox himself.
Yeah, what city is the comedy club in?
Adelaide.
Riser, can I get in your head?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, it's Zoot's turn.
You're up and you're...
Zoot, go.
He's now lost the game.
Zoot, go. Zoot. Zoot, what happened to you? Zoot, can you hear us?
Zoot. Yep.
What happened to you?
I just pressed accepted.
Oh, I might have sent multiple things. Check your other one, Zoot. We'll pretend you got 10.
Hey, Rabbi.
Hey, Zoot, did you know I
There
got
are only 2 cities. Did you know that there are only 2 cities in Australia?
That's incorrect.
There's 2 major ones. There's 3 major ones. Earth, if you count Earth, but on the East Coast.
That's the West Coast. Perth is the...
Perth, the major city on like the west, north.
No, it's just the West Coast.
Perth's the capital city, but it's like the other one is.
Aside from Honolulu, it's the largest major city in the world that's isolated.
That's not true.
No, it's definitely true.
That would be.
This round always fucks.
Is it because you suck cock? Riser, that was really bad.
I intentionally didn't want to fuck you before.
Why did I freeze?
You weren't gonna win anyway.
Rabbi won.
No, it's anyone.
No, this bitch is over, Riser. Riser, this bitch is over.
It's a warm-up game. It doesn't count.
Riser, when's the last time you watched the William Montgomery show?
I watched the most recent one with his brother.
I did too, dude. What did you think of it? Dude, you're doing really well. You did really... Dude. 13? I don't think I'm beating that.
I saw William Montgomery perform for the first time the other day.
Where? Adelaide?
No, I was watching Kiltony. I never watched the Kiltony before, but he was on the Kiltony episode I watched.
Yes.
Oh, which Kiltony did you watch?
The one with the blind guy.
Oh, that was this week.
No.
Yeah, that was Monday's
That was
episode.
like 2, 3.
Oh, he was on again.
So he used his best ticket.
Yeah.
Was he good this week?
Yeah, he was pretty good. He's pretty funny.
Can you get 2 golden tickets?
No. I mean, I'm sure they could, but that doesn't really do anything. There was a guy, his name is Rick Diaz, and he bet his golden ticket up against another guy, and the deal was that if he lost, then he would lose his golden ticket like forever. He just what a shot. He just hated this other guy, and he ended up losing in Madison Square Garden, even though he definitely did not lose, but they just fucked him. It's because he lives in like Belgium or something, and he couldn't do the show regularly.
Oh, fuck. Speaking of fucking things, I just gave Brad Bradley a lot.
I appreciate that. You did give me all.
Good news is I mean, I cried with Rabbi.
Right where I wanted it.
Rabbi, you're gonna have security when you get famous?
Yep. You could be the security team. SEAL Team Zoo.
How many? I don't think it's wise to hire someone who threats for your security.
No, I want you with the finger on the trigger, baby.
If I wasn't your security team, I would give away your location.
Oh, I know you will. I'm going to be live streaming my life, so that won't really matter. Look at this shot, folks.
Zook on the high axis, no, just the low.
There you go.
Back to the high.
Terrible. Terrible shot. Terrible. There you go.
Terrible.
Riser's putting this bitch in the water.
Fuck you. Fuck off. I just blocked your shot. The good news is, not everybody don't get it in football.
There you go, Zoot. That's going to fuck him over.
It's going to fuck me over. You fucked yourself over. Oh, that was no good shot. That was another good shot for you.
Oh, stop.
Oh, Rabbi. Oh, we're good. Zoot can win the hole right here.
No way. He's going to fuck you.
He's not going to, but he could. Real time. How many days away are we from AI robot Walmart greeters?
Dude, I saw a robot in Walmart like 6 years ago. And I took a video of it. It was a cleaning robot. And it was cleaning, and if you steal stuff, it was loss prevention. And I took a picture of it, and I've posted it to the internet before. It's like, it was a floor scrubber and a loss prevention. So it would go down the aisles, cleaning the floor, while simultaneously seeing if anybody's putting stuff in their pockets. It had cameras all over it.
Wow.
Yeah, so in answer to your question, it's actually in Walmart. It's not in Walmart's best interest to replace the Walmart greeter. The reason why they even have that position is because they hire people who are old or have special needs, and they take out insurance policies on them. And then when the people die, Walmart, if they die on the clock, Walmart gets money for that, and the families do not.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you can Google that. That's like a pretty famous thing in the United States.
So they literally have done the math, and they calculated that more people will die on the job at Walmart.
Yeah, it's a 1 in 3 shot, basically.
Yeah, 8 hours. It's a 1 in 3 guaranteed shot too. As long as you're employed.
Yeah, I mean it's actually not 1 in 3. It's not quite 1 in 3. It's a little less than that, but.
Oh, because of the breaks.
Well, it's just they take the weekend off and stuff. Don't hit my ball, Zoot. Zoot, you fucked me.
Wait for this shot, fellas. You're never getting out of there. Fuck off. Oh, you piece of shit. Can't do it. Hey, you ready for the little activity shot? Just block it. Just do it. Sure. That was a dumb move. That move wasn't even done with that. Rabbi is in the best position. And he fucks it. Now Dirk's in the best position. So you're thoughtful. Now I'm the best position. I don't think anyone's going to score it. Maybe Zoot now. Yeah, definitely me. Oh. No. You can get it in, sure. No. Finger slip. You can get that in. No. Rabbi. And mathematically won the game.
That's incorrect.
You can't. This is probably the worst autograph person. There's rage bait. This is probably the worst autograph person. Not when you're this high IQ. Rabbi.
Yo, baby.
We can bear other.
I know.
That's not. Oh, I got lucky. Okay. Illusion. Illusion. I'm probably in the best position. If the hole is there, fuck. Bye-bye. What the fuck was that shot? He knows that the hole is where I am. Hedging his bets. Hit. How you fucking That was the best move I could have made. Okay. Rabbi.
Yo, baby.
Oh, what a shot. How is there no hole yet? See, I think it's right by you. He's just to tap the green tree. Oh.
Yo, what up? How are you?
And I'm still in the best position out of it. Oh.
Welcome. How'd you find out about me?
Bye-bye.
Frank H. Berger. How'd you find out about me?
God told me about you.
Okay, that's cool. How's your day going?
Good. How's your day going?
Kicking ass, taking names. How old are you, if I may ask?
I'm 26. How old are you?
That's amazing. I'm 39. I'm just making sure you're an adult.
39?
Yep. Calm down, girl. So did
39? Are you seriously?
100%, but these guys are in their 20s, so calm down.
Why did I do that? God damn it.
20s? You guys are in your 20s like me?
Yeah.
I literally gave both of you the win.
We're playing a game. So that's why.
It still sucks.
I don't know. Do you guys not? Do you want to play?
What game?
It's mini golf.
Mini golf? No, I don't want to play that.
Okay.
No.
That's cool.
No.
That's all right.
Mini golf. Wow.
Way too cool. I own you fools.
Okay.
Subscriber.
That's right. So Frankie.
Who's that?
He's in your profile picture.
Who are you talking to? Who? I don't know who that is. Rabbi?
What up, girl?
Are you trolling? The dude in your profile picture is Charlie Kirk.
Who's?
You, Frank H. Berger.
That's who that is?
How do you not know that?
It was from a random PFP generator. So, is that really who that is?
I believe so. That's exactly it.
Yeah, that's who that is.
That's interesting.
All right, did you find out about me from
Or
Socialize?
expensive.
From what?
Socialize?
No.
Did you?
Where did you change your profile picture? Is there a way you can check when someone changed their profile picture?
Who gives a flying fuck? Who gives a flying fuck? Frank H. Berger, did you find out about me from Kick?
No, God told me about you in a dream.
Okay, that's amazing. All right, do you mind if I tell you about myself, Frank H. Berger?
I've been in here before. You've done this. Come on.
Okay, well,
What the hell?
I don't memorize everybody. Okay, so you already know all about me.
All about you, yes.
Okay, amazing. Have you stalked me?
No.
Okay, well, that's good. Riser, what'd you do with Zoot?
Zoot is just in his own little containment bubble. I don't know what he does or thinks.
Certainly. Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies?
Rabbi, how do you make money?
Slaying a dick like it's going out of style?
He pimps hard.
I got a whole harem. It's like a Ponzi scheme for the streets.
He has multiple fur coats that are purple, and when he's not streaming, he's walking the streets.
Word. All right, so Frank H. Berger. So, what are your hobbies?
What?
What are your hobbies?
Your mic's cutting out. I don't know what you're saying.
That's what I thought. Okay, I asked somebody this earlier. And they're like, it's fine. What are your hobbies?
One more time, I didn't hear you.
What are your hobbies?
What's he saying? Is he cutting out for anyone else?
No, hobbies. HOBB.
Yeah, you're cutting out too. Something weird and crazy is going on here.
All right, well, refresh your screen or whatever. You know how to do it.
I don't know how to do it. Can you walk me through it?
Yeah, it's called refresh.
I don't know how to do it.
Are you on an app or are you on a browser?
He's definitely lying.
I'm on a tablet.
Okay, just close Discord, reopen it, and come back.
Can you walk me through how to do that? I'm sorry, this is my first week with an iPad.
Yeah, so does it have a button at the bottom?
On the bottom. Which
probably
is
just
the
a
bottom?
screen. Please swipe up.
Okay, so
Swipe up.
yeah.
No, it's the old one.
Okay, so it does have a button. So double click on the button, swipe up on Discord, reopen Discord.
Wait, now you're super loud. I double clicked on the button and you're loud. You're louder than you were before.
All right, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. All right, so for the 30th time, what are your hobbies, Frank H. Berger?
What'd you say?
What are your hobbies?
I don't know what you're saying.
Riser, what is this garbage?
I think she's just like trying to go really awfully, I guess.
Okay,
Yes, definitely.
excellent. Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies?
One more time, just one more time.
Girl, Riser,
Hobbies are trolling.
Riser, keep her entertained.
Bravo.
He left. Where'd he go? Riser, where'd he go?
Literally joined Charlie Kirk because you're so annoying. So good job.
Who is that?
It's literally all over the internet. Do you have the internet? No.
No, I don't.
You don't have
What
the
is
internet?
it?
Go
Who is
install the internet and then go look at it.
I'm good. I don't think I need that stuff. I want to pollute my brain.
He's a Christian radical supremacist who got assassinated because he was belittling children at his college speeches, and got upset that they're intellectually strong-willed.
What?
And now he's with George Floyd and a bunch of other fallen angels like that.
Yo, girl, did you get...
Osbourne, dude. Do you know who Ozzy Osbourne is or no?
No, that was before my time.
Do you know who Malcolm Jamal Warner is?
Yes.
No shit, you do?
I do.
Frank H. Berger. You're amazing.
Well, thank you.
Do you know him from the Cosby?
Tell me twice.
Do you know him from the Cosby? Do you know him from the Cosby Show?
No.
How else do you know Malcolm Jamal Warner?
He did sound on Oprah.
Malcolm Jamal Warner did sound on Oprah?
Yeah.
Like,
well, it looks like you're the number 2 Malcolm Jamal Warner. Just got pwned.
Malcolm Jamal Warner. He didn't do sound for Oprah.
Yeah, he did.
No, they were in a documentary together.
He did sound for her show.
You're crazy, girl.
Crazy smart.
Yeah. No, he's from the Cosby Show. Did you ever watch the Cosby Show?
No.
Okay, you're missing out. All right. So, how was your day?
Do you like Bill Cosby?
I like the Cosby Show. I'm not a big fan of people who rape people.
Why not?
Because I'm big on consent.
How big?
Like, whenever I'm with a chick, I always make sure that I get it. And I want to make sure that everybody else gets it in the world.
When was the last time you were with a chick?
Oh, you're digging deep. Well, on this stream, right at the beginning. What? Word, girl. My body count, I lose track of 42. So, I am not missing out on any action.
Damn, Rabbi got game.
Word, girl. All day, every day. Sideline to sideline. Word, girl.
Holy hell. Riser can't say the same.
Oh, no. Definitely not. And I just lose track at 42. It's higher than 42, but I lose track.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And I did this thing for, like, when I was a young man that I would not have sex with chicks, but I would get blown by them. And so if you include that, it's like hundreds. At least.
Holy hell. How do you spend that?
Well, college was a big part. And then I was a paid gigolo for some, so I would have sex with guys' wives for money. Or chicks would just pay me to have sex with them.
Oh my god, do you still do that? Just wondering.
If you're interested.
Whoa.
Are you in the Los Angeles region?
Yeah.
All right, well, maybe we can hook this up.
Hell yeah.
Excellent. All right. Well, you gotta know some things. I eat pussy like it's going out of style. That's the first thing. I always make sure a woman comes first. That's another thing. You're gonna need a towel. That's another thing. I a lot of times just like for jokes, well, have a woman keep track of how many orgasms she has, and I provide them until she like loses count. I like to use toys. Do you know what this is?
That's for your hair?
Girl, this is a womanizer. This goes over your clit and creates suction.
Oh, I'm trans.
Oh, you're trans? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm trans.
You're really good trans.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Well, so do you have a clit?
No.
I don't think you're trans, but okay. That's cool.
Oh! Oh, interesting.
I mean, you can be whatever you want to be. Anyway, so yeah, basically that's a quick rundown. So Frank H. Berger, what are your hobbies?
Did you say something? You cut out.
You're so funny. All right, that's cool. Riser.
I know her. I think her hobby is jaywalking.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's going out of fucking style.
Word. Hey, so Frank H. Berger, how do you like having a penis?
It's good. It's awesome. It's fun, and I like playing with it and smelling my ball sweat. What you know about that, Rabbi?
Oh, dude! Not only do I do that, but I do it on camera.
Oh, do it, please.
Sure.
Oh my god! Damn, it smells delicious.
Yummy.
Mm-hmm. Amazing. That made my night.
I do what I can to help the world.
What a good guy.
So, how long have you been trans?
2 weeks.
Oh, that's great.
How long have you been trans?
According to the state of California, since 2023, when I became a woman, but I actually went to being non-binary in 2021.
Are you Jewish?
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Israel or Palestine?
World peace, girl.
So Israel?
World peace.
Yeah, I think Israel's good too.
Very well. Did you get your gender changed on your license?
No, I'm 2 weeks in.
All right, I did it 2 weeks in. Not only that, but I have it documented.
Oh my god.
Word, girl.
Jealous.
Yeah, it's amazing. Okay, so you got your penis 2 weeks ago?
Huh?
You got your penis 2 weeks ago?
No, I've had this.
Oh, okay. Well, that's cool. Excellent. So what are your hobbies?
Why do Jews like money so much?
Why not?
They're needy.
So it's being a normal person.
No.
Oh, yeah.
He actually gives you the ability to buy things, which is
Shut up!
quite useful.
Shut up, Riker.
It can be pretty
I'm not
useful.
talking to you. I'm talking to a Jewish person. A real Jewish person.
Word, girl.
I'm Jewish too.
Oh, really? Prove it. Pop on cam. Let me see that nose.
I don't need to prove shit to you.
Right.
I'm Jewish.
Right.
As much as Charlie Kirk was Christian, that's not
Who
Jewish.
is that? Who is that? You
I
keep
told you like
saying
the
that.
other night.
Really? I don't remember. When you talk, I just can't block you out.
Same here, but
Aww.
with myself, I blocked my own self.
Frank H. Berger, what kind of burgers do you like?
Key burger, burger, pickle burger, lettuce burger, onion burger.
What about mushroom burger?
No, asshole.
What's wrong with the mushroom burger?
Bad. It's bad. It's bad.
No. Don't you do psychedelics?
Well, yes, but not on my burger.
Okay, well, you said funk is bad, and that's what many psychedelics are.
No, something different.
Psilocybin?
Something far worse.
Psilocybin?
No.
You don't do psilocybin?
No.
LSD?
No. I'm clean.
You can still be clean to do those. All right, that's cool.
That's not true.
LSD comes from ergot, which is rye bread, which is mold. Is that
Shut up. Shut up, Riser.
Frank H. Berger, what sports do you like?
Is Resi her goon, Rabbi?
Everybody's my
Just
goon.
I'm just asking a question. Mold qualifies as fucking.
Rabbi, is this your goon?
Everybody's my goon.
Can I be your new goon? This goon sucks.
What does that even mean?
Henchman.
What does henchman mean?
Oh my god. Can I say the R word on here?
Yeah, that's not cool. Let's stay away from that. All right, so Frank H.
Okay, Rabbi.
Frank H.
Just because
Berger.
you're such an crowd, listen to you.
Okay, I appreciate that. Do you have lots of friends?
No, can you be my friend, please?
Yeah, if you tell me what your hobbies are.
What'd you say?
You're cute. Excellent. Where'd you get the little cat ears for your emoji or your avatar?
They come with everyone's Discord account. They're defaults.
Oh, that's amazing.
You could just get them in the profile option of your Discord client.
Wow, do you work for Discord? You know a lot about it.
No.
Okay, that's cool.
No.
All right, so what sports do you like?
No sports. None.
None?
None.
You don't like any sports?
Are you a sport? I like you.
Yeah, absolutely I'm a sport.
You're a good sport.
Excellent. Dodgers or Angels?
Dodgers.
Good girl. Rams or Chargers?
Charger.
Ooh. Okay.
Charge my iPhone.
All right. Are you a Kings fan or a Ducks fan?
Oh, Duck's so cool.
Okay. Very well. So, are you excited about the Olympics?
Can you make duck noise?
Quack, quack.
Ooh, that was good.
Excellent. You like to go to Disneyland?
Never been.
You've never been to Disneyland?
No.
All right. Well, when I go viral, we'll go to Disneyland. How's that sound?
Yes.
Excellent. Have you?
Just me and you, not Riser, right?
Absolutely. Riser will hold down the fort. Okay.
I didn't even do anything to you. I don't know why you're throwing.
Shut up, Riser. Shut up.
Have you been to Magic Mountain? You're from LA and you've never been to Disneyland or Magic Mountain?
No.
What did you do? Like,
You hate me.
no, I just don't think you're from LA then.
Do you love me?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah.
Can you kiss me?
Mm-hmm.
Closer.
Mm-hmm.
Come closer to the camera.
Calm down.
Closer, please.
Tell me what
Rabbi,
your
please.
tell me what your hobbies are.
I'm feeling very unloved right now.
Well,
Feeling like Riser. Unloved.
how about you tell me what your hobbies are?
Singer.
Singer.
Frank H. Berger, how'd you find out about me?
Singer.
Singer?
Frank H. Berger,
Riser, can you sing?
Frank H. Berger, how did you find out about me?
God told me about you in a dream.
Was it a sexual dream?
No, I wish.
Same. All right.
Do you have lots of those?
Sometimes. Yeah, if I have nightly emissions sometimes that are just like really intense sex dreams, and then you have an orgasm. It's wild.
At 39, you have orgasms still?
Baby, I produce orgasms like McDonald's produces hamburgers.
Oh my god.
Word. All right. So, as a transgender male, is that correct? Is that what you are?
Trans woman, asshole.
Oh, you went from being a dude to being a woman?
Yes.
Oh, tight. I did the same. So, you want to be lesbians?
Sure, what the hell?
Okay, excellent. Because I'm like the biggest lesbian on earth. So watch out. All right. What's the H in Frank H. Burger stand for? Hobbies?
Good one.
Oh, you heard that? All right.
What was it in relation to?
What are your plans for the weekend?
Hello?
Hello.
Wow.
Hello.
It's Rabbi.
What are your plans for the weekend?
Probably gonna go to Disneyland.
Oh, and Magic Mountain.
No, I think we'll pass on that one.
Okay. You want to swing by my house? Pick me up. We'll do IRL streams at Disneyland.
Can you leave your room? Are you allowed to do that?
Yeah, I leave my room all the time.
What?
I've done IRL streams at Disneyland. That's what I'm saying. I've done it before. We could do it again.
Is that allowed?
Yeah, you can do IRL streaming at Disneyland.
But are you allowed to leave your room, really?
Yep. It's more difficult for me because it's a lot of data. But for you, I would maybe get a data plan so that I could have super amount of data for a day or a week or whatever needed. And then we can ride the Teacups and It's a Small World and Tom Sawyer's Riverboat, all that fun stuff.
Can you buy my ticket, please?
I thought you were already going.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, okay. Very well. Yeah, perhaps. All right. So you are going to Disneyland. What else are you doing?
Probably gonna eat butt after.
You're going to eat butt after?
Yeah.
You like to toss salads?
No. No, I don't.
Okay, well, what does eat butt mean?
Like eat butt.
That's what tossing a salad is.
Oh, I think you meant like a real salad.
No, it's a euphemism for licking a butthole.
Oh, okay, I see. Do you do that?
Do I eat ass?
Eat butt, yeah. Do you do that?
On the right MILF.
MILFs only?
Dog, MILFs are my jam.
Would you eat Razzer's butt?
Not in a million fucking years.
What the hell?
Actually, I guess I shouldn't be mad about that.
You want me to eat your ass, Riser? That's disgusting.
I don't know why I got offended by that. I retract my defense.
That's all right. I didn't know you felt that way about me, Riser.
I didn't know either until I heard what I said. I was like, oh, that sounds pretty gay, doesn't it?
That's cool. All right.
But it's not gay because you're a female.
That's true. Absolutely. All right, so Frank H. Burger. Are you single?
It's complicated.
Oh, of course it is.
Yeah.
Because you're trans. So you got, let's see here. So you were a guy and now you're a girl. Did you have some guy in your life? Did you have some guy in your life?
Something of the sort.
All right, so you just get dick down every once in a while. I get you. She didn't.
I don't believe that she's sorry. I don't believe that he's a woman. You're gonna have to post
Really?
Post a picture of your. Actually, it's so easy to fake. You have to stream yourself live, and then I can tell by the bone structure.
You just want to jerk off to me on cam. Not doing that, not falling for it.
No, you wish. I mean, if you were hot, but that's clearly not the case.
You'd do that to me if I was hot, really?
For sure. That's like when the internet was invented.
You're actually hot, yeah. But not. So don't have to worry about that.
Aww. That's so cute.
All right. So, you do you have a favorite movie?
Probably Cuties.
That's not a movie. That's a Netflix documentary on children, and that's disgusting.
What's my favorite?
Movie?
Yes.
That's not a movie. That's like a series.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you know a lot about it, huh?
Isn't it a series? Isn't it a series that caused all kinds of controversy? Or is it a movie?
It's a movie.
Oh, okay. Okay, aside from that, because that's a weird movie to like, what like normal...
Why?
Because it's about children.
Okay, Frozen's about children.
Is it? I don't know. I've never seen Frozen. I haven't seen Cuties either.
We should watch movies together.
Yeah, that's not my
After
thing.
Disney.
That's not my thing. They made a Cuties about MILFs. I'm down though. So Frank.
Oh, okay.
So Frank H. Berger, in the future, after you have children, then you can be in my movie. We're gonna call it Maturities.
Okay, I'm down.
I can hear the excitement in your voice. Okay, so you like some weird movies. What TV shows do you like?
Probably Cuties if they turned it into a TV show.
Okay, but aside from that,
Don't really like any TV shows.
You don't-
Cuties would be really good if it was
okay,
chopped down.
that's enough of that. You don't like You don't like The Office?
What is that? You going to work?
It was a show on NBC that ran from like 2005 until 2013 or something like that. 2015 maybe. And then they came out with The Paper, which just debuted on NBC on Peacock last week.
I don't know anything about this.
Okay, do you know what Parks and Recreation is?
No, I don't.
Do you know what a television is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. But you just only watch Cuties?
Yeah, over and over, and I stop it and pause and really admire the Cuties.
That's weird. All right.
It's not.
It definitely is. Okay,
It's a beautiful movie.
quit that. All right. So, do you watch any sports on TV?
No.
Okay. So this guy it's a guy with whom you're complicated?
I don't really identify as anything. Non-binary, if you will.
Oh, okay. Are they like a unicorn?
No, asshole.
They could be a unicorn. I'm a unicorn.
An ugly one at that.
Baby, I'm like a Lisa Frank unicorn. You don't even know what that means.
Lisa Frank, are you gay?
Do you know who Lisa Frank is?
Yes, babe.
Did you ever have anything Lisa Frank?
Yes, notebook.
Very cool. What color was it?
Leopard.
Ooh, sexy. All right. What did you keep in that notebook?
Words. Knowledge.
Okay, we'll accept that answer. We were looking for the word notes, but that's all right. Was it for a specific subject?
You're very curious.
I mean, you are not giving out any information except for a strange movie that you saw on Netflix, so I'm curious about your Lisa Frank notebook.
Can you flash me and Riser?
With these guns.
You got guns?
Oh, absolutely, girl. Do you have tickets to the gun show?
Oh my, stop, put them away.
I
Dude,
know, girl.
seriously.
I know.
Anti-gun.
I know. Of course you would be with that profile picture. All right. So do you like to go to the beach?
Beach.
There's an entire ocean.
Never been.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you've never been to the beach. All right. That's cool. Do you have any friends who are girls? Yeah, I was gonna
Just
say.
you.
Yeah, definitely me. Okay. What Discord servers do you like?
This one. This is the only one I'm in.
Good girl. All right. What YouTubers do you like?
Rabbi.
Good girl. All right. What social media do you go on?
Probably Cuties Forum.
You're weird. All right. Do you have siblings?
Yeah.
Are they cool?
They're too young to tell if they're cool yet.
Okay. Very well. Do you like to drive?
I'm not allowed to drive anymore.
Why is that?
I can't say.
Okay, that's
Yes,
not. Riser says that you can.
No, for legal reasons I cannot. They're listening.
bullshit. That's bullshit.
They're listening. They're listening.
Who's they?
There's no state the legal reason why you can't say it.
I can't. They're listening.
Well, no one cares anyway. So next question.
All right.
Oh, interesting.
Who's they?
They, them.
Okay. Do you like to drive?
I can't. I'm not allowed.
No, I didn't ask if you can. I asked, do you like to?
I'm not allowed to.
Again, I didn't ask if you're allowed. I asked, do you
I'm
like?
not allowed to.
All right, you're not
I'm
getting.
not allowed to like it.
Oh, okay. What is your favorite holiday?
Probably today, 9/11.
All right, never forget.
Should I do something big today?
Well, if you're on the West Coast, it's not yet 9/11, so I don't know why you're celebrating 9/10.
I'm mentally 13 minutes ahead.
Okay, good on you, girl. Where were you on 9/11?
I was probably in the audience at Oprah.
That's cool.
And you?
I was dancing, watching it all happen. I was going to be on the flight, but I figured, you know what? Let those other people do their thing.
You're going to be on the flight?
Why not? It was heading to LA. No, if you really want to know, I was a sophomore in high school. Yep.
You old as hell.
Word, girl. All right. So, you would have been like 2, so you would have been just a baby. All right. Did you do anything for the millennium?
No, I'm sorry.
Why not?
I forgot.
Okay, well, it's never too late. It's still the millennium.
No, it's not.
Oh, yeah, it is. For the next 1,000 years or so.
That's not true.
Well, like 975 or so. What are your thoughts on invisibility cloaks? Go.
I would use them to watch cuties more.
Calm down. Are you pro or anti space elevator? Go.
Space elevator?
Yeah, it's an elevator that goes to space.
Anti.
Why?
I like her. Space bad.
No, space is amazing.
There's no burgers up there.
There could be.
Really?
You might be the first burger in space, girl.
Damn, true.
All right. Are you pro or anti transatlantic tunnel?
Trans. Anti.
Why?
I don't like the whole trans thing.
I thought that's what you were.
Yeah, I am.
Okay, well, that doesn't.
Transphobic though.
Okay, I understand that because it doesn't make any logical sense, so I get it. Do you have a fantasy football team?
Yes.
Who's your quarterback?
It's Joe Jonas.
Okay, did you see that the Jonas Brothers recently played with JoJo?
Siwa?
No, just JoJo. JoJo was around
Who's
before
that?
JoJo Siwa. She's like a Canadian artist, I think.
Yo, Rabbi, which hundreds of the Joe Rogan episodes, like 100, 200, 300, 400, do you think was the best JRE era? Go.
Oh, okay, 1 minute on that. Actually, she's from Vermont. She's Joanna Noel Levesque, also known as JoJo. The best series, the best episode of Joe Rogan is episode 1000.
Like the 100 episode, like.
Yeah, episode 1000 to episode 900 to 1000.
Yo, why?
It's when he started to get serious about it, but he wasn't yet with Spotify or anything, so he had really good guests on and really funny people on, and they didn't take themselves too seriously. Like, once he got on Spotify, he had to watch what he said. It still wasn't that big of a show yet, so those would be probably that set of 100. Like, if you go before then,
You think he's more filtered now?
oh, definitely. He even talks about it.
Oh, that sucks.
There's
There's this comedian, Trevor Moore, that he's dead now, but I was watching an episode with them, and Joe Rogan's like vaping, and yeah, he's fucking cracking jokes about all this. Yeah, he's saying like really like offensive shit.
Offensive?
Yeah. Do you watch Joe Rogan, Frank H. Burger?
No, I don't know who that is.
Okay, well, look it up. He had Carrot Top on today. I watched it. Riser, do you know who?
Carrot Top?
Yeah, Frank H. Burger. Riser, do you know who Carrot Top is?
Yeah, I've talked extensively about Carrot Top.
We have?
Yeah, prop comedians.
Oh, yeah. Okay. It was a pretty good episode. He had, did you see his episode with Tim Dillon?
Hasn't he been on multiple times or no?
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it was just recently. It was just recently. They talk about Tim Dillon going to Riyadh to do that comedy festival. He's getting paid $375,000. They talk about just a lot.
Was he wearing those giant sunglasses that are like really square and large?
No, he wears those on his show. I think it's because he's got really bright lights and he just likes the way they look. But out of any person who I would not think is gay, it's he is the person, yet he is. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he's he would be a very stealth gay person if it wasn't known about it.
Agreed. But I think he could get a lot of ass, a lot of female ass. He probably could get Frank H. Paper or Frank H. Burger.
Really?
Frank
With
H.
consent
Burger.
or no consent?
Always consent, girl. Frank H.
Oh my
Burger.
God.
Who are your favorite comedians?
Samuel Hyde, probably.
Samuel Hyde, not Sam Hyde.
What, do you know him?
Yeah, he sucks.
Yeah, he's like, bro, don't say that. You know, he's amazing. He's like a bigger troll than Frank H. Burger somehow.
I don't like him.
Really?
Because he rejected me for Fish Tank. He said he didn't want a Jew on Fish Tank.
Damn.
I know.
Yeah, that sounds like him. He's like a very...
He's very anti-Semitic.
He actually applied to get on Fish Tank shit, though.
Yeah, and they told me that he saw my tape and he said, in a million years, I don't want to have a Jew on Fish Tank. And I was like, damn, that's fucking intense.
No, it's not awesome.
It is.
Discrimination is not awesome.
Jews are evil.
Calm down, girl.
Really steal the fish talks on the show.
Oh, so Frank H. Burger, do you like Fish Tank?
Yeah.
Okay.
Frank H. Burger, I think your assertion that all Jews are evil is false. How does that make you feel? That you're incorrect and wrong about all Jews being evil?
I like that you think about me and you think about my opinions and you have an opinion on my opinions.
You said it's a combination of really dumb strings, and I am just acknowledging that.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your acknowledgement.
Frank H. Burger, who's your favorite Disney character? Go.
Samuel Hyde, probably.
That's not a Disney character. Who's your favorite Jew?
Rabbi, obviously.
Thank you, girl.
Next question.
Great.
Who's your second favorite Jew?
Samuel Hyde.
He's not Jewish. Try again.
Who is? I asked him.
No, he's not.
Yeah, he is.
Nope.
Is he the person with whom? Is he the person with whom it's complicated?
Huh?
Is Sam Hyde the person with whom it's complicated?
Well, yes. Well, yes, it is. Don't be jealous.
I'm not jealous. I'm the one going with you to Disneyland this weekend, not him.
Yes, exactly.
Exactly.
He might be there, though. He might be there. We might run into him.
All right. Are you gonna answer my question about who your, aside from Sam Hyde, who's your favorite Disney character?
Why can't I answer Sam Hyde?
Because it's not funny. I expect you to be funny.
But it's true.
Okay,
But it's true,
but it's not
though.
funny. Okay, aside from him, who else?
I don't have another answer.
Do you ever wonder yourself why your friends don't like hanging out with you?
I don't have any friends.
Precisely.
Yeah, so nice.
All right, so
Are you actually just pretending to be this dumb, or are you actually like...
No, I'm actually this dumb. What's up, though?
Okay. That's crazy.
Is it? We exist.
Yeah, no, it is.
Real.
Because I believe you.
all right, Frank.
Really? You trust me?
No,
Certainly.
Oh, okay.
we definitely don't trust you.
Getting different answers.
Yeah, I'm glad you're able to figure that out.
Rabbi, you think I'm smart?
Didn't say that. All right,
So which is it?
what are your hobbies?
Huh?
What are your hobbies?
Hello, is anyone going to talk?
What are your favorite things to do? What are your favorite things to do? Frank H.
Yeah,
Berger.
this girl is like this fucking girl that I just saw on the like whatever podcast where it's like everything that they say is like some like low level like troll, and that's just not funny at all, and it just keeps going.
Right.
Agreed.
Right.
But I do have to ask, Riser, what the fuck are you doing watching the Whatever podcast?
Hey, you know what I'm talking about. So clearly you've seen the clips too.
Oh.
I didn't watch them.
Wait. Hold on. Okay, that's...
One of them.
Wait, hold on. That's one too many. But no, the only reason why I know it is because it has the thing in the background, which is really smart of them. At whatever.
Oh, yeah.
But
That is smart.
I've literally never watched any of it, but I did know. Well, I've seen clips, not that many though. And is it on Spotify or what is that?
It's on YouTube.
Okay.
Maybe at multiple platforms.
Okay. So what was it? Oh, she's like a chick that you saw on the At Whatever podcast. Okay. I have, if you added up all of the time that I've spent watching the At Whatever, I just know one clip, I think, where I think somebody tries to open a jar of pickles or something. I don't know if anybody saw this, but that's about it. Anyway,
it's honestly, I don't know why you're hating on it. I think it's kind of interesting. Oftentimes there'll be like panels of like women, and they'll be discussing whatever.
No shit. That's a great name for a podcast.
I also was thinking that like the whatever name is not a bad name to.
No, it's smart.
Either.
It's smart, and their background is genius, straight up genius. Because I wouldn't know what you were talking about except for that, and I'm not hating on it. I just don't know anybody who has ever watched it or listened to it, so I'm glad to find somebody. All right, Frank H. Berger, what kind of podcast do you like?
Fresh and Fit podcast.
Is it good?
It's Fresh and Fit. So yes.
All right.
My buddy actually recommended me that, but I forget what it's about.
Shut up.
Don't tell me what to do.
Is your buddy Sam Hyde?
Is my buddy a huge William Montgomery fan? Yep.
What did you think of the William Montgomery podcast this past Wednesday with his brother?
His brother was pretty like
lame
quiet most of the time. It was mostly William and Casey talking, and then it's like if there is like enough of a gap of silence, then his brother would chime in and say something. It's just super like reserved.
Do you remember
and
what?
Also, like they're not like super like some siblings that these people are totally related. With William and his brother, it's like they do not seem like super like similar.
They look alike.
In my do they?
Yeah, I mean to the point where I think it was that brother came out as William on Kill Tony one time and did a stand-up set like his brother would. All right.